are checking your care label, if you're buying stuff from here, just make sure that you are getting something that is actually quality and not made out of a bunch of synthetic.
So even a brand like this started creeping in the polyesters, the plastics, and the cheaper materials. I did see that some of their stuff was still made out of the cashmere and the cotton, more natural fibers, but I saw $300, $800 for a piece of clothing. We can look at some of the comments. We're paying for the owner's expensive house in NYC. In the beginning, their pieces were silk, cashmere, and cotton, and well made for around $250 to almost $500. They lost their minds now, and I refuse to buy into their greed. It's Zara quality, but marked up 10 times more. You're just paying for the hype. What a joke. We have another comment from one of you guys. Force yourself to look at your finances every day. Helps fight the urge to buy something you don't need and will likely never use. That's what I also said earlier in this video, but some people just do not think this way at all. They want the instant gratification. They want to go on vacations. They don't care how much debt they're in, and because of social media, now they're just outwardly admitting it.
Why be 180K in debt at home when I could be 181K
Match
in debt in Hawaii?
I think the top comment really does nail it on the head. That's the same discipline that got you $180,000 in debt in the first place. With the amount of vacation clips that I've seen, I guess it's some form of escapism now, but it's almost becoming an obsession to just get away for a weekend or a week and just do it over and over again so often. It's never once a year. And this kind of stuff racks up an insane amount of money.
This couple, they spent $21,000 in 1 month when they make $7,000 a month. They're obsessed with Disney. Lots of Disney adults are. They spent $2,000 on Disney exclusive passes and then went to Disney World, spent a lot of money on that. Then they're going to Disney World 2 times next month and then 1 time in the summer.
That's a lot of money on Disney.
But unlike most lesbians, I think they're going to last forever, though, because they're on the same page. And usually couples that aren't on the same page about money, that's where they divorce. Them, they're on the same page about wanting to ruin their lives for Disney.
Well, I found a clip on the prices for the one-day admission to get into Disney right here, May 2nd, 2025. The Magic Kingdom is $179 a day. The other thing that I think is very interesting is that it's ages 10 plus for the 180. However, it's $5 less if your age is 3 to 9. It's almost more insulting. $5 less when you're talking about almost $200 per day just for a child to get in. I mean, Epcot, same thing, $174, and the Disney Animal Kingdom, I guess, is a good deal at $154, man. And that is just to get into the park. That's not any of the million different add-ons with the fast passes and whatever guest stuff that they have. And then, of course, any of the merchandise and the food must be unbelievably expensive. So when you have people, whether they are Disney adults or not, going 2 or 3 or 4 times, you're talking about thousands of dollars just to walk into the park, let alone the traveling, staying anywhere in a hotel, and any of the merchandise that they buy on top of it. It's just unreal. But in the end, this is what companies want you to do. They want you to have a whole bunch of credit cards. They don't actually want you to see the cash going in and out. You could just swipe your card, buy a whole bunch of stuff online, it shows up the next day, go and spend crazy amounts of money on vacation because your credit limit is crazy high. And they'll give you that high credit limit because if you can't pay it back, they'll start making even more money off of the interest. Look at how much they hound people just to apply for one of these cards in the mail.
This is all of the mail that's been sent to me in the past year from Capital One. I've never applied for a Capital One card. I've never responded to any of this mail. Sometimes there's 6 in 1 month. Sometimes there's nothing in a month. This is ridiculous. Let us dive into it.
And that's from all of these companies buying and selling their data to each other, trying to find out what you do in your life so they could sell it to you and then in turn make money off of you.
I need to know, what is the highest limit like a credit card has ever given you guys? Because I have one credit card, it keeps going up. Like, I'm not really using it, but I'll check every once in a while and the limit has like skyrocketed. One card has $15,000. A single credit card. Why would I ever need to make a $15,000 $50,000 credit card.
Okay, fam, if any of you die, I'll be vexed, so just keep
That's so
alive, yeah?
scary.
And they're not giving you that credit limit so you can go out and buy some $15,000 item. They're doing it because if you go out and buy a $150 item or a couple $100, that doesn't really seem too bad compared to the credit limit. And maybe you do that a couple times over a period of weeks or months, and then it just starts adding up. And then you are at that $15,000 limit and you didn't even realize. Then you got 20 to 30% interest rates on credit cards and you can't pay it off. That becomes way higher than 15K. And that's exactly what these companies want. They want you to be a consumerism and buy a whole bunch of stuff to make you look cooler, stuff that you like, give you that dopamine hit, and then when it goes away, you do it all over again. We have a clip here that some people were angry about, but I just thought it really highlighted the way we learn about the desire of certain brands and what other people think if you use or wear the particular item.
Did anybody say anything about your new shoes at school?
No, Mom. Nobody cares about my shoes. Every time I get something
Spike down mid.
So we can look at the complete opposite ends of the comment section, teaching our kids to care about what their peers think is toxic and so what. Right under that just says ungrateful. Then under that comment, how do people think that this is ungrateful? He's not saying that he doesn't appreciate the shoes.
One
He's
enemy
saying that
remaining.
no one else does.
Last
and why
player
would they?
standing.
Because if you didn't know, he was wearing a pair of 350 V2s, the Yeezys, and what you've seen throughout this whole video, all of these adults are the ones showing off their designer bags or the stuff that they're buying. But when you're a kid, you don't really think about these kinds of things. You don't really care. You're just living your life being a kid. And now it seems like all of these adults are mad at this kid for not realizing that he has on $220 shoes when he probably wouldn't care if he ended up getting $50 Vans. You guys see him as ungrateful. I see him as a humble kid who's not superficial. Again, seems like something that is ingrained in our minds when we become an adult. But we're going to end off this video with something we've already talked about, and companies are definitely trying their hardest on social media to make younger and younger kids care about these brands and want to use their products or wear their clothes, because you're seeing entire buildings turning into live TikTok shop facilities, studios, and of course the younger generations are getting onto the cell phones earlier and earlier, so it's going to become more rare to see the previous clip with somebody who doesn't care that he's wearing a couple $100 shoes. Basically his mom cared more than he did. So honestly, this kind of stuff really doesn't show any signs of stopping, unfortunately. Hopefully you could see through all of this and realize how ridiculous this is and how much money you end up losing at the end of the day, because as I said earlier, it's not like you have to be miserable and penny pinch every single moment of your life. If you like collecting certain things or buying or using whatever products you like, then that's fine. But people are almost pushed to go absolutely overboard, so much so that they go into debt just to be a consumer. So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on the screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you
One
guys
enemy remaining.
later.
Spike down mid.
Welcome back to
Last
Edwards
player
Economics.
standing.
My name's
30
Kalen, and
seconds
today
left.
I'm just simply here to ask the question that a lot of Americans are quietly wondering. Is Black Friday canceled? Because I think that it basically is, but not by Walmart, not by Target, but by broke, exhausted consumers who either can't afford it or are simply done playing the game. Today we're going to talk about why retailers are bragging about record sales, why millions are boycotting Black Friday altogether, and how record sales and record debt can exist at the same time. So what's really going on for Black Friday in 2025?
Let's push them out.
Let's find out.
I can't help but laugh at how a lot of these big brands and corporations are practically begging people to come into their stores and shop for the holiday season. Now that we're almost halfway through Q4 and they realize people are not buying. People aren't buying. And a lot of businesses make almost 25% of their annual sales during the holiday season. And
Sister's animated, y'all, but she's not lying. Folks are broke. Folks are broke. I'm seeing a lot of people talking about they're going to boycott. Now, I see a lot of folks in the black community saying they're having a blackout, trying to get the black dollar, and not participate in the capitalistic system. But I'm also just seeing other people that are just blacked out in bank accounts, as in they ain't got no money. It's empty in there. It's completely void of any funds.
I'm surprised that they're surprised. What did you think was gonna happen? You hiked the prices up on everything, no mind you, like a jacket costs over $150. It's like 100% like plastic, mind you. You don't even pay your employees like a livable wage. People can't afford groceries, let alone to shop in the stores that they work at. And you lobby behind politicians that stripped like people's affordable health care and safety net programs. Like, people are concerned about eating.
Last
and
round
these brands
before
are
the
like,
switch.
well, why does nobody want to come in and shop my 25% off holiday sale?
That's the real story here. Like, I know this is a Black Friday video and talking about people shopping, but people can't afford groceries. I'm going to show you. People are literally not even going to be able to have Thanksgiving. It used to be Black Friday was, you know, you have your Thanksgiving, you know, you get all full, and then after, and it would be the Friday after, but then it started encroaching upon the actual Thanksgiving holiday. After Thanksgiving dinner, okay, whatever. You go out, you go shop. Early Black Friday shopping. Now, people need Black Friday at the grocery stores if they even want to have a meal. Because there ain't going to be no people that you're inviting over because you're not going to be able to afford it. I mean, imagine trying to feed like 30 people this Thanksgiving. Are y'all inviting people over? Are y'all going to say, hey, come over, bring me Tupperware?
You want to play? Let's play.
Y'all doing that this year? Don't see. I want to know. How much do y'all think Thanksgiving this year is going to cost? Especially with everything that's going on in the grocery stores.
My 30% off Black Friday sale. Get out of here! Be like I never left. Your action. I just
player standing.
Like an ad where like Victoria's Secret is selling pajama sets for $5. I have never in my life walked into a Victoria's Secret and been able to purchase something for $5. Like it's desperate. They're desperate. What did you think was people are struggling to survive? Like holiday shopping, back of people's mind. Come on.
How are people affording Christmas this year? Like, I swear I go shopping for my family and everything is $100. And I have a big family, so that's a lot of people and a lot of money. I'm highly considering doing like a DIY thing, get maybe a couple toys for the kids, and then for the adults, like pair it up. Like husband, wife, you get one gift. I don't want to be Scrooge. I want to bring the joy, but I want to bring the joy and save my bank account.
This is when I feel like so clutch for never participating in the American consumer Christmas that we see in 2025. You know, I know the real reason for the season is Jesus, right? So, in my family, good gift. But it's going to be heavy on the catechism. It's going to be heavy on the reason for the season. We'll watch some Christmas movies. But if I raise some entitled kids that think they're about to have some parents spending thousands of dollars and going thousands of dollars into debt for the American consumer Christmas, no, I failed. So people who know me in real life, they don't even play this with me. I feel none of what she just said. No pressure at all. I am not participating in the mess.
Standing.
Throughout the entire year, my kids is going to be able to get whatever they need and a lot of what they want.
One enemy
but
remaining.
The entitlement, no. The entitlement that's going to put me in debt, absolutely no. Today's video is sponsored by Aura, and you won't believe what you're about to see. This is a redacted report from one of the major data brokers. 11 pages of detailed information about a single person, their address history, phone numbers, relatives, financial data, even things you never expect anyone to have. And these brokers are collecting and selling this information without your permission, making billions while exposing you to spammers.
Friendly PSA. 12 packs of soda are $12 now.
If the next 30 years are like the last...
Spike down mid.
Pull cat. Enemy spotted mid. Reloading. Take it out.
into an increasingly terrible job market. All the debts they're accumulating, they can't pay off at all. And here's another one. Working 40 hours per week won't cover a two-bedroom in any U.S. state. In no metropolitan area or county in the U.S. can a full-time worker earning the federal minimum wage or the state and local minimum wage can afford a modest two-bedroom rental home anymore. The average minimum wage worker in the U.S. must work 116 hours per week, 2.9 full-time jobs, to be able to afford that two-bedroom rental. According to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, a full-time worker needs to earn an hourly wage of $33.63 to afford the average two-bedroom rental. They're not even talking about home ownership. We'll get to that a little bit later, but we could go over to more price comparisons.
Oh, how the times have changed. Basic grocery purchases by Kevin McAllister in the 1990 film Home Alone went from $19.83. Today, the same experiment ran a bill over $72 at one Chicago grocery store.
The leap from 2022 to today is wild, but let's look at purchasing power. In 1990, these groceries were $19, and the median household income was $40,000. Fast forward to 2022, the groceries basically doubled to $44, and the income doubled as well. That all makes sense. But in the past year, it went from $44 to $72, a 1.6 increase.
One
but yet
enemy
the
remaining.
income stayed exactly the same. If the income would be keeping up, the income should be $129,000 for the median household income.
And this isn't even updated for 2025. This is almost 3 years old. And how much worse it's gotten has been documented pretty heavily on this channel since I started making videos. If nothing changes in the future, everything is going to get so wildly out of reach that it's basically a joke.
If the next 30 years are like the last, by 2025, you will see prices like this. Okay. If the next 30 years are like the last 30 years, the average house will cost $1.6 million.
Yeah, no, that's painful and that hurts.
Yeah, we're on a sad decline. Okay, a new car, if the 30 years are like the last 30 years, will cost $218,165.
I can't afford that, Brian.
Which is the cost of like a very small house in New Jersey.
Oh my goodness.
Guess how much average rent will be in 2055?
Let's go $4.5 thousand.
It's going to cost $6,500 per month in 2055.
I'm trying to guess with you, you know?
How much do you think a cup of coffee will cost in 2055? $28 a cup.
No, that's can't be real.
It is 100% real.
Oh my goodness.
How much do you think a gallon of gasoline will cost in 2055? $16 a gallon.
Yeah,
no charges. And then the opposite way, guess how much minimum wage will be in 2055 comparatively to all these prices?
Yeah, it's not going to be as high. $35.
No, $12.36 per hour.
Across the country.
How are you going to afford a $1.6 million house?
So if you thought the earlier screenshots were bad that nobody could afford a two-bedroom rental minimum wage, this is able to afford anything if we keep on the same path for the next 30 years. Up next, we'll look at somebody going through their monthly expenses and everything that they pay, because there are many people out there that don't truly know how much they spend day in, day out until they see their bank account at zero.
I don't know what it is about seeing other people's monthly expenses and what they're spending their money on, but for some reason, to me, it is so satisfying to see. We are a family of four, and these are our monthly expenses every month. In the past, I've been really bad about just flying by the seat of my pants, not really having a budget. I'm still working on our budget right now. So for the time being, I'm just writing our monthly expenses. This is what we're spending, and this is everything that is coming out of our checking account every month. In total, we are spending $6,015 every month. Now, this does not include our credit cards. So it does include loans like our mortgage and car loan, things like that. But we have about $130,000 in credit card debt, and this is not included in that. That payment is another $2,800.
Okay, so ignoring the 6 figures worth of credit card debt, I guess I should have used this clip for that series on the channel. They're still spending $6,000 a month for a family of 4. If you couldn't see the breakdown of some of the larger purchases, the mortgage $1,756, groceries are about $1,250 a month, gas is $350, a car loan that's $415, 2 different student loan payments that add up to a little bit over $400, and all of these things really do start adding up month after month, even if they are are a bit cheaper. Internet being $65, kids phone $20, Netflix $19, dog groomer being $50, oil changes $30, life insurance $54, haircuts $25,
Match found.
$30. In my opinion, things can definitely be cut down or cut out, but again, if we're ignoring the $130,000 worth of credit card debt, most of their expenses aren't crazy outliers. It's pretty common for me to see clips with people paying $25,000 or $3,000 a month for their mortgage. Their $400 car payment is double in a lot of cases. People love to have those Suburbans, but still, it really does show how expensive it is just to live. And we can move on to something that more people are thinking about. Of course, we're in the holiday season, and that turns into even more holiday spending.
Well, I thought I'd start some statistics today. Listen to these statistics. These will blow you away. 61% of Americans are dreading the holidays. Why? Because they're worried about that extra spending and that financial burden that so many of us feel this time of year. Listen to this one. 76% of Americans say they express emotional distress, the so-called money wounds, those things that continually come back every holiday season. This creates this huge financial pressure. Hey, this is supposed to be the time of joy, but 76% of Americans say they live in emotional distress, especially this time of year.
So let alone the possible cost of traveling to go see your family, the Christmas presents becoming more and more expensive every year. Even just decorating and buying Christmas trees have become laughably expensive.
I need to know if I'm completely crazy, but when did Christmas get so expensive? I just left Costco and I thought, oh, I'll pick up a Christmas tree here. You know, it'll probably be $100. The cheapest one they had was $450.
No one die on me. We're all going home.
It was just a Christmas tree. Then the size that I would have liked for the house was $750. That is unreal. I thought maybe like 100, maybe 150, but when did Christmas get so freaking expensive?
The tree better set itself up with decorations for that much money. You gotta buy your fake tree when Christmas is over and it's on clearance. I personally ended up buying a Christmas tree this year. It was on sale for $75, so of course you do have to shop around, but there are a lot more clips online of these ridiculous prices all over the country.
I'm walking past this Christmas tree farm in Soho, and I wanted to share that I came here, I bought 2 Christmas trees, $1,200 for 2 Christmas trees.
Bream, are you actually level 1?
I know that they're real Christmas trees and you're in New York City, but that is such a wild price to then after purchase go and make a TikTok about it. It just seems absolutely ridiculous to me.
Oh shit. Yeah, they knew.
Wildly expensive this time of year becomes.
This is 3 of my favorite graphs. So number 1, we have productivity versus wages. This is one of my favorites. Just look at it. It looks amazing. I love the way the lines go. Number 2, we have household income versus the price of a house. This one is another one of my favorites. I like the way the lines get bigger. And third, we have 2025. It's a new edition. Gold prices compared to USD.
Never mind.
So the
You'll protect me.
Thank you. People are not getting paid enough at their job, and the wages are not keeping up with home prices, along with the constant devaluing of the US dollar. I don't know when this is all going to come to a head, but when it does,
sorry, I had a pick in my mouth.
Very bad. But we'll keep on the subject with the household prices.
Put something else in your mouth.
Oh.
The median age
same shave, a little bit bigger.
40 years old.
I'd say a little smaller.
Back in 1991, first-time home buyers median age.
Oh, why don't you put it in my mouth then?
More people are choosing to rent instead of
80,
yeah. Has gone
it's enough for me to grow up.
Decade or so. According to Redfin, the typical home buyer needs to earn $112,000 per year to afford the median-priced home, which is roughly $25,000 more than what the typical household actually makes. Here are the top 10 most expensive metro areas ranked by income needed to afford the median-priced home. I was actually quite surprised by this because San Jose, California being more expensive than New York boggles my mind. This can be explained by the fact that a median price home in San Jose is around $1.68 million versus in New York, it's $810,000.
Okay, so I know the most expensive are just
last player standing
for most people.
Spike down A.
$13,000 to afford the medium home price. Literally everybody's rich there then, I guess. But I'd like to go back to the other statement. The typical home buyer needs to earn $112,000 to be able to afford a median priced home. Please go over to a clip to see how many people actually make 6 figures every year.
One enemy remaining.
Actually making 6 figures. It's from a new study from the Labor of Bureau Statistics.
just came out. Here's what they said. If you're 55 years old or older, then 16% of your peers are making six figures. If you're 45 to 54, then 20% of your peers, that's 1 in every 5 people, is making six figures. If you're 35 to 44, 25% of Americans your age are making six figures or above. Between the ages of 25 and 34, 18% of Americans are making above six figures. And if you're between the ages of 18 and 24, then 7% of Americans are making six figures.
So I know the stats we saw of the $112,000 a year is for the entire household, so combining finances would make it easier to hit that threshold. But the best statistics we saw for the age group to make six figures is 1 in 4 people. And you wonder why nobody could afford a home, especially comfortably. 8 to 24, only 7%, and 25 to 34, 18%, so less than 1 in 5 people.
So I'm just out on a walk right now. Check out these homes next to this path that I'm on. I was looking these homes up on Zillow. Molly! And you're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $615, $625, $650 in some cases for these really tiny houses. And they're not very big. You can see the properties they're sitting on are tiny. Launching smoke! And yet, people want $650,000 for these homes at what, 6.25% interest rates? Like, no wonder nobody can afford anything.
Okay, so first off, I thought the houses looked pretty big. It kind of seemed anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. I'm just ballparking.
30
but
seconds
it
left.
looked a bit bigger to me. The land that they were on is embarrassingly small for $650,000.
One enemy remaining.
Out of your window and touch your neighbor's house. That's ridiculous. But with these prices, you better be making close to $200,000 per household, way higher than the average. And get for it. No land, new construction builds with the worst quality.
Over here, come on.
Please.
Hit four.
Somebody
Oh,
saying
nah.
the lots are small. It's BS. Cookie cutter homes that should be under 400,000. Don't forget the monthly HOA fees as well.
There's like a white line on the ground that shows you where you can plant the spike.
10 years in my career, I was not willing to continue paying almost $2,000 for a single bedroom. This market is ridiculous, and this is a lot more common than you think, especially with the younger generations.
Gen Z can't afford to move out of their parents' house, and an economist says that that's bad news for everybody. According to economist Rohan Shah, rent has gone up 4% a year, while salaries have only grown 0.6%. But here's the thing, when millions of adults can't afford to move out, it quietly changes how our entire country works. When you stay home longer, you naturally meet fewer people. Less dating, less social mixing, less opportunities to form connections at a younger age. That delay ripples into marriage, starting a family, even things like who's contributing to Social Security. Right now, there are about 1.5 million more young people living with their parents than there were 10 years ago. Shah says that when there are fewer people working full-time and having kids, government programs that depend on payroll taxes get squeezed. And experts say that money is the biggest reason behind all of it. People are waiting to get married, have kids, or buy a home until they feel more financially secure, which for a lot of people just isn't happening yet.
So I personally don't have a problem with you moving back in with your parents just to save as much money as possible, even if you do have a full-time career. But there is a very good point to be made with all the other consequences. Not as much dating, starting a family, having children. We'll talk about that in a second. However, I have this clip here that I guess is supposed to be today's modern-day starter home. This is what they want you to live in and they think is affordable.
You won't believe how spacious 460 square feet can feel. This modern tiny home has tall ceilings, an open layout, all main level living, and a design that makes everything
30 seconds left.
With no HOA, a backyard storage, and an electric vehicle
down A.
available in design.
One enemy remaining.
It gives you freedom and efficiency in one. And you're only minutes from both downtown St. Paul and Minneapolis.
Okay, so you could probably guess the reaction with the creator turning off the comments, but we'll go over to the description. Welcome to this brand new modern tiny home that proves just how spacious a luxurious 460 square feet can feel. It is almost $250,000, $239,000 for one bed, one bath, 460 square feet, all main level living. So it's grand. I love the way that they try to spin things to make it better than it actually is. But yeah, I guess that's supposed to be today's starter home. I don't know how you'd be able to start a family, let alone all the other insane costs.
Team
Daycare
Ace.
cost right now in Arlington, Virginia is $146,000 over 5 years.
Switching sides.
$150,000 for 5 years. All right.
Let's roll
What's the
the
point
onion.
in
Show us what that K-Sec training did for you.
And in today's world, many people don't have a choice other than to use daycare.
I don't
They
have
need both
headphones,
parents
but
in
I
the house
have a
working
lot of
full-time
team
just to be able
spirit.
to cover all the other bills.
That's all that
But in
matters.
Virginia, you're going to lose almost $150,000 per kid just for somebody to watch your child while you're doing your 9 to 5 that's not paying you enough. However, if you decide one parent should stay home and take care of the kids, it's extremely difficult to find a job that would be able to take care of an entire family on one single salary. It's basically a lose-lose situation. And another set of screenshots
have
here is
speakers.
something that I don't
I
think
just
many people
don't know
take
if they're
into
in front
account
of
when
me
they
or
do
behind
end up deciding to
Oh,
have
bruh.
Many people are substituting a dog
Out
for
of charge.
children
Bruh.
now, but that doesn't mean it can't be wildly expensive as well.
know
How
left
much
and
money
right.
we spent on our Bernese mountain dog for the first 10 months. Spoiler alert, it's insane. December, the adoption month, $1,000 for a clear
here to have fun.
is still $1,000. January, $900 for vet wellness plan and insurance. February, $400 for the first emergency trip for a
What's
foreign
what?
body. March, April, and May were all $100 each for pet insurance. And then June, $21,000. 7 emergency vet
Out of
visits
charges.
and 4 primary. X-rays, ultrasound, spinal tap, joint taps, MRI, and overnight stays. Oh man. July, $13,000. 2 more emergency visits.
Hey, Brim,
August,
press
another
shift to-
$900 for prescriptions and visits.
like, quiet your
September,
footsteps.
$800 for follow-ups, blood work, and more prescriptions. So yeah, I know that this is
There
an
you go.
extreme example, but you really never know what can happen in life. So it's just something you need to be very wary of as well. Here we can go over to a study that costs responsibly in each state.
player
Look at all
standing.
50, we can look at the top
And also
10
you can't run and gun in the
A
game.
single adult is
You have to,
almost
like, stand still while shooting.
$125,000. A 4-person family
Match
is nearly
point.
300.
They're
We got
only
Massachusetts,
making a
California, New York, Washington, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, Colorado, and Connecticut in the top 10. And we could go over to the cheapest 5 states. Kentucky, still income needed for a single adult, $83,000 to be comfortable, $192 for a family. West Virginia, 50th, the last place, still $80,000 for a single adult, and $195,000.
Brim,
for
get
a
something like the,
four-person
Spectre.
family. So to be comfortable, you
It's in the
need both
SMGs.
parents to be working full-time, making that 6-figure
Yeah,
salary
there you go.
that we
That way you can,
see
like, kinda spray them
so
down a
1
little.
in 4 people at best. A majority of the country doesn't even make a $50,000 salary. I can't even make in West Virginia comfortably. The average salary these days are $35,000 to $45,000. Who's making $100,000 plus in Arizona? So I'm poor in all the states, okay. And it's not surprising when I start seeing a lot more comments like this. I've stopped buying any more clothes, stopped going out to eat at any restaurants, and even takeout. I get that there are some things you could cut down or cut out, but many people have gotten so frustrated that they're just giving up.
So my car insurance went up. Why? Who the knows? You know, I'm already paying over $200. Just keep increasing, bro. I just don't care. Like, I honestly just don't give a anymore. I've been planning to go to Texas as a little vacation, also to see my friend. And I haven't had the money to go, but I might just go. Like, I honestly just, like, you know, I'm so worried about saving money. I'm so worried about the future, bro. I don't see a future, so I don't care. Like,
Spike planted.
I keep seeing more and more TikToks about people who are just giving up, bro. And I have never been the person to, like, give up. But at this point, I just don't care. I just don't.
So this seems to be a straightforward case of somebody starting to doom spend, not thinking that there's anything in their future, so they're just going to start swiping, going on trips, buying whatever they want. And on one hand, I do understand because it is very difficult out there, but the other side of that turns into a never-ending debt cycle, and to me, that
Last
kind
player
of stress
standing.
is just not worth it at all. I stopped paying car insurance. My credit score is so bad. I owe so many debts that I'll never pay back. I just don't care.
Attackers
hopefully,
win. GG's.
accident with that person, because that's going to be a terrible headache in your
GG's.
life. I'm so tired of spending all of my money on just bills. I want to sell everything and live out of my car. Well, some people are currently doing that out of necessity, not by choice. And when we talk about savings and retirement for the future, the statistics don't look great.
53% of millennials have more debt than retirement savings.
46% of boomers are living on less than $100,000 in retirement. 1/3 of Americans expect to keep working past retirement age because they'll have to.
There's two spectrums here. There's the I'll never have enough to retire, and so I'm just not gonna invest. And then there's those who they're doing as much as they can, but they're crippled by the payments and lifestyle that they have created for themselves.
So while I do understand that the cost of almost everything has gotten wildly expensive, there are definitely some cases online where people are just living above their means. Maybe they see influencers or celebrities living this type of lifestyle, even if that's all fake for the internet as well, but they want to replicate it and they start swiping or purchasing wildly expensive vehicles going on those trips. I mean, we have a perfect example of somebody thinking that everybody needs to have a $900 car payment, and there are no other options.
I just read that the average car payment in America is $900 a month. The saddest part is
Match
a lot of people
found.
don't have a choice but to pay the $900 a month. And hear me out. If you don't have money for a down payment, you're screwed. If you don't have good credit, you're screwed. Your interest rate is going to be really high. But if you buy a cheap car and get a lower payment, you're at risk to not even have your car survive the entire time you have a loan. And then you have the option to lease a car, but you're still paying $300-400 a month. And you're literally essentially renting a car. You have to give it back. So all that money is going nowhere.
Okay, so while I agree with some of the things she says, of course, leasing is just renting a vehicle, and if you have bad credit or no down payment, the interest rate's going to be rough. But that doesn't mean the only option is a $900 car payment on a new vehicle, because apparently almost every used or older vehicle is about to explode. There are more options out there than a 10-15-year-old Nissan Sentra with 140,000 miles just waiting for that transmission to blow. You can get something cheaper and more reliable than a $900 car payment. It won't be flashy or cool, like this comment here. That's people living outside of their means. I got a 4-year-old car with a reasonable mileage for $21,000. I pay $350 a month for it. Now, I'm not saying you could just pull out $20,000 and pay for it really easily, but that's why I make so many different car videos on this channel as well. Many people don't have the financial knowledge, and they'll just walk into a dealership and pay 3-4 figures a month for a vehicle because they think it's going to be reliable, and their only other option is a used car that's going to just constantly break down. You could definitely find some cheaper options even in today's world.
Here's some anecdotal evidence. It's rough out here. I went to Walmart yesterday and was going through the self-checkout line, and I saw so many people getting like cards declined or whatever. Each of the stalls had a spot where like people had left stuff, because you know how sometimes you're ringing stuff up and you're like, oh well, that's a little bit much, let's take this off and put it back, or maybe I'll hold off on this. So there were some of those at each spot, and also I saw at least 2 people do that thing where your card gets declined and then you're like, I gotta move money from my savings into my checking account because it's food or a plunger. I can't really just do without it, so like I actually need this. And then you swipe the same card again. I saw that exact same thing happen twice, and I know it because I've done it myself. These were people with kids, dude.
And I think a comment from you guys goes very well with this. Not only are the prices increasing, but the quality of the product is worsening. And that is pretty apparent when we're talking about the food that we're purchasing.
This is the first time in human history we have been dunking chicken in chlorine, labeling it as organic, and people are buying it. 97% of chickens processed through USDA are bathed in it, and this includes certified organic. In industrial farming, such large volumes of chicken are processed all in the same bath, so if one chicken contains harmful bacteria like salmonella, that'll spread to the rest of them. Therefore, the USDA mandates another layer of sanitation, allowing up to 50 parts per million of chlorine. Chlorine wash is actually banned in the European Union, and U.S. federal regulations do not require sanitation ingredients on packaging.
So many people's answers to these types of problems that pop up almost non-stop on the news are comments like this: please support your local
player standing.
Many people would, but the prices are even more expensive than they already are at places like Walmart or Target. People are pinching pennies and tightening their wallets
Your
any
mic is
way
also
they could.
very
So a lot
quiet.
of the time they just don't have the option. But that means you're apparently buying organic chicken dunked in chlorine. And basically every time I talk about food on this channel, there are a new round of recalls you have to watch out for.
There's a recall for eggs possibly contaminated with salmonella, and that recall has been expanding.
To the index of other news tonight, a major recall. More than 250,000 cases
Back in
of
a
shredded
flash.
cheese products sold at major retailers, including Aldi, Target, and Walmart.
One
In 31
enemy
states
remaining.
and Puerto Rico under different brands. Great Lakes Cheese Company
30 seconds
says
left.
that cheese may contain metal fragments.
There
is a new,
That
rather
was
serious
like
warning about the spices that are in your food as well as in your pantry. According to an analysis that was conducted by Consumer Reports, it found that many of the spices that very likely are in your cupboard right now contain high levels of dangerous heavy metals.
So I could really go on and on when we're talking about these types of clips, and it does add even more validation to the comment from you guys earlier. All the prices are going up while the quality's getting worse. And we got another one here comparing prices today to what it was back in 2009, even at places like Waffle House.
If anyone tells you that inflation isn't that bad, that the prices aren't that high, bro, this is a Waffle House menu from 2009. And all-star meals was $5.99.
Reloading.
$5.99. The $7.80 was crossed out because that was expensive. $7.80 was expensive. $5.99. That got you 2 eggs, 4 slices of toast, grits or hash brown, your choice of biscuit and gravy. I don't even think that they have biscuits and gravy anymore.
What's that bubble do?
You could add $1.25 for some coffee. Came with the sausages. Bro, what? Dude, they had $1 menu?
Now I know that we are talking about Waffle House here. They're known for their very cheap prices, but $1 menu alone is basically unheard of in today's world. Everything is just so much cheaper.
One
Because of
enemy
the
remaining.
topics that we went through in this video, there are so many people saying that they just want to leave the U.S. They're going to go to another country, find a career, and live there. But this is not just a U.S. problem. This is happening all over the world.
Want to get my degree and then I'm gone. Yeah, same.
Definitely
Wanna be
be
great?
considering maybe
Keep
moving
fighting.
somewhere else.
It's too expensive to live here, to buy a house, or to rent even.
The cost of living is just insane.
Like the biggest thing on my mind would be like the cost of like actually being able to live where you like study, because I can't do that.
It's so hard to find accommodation these days. Like you're looking at like single bedrooms are going for nearly 800 like a month, like just a bedroom.
I was looking into it, considering it, and
Get
I was
out of my
seeing
way.
like most places advertise it was like €250 a week. And you were literally just having like a little bedroom and you were sharing the kitchen with like 10 other people.
We could go over to the comment section. 800 euros a month is less than 950 USD. I pay over 1,700 a month just for a bedroom in NYC. Well, many people's wages in other countries are not nearly as high as it is here. So the 800 euros or 250 a week can still be a considerable amount of their income. People don't understand that everywhere is the same now. It's inflation. It's the same in every country. The reality in the 21st century is the same here in the States. We have a comment from one of you guys here. It's the same in Germany. The wages are stagnant since 2020.
One enemy
The cost
remaining.
of living has went through the roof. I used to get a whole week's worth of meat, vegetables, fruit, cheese, and bread for 1 week for 50 euros. Now I spend 50 euros a week on fruit and vegetables only. We could just keep going with these types of experiences.
Honestly, living life in the UK right now, what kind of life is this? I know a lot of us are thinking about it, but what kind of life is this? You literally wake up, before you even leave your house, some predator, some company, some subscription, something is leaving your account.
It's annoying the second you get hit, bring on mute.
Before you even leave your house, there's a video.
Last round before the switch.
Or another parking
Reality has its
or
place,
another
but it's not
cancel
here.
tax or something like that in your letterbox. And that's before you go to work. Then you go to work your butt off for pennies, essentially. We go out, everyone's expecting us to be happy, hunky-dory and great. No wonder we don't smile in this country. No wonder we don't smile at people and greet people, because what is there to smile at? What is this quality of life like?
And another comment from you guys here. For those that don't know, in New Zealand, the average house price in the whole country is above $900,000. It's just out of reach for so many people now.
Americans want to move to Italy until they realize that in order to make $38,000 net income after taxes, they actually need to have an $88,000 salary. That's how high taxes are in Italy. The other day I made a viral video that said that 60% of Italians that declare that they have an income on the other side do not, because taxes are so high that people just risk going to jail through tax evasion than pay taxes. That's how bad it is. That's the crazy part. The average Italian is actually a broke person. Our average income is $1,500 a month for net income, okay? However, cost of labor is higher than the cost of labor in America. Average income in America is around $55,000. And of that, you're gonna get 45K net. And of that, the company probably will have a cost of your work of $60,000 because the only extra expense they have is probably FICA taxes and maybe health insurance.
No charges
But it's funny, Americans make way more money and the cost of the labor is very similar to what people actually make. Well, in Italy, we make way less money because the cost of labor is so high. For every $100 of extra salary you're giving to your person, it will cost you an extra $500 just in labor costs between taxes, contributions, and everything.
I lived in Italy for 4 years, and my Italian friends always complained about how much they worked and how little they were paid for all these taxes. Moving to Italy working with an American company making American salaries is probably the best way to go about it. Otherwise, it's very difficult. But how many of those jobs are really out there? Probably not too many. So maybe the grass isn't always greener, but it basically seems like most people are between a rock and a hard place. Like I said at the beginning of the video, hopefully at the end of 2026 we can look back and see if things have gotten better, but I don't know. It just does not look like we're heading in that direction. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back to the Edwards Report. Today we're diving into the world of car payments and prices. And I regret to inform you, again, that I found some of the most insane cases you'll probably ever see.
$96,000 for this 2024 Escalade. Man, that's a lot of money for a fancy Tahoe. Here's the Equinox EV, one of the first purchases on the lot. These things are literally $60,000 sometimes for an Equinox EV. It's insane, and the only way they can sell them is with huge discounts like $10, $15, $20,000 off on an Equinox. That's how bad they priced them. $49,000, $83,000 for this one. This is a used one, 2023 model. Man, that's a lot of money. And think about the average used interest rate, 12% on $83,000. Wow. An EV Silverado. Let's see. This thing is going to be big money, I imagine. A whole lot of money, and it'll never, ever sell. $97,000. Can you believe that for a 2024 Silverado EV? And how long will this last before you have to, you know, you got to get rid of it. You have to exchange the battery. Like, there's things you have to do. But obviously, most people probably won't keep it that long anyways. But still, we're going to check out this high country before we get out of here. This is a 2500 or 3500 single wheel. Let's see what we got here. This is a work truck until they put this price tag on it. Let's see, $91,000. Oh my G. It's a 2500. That is insane, man.
And they have lost their ever-loving mind if they think. I mean,
imagine losing $30,000 in just $2. Imagine losing $30,000 in just 2 years.
He has a 21 BMW X5, and you're flipped on it? Yeah. How much?
Well, Carfax Value said that her car was worth $1,130. Right after I plugged it into Carfax, I went and had my manager pull a payoff, and her payoff through Westlake is $13,100.
Okay, so today we're going to be taking a look at some good old-fashioned car depreciation. We have a ton of different examples of people losing their shirts when it comes to the value of their vehicles. And with the way things are headed, the prices, the payments, the insurance costs, it's just going to keep getting worse. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with someone who clearly couldn't afford the vehicle they wanted, but that didn't stop them from buying, and now they're severely underwater.
He has a 21 BMW X5, and you're flipped on it? Yeah. How much?
Be right back.
Well, let's see what it's worth. It's got the
Last player standing.
Why are you trying to get rid of it?
Spike down B.
That's you, pal.
How much are the payments?
$960 a month.
How long have you had this car?
Spike planted.
2 months.
Smoke. I had to.
Oh, you're married? How young are you? 25. Damn. Look at you, man. Was this her car?
Yeah, she got
Match
so
point.
We need to make sure this does not hurt your credit, in other words. How much do you own it? 2021 BMW X5 with 65,000 miles on it. I'm seeing MMR is around 35. Damn. Thing's brand new.
I don't know if I'd say it's brand new with 60,000 miles on a BMW, still owing almost $50,000, all for your wife or possibly ex-wife to be rolling around in a nice fancy white BMW to show off to everybody else. And you knew right off the bat you could not afford it. You've only made 2 payments. What am I really supposed to say? People are so hard-headed that you just can't talk them out of it, I guess. $960 a month for a car note is insane. I struggle to pay $315. Well, it's about to get a lot worse throughout the rest of this video. My 2022 Hyundai Ioniq 5 payments were $1,125. I guess I could have had a BMW
Spike down,
for
mid.
less. What kind
One
of deal
enemy
is that?
remaining.
This episode's going to be brutal.
I'm going to tell you the biggest thing going on in the car business right now. Can't speak for everybody, right? I just know about our dealership and our market, but I talk to about 300 customers a month, and so this is where all this is coming from. People are so upside down right now, and I'm not talking $2-3 grand upside down. I'm talking $10,000 to $15,000 upside down on the vehicle. And generally, you know, that happens. Like, if you've got bad credit, you've got a high
Sudden
interest
death.
rate, then you probably got warranties and gap, and you're not paying down the car near as fast as you should. But I'm talking about good credit. I mean, I've seen this month alone probably 6 or 7 people that have 800 credit and above that are $10,000 and $15,000 flipped on their vehicle. And the crazy thing about the situation is these are people that they are not going to miss a payment. They are not going to do anything that would jack their credit up. But they're in a spot right now like they have to keep the vehicle they have. And if you're in this business, you'll see this every month. But this month particularly, I feel like I have seen more than I've ever seen with people that are just barely
Let's kill this
in their cars that
competition.
they're driving.
And that clip goes extremely well with a comment from one of you guys. This was me a couple of years ago. I had a 15 credit score and a used car business cost me about 12% for 6 years when I brought up financing. They acted surprised when I wasn't interested. I guess that's not the majority of people's sentiment though. Even with good credit, you're still getting a bad deal. And if you bought during COVID with all of those markups, you're in an even worse situation. We could take a look at some of the comments from this clip. Had a customer trading in a 2024 Ineos Grenadier. Called around and it's worth $65,000 when he owes
One enemy remaining.
$91,000 and he had
Spike
great
down,
credit.
B.
I do think they look cool. It's similar to a Defender. It's not $91,000 owed cool. Been wondering how people could afford these $80,000 vehicles. Most can't, but so many don't realize that until it's too late.
I just turned 19 and I have a $17,000 car loan. I want out of this car loan so bad that it doesn't make any type of sense. But I kind of want to get a record hard face because if I was
Defenders win.
I'm like $12,000. I don't even know how to get out of stuff like this because majority of the time people tell you a large tree. I'm not bold enough for all that. Truthfully, I probably should listen when they was like, get a cash card, get a cash card. Probably should have done that because I just don't feel like it's worth the extra, like $400 a month. Really more than that because it's really like, it's costing me like $1,000 a month just to keep this car.
You got the car payments, you have to hire insurance, especially if you're a younger driver. And if you got something fancy, a luxury vehicle that isn't that reliable, the maintenance is going to be rough. And throughout almost every single comment section talking about this topic, it's constantly brought up. Just commit fraud, get gap insurance, and crash the car, total it on purpose. Seems like a very smart thing to put out online for the public to see, because God forbid that ever happened to you, these insurance companies watch you like a hawk. They could find these types of comments and you could get in trouble for it. I made a completely separate video just talking about how insane insurance is now. But yet again, go over to the comment section. You have gap insurance? Wait till it's snowing or raining hard and find a nice guardrail. Oh man, okay, let's just move on.
Yesterday, I had a customer who came in looking to trade out of her 2013 Hyundai Santa Fe. We take a seat at my desk and I check her and I ask her, why do you want to trade out of your car so bad? She told me that the car's creeping up on 145,000 miles. It's old. She just wants something new. The first thing that pops up in my head is she has a paid off trade-in, so this is going to be a deal. Bruh, I was so wrong. So now, regardless of the car, the age of the car, I ask every last one of my clients, do you still make payments on this vehicle? She told me yes, and that she makes her payments to Westlake Financial. At this point, all my hopes went right out the window. But nevertheless, I take her VIN number, plug it into my system, and this is what pops up. Carfax Value said that her car was worth $1,130. Right after I plugged it into Carfax, I went and had my manager pull a payoff, and her payoff through Westlake is $13,100. So nevertheless, she's about $12,000 upside down on a 12-year-old car. And on top of that, she had no money down.
12 grand underwater on a car that's worth $1,000. It can't get much worse than that situation. We could take a look at the comments. I had someone $18,000 upside down on a Nissan Pathfinder. Got her in a Bronco Outer Banks. And got her at $1,000 monthly payment. Not too bad in my book. So what is that? Easily 72, 84, possibly 96 months. You're paying $1,000. On top of it, a Bronco with a plethora of issues. This is how it keeps snowballing. People are in debt for the rest of their lives. It had to be 500%, especially with those subprime borrowers. It does get into the payday loan territory. It's bad. Another comment.
Yo, Blueface the fuck?
Here, it's good that there are videos like this showing the realities of car buying and the dangers of buying stuff you can't afford.
You said, yeah,
I've seen many comments that these videos do deter others from purchasing, getting into the same situation, just to have a nice shiny 2026 model. Unless you're genuinely very wealthy and could easily maintenance, insurance, everything that goes along with it, it just does not seem like a good deal. And speaking of not being a good deal, even this heavily depreciated Land Rover is a ticking time bomb.
This 2019 Range Rover L depreciated over $120,000 since it was brand new. This Range Rover was $150,000 plus. That's without taxes, fees, and everything brand new. You can now get it between $30,000 and $40,000. What's going on, guys? Yusuf here, Auto Cafe, and I want to show you some new vehicles that we got in our inventory. One of them is this 2019 Range Rover L, fully optioned with 99,000 miles. That is at a fraction of the cost of what it was.
Don't ignore the man.
Remember, depreciation happens so that you can appreciate them. They become more affordable.
Bro, I'm trying to Sage. Ignoring you, man.
Okay, so he just
Trying to rizz up, huh? Yo, Sage! This guy? He's been talking to 20 women per day. You know, watch yourself. Okay?
And then Young can't even count the 20. Don't let him fool you.
There are people lined up to purchase this because, oh, you're in a Range
because I'm not
Rover now.
American.
It looks super expensive and fancy. You must be wealthy.
It's because you're stupid, but okay.
Only 30 grand.
Same
However,
shit.
the entire brand is no
American stupid. Blah blah blah.
The amount of money you're going to have to pay for maintenance and repairs constantly is just not worth it. This is one of the few brands that I understand people leasing. Even though at the end of the day you're only renting a car, dealing with high mileage Land Rovers are awful. We could take a look at the comments. 99,000 miles in a Range Rover is equivalent to 900,000 miles.
Tutu's cookie? I'm not from
You would just have to do repair. It would barely be on the road. You'll pay double the price for maintenance. I like how you brushed over the 5.0 engine issues. Of course, he's trying to sell this car, so he's not going to tell you that this thing is awful. $30,000 value will drop to 15 once it leaves the lot. But speaking of dealerships, we have a comment from one of you guys. You definitely need to make a video about the fake fees that most dealerships use on their contracts.
You got it,
just
dog.
ripping people off. The main problem here is that customers are ignorant to the point that dealerships are able to make these illegal fees on 99%
Wait, you
of
say
their
you're from
contracts.
Minnesota?
Those absolute
No, I'm from
bogus
Nineveh.
markups or putting nitrogen in the tires, floor mats that are $1,000 or $2,000.
Oh, you speak the French.
And they have many more ways to include
One enemy remaining.
but some people are still willing to pay just for their vanity.
Put a plug on my mouth.
And then they wonder why they
Yeah, I
can
speak French.
absolutely rinse
Wait,
from
you
a
speak?
credit
No,
card
you didn't.
or sell it.
Car is worth like 15.
Comment ça va?
Yeah. Paid 24,000.
Yeah, the truth? Oh shit, I thought you
I
speak
can't
in
believe
Spanish.
you paid 24 for it. Car is a base of the base, but you
Spanish
bought
too,
it
man?
from a dealership, so
Oh,
they
shit,
gave it to you
that
without even detailing it.
I'm
Is
asking, do
this?
you speak Spanish too, bro?
Oh, no, no.
I know, but it doesn't
Sorry,
matter.
he's stupid.
Like, I can understand it a little bit because, like, it
But I don't go
resembles
based
French.
off of Facebook.
But,
I
like,
go based off of wholesale.
I get what you're putting.
See right now what
dog.
they go for on
Dog.
auctions.
It's fully loaded, literally 0.
78 on Reyna.
This guy got taken advantage of by a
Yo,
dealership
shield,
as
run,
well.
run, run!
He absolutely
Yes,
needs
I got
that 6 Series BMW.
Yo,
They
see,
probably
need
told
some
him
No, no, no,
to
no,
get
no.
some
We gotta
white
P to B.
interior.
P to B.
Pay $24,000.
Yeah, that is. I got you. I got
It's
you.
only worth 15, and he's trying to combat Facebook marketplace prices.
Oh,
This
hell
one's
no.
another really rough situation, but we can go over
She's
it.
like right there. Right there. Phoenix.
I've never
I seen the vision, King. I seen the vision.
Finally
Phoenix,
surpassed the
were you born
universe
yesterday?
on this car I have now.
Twerk?
I got the itch again. I got the itch, right? That itch to sell it, to get something new.
Okay,
'cause
Phoenix.
you want
We're
this,
kind of
you
stuck here
want
together.
it, I want
Okay,
this kind
let's
of
hold
crack
hands.
out,
Okay.
Or now I want
Come
to
here.
Switch guns, switch guns, switch guns.
deep breath.
Hide here
Okay? I've
and
had
like
it
keep
for a
it
year and a
charged.
half
Okay, yeah.
now, right? A little less.
You're
than
right
a
there.
year and a
Okay.
The tip is sticking out. Yo, pause.
Last player
half. Okay, I
standing.
gotta convince myself.
How did neither of you get a kill out of that?
You're not
What are you doing?
I'm guiding
You specifically, Leon, do better.
0-2.
work on it now. I fixed some problems I've had.
Yeah, and you
Now
need
I
to
can
do
actually start
better.
doing some things. I can tune it. I can put some bolt-ons on. I can actually add an exhaust because it's such a
Bro just told me I'm making him act up. Is that not the gayest thing you've ever heard in your lives?
I don't even know you, dog.
I've made it past the year.
Yo, who is this man?
So
Yo,
I
get your
put car
man.
guys
Two
into
croquis, man.
categories. You have
Well
the
done.
genuine car enthusiasts that most of the time end up buying an older
You be
vehicle
saying
that
yeah
they could fix
after every
whatever
sentence?
kind they want. Muscle,
He
sports
does.
car, something
Oh, yeah,
fun.
Canadian
It's already
thing?
taken
Nah,
that
that's like country
depreciation hit,
shit.
and they know the
It's like
possible problems
Alberta
that
and
they
shit.
have.
I don't
And
see
no
that.
matter what, it's still a
Wait,
vehicle, so
I have
you're
a
gonna
dead
lose
ass,
some money
a
in
good
gas.
question.
Don't be
Has
upset
anyone
about
told
that.
you, do
Then
you
we have
speak
the other side
Brazilian?
of the car guys that
It's
just
Portuguese,
want something
I know,
new
I'm not
and
Actually,
fancy
yeah,
all
yeah,
the
no,
time.
they
They
have
get
said
the
that.
itch every single
Dead
day.
ass.
They want this and they
Is it
want that.
Americans?
Just rolling negative equity every
Hey guys, I'm gonna kill myself, just so you know.
Whatever the way that people look at
I kind of
them.
find it funny. I always ask this question.
Give me my fucking gun back, Neon.
I'll never understand how people can keep cars for 10 plus years.
Wait, I got.
With the same car
Hold
was
on, I got
3
some white
years.
gum music.
And again, like
Hold
I
on.
said earlier in this video, if you
shit.
could genuinely afford
Which
it,
better
then go
play-
get one
what
every
the
year.
fuck?
Get it every month. I don't care. But
I got party in the
the
USA my years
people that
ago.
have this type of
got
mentality.
party in the
they
USA.
don't
Basic,
have the
dog,
funds to
basic.
do so. We have a
What?
couple of
Okay.
you guys to go through.
Yo, you definitely go to the gym. Hold on.
Those batteries
You guys
today.
know.
One
I got
enemy
you. I got
remaining.
you. Type shit.
TV, I guess.
That
Because
shit.
this trend
That
is
shit,
still
big
going
dog.
strong
You
on
definitely
TikTok.
bench like
They
4
said
plates,
that
right?
oil change
Yo,
is
Sage, by the way, this guy
fault in
benches
the
4
car.
plates.
That is a lot more common than I
Type
thought.
shit.
Any sort of minor
He
inconvenience,
deadlifts 7
some sort of
plates
repair or maintenance
and
that'll maybe
squats
cost a few $100
545.
or even a few thousand. I'm just going to trade it in for a brand
30
new,
seconds
on
left.
average, $50,000 vehicle. That's a good choice, right?
Oh, here in that corner.
Because you didn't
Wait, you bench
down,
press 2
B.
times? That's actually.
I had to.
Wait, how much?
You really can't make this kind of stuff up. But with the last clip, we saw the guy talking about modifying.
Five
his
plays,
car.
yo.
So you could add this one in as well.
This is an example
Wait,
of
Phoenix,
what
how
not
much
to do
you
with a car
bench?
ever. Got this 2015 Cruise, nice little racing stripe, right? Good old logo.
Yeah,
Lots
it's-
of
please.
vents for the
No-
non-existent
what?
vents in the hood. Good old carbon fiber everywhere, not for
Did
me.
you hear?
Blacked out door
No.
handles.
No, he's
Best
dead ass,
part,
right?
Beautiful wing on the
Said 5
back here.
plates.
I mean, bro.
That has to be kept.
And it's KG too, bro.
So this brother literally
I
filled
need
up
a
his Amazon
KG.
cart.
The
Go
fuck?
type in Chevy
Fuck you,
Cruise
KG.
mods. Bro, if you're watching
Yeah,
this,
no,
please
not
never touch a
pounds.
car
They're
again.
not doing pounds. They're
First, we
doing
can go
KG
over
over
to the
there.
comments.
It's the
section.
same
What
shit.
do you
20
think?
kilos, 20,
Yeah,
45
No, no,
pounds.
but like they did it different, you know.
Why he's only a Chevy
What that
Cruise.
means?
Like the weight of it is.
It's
you and me.
It's the same weight. One plate is the
I
same.
know, bro. Calm down.
Wait, am I actually? Wait, am I retarded? Am I missing? Did I miss an update?
Just have it paid off. People start doing mods on the
Alright,
base
lady
vehicle
man
a lot of
on
the
the
time.
case.
Insane choice to me. But another thing I've come across is cars that are putting legitimate mods, superchargers, turbos, whatever they want on their vehicles, and then when
So
they
you got
go
a
to
little
sell
puppet
it, they
with
want the
you.
value of the
Puppy with
features that they put in.
Yeah, he's my little puppy, but he's not good. He's not even house trained.
Very few people want the exact same mods.
Is it
on the
neon?
He
exact
pisses
same
everywhere.
car.
Yeah, it's the neon.
Brody, why is bro? I don't even know this guy.
Channels dedicated
This guy's
to going
lying.
through Facebook Marketplace, showing
I'm
all
12.
these
This
wild
guy's lying.
listings with these inflated prices that no
I'm working on
person-
training him, but it's a process.
Yo, if you don't pick up that ob neon,
Yo, Phoenix, drop this bike. Press 4 and G. 4G.
She was at
4G.
another dealer last night.
4G.
bam, 5G.
Tired shit. Now give me some LT. Drop this bike.
30 seconds left.
Click forward.
What the fuck, you?
I said, hey, let's
Flex
Yeah,
your
you
forearm
got this
muscle,
guy.
dog.
I said, tell me what they gave
Okay,
you.
listen.
Tell me what your
Take.
payoff is. and tell
Wait,
me
in the
what
mid,
your
mid.
Last player standing.
Nice, good bait, good bait.
You have
Good shit, good shit, good shit.
Now this
It was end of the half, so you don't even get to keep the op, stupid.
switching sides.
Where's the other? What the fuck? Oh, every fight is a lesson.
So she's got
Moron.
USAA approval. I got her on the phone right now.
Yeah, I want to do
It's the education system over there, I'm telling you.
4 months.
education system.
Getting
Are you
tired.
American?
No
She
man.
wants to be around $1,200.
I'm very American, can't you tell?
American country, definitely.
Around
Texas.
$200 a month for 84.
How do you say Texas in
Do you
German?
do you know any other states in Texas other than Texas? Come on, be honest with me.
Toyota dealership.
We got
There's
South
some-
Dakota, North Dakota, New
The
York.
ability to roll over negative equity needs to be
We
done
got-
away with. You make a
I almost
financial
said
mistake,
Alberta.
and live with it until it's
Alberta.
paid down or
Oh,
paid
great,
off.
guys, he's fucking
I
stupid.
almost said Alberta. Wait,
Way less
thinking
sales
like
than there are
North
with it.
America.
They'll just let people sink
Like
deeper and
north of
deeper into
US.
debt.
Here.
And high
highest depreciating vehicles based on their average.
Yo,
Yeah,
no,
Ali,
get on the wall.
yeah. Actually, got LA. Got New Mexico.
LA is not a state, just so you know.
I know. I just fuck with LA. That white girl dream. Yo, tree. Hey.
Player standing.
At 63.7%. The Nissan Leaf.
Oh, it's not a state, dog.
Yo, report XOXO Gossip Girl for being racist.
Bro's literally my duo, but it's fine.
I don't even know this guy. Never talked to this guy.
I've been rage baiting him by insta-locking the neon.
Number 4, we've got the Infiniti QX80 with an average 5.
You have neon because I let you have neon, stupid.
No, I got neon because I need to fucking carry your ass.
65.2%. In second, the
No,
BMW
sorry, no.
7 Series at 67.1%.
My duo needs, I'm about to put it back in his cage, don't even worry, guys.
Highest average 5-year depreciation at 72.2%. Is the Jaguar I-Pace.
Him, this guy.
Every vehicle on that list
That
was
ass
listed as luxury. Weird coincidence, right? I
Yo,
really don't know what
watch
Jaguar
out.
is doing in another whole right.
Wait, my health is at 6.
Hey, behind you.
This guy bitches 5 plays, but he's a retard.
But even the first vehicle he told
All that fucking traits, he went straight to his brain.
We also have a comment that goes along
Oh my god, you're
with
going
that
in.
Escalade. Just one to
Spike
point out
down
that at
A.
the top of the egregious financing,
Oh my god, you have a mic. Wait, driving show.
15 miles per gallon.
Oh, that's you.
Yo, Phoenix.
Thank you, Sage.
Because in a much
Yeah, that's
earlier
you.
video we saw
Yo, Phoenix.
Probably gonna flank. Same team though on both sides left alive, which is kind of fun. I'm gonna kill myself though. Sorry guys. No, now it's same again.
Yo, Phoenix, I need to interview. Do you really bench?
Actually going to pay
Oh,
just
am
to drive
I
around
mudded?
in it. Gas is not free, and we have a pretty
I hate the
crazy
fake
example of
French.
that right here.
You really bench 5 plates?
cost this customer to own this Ram TRX the last 4 years.
I just said it before, bro. How do you not?
TRX takes premium fuel over the last 81,000 miles.
I'm flabbergasted. I need to make sure.
10 miles per gallon, which is absolutely atrocious. That is $7,000 a year in fuel. Over the 4 years this customer has owned this TRX, he has spent $27,705 filling up at the pump. The window sticker on this Ram TRX is $88,000.
Yo, Sage, wall me up there. Wall me up there.
Over the course of 4 years, it cost
Why did we all go A?
$605.
It's
I guess it
called
works. Dumb.
it's called IQ code.
In car insurance. In total, the last 4 years between depreciation, fuel, and insurance, zero maintenance costs. It cost this customer $61,710 to just drive this TRX on a day-to-day basis.
What the fuck closed door?
I feel like his insurance
I did.
is pretty
Stupid.
low compared to most people, so it'd probably be even more expensive, along with it
Spike
being
planted.
a Stellantis vehicle.
Yeah,
He
close
didn't
fucking
talk
door
about
when the
any of
road's
the
changing.
maintenance, the inevitable repairs that would come up,
And I'll do it
that
again
cost
too,
a
moron.
penny as well. These are just all the extra costs.
Hey,
that people
stop
don't
fighting
realize.
yourself.
They just see the monthly payment. And
No.
look, I get to have a Mercedes.
Are you shooting a fuck?
And then they get
Oh my!
absolutely
I need to
destroyed
clip
by
this.
everything else.
A 2024
Ambassadors.
their business stuff. She absolutely hates riding around with it.
Last player standing.
What the fuck?
Yes.
What does he want?
I'm gonna miss you, Mr. Yo, give me your Insta. I want to see the 5 plates. Like that. I'm actually interested.
Do you think it needs tires?
Nice try. Good game, guys.
Come with, like,
Have a nice night.
There's 668 of them in the country for sale, and the median price is 75 grand.
So when I literally just put the car into AccuTrade with nothing else, but I mean he's gonna be upside down regardless. He's gonna pay off with 94.
So we're about 29 grand upside down. These trucks are difficult because they're nice, no doubt, but there are a lot of them. Like there are just so many of them out there. It's very difficult to stand out in the crowd of, 680 trucks like this one.
Yeah.
You're selling them up against new ones that get heavily discounted. I think 65, 450 is high as I'd want to be, especially because it's red. Like, don't get me wrong, I like red cars, but they have a much smaller audience.
So you're talking almost 30,000 upside down on a diesel truck that most people would say do keep their values a bit better because it is very utilitarian. You could use it as an actual work truck, but they are getting so ridiculously expensive now that he still owed almost $100,000 on it. It's legitimately not a vehicle for the normal middle class anymore.
Check out how absolutely horrible the depreciation has been on the Bentley Bentayga. Here we have a 2022 Bentley Bentayga for sale with only 22,000 miles for $115,000. And this exact Bentayga had an original MSRP of $256,000 in 2022. So if you bought this car brand new back in 2022, you would have lost yourself over $140,000 in less than 3 years. Now, since this car is depreciated so much, does it make it a safe purchase here? I wouldn't call this a fully safe purchase here. This isn't the type of car that ever fully bottoms out. It just continues to depreciate, but as time goes on, the depreciation rate really slows. You can drive this car for a couple years and you're not gonna lose much money. I do think this is a lot of car for 115 grand, and it's a pretty perfect daily.
Match found.
Again, something that is almost never talked about as well is the maintenance. Bentleys are not known for their reliability, and you think fixing up a Mercedes is going to cost a lot? This is in the Rolls-Royce territory. Oh man, that bill is going to be awful. So possibly the depreciation might not be the worst if you just drive it around for a few years, but that does not mean you're not going to lose a ton more money just keeping this on the road. Now up next, we do technically have another vehicle and a pretty extreme example of some crazy depreciation.
This has got to be the biggest depreciation hit that I've seen all year. Now, I don't know a lot about RVs, but even I know this is nice, and it should be. The original owner paid $814,000 for this in 2022. But before you call this guy a dum-dum for what he lost, let me tell you what he had actually bought in the first place. This isn't just any RV. This is basically a luxury penthouse on wheels. 4 slide-outs, king bed with en-suite bath, full kitchen with wine fridge, fireplace, heated floors, washer-dryer, 3 AC units, and a friggin' 360-degree camera system. But here's the brutal reality about luxury RVs. Obviously, they're not investments, they're experiences. The first owner paid a premium for 3 years of memories in what's basically a rolling mansion. Was it worth it? That's between him and his accountant. But I'll tell you this, those experiences cost him $21 a mile, and he drove this coach 22,000 miles. That's right. This just sold on Bring a Trailer for $350,000, a whopping $464,000 depreciation discount. The new owner, he's got to be happy about his purchase, even if he bought it to live in it.
I don't know, I agree with the comment here. Just buy a nice house for that. Another one here, I beg to differ. There are people who bought the Ferrari SF90 for $900,000 and now they're worth under $500,000.
Like,
I do remember seeing a
lions
couple examples of that a long time ago, but
dragons.
still going from
Tried once.
$816 down to $350. I understand that most likely whoever purchased this originally does legitimately have that kind of money, but still, seeing $450,000 evaporate, I don't know if I would be able to handle it. Probably not. Now, even though we've talked about heavy depreciation throughout this entire video, we do have an example here that there are still some vehicles, if you decide to buy, will have very minimal losses even if you do daily drive it.
I want to show you how good 4Runners hold their value. So this is a 2022 4Runner with 63,000 miles. It's going for $40,000. The sticker for this brand new 3 years ago was $44,000.
Now this goes for both the 4Runners and Tacomas, the previous generation, not the brand new. But to be honest, they just straight up work. The engines are super reliable, they last hundreds of thousands of miles. They do have some tech, but nothing super crazy, so that can't break. And people love these vehicles and keep them alive. I bought an SR5 new in 2017, totaled it with 126,000 miles in 2022, and insurance gave me $2,000 less than what I paid for it. Now we could go over to the next clip that's the complete
One
opposite
enemy
of what we
remaining.
just saw.
Imagine losing $30,000 in just 2 years. This is a 2023 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Let me tell you, the inside of this car is not bad. The outside of the car looks pretty good. But when you buy one of these, you can lose so much money. Like I said, this one's lost over $30,000 in value in 2 years. The MSRP on this back in 2023 was $50,000, almost $51,000. Today, currently, this thing is worth $21,000. And then they got to reinvent stuff like the door handle. You have to have this push button now to open the door. And there's no physical way to get into this car besides that push button from the outside. So when the battery dies, you have to go over to the front bumper. You got to push this panel in, pull this out, and then take these 2 cables right here. These are the cables that you use. You jump this with a jump box, which I don't know where you would have, because it'd probably be in the car that's locked in the car. Opens the front, then you jump the battery,
Spike the battery, down A.
Then you can open the door again. Awesome design.
Lease. Fully leasing would be more violent after the first owner took the depreciation hit. I agree with that as well. We recently went over people regretting buying EVs, and to be honest, looking at the used market, if you have a home charger, the deals aren't that bad if you want an electric vehicle. I still would not purchase something like the Mustang Mach-E. I don't like the way it looks. Coming from a manufacturer who doesn't make EVs normally as well, and then to add on top of it, the ridiculous design. If you couldn't have a door handle, it has to be some sort of odd button on the window, just making modern car design worse
Even
and
with
worse.
numbers, anything can still happen.
24
Remember
Dodge Hornet RT with the all-wheel drive. There's just a ton of negative equity. So I don't know if I'm in a position to lease to get rid of that negative equity or take rebates or whatever is out there.
Did you lease it or did you buy it?
I bought it.
Leasing would have been the best way to go for those cars. When you buy it, you just encounter so much negative equity. Do you know what your current payoff is?
42 grand.
So the problem with these cars is that the leases on them were like dirt cheap. They're like $300 a month. So the values on them have tanked. So at the present moment, this car is probably worth like 20 grand. And how much are you paying per month?
$895.
And I'm assuming you have, what, 5 years left?
Yeah.
Your negative equity alone is already broaching your monthly. Unless there was a need that's just so urgent outside of any financial situation. It wouldn't make sense for you to do so because you'll be driving, in my opinion, a lesser vehicle. For example, if I leased you a Nissan Sentra with the ultimate base model Sentra, you're probably going to pay about the same thing that you're paying now.
You know it's bad when a car salesman tells you to just keep the vehicle. You are that underwater in this Dodge Hornet. Almost $900 a month for this thing. Nobody wanted them in the first place. I just truly don't understand these situations. $895 for the Dodge Hornet is insane. For $190, no down payment. I don't like the way they look along with the reliability issues, but if you absolutely had to lease something just to get from point A to point B, $190 a month isn't that bad, especially compared to $900 if you own it. But we'll finish off this video with another very extreme example
30
of an
seconds
entire
left.
car company going underwater.
Last player standing.
These vehicles, it basically has no value now.
We have a client who's trying to trade in his 2023 Fisker Ocean 1. It's a launch edition, so it's the most loaded version that you can get. Now, he paid close to about $70,000 for the car brand new. He currently owes about $30,000 on the car, and
10 seconds
the car's
left.
not even worth that. MMR on a 23 with about 12,000 miles is worth about 12,000 roughly. He's a bit upside down. He's open to anything that can get him unburied into this vehicle.
Okay, so
Last
this clip
round
goes on
before
a
the
lot
switch.
longer, but a little bit more context in the comment section. From a Fisker to an Alfa Romeo, the man is not making sound financial decisions. From a Fisker to an Alfa Romeo, out of the frying pan and into the fire. I know I say the same things over and over again, but Alfa Romeo, another Stellantis vehicle, just not the best choice to make. But hopefully these types of videos help anybody out there if they don't have the car knowledge, and you could dodge a bullet and not get into 5 figures worth of negative equity. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
So help me figure out why I can't get this house sold.
Seven of us Florida. This house is nice to sell. Yeah, well, it's been on the market for 2 months. So how about you take that off your list?
Okay, so today we're going to be taking a look at the
Spike
housing
down
market,
A.
but specifically the case of people's homes that are not selling right now. There are many reasons for this, as we are going to see, but it all comes down to affordability at the end of the day. The prices of pretty much everything just keep going up while wages don't do the same. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys.
One
in
enemy
previous
remaining.
videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with this clip of somebody documenting every single day they can't sell their house.
Reloaded. Day 107 of us trying to sell our home here in Florida. It is not selling. I know everyone keeps telling me in the comments that it is priced. I'm telling you guys it is not priced. We've dropped our price 3 times now. We are lower
Switching
than everything
sides.
else on the market.
This place is
If you guys have
nice,
any
but not nice
suggestions
enough to
what else
die in.
try,
Let's
I
win
mean,
and get out of here.
It's a bigger house, so maybe there's just not families our size that have this. But we're a family of 6, so it's a big house. Yeah, I don't know, maybe there's not people our size, maybe there's people sort of in our price bracket who are trying to move to our area. We're gonna try to get like a professional photographer to come in and kind of stage the house, get the drone, get the 3D imaging, all that stuff, to see if presentation will just get more eyeballs, and then more eyeballs will be more showings will hopefully eventually equal a sale. But
What's up, Raven
man,
Shield?
if you guys have any recommendations, put them down in the comments, man. I'm all ears.
Okay, so before I say anything
Wait,
about
what'd
it,
you
you
say?
go over to the comment section. It's because you didn't price it right
Yeah,
from
that's
the
what I meant.
initial listing. Your price reductions are a red flag to buyers. You need to unlist it for a while and then price it where it needs to be. I do think that could be a contributing problem, but I do think that there are a host of other issues. First, it being in Florida. It seems like almost every single year they get wiped off the face of the earth with some crazy hurricane, so much so that insuring your house is near impossible or ridiculously expensive. The second thing, with him talking about not being the price, he's lower than everybody else in the neighborhood. That does not matter. You could still be overpriced in the eyes of the buyer. Possibly all of your neighbors could be wildly above the mark. So you just listing it lower than everybody in your community, I don't think is good enough either. And he added in that it was
Spike down A.
a 6-family household, so most likely the house is still pretty expensive and just out of the budget for most normal people today. But there is a little add-on with another clip from him we could play real quick.
That Rena's name is Reno Beads.
One enemy remaining.
A lot of other people come to this if you want to live in Florida, which also isn't the case. I mean, we're technically the fastest growing state in America. Now, you might disagree with things that Florida does.
Match point.
Good
job,
Okay, so then we can go over to the comments real quick. It's the price. It's always the price. Your house is worth what someone's willing to pay. There's far more supply than demand right now, so in order to sell, you must continue to drop the price until you find the point at which the supply curve intersects with the demand curve. And maybe that is true. Florida is the fastest growing state, even though I've seen
This is a
quite a bit of
robbery.
people talking about the exact opposite
You
on
can't
social
rob
media, saying that they need to
people.
get
You
out of
can't
there
catch
because of all the storms.
Wait, I want to rob
I
her.
didn't successfully.
But
No.
Put your hands up.
growing very
My
quickly.
robbery.
That still doesn't mean it's going to be in selling the home.
If you're a home seller in Florida, I feel so bad for you. Data was just released that showed
Wait,
the
drop the other
top
one.
buyer markets in the U.S. and topping
Wait,
the
come
list
over
was
a little bit
Miami,
closer over here.
In fact, 6 out of the
That's
top
robbery.
10 cities are in Florida. When they say a top buyer's market, what they really mean
How are
is
you
there's
enjoying
no demand
Valorant?
to buy houses there, and there's way too many people.
Good,
trying to
good,
sell.
good.
So
All
if
right.
you're one of the few people trying to buy, you have all the leverage.
Spike
Now, the
down.
one thing
Watch
that
out,
is
Flink.
it seems like Florida may not be the American paradise it once was.
So it sounds like the guy from the previous clip is in a pretty rough position. They're in a very different landscape compared to 2020 when everybody was moving during COVID. The prices of homes were skyrocketing.
Enemy
I guess there are
spotted A.
still many people moving there currently, but the supply of houses heavily outweighs.
Reloading.
So this is day 101 of our house being on the market. It's been frustrating to say the least. During the first month, we did get an offer, but it was over
Plant the
100 grand
spike.
below our asking price, and
You got
we
spike.
kind of scoffed at it and turned them down, thinking we would wait because it was only the first month. So now here we are, day 100.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Since then. So we're kind of second guessing ourselves.
Chat, you got the spike.
Because we have already spiked most of our home. So that we can
You got the little bomb you gotta plant. GG.
But feels like it's a little bit too late since school just started. So yeah, trying to figure out what to do. Any advice? Thanks.
So them eventually regretting the offer that was $100,000 less than what they wanted kind of tells you all you need to know. How overpriced is this listing? I bet they put it on the market thinking that they were going to get top dollar like everybody else a few years ago. Many people's home value doubled if you bought in 2018 or 2019 compared to 2022 or 2023. And that's just not really the case anymore. We can take a look at some of the comments. Whatever you owe in the house doesn't determine the value to buyers. It sounds like you're overpriced. There you go. Even if you owe $500,000, it could still only be worth $400,000. The market is changing. What do people do in such situations? Either they take the loss or they stay in the house and don't move. When you price your house too high, people move on to other houses. Thank you. We dropped the price to a little under what we purchased it for. So with that information, it kind of sounds like they bought at the peak of the market a few years ago. And with all those people talking about how much equity they gained in just a few years pre to post COVID, many people get that in their head that that's just the norm when you purchase a house in general. It'll just keep rising up in value very consistently, and that's not happening in a lot of markets anymore. We have a comment from you guys. We're not in a housing shortage crisis. We are in
That's
an
what I got
affordability
Twitter
and
for.
seller
Instagram
delusion
on
crisis.
bagging
And
hoes.
honestly, I have to agree with that.
This house is priced to sell. Yeah, well, it's been on the market for 2 months, so how about you take that off your listing? If you're unaware, real estate agents have access to something called a private remarks section on all listings. And sometimes listing agents like to put in, this house is priced aggressively to sell within the first weekend, bring offers. And then the home sits on the market for 30, 60, 90 days, and they forget to remove that from the listing. I have now shown 3 properties in the span of 2 days that had this in their private remarks section. Lo and behold, the house has been on the market for 2 months, and they previously tried to sell it 90 days ago for an even higher price. And people are just not understanding that we are in a market that has changed. Sure, some homes priced aggressively and are in perfect condition in some desirable areas are still selling fairly quickly, but for the most part, homes are sitting for 30, 60, 90, sometimes even 120 days and having multiple price reductions.
It's priced to sit. This will go quickly, listed for 335 days. There's a listing around the corner from me has been sitting on the market for 130 days. Quote, this house will sell itself. Maybe you should give it a shot then, bud, because the house is slacking. But this comment from you guys is very relatable to anybody who goes on Realtor, Zillow, any of those types of sites. As a buyer, when you see the same house that you want sold in 2019 for 130,000,
pretty good,
and now
man.
they want 260, you almost want to laugh. That is extremely
What about yours?
common now. But we can move on to this clip with somebody not knowing why this house isn't selling.
That's good.
So help me figure out why I can't get this house sold. It's been shown many times.
That was pretty ass.
And just no.
That was pretty ass. How so?
Give you a quick look.
Hitting legs sucks dick.
What?
Hitting legs sucks dick. That's why.
Sod in the front.
Oh, is it like there or something?
We've got a double car garage.
What?
We've got sprinkler systems. This is a 1479 square foot house with 3 bedrooms, 2.5
Spike
baths.
planted.
Open concept floor plan. So you walk in and we've got the living space. Here we got a coat closet.
Enemy
right
spotted.
here,
8.
half bath.
One enemy remaining.
Do a lot of things in the house, but right off the bat, you don't know why it's selling because it looks like every other house in the entire neighborhood. On top of that, all being new construction. Quality possible. Another one I personally just don't like to hear anymore is the open floor concept. It's way more common with the newer builds because it's much easier to just make one big room. It's your living room, your dining room. The kitchen's right there too, and it's next to the
bro, I didn't get like a fat fucking arm
all
pump, so I feel tiny.
It just screams to me that these contractors build
You get that workout fatigue?
putting barely any effort in, and
No, I don't
moving on
actually
to the
work
next
out
house,
for
and
fatigue,
I would
bruh.
have to be
I
the
work
one
out for
dealing with all the
hypertrophy.
consequences when everything starts to break. But we could go over to
Oh.
some of the comments. 479 square feet, 2-story.
That's valid, bro.
I personally don't think
Except
that's that
I get
bad.
no
It's a
fucking
decent
bitches,
sized
bro.
house, but the
And
next
it's
comment,
girl.
that's landscaping, and it's just kind of dead grass.
You low-key sound like my friend Ezekiel, bro.
It's all about the Benjamins. The price is
What
too
sequel?
high, that's why. And I actually found
Ezekiel.
who responded to this video as well.
Ezekiel, like from the Bible?
Yeah.
What'd that do? Give me a story.
He literally says the same thing.
That he gets no bitches?
Nope.
What do you say? He hates leg day?
Spike planted.
No, he gets no bitches at all. He works out, but still gets no bitches though.
That screams
People work out back
HOA
then?
to me, and I will never buy a house that belongs to an HOA because HOAs. That house could be $10 and I still wouldn't buy it because HOAs.
And that goes very well with the comments from you guys. If I see an HOA,
One enemy remaining.
so long as the issue
Last player standing.
everybody else in your community makes it a little bit clearer. And with new construction just not having the craftsmanship or quality there, you're probably going to have to pay a solid amount in HOA fees. You're not really allowed to do much to your house because of those organizations. I mean, I've made an entire dedicated video showing all the horror stories of HOAs, but we could go to the other side of the fence on that argument. That would be another factor in why your house is not selling.
But every time someone comes
What
to your
the-
house, they look over the fence
No one
and they're
can
like,
beat
why
out
are
better
there
than
35
eat
cats
that shit,
over
there's no
here?
way.
And they don't like cats. This is a hard thing as a home seller. My name's Liz, and I'm your real estate
It wouldn't
agent.
hurt to do a few pubs before and after a game.
Bro, I don't like being geek, bro.
Whether you like it or not.
Makes you feel funny and fuzzy.
That makes you start thinking, man. Greatest asset's your brain, my friend.
I don't want to look at that every day. So, that's how year ago paid a landscaper a lot of money to clean up the next door neighbor's yard because it would have definitely affected the sale of the house. We ended up with a drug house across the street. It definitely affected the price and time on the market. So I personally don't like HOAs because I don't want to be restricted in a house that I'm already paying way too much money for. However, you do have that freedom to do whatever you want with your property. Some of your neighbors could take it too far and hurt the value of your home. But we'll just go back to a clip of wondering why these homes aren't selling right now.
We were wondering why this house didn't sell. I mean, you got a really nice master bathroom in here and walk-in closet and, you know, great tile work, right? Nice,
Yeah.
There's that.
Last player standing.
Yeah, bro, that's cool too, man. I'm live too.
This is a new build, by the way.
Last round in the half.
Super easy fix. You just have to move all the plumbing, redo the tile work, and the drywall. Piece of cake. There were some people in the comments like this as well. Am I the only one who thinks this is genius? How? I have no idea why that would be the case. It's not like it's a nuisance to turn it on when the knob is legitimately right next to you in the shower. And at least with my own experience, I take very long showers, so eventually the water...
You like that one or this one better?
This is pretty tough. Warmer until I only have cold water left. It would just be...
Yo, Brandon, how old are you, bro?
15.
You're 15? Holy shit.
What?
Dude, you work out though, right?
Of course, of course.
Where, bro? What's your body weight at?
I'm not interested.
Body weight? I mostly do it at school.
You're what?
They don't really do anything. It's some sort of school.
Someone's in
How much do you
My old friend.
like I never
Spike planted.
Either real estate agents or the sellers want absolute
One enemy remaining.
The majority of clips and people who watch these videos are
Last player standing.
aren't happening all
And the house market has just been...
What were you saying?
I said, how tall are you?
If I put it on, I was getting...
Like 5'7".
So you about to be like printing the muscle, bro.
City needs me.
Hopefully.
You lean? Oh, hopefully. How long you been in the gym?
For about 2 years.
2 years, bro? What you mean, hopefully print? Bro, you should be fucking... Let me guess, diet not locked?
Nah, not really.
Yeah, bro. Okay, be honest, bro. What's your like body fat at? Like,
But how much I weigh?
yeah.
Like
140.
Okay, not bad. Are you lean right now? Like, we seeing a muscle or no?
Similar issues as well.
Yeah.
Okay, bro, that's good.
Streets in London doing interviews with normal everyday people walking around.
5'7", bro.
Tons of them say their biggest
Abs,
regret
bro.
is not buying.
I hit abs today, bro. Leg day plus abs.
No peeking. They're
Scanning ahead.
Peak performance.
There they are.
What's the fire squad? Hey, you're doing cardio, right?
Last player standing.
Do cardio, right now?
Yeah.
Okay, bro. You're locked, bro. Hell.
I do JROTC. So.
Okay. You got the academics locked in too?
Of course, we gotta do that to stay in JROTC.
Hell yeah, bro. What you gonna do in college, man?
I'll be doing fixing valves, so kind of like welding.
Oh, you wanna do like trades? That's fire, bro.
I'll
leave for like a few months and come back to my house.
That's dope, bro.
But it really doesn't matter what type of house you're looking at. The super luxury stuff, or very expensive housing if you're talking about Miami or LA, New York City area, or just the regular suburbs for middle class people with the average $430,000 house. Almost everything just seems wildly overpriced. Not that it's enough to qualify for a home loan over
Last player standing. Spike down A.
I hope that to be the case. We've kind of been hearing that for what, 3 years now? And it's really only gotten worse since then.
I don't care what you bought your house for. I don't care how much money you put into it. I don't care what upgrades you put into it and the amount of money that went into those. And I don't care how much you need to sell your house for in order to be able to afford your next home. Your home is
one enemy remaining.
That's it. And I'm not saying upgrades don't matter. Because we talk about what everything all the time. What I'm saying mean, if
I
you
got
bought your
fluff
home
inside.
for 3 years ago, 50K into it, your home is not automatically worth 750,000 because that's what you bought it for and that's what you put into it. It's worth what the buyers are willing to pay for in the current market. So look at the market,
30 seconds
analyze
left.
the data, and you determine what is the best price for what buyers are currently paying for a home just like yours in the area.
Defenders win.
Renovations to your entire home, making it gorgeous. High quality materials, vary in fashion trends. But if there's nobody out there who's willing to pay the price that you listed, your house isn't worth that. And people are just so tired of that now when they go through home listings.
Yeah, inflation is crazy. But you want to know what else is? The most delusional people on earth right now are currently trying to sell their homes on Zillow in 2025. Their houses have been on the market for 3, 4, 5, 6 months. They continuously take it off and they put it back on. Wondering why no one's buying it? Well, let me tell you why. They're trying to sell the house for 3 times as much as they got it. They've made 0 updates. They painted the ugliest accent wall you've ever seen in your entire life. But somehow, some way, it still makes the house look even more dingier. There's no parking in the area. The area is the same and it's not even developed. And on top of all of that, wondering why no one's buying it? Well, let me tell you why. They're trying to sell the house for 3 times as much as they got it. They've made 0 updates. They painted the ugliest accent wall you've ever seen in your entire life. But somehow, some way, it still makes the house look even more dingier. There's no parking in the area. The area is the same and it's not even developed. And on top of all of that, they're in these realtors' comment sections wondering why their listing isn't being sold.
These types of clips really never end. I mean, we have another clip that's up on screen of a woman taking a look at a Zillow listing of an overall pretty small house in Franklin, Tennessee that's listed up for $800,000. Now, looking up that town, it seems to be a very wealthy area in the suburbs of Nashville, but still, commanding that type of price for what you're getting is just absolutely ridiculous. I've told you several times where I used to live in New Jersey, almost everything is like that, whether you're in a super nice rich people suburb or some pretty rough areas, and there are a lot of them in New Jersey. It is so wildly expensive that I decided to uproot my life and live in North Carolina because I didn't think any of those houses were worth it in the entire state. Now we could switch gears a little bit with a comment from you guys and a clip that goes along with it, because this is definitely a different reason why homes aren't selling anymore. BlackRock has been on a buying spree of new construction in Arlington, Virginia. $1 million homes being scooped up, then immediately rented back out at ridiculous prices of sometimes $10,000 a month in rent. They have plenty of shell companies to hide the game that they're trying to play, but at the end, you know who the rent check is really going to. And we have an example right here of somebody refusing to play that kind of game.
We just had a report come in where this couple gave their realtor specific instructions to only sell the house to a real person and not an investor, LLC, or corporation. They're in a fast-moving market, and even within a couple days, their realtor actually told them that, hey, we've got a couple investor cash offers, and they stuck to their guns and they denied them.
So, I mean, if you are in a position on holding out on selling your house, refusing to sell to one of these companies that motto is you'll own nothing and be happy is a pretty good decision in my book, but there are so many people that want to have a rental empire. All of these homes are just assets to be flipped and make more money. Then in turn, you could own even more properties and rent them out, and the cycle just continues on and on.
If anybody out there is wondering why the housing market is still messed up, you see all these blue signs? There's a whole brand new block of houses. Every single one of them is owned by the same company, and they're all for f***ing rent.
Now, I'm not sure what the pricing range was for any of those houses in that clip, but we go straight over to the next one with apparently $1 million houses. I wonder why they're not all occupied.
One of my houses is right there on the end. I've had that for over a year, about a year and a half. All of these houses, brand new builds, available, all 10 of them, for sale, just sitting here, year and a half. 10, like, these are $1 million homes. Maybe that's a problem. 10, just chilling.
Obviously, I know that the value of homes have gone up drastically over the past few years, but that does not look like $1 million each to me. They look like 55 plus community homes. They aren't that big, most of them are ranches. But yeah, you keep holding out to that 7-figure mark on those new builds, I bet somebody's gonna come by and scoop it up any day. Those aren't $1 million homes, 250 to 300K max, all grossly overpriced. $1 million homes, I see the problems. That was basically all of the comments. And we could go right over to the next one that seems like a picture-perfect example of somebody who bought one of these guru courses to start your rental empire. They purchased this property to flip, got over their heads, and are now hemorrhaging money.
I'm getting absolutely screwed with this house. Okay, so we have been under contract 2 times to sell the property, and it has fallen out of contract both times. We're having to hold it forever, and we're not even going to make that much profit, and I have a ton of money tied up in it. So we expected, around $90,000, including our own money and a little bit of profit, come back to us, for operating expenses and things of that nature. We're supposed to close in 1 week. We're on the mixture of it being like the 5th month of owning the property. Can't get it sold, trying to sell it. We have, like I said, probably like maybe like $75,000 of our own money tied up in it, and then we're gonna make hopefully at least 15 grand in profit, which sucks. But I just want to get my money back so we can go back to operating our company, and we're getting kicked in the nuts day after day.
That road noise is insane. I would go crazy living there. That was almost comically loud. That's a poor buy. What were you thinking? I could almost bet that he thought it was a steal looking at it on Zillow. He just has to do the modern day flip with the fake wood floors, paint all the walls white, and boom, he's gonna get 5 figures back. Completely ignoring the fact that the roads are deafening and would turn a majority of potential buyers away, and now he's stuck with it. Let me guess why. It's louder than the 405. Damn, is that the highway? The noise is out of control. Too much noise, stage the house and get background music. I don't think background music's going to drown out those cars though, but we could keep on going with these types of companies.
If the property doesn't sell, our next step would be to reduce it, probably every 2 weeks until it sells, or you get down to the bottom number. The bottom number is where we consider as our break-even number that we did not make any money on, and it's pretty rare that we ever get to that number. But in most cases, if I get to that bottom number, which is how much I paid as well as how much I have in the property, and this has happened a couple times in my history of 30 plus years. Let's just say I spent $300,000 total all in on it. When I get that sale price and it doesn't sell, we're going to refinance it and put it on the rental program. We're going to put it on the rental program for at least a year or 2, and when it becomes vacant again, we will go in and touch up paint, etc., and we'll try to sell it again when the market improves.
So if these homes aren't selling for the price these companies want, they're just going to rent them out, adding into the problem of how difficult it is to own anything nowadays. A comment from one of you guys here: people used to buy or build their homes to live in until they died, and maybe even pass it on to their family to make their lives easier. Now they think it's a get-rich-quick scheme. I couldn't have really said it better myself, but let's go back to these overpriced new build homes.
The house behind me right here is another example of one of these overpriced new homes that they're putting up all around us. It's listed for $640,000, which compared to some of the other houses they're putting in around town is actually pretty cheap. So let's break it down really quick and see how much money you'd have to make in a year if you wanted to live in this house. So assuming that you only have $500 a month in debts, you have about 10% down, and you have today's interest rates of around 7%, you would need to make $200,000 a year in order to afford to live in this house. The location over here is not good. We're like 5 miles from downtown, maybe 7 miles from the river, and they have nothing but desert to expand into and build hundreds, maybe even thousands of more homes. You gotta make $200K a year, which is pretty much non-existent here, to have a house that's so close to your neighbor you could touch if you stand in between. A lot of you say, oh, don't buy a new house, buy an old one. Well, guess what? Old houses, that's a finite resource. They're not making old houses anymore. Pretty much all the ones around me and all the ones that I've seen in Oregon and all across the West Coast been bought up as flips with cheap IKEA remodels, immediately listed for massive profit or for a terrible, terrible renting price. The starter homes that used to exist, they don't anymore. Honestly, they really do not exist anymore. They've been flipped. Some of the comments, and most of them, sit empty. It's such a joke. Tiny homes are the new starter homes, I guess. That's a pretty good transition into the next clip because these are the sponsored posts that I'm seeing.
With less than $9,000 down and a monthly payment around $2,000, this brand new house behind me could be yours, located just 10 minutes from downtown Durham. Let's check it out.
So again, not surprising, it's an open concept, new build, but they're so compact together, they really look like a dollhouse. It seems very creepy to me. But I guess this is the new age starter home. Great. $2,000 for how many months though? Because 30 years comes out to $720,000 in payments. Well, somebody figured out how much you're actually paying with interest over that time. Millennials don't want micro homes, we want real houses, but all of those houses are $600,000. $2,000 for a clubhouse, $2,000 a month, $300,000 for 100 square foot in North Carolina should get you tarred and feathered. Real estate is a field of vultures. Another person, $2,000 a month for Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. No thanks, way overpriced. And whether it's the new construction or the older houses that are wildly expensive, it's not surprising that we're seeing a record amount of people pulling out of these deals.
What happens if you're selling a house and the buyer backs out during the inspection phase? Well, the short answer is you just put it right back on the market and you sell it like you did before. You just don't want to get that stigma of that property that was under contract and that fell through for suspicious reasons, as I call it. And what I mean is that future buyers are going to say, hey, was there an inspection done on the property? And if you say yes, and you say that's why the previous buyer terminated, that potential buyer is going to want to know what was on that inspection report. Just get ready for that question. And any big things that came up on that home inspection report, make sure you get those taken care of before you put it back on the market, because that can really hold up the show and that'll cost you money down the road.
I mean, that is good advice. That's not what happens most of the time. So many sellers try to hide the issues with the house until it's sold and it's not their problem. But yeah, I wonder why people back out after the inspection. I bet everything was in tip-top shape. They just got cold feet, right? However, to some people, if you do end up backing out from one of these deals, you're apparently garbage.
Did you know sometimes you have to put your house back on the market as a seller, a home seller, because the person who was going to buy your house is actually garbage? Yeah, sometimes it happens. And there's nothing that you can do as a home seller to deal with that garbage. So you take the garbage out and you put your house back on the market. Now that we're through all the garbage, what really happens when you put your house back on the market? The same thing that happened before.
Okay, so I'm not trying to say that every time a deal falls through, it's 100% because the sellers were being very scummy and the house is falling apart, they were just trying to hide it. I bet some people do genuinely get cold feet or something comes up, they can't afford it. However, I've heard a lot more experiences like this showing the horror stories of the inspection being done and how bad these houses really are.
What was the reason you pulled out your house purchase? I'll go first. So Ed, our surveyor, calls us and he's like, in my 18 years of surveying, I've never seen a flat this poorly insulated. And we were like, great. And then we got into the bathroom dormer, you know, like the bit that sticks out. And he was like, I just can't see how this is past building control sign off. There was all sorts wrong with that. And the straw that broke the camel's back. Let me show you this picture. Apparently there's all sorts of structural things going with the roof, but I'm no expert. But aren't these bits meant to be touching the top? I don't know. I called my solicitor that night and I was like, get me out of this. I don't want a project. I don't want to be fixing all of these issues. But yeah, why did you guys pull out?
I had to pull out on a flat purchase because the service charge was upwards of £5,000 a year. And the agent tried to hide it from us the entire time, telling us they thought it was only $500. I hope this doesn't change our thoughts on it. I put an offer in on a house that had solar panels, looked into the paperwork, and they were put on the house as a government scheme or something. So we'd own the house but not the roof. After talking to our solicitor, she added that she didn't even understand and never seen a contract like that. We've also gone over a lot of the solar scams before, very shady. But yeah, I've been recording for quite a long time, so I am going to end it here. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Ford Mach-E? Yeah, because his wife is buried in this thing. They said they should have leased it, but they bought it.
I regret buying my Tesla. Never thought I would say this, but it messed up today.
If anybody needs to be defluenced from buying an electric vehicle, let me tell you how much my tags are.
Okay, so today we're going to be taking a look at people who regret buying their electric vehicles. Now this is for many, many reasons. We have a lot to go over today, so I'm not going to make the intro too long. We also have comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into the clips.
I don't like to consider myself a hype beast or anything, but I bought into the hype of the electric cars finally. You know, everyone's like, oh, you're going to save money on gas. You get to beat the traffic. You know, it's so quick. These charging stations are out of control. So I pulled into this charging station at 66%, okay? You know, I heard a fast charging station. 15 minutes. Let me tell you something. I'm at 89 now, and I've been here for almost 15, 16 minutes. Thank God my car's going to be ready to 100% in 40 fucking minutes. Not only that, $18.45 it's costing me. I could have went to a gas station, ate gas station food in their bathroom, came back, listened to a whole album, and still got to where I had to go quicker.
And you didn't look up any of this stuff before you decided to buy one of these cars? Just walked right into the dealership, signed on the dotted line, and had no idea that this was the case? Both knowing how long it takes to charge these vehicles, especially to 100%, and that you have to pay for this charging as well. I feel like there are many people out there that just think the electricity is free just because it's not gasoline. This is a pretty common problem throughout a lot of clips on social media, and it goes very well with a comment from one of you guys. I spent 2 weeks researching a push mower I wanted, and these people are impulse buying 5 to 6 figure EVs. And I guess they have no idea what they're getting into.
Whoever thinks that they want a Tesla, they don't. It's the worst mistake of my life. I've had it for like, I don't know, like a month or two. And I literally have to charge it at a charging station every single day because I don't have a charger at my house. I'm f***ing over it.
Again, I'm kind of repeating from the first clip. You didn't do any research? What do you think you'd be able to do? Just plug it into an outlet in the house and it'd be fully charged? Another comment here, people buying EVs and not being able to charge at home is wild. I agree. I think that should be researched and budgeted into the overall cost of the car, but we'll talk about that in a second. We'll just go over to the next clip with another common misconception I've seen with these EVs.
I regret buying my Tesla. Never thought I would say this, but it messed up today. The screen has stopped working. We'll just have to send in for a service request and see what can be done.
So I've seen a lot of comments on social media talking about EVs, saying that it's so much easier to maintain compared to a gas car. There's not nearly as much maintenance, no oil changes. However, some people also start believing that this car would have no issues as well, zero maintenance. You'll have no problems while owning this car, and that's just not true. Obviously, these vehicles have a lot of tech and electronics, and if you've seen any of my videos talking about modern cars, whether it's gas or EV, there is a plethora of problems happening with almost every manufacturer. So yes, you'll probably have less maintenance in an EV compared to a gas vehicle, but that doesn't mean it's immune to any maintenance or electrical problems whatsoever.
The F-150 Lightning, Wall Street Journal reported this week that Ford is likely going to cancel it. Ford has not communicated this, they have not confirmed this, but a story like that at Wall Street Journal is pretty well sourced. But boy, the electric truck didn't last, did it? Ford Lightning owner Tyler Hoover.
So I bought it and I put a Model A pickup truck on a trailer, aluminum trailer, very light, and just tried to tow it 30 or 40 miles up and back on a full battery. And it is in wintertime. It almost didn't make it, not even 100 miles, towing a very light load. And I just made a video talking about it and saying this doesn't make any sense for any kind of use for anybody using a truck.
I remember. This is a big
deal.
The
amount of news coverage that got.
The facts that came out of that video are a real reason why this truck has not been successful.
And it's the cold weather's especially bad on these because they don't do any kind of battery heating with them.
I'm not surprised that this is happening. This is getting canceled. It seems like a niche use case. Even in California, I don't see that many of them.
Now with this specific example, the pickup truck EV market, it honestly has not done well. Some of them are wildly overpriced in the 6-figure range, just out of the budget for a majority of normal people, and then we could start talking about the overall range. It kind of sounds like some people don't look this up in the first place, but these batteries' performance varies greatly, especially if you're in cold weather. Doesn't matter if it's a big pickup truck or a normal size sedan, you're most likely going to have less range than what's advertised. Just another thing people don't consider and then later end up regretting. And sounds like that's one of the reasons for the cancellation of the F-150 Lightning. But let's go over to the home charging station.
Buyer's remorse of a Tesla. I've owned 2 now. This is a Model 3, and we also have a Model Y. Let me tell you some buyer's remorse, some things I regret not knowing. Well, I had no idea how much it cost to install a charger or my options at home. Most people charge at home. If you can't, there's plenty of superchargers. The cost is going to vary depending on the distance away from your electrical box. And that is because the cabling that they use is expensive. And the further away you go, from where you install the charger from the box, the higher the cost.
Okay, so I don't know how to put this a different way because it seems like I'm just going to say the exact same thing over and over in this video, but there was no research done. You have 2 electric vehicles. You didn't know what the cost of an at-home charger would be before you ended up purchasing probably close to 6 figures worth of vehicles. I don't really know what to say other than that. The first comment from you guys is pretty spot on with a lot of these people's problems. But we'll move on to some of the insurance insurance costs.
So this guy went to insure his Cybertruck and he was quoted $400 a month. And then he was told he was underquoted and the person who underquoted him was fired and it was actually supposed to be $800 a month. He was like, "You mean $800 for 6 months, right?" And State Farm said, "No, $800 per month, so you'll be paying $9,600 per year." Someone else chimed in and said Geico dropped their Cybertruck coverage completely and now they're paying $600 a month with Progressive. Another person said that Progressive refused to cover their full self-driving, which is like a $6,000 purchase in the event that their Cybertruck was totaled. A company called Hanover Insurance is dropping the Cybertruck completely, including for people that have had 0 accidents ever. They said that we are unable to adequately rate and underwrite this vehicle. Also, it looks like Geico is now refusing to cover the Cybertruck at all and has terminated all existing Cybertruck policies, saying it doesn't meet our underwriting guidelines.
Okay, so we'll go over to the comments before I say anything. It actually beat the record for worst safety and reliability rating since the Ford Pinto, which was legendary at how unsafe it was. You know a vehicle is great when insurance companies just say no, and this is obviously just for the Cybertruck. You're driving a dumpster on wheels, a very odd looking truck with sharp edges, could probably do a lot of damage in an accident, but we've seen other examples on this channel with electric vehicles just having higher insurance in general. I remember one where a guy was flipping out because he just got a Tesla Model Y, nothing crazy, and it was $600 or $800 a month for that vehicle that I think was around the $50,000 mark. Obviously still expensive, but nothing insane now. So yet again, another thing you need to consider before purchasing, and here's another one.
If anybody needs to be defluenced from buying an electric vehicle, let me tell you how much my tags are. I'll give you a second to guess. Whatever you guessed, probably wrong. $560. The electric vehicle tags cost more than the regular gas tags. It's because when you fill up your car with gas, embedded in the price of the gas is gas tax, and that tax goes towards the roads. So, to make up for you driving your electric vehicle on roads without paying your fair share of gas tax, your plate renewals are much higher. Much higher.
And one of the big reasons that I've seen people purchase EVs is that they run through gas so much, it's so expensive. But you still have to pay to charge your vehicle as well, along with these extra fees. We could go over to the comments though. Not true, my tag for my EV is $75 for 2 years. The cost is tied to your state, each one does it differently. Some have a set price for registration and some tie the registration to the vehicle value. And there's a response. Yeah, I just got it renewed in Michigan. My F-150 was $250 and my Model Y was $460 after the EV fees. Each state does things differently, so it was true. I looked this up as well. EV plates often cost more because most states have special higher registration fees to offset the gas tax. It does depend on what state you live in, but another thing you have to take into account before you purchase. And up next we have another big one, a rude awakening for most people, especially if you bought it during COVID.
Well, if you are like me, one of the suckers that bought an electric vehicle, well, bad news for you. The whole EV market has crashed. I lost nearly $40,000 on that car right there, and you might be in the same situation if you bought yourself an electric vehicle. Well, coming from the mouth of a guy that drove across the country in an electric vehicle, what happened is the infrastructure just isn't there. I have so many videos on that. That's not what this video is about. This car was worth a ton of money when I bought it. It's more expensive to buy an electric vehicle than an internal combustion engine vehicle because it's more expensive to build a car like this. And unfortunately, it comes with a lot of headaches as well. Now, you don't have to go buy a premium vehicle. You get a Chevy Volt, which is also an electric car. Nevertheless, the charging infrastructure outside of your own home is really, really difficult. And it's not as reliable as one would hope it had been, and it's not. And sadly, people are starting to realize that it's just less expensive to go buy myself a gas engine Audi than it is to go buy myself an electric Audi or an electric Chevy or an electric Ford. So much so that Toyota has said it themselves that they don't even want to build all electric cars. They go hybrid.
Okay, so there's a few things to talk about. It really depends on what type of electric vehicle or gas vehicle you're purchasing, because if you end up getting an Audi EV, of course it's going to be expensive. They have the luxury name and the nice interior and all the electronics, which bring in a hefty price tag. I still remember realizing in an older video looking at one of these Audi e-tron GTs that the nice trim level that was super fast and fancy was $166,000. But on the other hand, you could go buy some Cadillac Escalade that's like $160,000 $160,000, $180,000 as well. So the EV versus gas prices on the cars really do depend. I have heard a lot of issues with the infrastructure across the country, especially in the US. I bet it's way different in Europe because everything's much closer than it is in the States. But regardless, if you buy a new vehicle of any kind, you're most likely going to take a heavy depreciation hit. It seems like EVs are worse than others though. We'll see some examples later, but we can take a look at some of the comments. New cars are not an investment. They're literally always losing value. It's not just EVs. Anyone that bought any car a couple years ago lost their shorts. Used car values are in the gutter compared to this last time. And we have a comment from you guys that goes, well, I couldn't imagine buying a depreciating asset and then being shocked that it indeed depreciated. And some people are so upset that they want out of the deal completely. They're going to trade in their car, get something else, and then when they go over to the dealership, they realize how much value it's actually lost.
There is no used car market for EVs. We as salespeople, Tesla included, need to do a better job of explaining to people that when you buy an EV, you have to understand that the market on it, when you trade it in or try to sell it privately, is not going to be there. EVs are the only vehicles where what KBB is saying, what Edmunds is saying, what all of those online trade value things are saying is not real because they don't sell. A 5-year-old F-150 still has a 36-gallon tank. Doesn't work the same way for an EV. 5 years later, that battery might have lost 25% of its life. I get it. It goes against everything we were taught, but we really are shooting ourselves in the foot when they come back and try to trade it, and they're shocked that they're not even at half what they paid for the car 2 years later. You need to lease them and make it the dealership's problem.
So it does really seem like the secondhand market on EVs are just not there. In turn, that means your car is going to have even less value than the depreciation hit that you already took. And most of the time now, that means people are severely underwater. And we have a perfect example of that right here.
Ford Mach-E. Yeah, because his wife is buried in this thing. They said they should have leased it, but they bought it. I told them, us as a dealership, we give you that information. I'm assuming they didn't tell you how this market usually plays out.
You never know. They might have. We've had a few people that have insisted on buying electric cars despite our pleading that they not. So this has got a bad Carfax. And so what do they owe on this?
Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's really bad.
How bad? This doesn't even have all-wheel drive?
Knocked off like a bunch for that.
Yeah, $1,500.
Current payoff, and this is what he gave me. We still have to pull it, but about 48 grand.
So he's like 31 grand upside down?
Yeah, they know they're 30K flip. They know it's a nightmare. But then I just reached out to him over the weekend and just said, hey, I don't know if you guys have thought about it lately, but, with this promotion ending, I'd love to just give it another shot, see if it's something that works for you guys. So we're looking at potentially burying it into that EQE. I think they're going to just be willing to accept that their payment's going to go at least near $1,500 minimum.
Okay, we got a bit to say about this one. I mean, I guess to each their own, but the Mach-E is just an ugly vehicle overall, let alone being $30,000 underwater, owing almost $50,000, and then they decided to go over to a Mercedes dealership to get out from this deal. I know what they're doing. It's a lease deal with the EQE, which is another electric vehicle, that to get out from being in all of this debt, they're going to pay $1,500 a month for. I'm at least glad that they're not buying any of the Mercedes EVs either. They're all anchors at the dealership. Nobody wants them. They're wildly overpriced. But as he said earlier in the clip, there are some people that are just hard-headed. They're set in their ways. You could tell them it's a bad idea, but they're still going to do it anyway. We have another comment from one of you guys here. I work in a hospital, and like every other doctor or nurse, they drive a Tesla. Many of them that said that charging is an issue. They also said that when they bought it, they thought they would charge it at work. I think many people who either don't or can't install the home charger wherever they live thinks the exact same way. But the problem is everyone plans to charge it at work. And those people become the charging station Karens that remove EV charger cables, break them off in people's cars, which removes them from service for everyone. Then the hospital drops another $2,000, yes, $2,000 to fix the charger, and the entire thing starts over again. This is actually crazy. I'm not even halfway through all the clips that I've collected. We just need to start running through them so this video isn't super long.
Do not buy an electric car. I'm just going to vent a little bit right here. Electric cars are good for tooling around town, but forget going on any trips with these. It took us 8 hours on a 4-hour trip to get to Indianapolis. The things are broken. Charging stations are broken. We went to a charging station that was broken, so we're like, oh, we'll go to the next one, which was at a Nissan dealership, and buying a Nissan, They said you could charge at their places, but guess what? When we got to Nissan dealership, it was broken too. So where did I end up? At a Hyundai dealership. Charged there, did a fast charge. It took like 30 minutes. Got it fully charged. We drove for, 120 miles. Got to the next Hyundai dealership. Got on the expressway again for about 120 miles. We get to the next location. Nissan here does not have a liquid-cooled battery. I didn't know that. No one told me that when I got this car. But they have an air-cooled battery. So that means if you do a fast charge and get on the expressway and heat that battery up, so eventually when you get to a next fast charger, it will not charge it fast at all. It's very hot. The battery is so hot it won't take the charge.
I feel like I could have told you that a Nissan Leaf probably isn't great for cross-country road trips. And they weren't even doing that. It was only a 4-hour ride, but 120-mile range, let alone all the time wasted even with the fast charger, 30 minutes extra. You can't just constantly go from charging to driving. It overheats the entire battery. Just another thing that was not researched before purchasing the vehicle, I guess. I'm honestly just a broken record now. But the persisting issue with a lot of these charging stations being broken is a lot more common than I thought.
We're back on the road in our EV. The first charging stop we have this morning, Electrify America, is not working, probably related to AWS being down. But it got me thinking, with all of this modern technology, we need conventional backups. These EV charging stations are all touchscreen, app connected. We need a conventional card reader that can swipe your card and get charging, get it back on the road. It's also why I will always keep a conventional gas car in my garage, even with how much I love EVs.
And there's another problem right there. If you remember a few weeks ago, AWS was down, which turned into a lot of websites being down in general. I guess that included some charging stations as well. Obviously, if there's any power outages in areas because of storms or whatever other reason, you're going to have issues with charging as well. It just really is insane to me how many different clips like this I've seen online.
I believe you did a deal with my wife after we went all through this stuff. She goes, that's the same guy that sold me my car.
I remember you guys. Yeah, of course.
I got a huge puzzle for you to solve, and I don't know if it's going to be solvable or not. I bought a Genesis GV60. I love electric cars. I travel like 66 miles a day, and it's saving me a lot of money on gas. But I purchased it at the height. I just wanted to get the electric car because I was going through gas like nobody's business. Absolutely love it. It's just that the payment is out of control. It's $938 a month. It's been 3 years now, and it's like, all right, let me see if I can do anything. I do have a lot of miles on the car. The value left in the car, even when I go to Carvana and that stuff, it looks like it's around 17, 18. I still owe 39 on the car. I spent all the money putting the electric outlet, but I don't need to have a fancy electric car. I need a commuter electric car if there's such a thing.
You're 20 grand upside down, essentially, right?
Yep.
That alone is a $550 payment. If we were to roll that into a new car lease, which is the only thing I'll recommend doing, how many years do you have left on your finance?
About 32 months.
All that to save money on gas, being upside down $20,000, and also picking a Genesis EV, paying almost $1,000 a month without the insurance, all to save money on gas. It does not make sense to me.
Don't buy a new electric car. For 55 grand, Tesla Model 3 Performance has a killer 0 to 60 time. I don't think there's any other car in the market that can actually achieve that. But would you still buy the car if you knew that it's going to be worth 40% less within the first year? That's not the only example. I mean, we have Lucid Air Grand Touring. That's a $100,000 car brand new. And within 2 years, it's worth about half. The crazy thing is, a lot of times people would think, hey, you know what? If I buy a brand new car, I get a $7,500 rebate here. I get free charging for a few months. I get little trinkets here and there. But I think all of those free things that you get from the manufacturer is peanuts compared to the depreciation that you get within the first few years. You know, I gotta admit, for about $30,000 to have a car that can go 0 to 60 in under sub 3 seconds, it's a pretty good bargain, actually.
Now, I do want to say, whenever I make these types of videos, I know I just sound like an EV hater. I'm not particularly thrilled with the performance side of those cars. Most of the reason why people love those types of cars is the sound they make, and EVs don't make those sounds. However, if you're talking about a daily commuter and you don't drive that much, the used market might not be that bad of an idea. I personally just don't think the tech is there yet, the infrastructure, the range for most of these vehicles as well. Once they hit 500, 600, 700 miles and you could charge very quickly, I think they'll make a much better case than they are right now. But again, that's my own opinion. If you truly want to buy one, there are quite a bit of vehicles with a lot of incentives right now.
This is a list of vehicles with the largest discount off of their factory MSRP. The Acura ZDX with a current discount between $18,000 and $35,000. The Dodge Charger Daytona EV with an average discount between $20,000 and $32,500. The Jaguar I-Pace currently $20,000 or more off MSRP. The Audi S e-tron currently over $20,000 off MSRP. The Lucid Air currently between $15,000 and $20,000 off MSRP. The Polestar 3 up to $18,000 off MSRP. The Volkswagen ID4 up to $17,400 off MSRP. The BMW i7 up to $16,000 off MSRP. The GMC Hummer EV, both the pickup and the SUV, are up to $15,000 off MSRP. The Kia EV6 up to $15,000 off of MSRP. The Genesis GV60 up to $14,500 off of MSRP.
Okay, so I'm just going to leave the video running because we're only about halfway done, but that GV60 was the previous heavy depreciation hit that we saw of the guy paying almost $1,000 a month for it, and you could get almost 15 grand off MSRP. To me, when I see these types of deals, that means they're not selling. People don't want them. They're not great vehicles, so they're doing everything they can to get these off of car lots.
EV sales, I don't want to harp on this because we've talked about it before and we predicted this would happen. But the tax incentive for EVs ended at the end of last month. It ended at the end of September.
Yep.
The numbers are absolutely wild. We all knew they would drop. Ioniq 6 sales were down 52%. That car is already a car that was selling pretty lowly. I read that Prologue sales were down 80%.
Wow.
80. The Drive is reporting the following: Subaru Solterra in 25 was about to match its 24 sales total. Right up until October, they sold 10,000 units in 24, so 1,000 a month. I don't know, 800. Last month they sold 13. Nationally.
13. Wow. So we are not in COVID times anymore. When everybody had a little bit of extra cash, the chip shortage brought a ton of price increases. The demand for these new cool EVs were through the roof. And now I see videos like this popping up nonstop from dealerships.
This car has been on my lot for over a year, and I literally have no clue why we can't sell it. We've tried everything. We've knocked down the price, and I don't know what it is. This car behind me is a 2024 Hummer EV, and this thing is sick. I mean, just look at these wheels on this thing. All-terrain tires on here. I mean, the car looks great. I don't know what there isn't to like. A lot of great badging on it. You got the Hummer badging, and you also have the American flag up here. I mean, what's more American than an EV? This thing's got over 625 horsepower, and I mean it goes fast. When I say fast, I mean fast. Like head in the back of your seat. This car stickers for $112. It's on sale for under $100. Let me know in the comments. Do you think this is a big enough discount, or do we got to do more?
Okay, before I say anything, let's just go over to the comments because it's an overpriced piece of crap. Nobody wants an EV, and I'm not waiting 7 hours for an 80% charge. I remember when it first came out, people were paying absolutely wild money for these things brand new, and personally, I actually like the way it looks. As ridiculous as it sounds, I don't think it's a bad looking SUV. It looks kind of nuts. I would never buy one, but there is kind of a part 2 to this vehicle as well.
The Hummer's the problem. The charge station's the problem. I have no idea. Fairly easy. We just increased our range to 98 miles after waiting around for 45 minutes. But the real question, how much did it cost? I am actually in shock right now. We just sat here for 41 minutes. It cost me $19.80, and we added an additional 64 miles for $20. It is more expensive to charge an EV, plus we had to sit here for 41 minutes. It's a scam. The whole thing is a scam.
This goes very well with a comment from one of you guys, and sometimes I think filling my tank in a few minutes is a long time. We could go into a ton of different videos of people talking about these same issues.
I gotta keep it real. I think I'm over this EV. I just got off work. Been at work since 5 this morning. Well, 6 this morning. I have to now detour to charge this dumb shit. I'm stuck here, and look how much cars are waiting to charge. Why is there not more charging stations, dude? And I'm stuck here because I don't have enough battery to get home. And the car takes forever to charge.
Another one, no home charging station, and you didn't know this was going to happen before you bought it, and now you're kind of stuck with the consequences, but we go to a different case.
This is your sign to not get a piece of electric car. Do not get an electric car, especially this piece of Kia here and everything. I hope y'all see this because I'm on 2%, battery low. Went to these because you got to go to a specific location for your You can't just go to everyone. And Tesla got all the ones up all up and down the place, but you can't go to one. Now I come to this garage, and then the garage is private, and it's in this garage, and it says it's private. The next one is about 6 miles away, and here I am on 4 miles.
Okay, so a few things. You didn't decide to charge it before it was down to 2% battery? Very dangerous game to play there. And I know a lot of people talk about the differences in Tesla and every other EV maker, because Tesla's infrastructure seems to be a bit better than everybody else's. But we could go over to the comments. This sounds like a user error. Why get an EV and not research or have a plan on how to recharge? And in that same clip, he was talking about having to get the vehicle towed now to a charging station because he can't make it anywhere. He only had 4 miles. And we could go over to the next clip with somebody else getting towed.
So I've been out here almost 3 hours. No, it doesn't take 3 hours to charge this car, but I had to wait about that long before I could charge it. And I have had like a splitting freaking headache since like 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. Mind you, my car did get towed here. Honda Link slash Honda, whatever you want to call it, has that as part of their little thing for people with electric cars. So I don't pay for anybody to tow my car to the charge station. Luckily, I had started this with about 2% charge. Let me just tell you, 2% charge is about 7 miles, which means your car ain't going nowhere. I've been here 44 minutes, according to Electrify. I have gotten almost 80 kilowatts of power to this car. I really, really am tempted to push it past 80, only because I'm really, really not wanting to go to the charger for a while.
No home charging? And the creator replies, no, I live in an apartment townhouse and they don't qualify for that. You have to qualify for a home charger. I went to 83% and it cost me about $40 or so. We have a comment from one of you guys, whether you love or hate EVs, you have to realize how dumb a majority of these people are. In most cases, it wasn't even the EV, it was buyers doing zero research. And I have to agree as well. Like I said, I'm not an EV hater. I have a normal gas vehicle. I personally just want to sit and wait and see this technology advance even more, but I can't say the same for some of these cases, and then they get in way over their head. I mean, look at how much it costs just to charge this Cadillac.
What happens when you fast charge a 9,000-pound EV with 465 miles? How much is it going to cost? And the most important question, how long is it going to take? The Cadillac Escalade IQ started at 16%. That's 73 miles left. The screen said 2 hours to hit 100%. It still uses CCS, but it is compatible with Tesla superchargers and rated for up to 350 kilowatt. The most I pulled, though, was only 134 in 70 minutes. I went from 16 to 85%, and the bill came out to be $92.93.
Okay then, $92 and 70 minutes later? No thank you. And I know it's a Cadillac, it's supposed to be luxury, everything's more expensive, so we could talk about that a little bit, especially with the brand new EVs coming out.
Check this out. Inside the new Mercedes GLC, you get a 40-inch display that goes across the entire dash, and there's a camera here so you can actually call into meetings from the car. Now this is running on Qualcomm's Snapdragon digital chassis, which makes the whole cabin feel like a smart device on wheels with the latest Mercedes software. It's got built-in 5G too, so the car is always connected, whether that's streaming, navigation, or even safety updates in real time. It also has this glass roof with a digital curtain you can open and close how you'd like.
I don't know, all I see are future issues, especially looking at modern cars today. They are not built particularly well, the electronics, the tech breaks all the time, so it legitimately being a smartphone on wheels is going to cost a lot of money, especially it being Mercedes as well. Like, who even needs that passenger airbag? Electric car, Mercedes electric car? No way. Not gonna flush that money in the toilet again, so they got burned. If anybody ended up buying one of those EQSs when they first came out, they were like $115,000. Within just a couple of years, they're selling for around $40,000 now. But we'll go over to the next one, a brand new Jeep EV. What could go wrong?
This is the new EV Jeep, the Jeep Recon. It is a $67,000, 250-mile, dual-motor EV off-roader that's meant to go up against a Rivian, I guess. It has 33.8 degrees of approach angle, 22.3 breakover, 33.1 exit angle, and the doors come off just like any good Jeep does. Interior, really cool mix of Grand Wagoneer and kind of Ram. It's so Stellantis now. huge 14.5-inch display.
I'm going to see into the future right now. Anybody who buys one of these vehicles is going to regret it down the road. $67,000 for 250 miles, along with it being a Stellantis vehicle, that is a recipe for disaster. My jaw dropped at $67,000 for that Renegade. As a Jeep Gladiator owner, there's absolutely no way I'd have one of these, especially after all the 4xEs got bricked and recalled, which was the Jeep Wrangler hybrids. We've talked about those issues before. Jeep should stay out of the EV market. How come a 10,000-pound Hummer EV could go 320 miles on a charge, but this one only does 250? Some EVs even have 400-plus mile range. That's what people want. I don't know how this is going to be a sell to anybody. Honestly, the vehicle overall doesn't look that bad to me. That's just my opinion, though. Of course, I'm not purchasing this one either. Jeep bankruptcy speed run, I don't know what they're thinking, but companies are pumping out these vehicles all the time, and they're getting more and more expensive. The Cadillac Celeste, I feel like I'm saying that wrong, has officially touched down, and this is supposed to be the ultra-luxury EV Cadillac that starts at approximately $340,000 for the 2025 model year. But the 2026 model has a starting price in the low $400K range. I know this is wildly out of touch to basically any of the other clips that we've seen, but this is obviously going to be a fraction of the cost in just a few years' time. Some of the comments, isn't this vehicle $200,000 overpriced? And the creator replies, hand-built luxury, advanced technology, and exclusivity aren't priced like regular vehicles. I don't know, to me it seems like people who are genuinely ultra-rich buying Bentleys and Rolls Royces probably aren't going to pick an all-electric Cadillac. Maybe I'm wrong, but I highly doubt that this is going to be super successful. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
And this is new construction, as you can see. The nicest thing in here is that ladder.
If you're in the market to buy a new house, I'll say this, much. Do not buy a house after 2020. You want to know why?
Okay, so today we're going over some new construction builds. Single-family homes, apartment buildings, townhouses, it does not matter, because as time goes on, there only seems to be more examples on how poorly these structures are made. From the homeowners with buyer's remorse dealing with all of these horror stories, to the inspectors having never-ending content to upload on TikTok because of how embarrassing all of this has gotten, and even the builders themselves warning people to not purchase the properties they're building. I mean, it's truly unbelievable. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with somebody who's actually building these houses for a living. If this isn't the biggest warning sign to not buy, I don't know what is.
What's up? Listen, if you're in the market to buy a new house, I'll say this much. Do not buy a house after 2020. You want to know why? Okay, I'll show you why. Hold on. Most of these houses go up in 4 days. No joke. We pour the foundation. They don't even wait a day for it to cure. Not even a day. I want you to see something real quick. Look at that. Oh, look at how even that is. Yep. Wait a second. No, that's not even the start of it. I mean, I'm going all over this place and see how far off they are. Look at that. Oh man, I know I'm not buying a brand new house. If you want something good, you gotta do it yourself. I mean, look at that. Oh my, no. No, this is not the kind of quality you want to have. I mean, this is weak at what it is.
And I'm going to have to cut off almost every single clip we're watching today because it just goes on and on with more examples on how shoddy the work is. But we could go over to the comments. As an electrician, I approve. The amount of shortcuts in the trade industry from every trade is ungodly. Buy an older home and remodel. Dude's roasting his own crew on the site. I worked in real estate and managed past clients, and the amount of people who absolutely hated their D.R. Horton homes is crazy. They always had expensive repairs within the first year, and D.R. Horton almost always basically told them, sorry. And then the comment right after that just closed on one a week ago. As someone who works in the construction office, he's not lying. It makes sense why people go every day to check on their house getting built. After 2020 is generous. Personally, I'd say after 08 or later. All the realtors I know live in older homes. Very odd, right? And they're also $500,000. He's not lying. I watched a whole 5-bedroom house get built in 2 weeks down the street. The comments go on and on. The more I watch these videos, the more important it becomes to get a very solid inspector like this.
You know it's going to be a good inspection when you pull up and the real building city code inspector is out front getting ready to inspect the same house that you're getting ready to inspect. Okay, met with the city inspector, great guy. He brought me over here to the side of the house and he said, hey, Jordan, look at this. You see this expansion joint here? Well, this expansion joint is sealed here, but it's not sealed up here. Okay, all finished up with the city inspector. He needs that expansion joint sealed up and then this place is ready to go. Now let's see what I come up with. Well, they were kind enough to install a doorstop. But the problem is the door handle. Nobody will notice. I wonder if they're trying to hide something. Yep. Look at the toilet here. I can't believe they were going to leave it like this.
Again, this clip goes on for about 2 more minutes showing all of the other issues that of course the builders just ignored, didn't care about, said that it was completely done. The city inspector found one issue and then wiped his hands clean, drove away, said it was completely fine to sell, even though there are a host of other problems that you have to deal with before this should be able to be sold. I just can't believe that new construction is this bad nowadays. Another comment saying, DR Horton, good guess, but can't confirm. Some of the rules that the inspector has to follow are just absolutely wild. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the video. They can't just out all of these terrible builders. They'll actually get in trouble, as crazy as that sounds. But we have a comment from one of you guys. As I've said before, there needs to be a lemon law for houses just like cars. Builders should have to buy back defective homes, and the deed should reflect on when they try to resell it. However, since we started going over this topic, there are almost no repercussions. The only thing that could really hurt their business is putting this up on social media, the home buyers showing all of the shoddy work, their house falling apart. Some of the clips end up going viral, get some traction, more people know to stay away from these builds, but in the end, the original purchaser is basically screwed. On top of an ever-increasing home price, the repair bills are not cheap either. I mean, just from the entranceway from the next clip we're about to see, how expensive do you think this home is?
Here's the new home. Comes with a shoe print right in the front entryway. Jamb is split where they screwed in the latch plate. A little loose. Under the kitchen sink. Looks like they forgot that cover for the junction box. That's alright, it's moving ready. There's the oven, it's been on for about 10 minutes and it's still at 100 degrees, which means it's not heating at all. The garage wall, the sill gasket is out of place. On the roof, this fascia got cut with a hammer, leaving a nice gap. Custom flashing detail here. Just overlap it and bend it. A couple shiners here. They're not sealed down because there are nails underdriven below them.
And going over what these inspectors find, we have a comment from one of you guys. My husband is a home inspector in Florida, and when someone requests a home inspection on big builders, new builds, DR Horton, Clayton Homes, all of them that you've heard of, the selling agent follows him around and he's not allowed to touch the electric panel, run appliances, which would have been a problem for the homeowners in the last clip if they didn't go over the oven not heating, get near the roof, move anything for testing, and has a time restriction. It's unbelievable. So honestly, a good amount of the problems just from the previous example wouldn't have even been allowed to be looked at. And with this comment being in Florida, I think it's a good transition into the next one.
This is how your new Lennar homes are being built. Wood framing. How do we feel about that? Ultimately, this is what the product would look like, but this is wood framing here in Florida.
That's insane. I thought concrete block was building code for the first level. What part of Florida is this? Cheap as possible, termites can't wait to move in. Wood framing has been around forever. Where have you been? In an area prone to getting hurricanes like Florida? That's crazy. I'm on the coast of South Carolina. Everything I see is wood framing. That's literally 90% of new builds. Florida and even South Carolina, if you're in the Charleston area, gets hit with hurricanes all the time. Sounds like a recipe for disaster if you ask me. Oh, on our homes because nothing screams Florida dream home like a builder who treats hurricane country like it's the Midwest in springtime. These absolute geniuses slap together houses with the structural integrity of a wet cardboard box. And you wonder why insurance prices are going through the roof, especially when we're talking about Florida. These houses would legitimately fall apart constantly with the storms. Welcome to Florida, where we have flying termites. All the new apartment complexes around Southwest Florida are the same way as well. And we have an example of that up on screen right now. Wood-framed apartments in Florida rotting out before they even open. Nobody's living in it yet, and it's already falling apart. Guaranteed to be labeled as luxury apartments. I would put money on it. Mind you, they're building 7-story apartments out of wood, especially in Orlando. Only takes one person to forget a stove on. Very good point as well. Wood-framed houses and apartments in Florida should be illegal. Termites have entered the chat, the same comments over and over again. Everybody realizes that this is a bad idea, but these places are being built up in record time. We have a comment from you guys. My town approved a 12-home development. The footprint of these homes are all between 3,000 and 4,200 square feet. They all started development June 18th, and today is September 2nd. All 12 homes have been sold and now fully occupied. You would never convince me that they were built with any level of quality or pride. It's a clear churn and burn job. And I think we have the perfect example of that, the lack of quality and pride when they're building these homes. Definitely a D.R. Horton home. He's there for the income, not the outcome, and you wonder why all these homes suck. Must be a D.R. Horton home again. At least everybody knows about that one particular builder. I hate builders who hire people like this. I hate the supervisors who allow this even more. I mean, some of the thought process or lack of thought process when these homes are being built are absolutely astounding.
Got some new condos built in my neighborhood. You gotta hop the curb to get in your car garage. It's pretty cool. This is my favorite one yet. Look at this garage. For real? What the?
They're legitimately just copying and pasting, not caring if it makes sense at all. So it's really not surprising to me when I start seeing videos like this.
I find it so interesting that most people don't want to buy a new construction home anymore. I did this video the other day, screenshot here, and I asked, yay or nay to new construction homes? And the majority of the comments were nay, just because of the quality of build and people's opinions. A lot say it depends on the builder. People are just saying from all these different states, like, no, I bought this new construction home. I'm having all these issues. I'm better off buying something built 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. I just find that so interesting. People were definitely not saying that 30 years ago when it comes to new construction homes. Times have changed.
Custom build? Sign me up. Corporate build? Absolutely not. I would still say if you had enough money to custom build your own house, like we saw with a comment earlier, you'd have to be there every day, basically hovering over, micromanaging the builders just so they don't cut corners. They would still screw you over. So if you have a normal 9-to-5 job, that would be incredibly difficult. I do insurance claims full time. Most claims are from condos and new construction. I'm not living in a cardboard new construction home that looks exactly like my neighbor's. That was also built 5 feet from the next house that has no parking or lawn and ridiculous HOA fees. Now, the last time we went over this, we did start seeing new stats that the new construction builds were starting to become cheaper than what was already there, along with very interesting marketing tactics like this.
Here at Adams Homes, the prices are falling. We're offering up to $20,000 in flex cash. Come on in.
Why do you think they have to make funny TikToks like this and then give you $20,000 off right away? I initially thought that these types of examples and what went viral on social media was starting to deter a majority of people looking for a home currently, until I start seeing clips like this.
So something pretty interesting is happening in the housing market right now, specifically about new construction. So due to record cancellations in July, new home sales were expected to decline going into August. But clearly that assumption could not have been more wrong, as new home sales sales have exploded 20.5% month over month. This is the biggest month-over-month increase since August of 2022. And a big reason for this could be the fact that new home prices are actually cheaper than existing home prices right now. Realtor.com shows us that new builds are going for around $218 per square foot versus $226 for resales. Add that with the fact that builders typically offer a lot of incentives like rate buydowns and even contribute towards closing costs. It really is no wonder why we're seeing this type of surge in the new home market.
So, unfortunately, those price cuts worked, jumping up 20% in one single month, and of course that doesn't mean the quality got any better. That just means it was a little bit cheaper than what was already out there, and a ton of people started signing on the dotted line. Especially if you start looking up this type of topic, there are a ton of sponsored posts like this.
Only minutes into finishing touches and close to completion here in Richmond, Texas. A recent price reduction just brought this home under $400,000 with a down payment around $13,000 and closing cost credits. Out-of-pocket expenses are minimal.
So I mean just one after another with the price incentives, price cuts. They're just trying to sell these houses like hotcakes, and then they'll move over to another plot of land and do the exact same thing town after town. This problem goes very well with a comment from you guys. Real simple. If people keep buying trash, other people will keep making it, and the prices will continue to climb. And we're not just talking about single-family homes either. The apartment complexes and townhomes are in the same boat.
They building all these damn apartments, and ain't nobody gonna be able to afford this.
Paper-thin walls, hearing the neighbors breathing, smelling the neighbors' meals, and feel the neighbors walking. $2,000 a month for 600 square feet. Sounds like perfection to me. Looks like Florida. They've been knocking down 7-Elevens, Burger Kings, and Starbucks just to build new apartments. Enough is enough, especially when you see them in low income but charging $3,500 for 3 bedrooms is crazy. Speaking of how nuts some of these apartments have gotten, we could take a look at this one. I can't even believe that this is a real thing.
So y'all, I just came to this unit and I'm like, dang, they couldn't clean up before I come? Whatever, it's cool. I come outside and I notice I'm right in front of the jail. I am right in front of the jail. Look, you see? Hey, turn up, turn up. I got the jail lit. That is so funny. They playing basketball down there, and they have a perfect view of this unit. So yeah, for only $3,000, you and your best friend could rent this 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit at downtown 5th Miami. Corner unit, lots of natural lighting. You know, everything else gonna get cleaned up. It's just the view. You know, if you don't mind having friendly neighbors, they right here.
I still can't believe it. $3,000 a month to be across from the jail that they could see into your apartment. You really can't make this stuff up. We're gonna read some of the 20,000 comments on this video. This is so dangerous with almost 170,000 likes. The rent should actually be cheaper just because of that. It is. $3,000 is a deal. Doesn't sound like a deal to me. $3,000 for a view of the prison. Miami is unhinged. I know those inmates know the schedules of everyone's units facing the jail. I'm truly at a loss for words on this one. I don't know how this is a sell for anybody. On top of the almost guaranteed amenities that they'll try to put on you, they got the gym, they got the pool, the ping pong table, all of which you're never going to use to pay a top dollar price for the new construction luxury builds.
Apartment amenities are the funniest thing of all time because you'll be on a tour and the leasing agent's like, yeah, here's this big open room with a couple couches in it. You can have parties here, but you're not allowed to have guests. Oh, and we have a ping pong table? Get this. We're the only building in Tampa with an Olympic-sized ping pong table. The only one. Oh, do you guys have a hot tub? No hot tub, but ping pong table Olympic-sized. And besides the common room that you'll never use once in your entire time living here, we're the only building in Tampa with the gym on the 10th floor. Those other guys that have it on the 8th floor, the 6th floor, our gym, 10th floor. Oh, and the rent? $3,000 a month.
I know that they try to advertise this heavily with apartment complexes, but if you're in one of those single-family home communities, they have the exact same thing. You're paying a ludicrous price for HOA fees every month. They have some sort of building with the same type of amenities nobody ever uses, and overall it's just a complete waste of money, and the only time you really see this is with new construction homes. My apartment flexed their dog park and dog spa. I moved in 10 months ago, and they've been under construction ever since.
New home inspection. The widow's already living here. Window, brick sill, completely uneven, no weep hole cover, and a big gap in the corner. The grading is too low along the foundation here at this corner. Must have ran out of caulk.
Now with this specific clip, there are many more examples of gaps throughout the entire house, with black widow spiders already being on the outside. That means it's pretty easy to get inside the house as well. That alone would probably make me turn around and never look at that house again.
Here we are, new construction at a rough wall inspection. Now check this out. Thought I'd share this with you. As I walk by, you can see the light blinking through the block. I think we forgot a little something. And this is new construction, as you can see. The nicest thing in here is that ladder and the breaker box that just zipped past. Yeah, let me know what you think. You can't make this stuff up.
Why did the framers even bother to build on top of this? Helen Keller Construction at your service? They were going for a rave light show as you could dance around in the cellar. How were they able to build the rest without a foundation inspection? No permit and no inspection equals who knows what's going on here. The carpenter must play Fortnite. Not one person said anything before this. It honestly feels like there are basically no restrictions. Nobody's checking anything. You truly don't know how your house is built unless you get one of these type of inspectors to go through every nook and cranny.
So I'm working on a new build here, and this is the kind of electrical we are doing. Really kind of liking it, but then I get into the HVAC stuff, and I wonder how the hell is work like this in a new build, how all this is acceptable. What a complete mess. Look at all the vents. I'm sure they run it all to one place to keep the roof penetrations down. But look at that. All of them from all over the house.
This is not acceptable. The plumbing looks even worse. The creator responds, I didn't even focus on that one. Absolute garbage HVAC work. But we have an interesting comment from one of you guys. If you don't know which home inspector to hire, ask your builder which inspector you should stay away from and then go hire that inspector. It sounds like a pretty good tactic to me. They would be the one nitpicking all of these builders, trying to cut corners any way they can. I've talked about it before. You should try to see if there are TikTok creators in your area that make these inspection videos, because it seems like they actually go through the house and find all the problems instead of somebody just running through, checking all the boxes and saying that it's fine. Unfortunately though, even with the videos that I make and all of these different examples, we still see people like this that don't realize that they're stuck until it's too late.
So how about I'm supposed to be closing on my DR Horton build home next week, and now all I see on my TikTok feed is how crappy the builds are. Drop some comments in the comments below about things that you had trouble with. That way, when I do my walkthrough prior to closing, I can know exactly what to look for and make sure that they fix it. Because apparently, new builds from DR Horton are not the wave.
I personally just don't understand it, because this is probably the most expensive purchase that any of us are going to make in our lifetime. And not doing research on the builder before you get into this situation just seems insane to me. I purchased a new build from DR Horton and had a third-party inspector. Do not rely on DR Horton's inspector. Do not close on your house until your punch list is 100% complete. If you do, you'll regret it later. Do not let them pressure you to close until everything is fixed. I specifically remember an example from, I think the account was Inspector Randall, where he was going through one of these builds for the third time. But even after making a third video on the same house, he was still finding problems. But I guess you just have to push through all of that and not get pressured to close, because then it turns into your problem. I'm a realtor and they're all crappy. I know we've been harping on DR Horton Homes pretty heavily on this video, talked about Lennar Homes a little bit, but there are much more companies to look out for. There's another clip up on screen. POV, your 2-year-old Clayton home is falling apart. I know a bit more about Clayton Homes because they are decently close to where I live in North Carolina, and I've seen a lot of problems with them as well. I'm scared. I've seen so many bad things about Clayton Homes, and we're set to close on November 20th. You think you're having a bad day? Somewhere someone just bought a Lennar home with a $100,000 discount, and capped interest rates, then saw my video and realized that many others are suing because our homes are deemed uninhabitable in less than 2 years from mold and construction defects. So those discounts and incentives we saw earlier might come back to bite you, especially if you bought a Lennar home. As someone who owned a Lennar home and left it in 2023, I would never buy it again. Thank you for posting. I was just looking at Lennar homes. Another one here answering some questions about my crappy Clayton built home, just going through all the issues as well. A class action needs to be taken against this company. When the father was in charge of the company, it was amazing. Since the son took over maybe 8 to 10 years ago, Clayton has done a nosedive. It's even crazy to see how bad the quality of the materials they're using to build these homes up at record pace in the first place.
This is a new neighborhood, brand new home. Look at the roof condition. These shingles are all beat up. These are in really rough shape. Too much exposure here. Those nails, all this. Look at the house next door. Look at all that damage. Damaged shingle. More damage over here. There's a cut shingle. There's one of the attic vents. All the exposed nails. Shingles are buckled up on the side here. They weren't trimmed right.
And I think we'll end this video with a comment from you guys. In the early 2000s, my aunt's house was burned down from a fire. She was properly insured, and when they rebuilt the house, all the plumbing was replaced with plastic lines. The original house was copper. A few years later, the walls were leaking, and the insurance company said to kick rocks. She fought and eventually won. It's crazy how everyone in this world is looking to screw you over with the smallest advantage. This is kind of an overarching theme on a lot of the topics we go over on both of my channels. You just have to be extremely well aware with almost anything in today's world, because I have to agree, it sounds like almost everybody is trying to screw you over one way or another. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh my god. When I tell you this was the worst purchase I've ever made in my entire life.
Okay, open up with me a package that I regret buying.
This is the dumbest tech purchase I ever made.
Okay, so today's video topic was recommended from some of you guys. Please do a regretted silly purchases video. Let's see a video on purchase regrets, so that's exactly what we're doing. Especially with the holiday season coming around, more people end up buying things either for themselves or for others. Companies' marketing budgets increase during this time as well, so you're going to see ad after ad every waking moment of your life. This inevitably turns into more purchases and then buyer's remorse. I think everybody has some items they regret buying. I know I do, and that's what we're going to take a look at today. We have a ton of stuff to go over, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with one that isn't a surprise to me anymore making these kinds of videos. Some classic TikTok shop regrets.
So many people sent me this video. Fingers crossed, everyone. It's solar powered, so why was the video inside? I don't know. Rather small. I don't even know where the lights are. I'll put it outside for a little while. It doesn't charge or work. Here's what I ordered, and here's what I got. I don't know. This is lawsuit worthy. And the lights don't even charge or work. Oh! Again, they included this. Does this look glass to you? These always have gaps, so liquid will get in there and grow mold. What's funny is if they just listed it as is, it would probably, I don't know, for $35, but they'd probably sell some. Doesn't include a saucer. Here's what I ordered, and here's what I got. At least the paint job is better than usual. That's a win. Either way, it's not worth $35, and it's not as advertised. I also would never drink something out of this smell.
And I still think even with these videos, she has an entire series on her channel going over these bogus products. There are still going to be a ton of people that get scammed for the holidays. I remember going over that crystal mug almost a year ago that had the exact same playbook. They used an AI video to advertise a product that clearly was not the same item when you actually purchased it. And I guess nobody really learned their lesson, and they're still doing it. They just turned it into a skull mug. I treat TikTok shop the same way I would Temu or Shein. again now, I'd be extremely careful purchasing anything off of the app. But we have a screenshot here. Tell me about the biggest waste of money you've spent in your entire life. I'm talking about $1,000 slacks that ripped a week later, and there were a lot of comments. $2,000 on Pom Pom Purin merch? Because I was in a manic episode. I have no idea what that even is. I have to look that up. Okay, so it just seems like it's some sort of cartoon that's related to Hello Kitty, and that fandom is pretty nuts about merchandise, so $2,000 on that seems pretty believable to me. $209,000 on a kitchen renovation for my forever home. My ex-husband then kicked me out and foreclosed on the house, and someone bought it at auction for $91,000. Is this a burner account for Gordon Ramsay? Who needs a $200,000 kitchen? And it kind of sounds like they could not afford it. Then they got divorced. Good portion of marriages end because of money problems, get foreclosed on, and somebody else bought it for under 6 figures. Wow. I paid $12,000 for 4 Trae Young rookie silver prisms. If you don't know what that is, it's sports cards. They're probably worth around $200 each now. It's crazy how much people were paying for cardboard, especially during COVID. I bought $50 worth of ladybugs to eat some pests in my garden. My mouth when they just flew away. At least it was only $50 in comparison to a lot of these comments. That's not that bad. I put $100,000 up my nose in 4 years. Alright then, health insurance with health insurance, an x-ray still cost me almost $900, and without insurance it cost me $191. I made a dedicated video going over insurance and how much of a scam it is in general. We've seen examples like that. And the next comment in the line, my current health insurance. It takes all the money we make and denies me treatment for important things like cancer. Again, saw more examples in that video as well. I find it to be a complete scam. Wasted nearly $10,000 on a startup for a business in February 2020. Then 2020 happened a month later. That's just extremely bad timing, especially if it was some sort of brick and mortar store and didn't have an online presence. My dad paid $1,000 to get me out of jail. I was at home laying on the couch. It was a scam call. Paid in full for a year-long gym membership that I didn't use once. $1,000. Well, that seems to be a very good transition into the next clip.
Morning. As someone who is chronically online all the time, scrolling through TikTok and easily influenced, I'm going to start a series called Things I Regret Buying because I have a lot and I want to share with you. The first one, if you know me, then you probably already know this, but my Ultra Human Ring was one of the dumbest purchases of 2025. I use my Apple Watch way more. This doesn't always sync to my phone. It's been weirdly not charging, and it's just not been a great purchase. I do think it's better than the Oura Ring because they are really similar, but it's just not something that I needed, but I thought it would fix my health problems.
And I wanted to put this in because we are nearing the beginning of the new year. Most people have similar resolutions. They want to get their health in check, start going to the gym, exercising, all of that. And in turn, I've found that many people just start buying a whole bunch of different fitness items when overall they probably didn't need it or don't use it enough to make it worth it in the end. She bought the ring when she already had an Apple Watch that are both extremely expensive. There are even more items that I've seen. I believe the Oura Ring is also a subscription service. Same thing with the Whoop, if you've seen that advertisement out there. Kind of just looks like a bracelet, costs a couple $100, and then you have to pay a monthly service for the thing to actually work. So overall, I'm not trying to get you to not care about your health and well-being. I just think people go a little overboard with the items they buy. Most of the time it's not worth it. It ends up collecting dust, and people chalk it off to just something they had to buy for their health.
I invest in purses.
You invest in purses?
They're an investment.
What is the most expensive thing you'll do on this trip?
Buy a couple of purses.
What kind of purses are we talking?
Probably Burberry, Louis Vuitton. Woo! Go to Chanel.
Hold on, he's shaking his head like hell she is. Did you budget for this trip?
No.
What do you mean no? What'd you do?
I just said, only live once. Come on, let's go.
You just YOLO'd it on the credit card? Is that what you did?
Exactly.
Can you tell us, what is your checking account balance right now? Do you even know?
I haven't checked.
She hasn't checked.
I'll check when I get back home.
You're like, he's got money. He's got money. It's fine.
Exactly.
Sounds to me like that relationship will crash and burn eventually, but we'll get into the designer brands and all the purses. A big argument that I hear is that it's an investment. Eventually they'll become vintage and just skyrocket in value. But we could go right over to the comments. Those brands aren't even investment pieces. Unfortunately, you'll get no money back from reselling Louis Vuitton and Burberry. She's just using it as an excuse to buy these purses. They're not even really what people want overall, and part of of the reason why the vintage market is doing well for 20 or 30-year-old purses is because back then they were actually made with solid materials and the quality was there, unlike today's world, even with the designer stuff. So that'll be a pretty hefty regret in the future when you spend 4 or 5 figures on your credit card as well because you didn't have any money, and when you're panicking trying to sell them, they're going to be a fraction of what you paid.
Oh my god. When I tell you this was the worst purchase I've ever made in my entire life, because it literally looks like I have a dead sheep on my hip. So bad. It's it's actually insane. Hear me out. I really wanted a fun winter fall bag, and I thought, what would be more fun than like a fluffy, oversized bag? However, I did not realize what oversized meant. This isn't even oversized, you guys. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. Imagine you see me walking down the streets of New York City like that.
So I guess this was just purchased online without seeing it in person because it was a YSL bag that honestly I'm going through and I can't find the specific one, but easily thousands of dollars. I'm seeing anywhere from $3,000 to $6,000 for these bags. And now you look absolutely ridiculous if you go out in public like that. Some of the comments, it looks so cheap. This is a duffel bag, LMAO. But she was talking about walking on the streets of New York City, so we could go over to another viral news story because now New York City has their own Erewhon type of store.
I'm about to try New York's most expensive new grocery store, Meadow Lane, and the line wrapped around the block. They even have a bouncer outside, and it's a maximum of 5 prepared items per person. $85 for sweatpants. Well, I just spent 45 minutes online and spent $110 on 5 items. We're officially living in a simulation in New York. It felt like shopping at some high-end clothing store. The staff was super nice. What annoyed me a bit, though, was after all I spent, the tip screen still popped up on $110.
Amazing. You walk around a wildly overpriced store, get all of your own items, go and pay for it, and they want a 20% tip on top of it. But the store was set up by some sort of influencer online that definitely took the Erewhon overpriced grocery store and just brought it to the East Coast. And just like the hype with all the new products that come out, the Starbucks Bear Cup, any of the Labubus, the Stanleys, people just eat it up. I'm going to spend a ridiculous amount of money that I don't have and wait in line to get in.
So far, one of the best coffees I've had.
Something interesting is that they're selling ketchup for like $9, like water,
really interesting.
caviar.
I think I spent like $94.
That's $100.
Okay. This was $50.
40 something.
I didn't buy anything.
$55 or less than you thought. You know, a little bit more, but it's okay. It's the experience, I'll say, yeah.
I came for the chicken salad. Once Bethany Frankel said it was really good, like I was like, I need to try.
I really like Bethany Frankel, and I know like she had a lot to say about his chicken salad, and so I definitely want to try it.
I did see Bethany's chicken salad review, but other than that, I hadn't seen anything else.
How long did you wait in line?
Probably like 7 minutes. I came on Friday, but the line was like 2 blocks down, so I didn't go.
So for anybody who's saying that marketing or influencer culture is dying, whoever that was that did a chicken salad review got a whole bunch of people to try out this wildly overpriced store. Not one NY accent was heard. They all sound like they're from the Valley. I swear it's a social experiment. And in the same way that all the previous trends go through their cycles, in a couple months, everyone will realize how much money they wasted.
If there's one thing I've learned about being into clothes and fashion, you're going to make a lot of stupid purchases, most of those being trend hopping. So here's some I regret buying. Vivienne Westwood necklace. It's not that it's uncomfortable or, you know, it's just made really shitty. I just don't wear it. I think I got this about 3-4 years ago, and I've worn it maybe less than 20 times. I just blew a ton of dust off of these. I don't know if you can see that. It's not that I don't like Rick Owens, it's just, this was kind of an impulse purchase. I was in New York for my 18th birthday over a year ago, and I just really wanted to take home some new shoes, so I got these. Sometimes I forget I actually have these in my closet. I wanted these for such a long time, but when I finally got them, I just realized I don't really like them. They're also really uncomfortable, and these wear down very fast.
This really does add on to the point of the last clip as well, trend hopping in clothing. This guy's buying stuff that is also wildly expensive for the sake of trends or buying something on his 18th birthday and then realizing after that he didn't even really like the item in the first place, doesn't wear them. They're not even comfortable. This is only a small part of the video also. I'm cutting a lot of these much shorter. Some of the comments, impulse buying is almost never talked about in fashion. It's honestly the gateway a lot of people have to take. You gotta go through this stuff and finally find what you truly like. God knows how much money I would have saved. I know I'm definitely not the best example when it comes to fashion. Even if I had $100 million, I'm not walking around in any designer clothing. I end up wrecking my clothes one way or another, so there's no reason to get anything super expensive. But I could have honestly made an entire video just talking about these types of purchases. There are so many examples online.
Things I regret buying. This is probably going to be a no-brainer, but I regret buying belt bags. These aren't even like half of them. I already sold majority of them, but I feel like I was completely obsessed with that trend of like staying up to date with those new belt bags that were launching at Lululemon. They are practical, I'm not gonna lie, especially if you go out for a walk. So I'm definitely gonna keep like one or two, but it just wasn't necessary to buy every single colorway. Okay, people are not gonna like me saying this, but I regret getting stud bags.
Okay, so again, we're cutting it off there. This video is a lot longer. You kind of get the gist of what this is going to be. The comments, this trend of having multiple of the same thing is so weird to me, especially with makeup. This one girl has to have 9 blushes. Why? I love my belt bag because it keeps my hands free and it's small, but I only have one though. And the creator responds, yeah, I learned my lesson, should have stopped at 1 or 2, but people really have a hard time stopping themselves from buying. And there are a ton of related TikToks like this. Me, because I can't stop buying stuff and it's just somebody tossing and turning, constantly thinking about consumerism, I guess. I keep saying save for Christmas presents. The only person I bought Christmas presents for is myself. I want to buy a $400 bag. Someone stop me, please. Then I genuinely hit flow state of adding more random stuff in my cart. I literally can't stop spending money. It's not even funny anymore. It's concerning. I buy everything I want the second I lay my greedy eyes on it. I'm always shopping and thinking about things I want to buy and what I want next. Help. Just the constant dopamine of social media and wanting everything the second you see it, and the convenience of you being able to do that. I don't think I have to tell you that turns into a massive amount of buyer's remorse. And when it's not shopping, I'm ordering food for delivery. This is crazy. And then you get so much anxiety when you can't pay your bills. Recently talked to my therapist about this because it literally made me sick. Then I headed to TJ Maxx to help with my sadness. We got a comment from you guys right here. The biggest regret on a purchase I've ever made has been a Louis Vuitton, I don't even know how to say that, handbag for $2,400, and I rarely carry it. I didn't have the regret for probably 4 or 5 months, and it's too late to return it, and I'll never be able to get the money back out of it. I'd be happy to get 2/3 of it back. Another problem that I've seen often, specifically with these bags that are very expensive, is that some of the people that purchase it don't live in the nicest areas, so they're scared walking around with it in public thinking they're going to get mugged. What's the point of having it in the first place then? It'll just end up collecting dust and be a crazy waste of money. I mean, $2,400, just that comment alone.
Okay, open up with me a package that I regret buying. So if you're on Whatnot, you know that sometimes you're bidding for things and you don't really want that thing, but like bidding is so fun that you keep doing it and then you realize you bid too high and no one else wants to outbid you because you bid too high, so then you accidentally buy something. It is no one's fault but my own. I bid responsibly, I know that. But at the end of the day, the way Whatnot is built, that's bound to happen. And I bought a $50 Littlest Pet Shop house, so let's open it. Okay, let's see what's inside. I mean, like, it's wonderful, like, it's huge. This is her. It's all in here. The house, it's full, it's complete, it's perfect. That's why I was like, oh my god, I need it. Not $50 though. You get what I mean?
I witnessed someone spend $600 on the biggest pet house, new in box. $50 is nothing. She replies, I'm a college student though. LOL, the bidding is so true. I was on Whatnot yesterday for the first time and it was actually insane how these people were bidding. You could literally find these things on Mercari for 1/10 of the price. It was insane. This is one that I don't think is often talked about, the auction sites. eBay is pretty big, but I guess the biggest one right now is Whatnot. You really want an item that's up for bid, you get that that impulse purchase itch? Somebody else wants it and starts upping the price, and there's a bidding war, and you end up spending way more money than you should, and by the time you realize it and don't want the item anymore, it's already shipped to you and there's no returns. It's unfortunate, but this happens more often than you think. Another comment from you guys, common purchases I hear from older people at work: weddings, brand new cars, houses, pets with high maintenance, Pokemon cards, student loans for a degree they don't use, and designer handbags. The wedding ones are especially crazy to me. We've gone over it a few times on this channel. I don't know about Pokemon cards right now because they seem pretty desirable still in 2025. Maybe the value of a lot of the cards has gone down since the peak in COVID. I'm not sure. I don't really look any of that stuff up. But as we saw earlier with the sports cards, those prices definitely have gone down. And people have lost a massive amount of money as well.
The worst thing about doing overtime is the temptation to spend all of it. You're tired, you see a big paycheck, and suddenly everything feels like a reward you deserve. That used to be me every single time. But at some point I realized overtime was not supposed to upgrade my lifestyle. Overtime was supposed to help me buy back my time later. That's why I use overtime to escape overtime. Work, home, rest, invest, repeat.
And that is not the thought process of many people out there now, especially with overtime work and the treat yourself culture. They would take all the extra money they get from their paycheck and blow it on some designer item, just putting themselves right back in the same position they were, just more exhausted and overworked. Does not sound like a life that I'd want to live whatsoever.
I made a really stupid purchase once. Worst purchase I ever made in my life. I was moving to LA and I needed an LA car. Right? For my business, I need an LA car.
Yes.
So what's an LA car for me? It has to be nice, but it can't be too showy. You know, all of these balances and considerations. And so I settle on this brand new convertible Aston Martin DB11. Right? Now, why did I get this stupid car? Well, so the truth was I got this car because some person I never met in the 1950s decided James Bond would drive an Aston Martin. And James Bond was cool. As this summer approached, I was in the final year of that lease. I'm coming up to my 50th birthday, and I'm literally so close to the studio at that time. I was in the hills in Hollywood. I had, bedroom I hadn't visited. That stupid car had been sitting in the garage. I hadn't driven it. And I was like, what the f am I doing with all this bullshit?
Okay, so we got a couple things to talk about. He wanted an LA car that wasn't too showy, so he got an Aston Martin. I was thinking some sort of BMW or Mercedes, luxury, but nothing too insane. But no, he ends up getting a DB11, basically because James Bond drove that car. It's crazy to me how many people buy Aston Martins for that single reason alone. Now, I don't know who this is, but if he can afford the Aston Martin and living in Hollywood, he's probably working quite a bit to be able to fund that lifestyle. So the house and the car doesn't get used. He's just working all the time, throwing money into a fire. I feel like this happens a lot with guys that want a nice car, whether they're actual car enthusiasts or not. On top of it, some get in over their head. They buy something they can't truly afford. General maintenance, the car payments, insurance starts breaking their bank, and they get in a really bad position.
This is the dumbest tech purchase I ever made. So back in 2017, I spent $35,000 on this red camera. Now, it seemed like a great idea on paper. All the cool tech YouTubers like Marquez were buying these, and it promised crazy image quality. 8K, raw, I mean, look at this thing. However, the reality of using it quickly set in. I remember one time Ken and I were on a shoot in Austin. It was that big client thing. We were out at a racetrack all day. This camera completely shut the bed and stopped turning on 20 minutes into the day. Thankfully, we had a Sony camera as a backup. But the problem is that while this is great on paper, unless you're a whole film crew, it doesn't make sense. Which is why, these days, we shoot entirely on Sony A7S Mark IIIs and FX3s.
Okay, so I wanted to put this in because it seems like a ton of people want to start making content, whether it's on TikTok, YouTube, really anything. You start Googling equipment that you should buy or watching YouTube videos, and then one thing leads to another. You start buying very expensive camera equipment. Now, this is on a completely other level, the Red cameras, but even what he was shooting on there, these Sony cameras, are thousands of dollars each. If you have a somewhat recent iPhone or Samsung Galaxy, the cameras are all in 4K. The quality is definitely good enough for you to start. You don't need to go over and get a $4,000 Sony FX3. If anything, my advice to you would actually be getting a very expensive microphone. The one that I'm currently using, the Shure SM7DB, is a lot of money. This costs $700. But the difference in video quality between your phone and some sort of mirrorless or DSLR camera isn't too far off, but the audio quality between the built-in mics and what I have here is definitely a big difference. People would much rather watch a 1080p video with a high-quality microphone compared to a 4K video with a built-in mic audio. However, there is a two-part to this when we're talking about recording with your phone.
I know I'm not the only person who bought the iPhone 17 just to make some cinematic videos on, so now I do have some bad news, okay? Before you buy the iPhone 17, I want you to understand something. This doesn't come with S-Log. I thought it came with S-Log. I went to the store and I tested the S-Log, but after buying the phone, I realized S-Log only comes on the Pros and the Pro Maxes. With that being said, yo, do not buy a iPhone 17 if your goal is to make videos with it, especially if your goal is to use S-Log.
Okay, real quick, we'll go over to the comments. Most of us don't even know what S-Log or whatever is. S-Log is Sony. You're thinking of Apple ProRes Log. So for a majority of people, this would not be a problem. S-Log or ProRes Log is basically a way that the camera records for you to get a lot of color grading in post. So if you're doing a lot of the cinematic type of videos, you'd probably want that. Most people don't really need that in the end, but I wanted to add this in because there was no research done, I guess. Did not know the differences between all the iPhones that came out, and he probably paid close to $1,000 for that phone and can't even use it for the reason he wanted. We have another comment here, short and sweet. I love my car, but I regret my purchase. Another very good transition into the next clip.
I bought this 2020 Toyota Highlander. It has like the highest trim level and everything. And I'm really just trying to trade that in. I was able to go ahead and just pay it off, $1,400, which was, I know, crazy. But...
Whoa. What? You were paying $1,400 a month for a Toyota Highlander?
Look, this is what I'm trying to trade in right now. Paid it off. It was only 18% interest on it. So yeah.
All right. So, how many miles are on your Toyota Highlander?
So it's 196,000.
To make sure we play that back, you say you had 18% interest on that Toyota Highlander?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to add salt on the wounds. I just want to calculate something. 1 second. And you bought it for how much?
But it was a crazy amount. I'm gonna pay for it real quick.
Okay.
Paid around 54,000.
Dollars?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's terrible.
You just now paid it off?
Yeah.
72 months for the term?
Yeah, it was 17 months.
72 months at 18%. You paid a total of $97,196.69 for a Toyota Highlander.
6 figures for a Highlander, and they weren't even talking about the Grand Highlander either. And that's the reason why I make so many car videos on this channel. People have no idea how bad of a deal they're getting. First off, paying $54,000 for the Highlander in the first place, even if it is the top trim model, but at the end of the term, you're paying almost double that. $1,400 a month. Unreal.
Just instant regret immediately. So I recently made a large purchase that I really wish I wouldn't have, and I wish that I would have waited the 24 to 48 hours, which is what I try to say and what I try to do before I purchased it, but I didn't. I didn't do it, and it's not a purchase that I could just return and get the money back, so I was out it, and I just have to take that as a loss. And that is really unfortunate because it was not an insignificant amount of money. But you have to learn your lessons.
So with her not saying how much she lost or what the purchase even was, you can really tell how embarrassed she is about it overall. And this is common in today's world. Again, with the instant gratification, it's so easy to buy stuff now. You don't even have to think. Just tap a few things on your phone and boom, you got it. It'll be delivered to your house tomorrow. Everything's all set. We go over to the comments. I have a curiosity on what you bought. Obviously, you didn't say it in the video, so maybe you don't want to share, but just wondering. And all she said was some tickets that can't be refunded. That could still be a wide range of events, sports, concerts, really anything that you could think of that needs tickets can be wildly overpriced in today's world, so it could have been a pretty substantial hit financially, and unfortunately you can't even refund it.
Dumbest things I bought when I was a full-blown shopaholic. I don't know, I'm losing count because there were a lot of This YSL smoking moto jacket. I bought this secondhand at least. I feel like a bit of an asshole, just like displaying Saint Laurent on my back with like a smoking mouth. It just seems like really obnoxious, but I like the front. And the fit of this jacket is stunningly beautiful. So the reason that this is a worst purchase is because the whole time that I was buying it, when I was DMing the girl to buy it secondhand, even when I was meeting up with her, I just felt like I shouldn't be doing this. I had this like inner dialogue going that I shouldn't be buying this. Like I was in huge debt. I was constantly worried about money. I just remember really pushing against myself, knowing that I shouldn't buy it and just doing it anyway. So this coat was really like me in a moment of self-sabotage.
And that was a pretty clear-cut case of your instincts kicking in, knowing that you shouldn't be doing this. With it being another YSL designer purchase, I bet it was a ton of money. A leather jacket like that. I would also add that she didn't like that the logo was splayed across the back. Just my own opinion, in today's climate, I wouldn't want some big designer logos being covered all over me walking around in public now. It just looks pretty tacky, and many people are agitated with the high cost of living and how difficult it is to survive. Maybe not the best idea to flaunt your wealth like this, even if you don't have it. She said she was in a whole bunch of debt, but buying and wearing those types of items make impressions on others. Some of the comments, it's time to sell it. My mindset is, if I don't reach for it, sell it. It's just stuff. Fashion should bring us joy. I really like the jacket, but I understand, I do too, the logo just makes me cringe. So I've actually been recording for a lot longer than I thought. So we're gonna end the video here. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
I'll die with student loan debt. You can't get out of it.
My haul is $170,000 of student debt.
Why nobody told me that the student loans will f your credit up if you don't pay them? Yo, I thought I could just ignore it like a medical bill. What do I do? That just dropped my credit so much.
Okay, so today we're going to be taking a look at some student loan crash outs. I know that this is a very sensitive topic to talk about, but I feel like I could see this from both sides. As someone who believes that many degrees are just not worth the cost of tuition right now, especially in this job market, I think many people are getting straight up scammed. Taking out 5 or 6 figures worth of debt when you're 17 or 18 years old, when you have basically no knowledge of the real world and finances, is very dangerous. But also, as someone who fell for this as well, I knew that these student loans would not go away. They will follow you for the rest of your life. You can't even declare bankruptcy, along with making it harder to do many other things in life, as we'll see in this video. We have a ton to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with a clip that more and more people are starting to realize every single day.
I logged on to studentaid.gov today because my loans are in forbearance, and I figured, hey, maybe while they're in forbearance, I can make some extra payments and try and get the principal down. You can't. You have to pay the interest first. So not only do I have $5,000 of accrued interest, like already, the daily interest rate for my loans is $24.89, which means if there's a 31-day month, in order for me to touch any bit of principal on my loans, I have to pay the $5,000, and then I also have to pay over $771.71 for any of my principal to ever be touched.
And that's what happens when a lot of people don't realize what interest does. Over $5,700 has to be paid just to start bringing down the principal interest. I don't think I have to tell you, most people don't have that kind of money just lying around in their bank account. So every month that goes by, this situation just gets worse and worse. I graduated back in 2015, $48,000 in loans. I paid $700 a month for 6 years. My loans are now approaching $90K owed. I will not pay another dime as long as I live. We're going to hear that a few times, but there are definitely consequences to that as well. I graduated college with roughly $30,000 in loans. They're now approaching $80,000 after just 3 years of post-grad. And we have another one here. I'm pretty sure she signed and I guess did not read the fine print. The creator replies, I actually did things the cheap way starting off at community college, which I think is good advice, but I just did 7 years of higher education and that's expensive. So I'm not exactly sure what she does for her line of work. It kind of looked like from the background that maybe she was a teacher, maybe not. There's even more on screen when you suddenly realize you have $50,000 in student loans, paid $70,000 so far, and still owe $30,000. I found out the $35,000 loan that I took out at 17 years old turned into $70,000 while I was still in school. Now, we haven't heard any of the actual interest rates so far, but there is a comment. If a $35,000 loan doubles to $70,000 in 4 years, that means the balance grew by 100% in 4 years. Using the rule of 72 or compounding math, the approximate APR is 18 to 19% per year. What kind of loan did you get? The creator responds, literally got an interest rate equal to my age at the time, and I just thought that was the game. I can't even imagine doing that. I think my loans were at the 6 or 7% range, and I thought that was kind of high because I saw other people in the 3% range, but basically 20% APR. Another one, me midway through a conversation remembering I have $60,000 in student loan debt and make a $500 payment every month for the balance to just keep going up. Literally the same. I basically sold my soul to Sally Mae. I think a lot of people did that, unfortunately, and we have a comment from you guys that goes very well with this. He who understands compound interest earns it. He who doesn't pays it. I know I've said this a lot throughout my channel, but this is the reason why I make the type of videos I do. I do truly think being financially literate and having this type of knowledge at an earlier age would put you way farther ahead than most people. I wish I watched these types of videos when I was 17, 18 years old, especially the student debt horror stories and what happens to interest. Because as I've said before, I think a lot of people believe that interest, for example, you buy a $10,000 car with 10% interest. By the end of the term length, you'd pay back $11,000, 10% of $10,000. Unfortunately, that is not the way it works, and the longer the term length, the longer it stretches out, the interest compounds and gets worse every single day. So hopefully some of these videos can make people realize it before it's too late. I do know from the analytics of my channel that about 6% of the audience would be currently going through this situation. I know it's not a lot, but still, hopefully this helps out at least a few people, but we'll move on.
Every now and then, I check on my student loans, you know, just to make sure they're still there. I don't pay them, but I check on them every now and then, like a good mother should. But no, for real, I knew that I was in forbearance because I had like that. They were trying to sort out whether they were going to cancel the save plan or not. They canceled it. Of course they did. But anyway, it's supposed to resume this month. And I'm really glad I checked because they were going to withdraw $438 and some change from my bank account. For one, they weren't going to get it because I don't have any money. And for two, who are you getting that money from? It's not me. I'm not paying that.
I think we should just transition right over to the next clip because this is what's going to happen to her in the future.
Why nobody told me that the student loans will your credit up if you don't pay them? Yo, I thought I could just ignore it like a medical bill. What do I do? That drop my credit so much.
The word loan was a dead giveaway, and for that reason, I'll be in school all my life till loan forgiveness comes back around. Well, we'll talk about that a little bit later, but there are consequences now. When you don't pay off your student loans, your credit takes a hit, which in turn affects more of your life. We could take a look at just one of the examples here.
Just spent like an hour fighting with the student loan people. It obviously did not go the way I wanted it to. It ended with, sorry, your credit is impacted. Last month, I found out that my credit was bad because I applied for an apartment and didn't get approved. And I was like, that's odd. That's never happened. So I look and I find out that I've not been paying my student loans since January. I didn't even know that was happening. I didn't get any emails or phone calls. So I called him and I talked to some guy, super helpful. He gets my loans like back in good standing and said that my credit will reflect that there were no missed payments. I'm like, okay, great. Like everything is solved because I didn't even know. I didn't even know that this was happening. If I did, I would have called. I would have logged into the stupid app. Like I just had no clue. I truthfully had no idea. And I checked my credit today because I need to apply for an apartment. And it shows that I have 63 missed payments because I have multiple student loans.
Okay, so a couple things. The credit hit from the missed student loan payments will make it harder for you to get an apartment. Of course, if you wanted to buy a house, car loans. It's not just something you'll get in the mail every month, see the number go up and just completely ignore it. She can't even get approved for an apartment anymore. The other thing with her not knowing this was happening, I mean, I guess that could be true, but I personally don't really watch the news. I'm not 100% in the know when it comes to current events, unless it's something about finance or the economy. But as soon as the news broke broke out that student loan repayments were starting back up, I feel like it was on every news article, social media platform, influencers, really everybody was talking about it. I feel like you couldn't turn away from it. So I have a hard time believing that she had no idea that this was occurring, but now she has 63 missed payments. We'll go to some of the comments. January, it took you 9 months to look at your credit score, and you applied for an apartment before looking at your credit score. 63 payments. Did you think that the loans just stopped? Keeping track of your debt is your responsibility. If you missed 63 payments, you knew the money wasn't coming out. A lot of comments like that, but she made another post as a follow-up.
So now I'm going to spend the next, half of my life doing what? My credit is not going to get better. She also said, one of them, I don't know how much it'll go up each month, but each month, if it's in good standing, it won't show that it's a late payment. It'll show that it's current and good standing. So it will slowly go up over time, and depending on where you live, it will go up more or less. I said, what do you mean? Depending on where you live, your credit will increase monthly based on your payment status. I said, what do you mean? What do you mean? Where do I need to live? Where do I need to move where my credit will go up a significant amount based on my payment history status? Where am I living in the place where it gets worse based on my payment history status? What are you saying?
Okay, so I have no idea what the woman on the line is talking about. I've never heard that. Maybe that is a thing. I guess if you live in nicer areas, your credit score goes up higher. That sounds absolutely ridiculous to me. But this does really highlight how incompetent a lot of these people are, especially if you try to do any of the customer service with the loans. We'll see a few examples later in the video how crazy this gets. But we'll go over to the comment section. Just declare bankruptcy at this point, clear out all of your debt, and start over. Well, you could do that if you want, but student loan debt does not get wiped clean. It will be around until it's paid off. That's why I was saying earlier, I knew that I had to pay off my student loans. There's no way around it. Bankruptcy isn't an answer in this situation like people would say if they're in a whole bunch of car debt or credit card debt. But we have another comment from you guys. I made the mistake of going to a private university and graduated in 2019 with about $130,000 in student loan debt. Fortunately, my degree wasn't totally useless, and even though I barely use it, it led me to getting paid enough to stay afloat. It started with several Sallie Mae loans, with interest spanning from 7 to 11%. Managed to refinance and get 6.6%, and I started dumping all of my extra money into that loan until the pause on the federal loans ended. Those extra payments lowered my minimum monthly payments on the private loan, and now I'm focusing on paying off all of the federal loans. Currently sitting at around $70,000 still owed, but I'm on track to have everything paid off in 3 more years. I think that's also been a problem over the past few years with the pause during COVID. A lot of people just wrote off student loans completely. They didn't make any payments, even though interest wasn't accruing during that time, and people do not have enough money to pay it off. I mean, we got examples here. When people bring up student loan debt like I don't know ball, trust me, I know ball with $388,000 in debt. I've forgiven myself of all my loans. Well, the banks definitely have not. POV, you just got your doctorate degree with $160,000 in loans. That honestly, I don't think is that bad in comparison. $160K is still a crazy amount of money, but my manager has $234,000. She's not paying it back. Well, they're gonna start garnishing your manager's wages if she doesn't. Doctorate, I got my master's and it was $255,000. Let me go ahead and pay back my $5,000 and stop complaining. Wanted a Christmas shop, but my med school loan said be serious with $561,000. I know that some of these clips are for medical degrees, and of course that is one of the careers where you could make a ton of money, but still, just seeing $500,000+ in debt, I wouldn't be able to handle the stress. My dad had $300,000 in student loans back in the 80s. He paid it off by 2020. I don't even know what to say. We just have to move on.
I'll die with student loan debt. You can't get out of it.
How much in student loans?
So my schooling was $90,000. I'm close to $200,000 in debt with interest.
How long has it been?
Almost 20 years ago.
Have you ever bought something and then instantly regretted it? Like just bought something dumb?
I bought a pickup truck.
How much was the pickup truck?
Like $80,000. It was used, $80,000. My plan was also to put it on Turo, right? So other people can use it as well. And then
Heard about this scheme before.
And then I had friends that were like, no, let me just lease it from you. And then I've gotten over and pays for the truck.
Imagine if she put that $80,000 towards her loans. We did hear the second half of that clip before. I did not know that she also had $200,000 worth of student loans in the first place. Plus $80,000 for a pickup truck. It has to be a Raptor or something like that, right? Trying to make some passive income off of Turo, and we've talked about it before. It's not nearly as hot of a market as it was during COVID. And yeah, now she's stuck with 2 giant debts.
I'm sorry, but Sally Mae emailing my grandmother in her 70s to tell her that when I took out my student loans and she co-signed, she accepted joint responsibility for the repayment. Like I've said this so many times, these private loan companies take advantage of the fact that older people, like boomers and above, who co-signed for millennial and Gen Z students that were, you know, their children or grandchildren in my case, they take advantage of the fact that those people are susceptible to shame about money responsibility. Like, this doesn't work on me. This does not work on me. Like, I don't have a responsibility for this, actually. I have let it go. It does not serve me anymore. But they are, 60 and 70-year-old people do feel shame when a company calls them and leaves a message or sends them an email or a text every single day that your payment is late, that you are not living up to your responsibility.
To me, it sounds like you're taking more advantage of your grandmother than these loan companies are. Wait, did your grandma co-sign on it? If so, she is responsible. How dare you compromise her credit in that way? This is on you, not Sally Mae, and she replies, millennial traitor. You could say whatever you want, it doesn't serve me anymore, okay? So now you've let your 70-year-old grandmother deal with all of this stress, and let's be honest, this is in her sunset relaxing years. I think this is definitely more on you than anybody else. You do have a responsibility. You signed a contract. It's actual money, not fun money. If she co-signed, she is responsible. If you don't meet your responsibility, she signed an agreement. Shame on you, not Sally Mae. Can't wait till they start garnishing you and Mima's wages. I mean, I feel a lot worse for her grandmother than her, but that is just a crazy situation.
You would also look like this if you have been crashing out about your school loans all morning, okay? This is how much... This is how much I still owe in school loans to become a doctor. Look at the original price. Look at how much I still owe. Yes, that is a comma. $351,194.68.
Okay, so if you did see up at the top of that clip, the total original amount awarded was $618,000, and she brought it down to $351,000. Of course, again, $350,000 is an unreal amount of money, but this is one of the very few career paths that I think this is worth it. You know, becoming a doctor or a lawyer. The salaries that you can make being in those professions, I think definitely outweigh even the insane balance in this clip. But we could go over to the comments section, enroll in one class a quarter for the rest of your life at community college and stop bothering trying to pay them back. Well, that is a very good transition into the next clip.
Here's how I haven't paid my student loans and why I never will. You don't have to pay them back. All you have to do is re-enroll in community college and take any associate's degree. Dance, pottery, doesn't matter. As long as you're in school taking part-time classes, it will defer your loans for another year.
So take on more debt, school classes aren't free, they'll garnish your retirement so you can't retire at all. Just pay the loan, bro. Why would I pay almost $17,000 per year when I could pay just $1,700? So that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna be perpetually in community college into your 80s? That's how you're gonna get around this, along with having a full-time job just to survive in this climate. Something tells me this is not going to work out in the end. Another comment from you guys, this is exactly why I decided to set money aside for my loans during the pause on payments. Once everything was lifted, I paid off all my loans and now I'm debt free. The mindset should always be that you need to pay back anything that you borrowed. Better to pay than get refunded rather than not pay and face penalties. And with that last sentence, a lot of people thought that everything was just going to be forgiven. On top of the pause during COVID, many people chalked this off. But I actually did the exact same thing as he did. As soon as the pause was lifted, I just paid it all off. I did not want to have to deal with interest payments, and I was able to save up while I was working. And even back then, I felt like they were not going to forgive my loans, so that was just going to be on me no matter what.
Okay, just having my monthly crash out about student loans, so thought I might as well record it. Maybe we can capitalize on it. I'm just so sick of unhonest creators being like, here's what I spent this month, or like, here's this haul. Here's my haul. Okay, here's my haul this month. My haul is $170,000 of student debt. That's my haul.
My grad loans are at 9%. I'm paying $2,400 to $2,900 a month in student loans. Luckily, I don't have a car payment and don't pay rent, but you're basically paying that and more every month for those loans. I feel like personally, I got lucky because I was not great in school. I did not have the grades to go to a 4-year. I just went to community college, and after a while, when I eventually knew that I was not going anywhere, I ended up dropping out with a little over $20,000 worth of debt, but that really looks like nothing comparing a lot of these examples today. Another comment from you guys, I think the main takeaway from this video is not that the student loans are out of control, but rather the cost of an education is. I mean, why not both? The earlier clip with the almost 20% APR on the loans, how is that even allowed? On top of tuition going up almost every single year with all of the colleges and universities, it just does not seem worth it to me anymore.
The first year that people graduated with all this debt and they were told immediately to go themselves. That was when college ended. College ended when people left college with all this debt and a degree and went, what do I do now? And they go, you tend bar. You actually do what you did in college. Here's the good news. You know that side job you had in college? That's your real job now. That's when college ended. College is just, now it's just a place to go and socialize and have fun and go to parties and get laid and whatever. It's no longer preparing you for the world. It's doing the exact opposite. It's miring you in debt, getting you to develop a substance abuse problem, and sending you out into the world completely clueless.
I feel like this hits home with a lot of people. Even the comment at the end with the substances. I know that a lot of people end up taking Adderall during college because of the amount of work that's needed, especially if you're in a very demanding degree. Long-term usage like that is a lot more common than you think and can develop into even worse problems in the future. One of the comments from this video I hear all the time as well, college is all about networking. I'll reply right after that. Networking is such a Weasley way for universities to put the blame on their graduates. I'm paying $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year to go to your university to network with other kids, and then after I get a degree, I don't get a job that pays back those student loans. It's just all on me. Does not seem like something that I would want to partake in at all. Another comment right here from you guys shows that in the end, all of these colleges are just a business, a money-making machine. In 1965, about 6 million people attended college. By 2024, that number has grown to nearly 20 million. The surge was accentuated by the availability of massive student loans. As long as people could legally borrow large sums under the promise of greater opportunity, college can keep raising their prices, and that's what they do almost every year. The result is a feedback loop, easier access to loans, more students willing to pay, higher tuition costs, and even greater reliance on those loans. To the point now where you could be making $80,000, $100,000 a year in a pretty decent job that you got that degree for, and it's still not enough to pay back those debts, and the interest just gets worse and worse.
This is the reality of someone that grew up poor and thought college was going to change my whole entire life. Bachelor's degree, probably spent nearly $100,000. Spent like $65,000 for my nursing degree. And the nursing one was worth it. Not this one, but I have a 13-hour job. Is that worth having $100,000 of debt that I had no idea how bad loans were? I nearly have to pay like $800 a month. But I have a job, but what the
Okay, so I get what he's trying to say. Some of it I didn't understand. I don't know if his job was paying $13 an hour or he had 13-hour shifts because he was an RN. If that's the case, that's kind of the name of the game if you do want to become a nurse, which even with these high prices, I know he basically burned $100,000 with the first degree that you didn't end up needing, but nurses do typically get a pretty decent salary. How do you spend $100,000 at UCF? No, you should have gone to community college for the first 2 years. $65,000 for an associate's degree? I'm not sure. Again, that is one of the careers that I would say taking on a good amount of debt would probably be worth it, but that cannot be said for a lot of other degrees and careers. University's over, we're all unemployed, $60,000 in debt, AI is taking our jobs, and it can't go on like this. And because of this, people talking about switching career paths are all over social media.
I think I've officially decided that I'm going to drop out of college. Instead, I'm probably going to do like real estate, something along those lines. I hate school. I've always hated school. And like right now, like I don't even know what I'm going to college for. I'm literally just wasting time and money. Within the past year, I've gone to 3 colleges. 3. I've literally hated all 3 of them. Anyways, I thought of this last night because I was taking a shower and I was really tired of school and doing homework assignments for a class that like I literally don't want to take. I would have a job. I would like have a job faster than I would going to school for something and then getting a job after school. Like right now, I work 2 freaking jobs and I hate it so bad. And working 2 jobs, I literally make no money at that. I guess I would like stay in school to take the like certification classes, but that's it.
We're just gonna go right over to the comments. Do not, I repeat, do not go into real estate. To be honest, just be careful with real estate because people who I know are doing it say it can be super hard to stay consistent, especially since the housing market is not the best right now. Real estate is not stable, it's a side hustle for a lot of people. There just does not seem to be a lot of conviction with what she's saying. She just doesn't like school. Apparently is racking up the debt as well, going to 3 different colleges in a year. Does not like doing homework or anything that revolves around school, so I'm just going to be a real estate agent, as if that career path is just that easy. Walk around showing people houses and then collecting commission checks. It is a lot more complicated than that.
So I just got my bill for 1 semester of college. $8,000. Why am I paying $8,000? I don't understand. That is so much. And I'm paying for it. It's not like my parents are paying for it. I'm paying for it. I don't have $8,000 to just spend for 1 semester.
Did you not know the price of the college that you went to before you signed up? I feel like that's kind of impossible, right? All the finances are set up and shown to you while you're picking classes, how much it's going to be per credit and everything else that goes along with it. $8,000 is actually nothing at all for a semester in college. It still is a lot of money, but people are paying way more for that right now. I was just kind of baffled with her not knowing the finances whatsoever when she was already enrolled. Now we can get into the segment with all of these loan companies being absolutely ridiculous or incompetent.
My student loan servicer just called me. Apparently I'm a little bit behind on my payments, so I went to look and see how much they were calling me about. How much could possibly be enough to call me and bother me at work? Like, good lord. Should I just change my name to Maduro?
So if they're hounding this guy, calling him at work for literally $20, I think that really shows for every other example in this video that you are not going to get out of these student loans.
I was about to log in to do a payment for my student loans, and then all of a sudden it says paid, and I was like, oh my god, do I have like a random donor, or did like a secret sugar daddy, or did someone make a donation or something and like decide to pay my student loans? I literally almost started crying. I was like, oh my god, I'm free. And then I was like, you know what, let me just be safe, because you know, gotta always be safe than sorry. So I call the like student loan provider and I was like, hey, like I saw that someone made a payment for my student loan and they paid it all off. Like, I don't know who did that. Like, I want to thank them. Who did it? And they were like, oh, yeah, no, there's just a new provider. Don't worry, it's going to transfer over. It just says that. And I was like, oh, okay. But I was also, because I was like, I was checking my emails and I didn't get anything about this. But I was like, I hate it here.
So I mean, I guess I'd be in the same boat as her if I was in her situation. No email or contact of any kind saying that the loans are transferred. It just looks like it was paid off. I'd probably be just as happy as her and then very mad when I realized that I got duped. But we'll just move on to apparent late payments.
Okay, this is rude. I paid the day before my due date. They're saying it's past due. Please pay today. Honey, it was paid on the 7th. It's not my fault you're not taking it out of my bank day of, right? And it happened right before a weekend. Like, I understand. So I called them today, and immediately the guy goes, oh, this is your account. So I see that we have a late payment on here. There's not going to be any fees. I was like, is it going to affect my credit score? No, it's not going to affect your credit score. I can see that it was posted on the 7th, but it just hasn't been paid yet. So we're just waiting for that to come through. I jumped out of my seat. Okay, can we chill for 1 single second? I have never missed a payment in my life.
Mine's doing the same thing. The worst part is it's still gaining interest while processing. If my credit card can take the money out the day of, Nelnet can too. But there is a good point from another comment. You should always make a payment 2 to 3 days before. It sometimes doesn't process immediately, but it does show how slow all of this could be. Luckily, she didn't have any late fees for it or hurting her credit score, but it definitely could have happened. But to finish off this video, we have a little update from the clip that's up on screen right now. If you've seen any of these student loan crash outs or really any of these examples on social media, this is probably the most popular. Got a ton of attention and views, but we could go over to the follow-up.
Okay, this is the only comment that I'm going to be responding to, and then I'm moving on past the viral crash out. I want to start by saying thank you so much to like the nice, kind comments I got, the support, the advice. You guys, I really do appreciate that. I never said my debt was anyone else's responsibility. I understand that that is 100% something I signed on for. But my whole point of the video is that I don't think, as a 17-year-old kid who's never been taught anything about finance, anything about interest, these are not things that they teach you in high school. So how am I supposed to know you can read a contract? I'm 17 years old. When I signed up for this, I was 17. When you were 17, if you knew all this stuff, great. Good for you, but you are not in the majority.
And to be honest, I agree with her. I did not learn anything in high school with personal finance. Everything that I know now, I've looked up online, informational YouTube videos. I personally never learned a thing. So like I said earlier, hopefully these videos reach a larger audience with all the TikTok examples and the drama that goes along with it. I feel like more people would be interested in these topics comparing to me pulling out a whiteboard and making it feel like a boring lecture, because you need to have this type of knowledge as early as possible to be able to set yourself up for the future. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
The search phrase, give car back, is hitting record numbers now.
So I'm sitting here reading the comments, and a lot of y'all are wondering how I got my car repoed and why I owed $11,000 on my car.
The U.S. auto loans delinquent by 90 days or more has reached a level beyond COVID levels.
Okay, so today we're going to be taking a look at the car market, but more specifically, the repossession crisis. We're starting to see stats come out that delinquencies are as high as we've seen for quite a long time, and that's really no surprise to me. With the high car payments, the high MSRP, high insurance rates, more and more people can't afford the cars that they're driving around right now. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below, but let's just jump right into it.
The U.S. auto loans delinquent by 90 days or more has reached a level beyond COVID level, right? As June 30th, 2025, we have almost a 5% delinquency level that is 90 days or more. Let's look at a 5-year chart. We're reaching pretty much what we had during COVID. Now, a lot of this was subsidized money. There was a lot of deferments, a lot of aid from the government to help people during COVID times. But now people are starting to see things are getting more expensive, and people are unfortunately can't catch up and can't catch a breath. There's even an article that was posted that Americans are behind on car payments at a record level. As you can see, most of the auto loan delinquencies come from subprime borrowers. If you're subprime, that means you've had some prior issues with your credit. Right now, 6.6% of subprime auto borrowers were at least 60 days past due on their loans in January 2025. This is the highest level since the agency began collecting data.
Taking out 84-month loans might not have been the best idea. I mean, along with the talks of the 15-year car loan, I would be surprised if some of the modern-day cars even last 15 years with how terrible the quality is. But we're now seeing record high levels since they started collecting this data. And I know a lot of the examples that we see online are really expensive luxury SUVs or pickup trucks, all getting repossessed because, surprise, surprise, most people can't afford a 6-figure vehicle, but that doesn't mean that economy brands aren't racking up on the repo lots as well.
Toyota's repos don't stop. They're a printing money machine. They're I'll repossess your car before you know it machine. Look at the Toyota repo field. Everything is a Toyota repo. Let's go take a look at what kind of cars and trucks have been repossessed. This is where dealers get their good deals. We come here and we buy repos. And it's bittersweet, right? You're coming up off somebody else's downfall. But that's what keeps us in business. We buy it at a fair price.
we sell it at a fair price.
I don't know if they sell it at a fair price, but these are Toyotas. They aren't Lexuses or Mercedes-Benz. I do know overall Toyotas have gone up in price pretty significantly over the past few years because they're supposed to be known for their reliability, while many other manufacturers are just bringing out terrible vehicles. But there are many other examples similar to this. We've seen this one up on screen recently that was legitimately a sea of vehicles that were all repossessions. Any make and model you could think of, they were just constantly being auctioned off for dealers to buy. The guy in the video also said that they go through 1,000 cars a day on the lot that he was filming, so imagine what that's looking like all across the country. We have a comment from one of you guys. Decades ago, I worked as a mechanic at a nice used car place. Tax return time was crazy. One day we sold the lot out and the local police pulled in to ask if we were robbed. We had sold around 30 cars that day. Because if you've seen a lot of dealers talk about tax return time, there are many people out there that will get their returns, maybe a few $1,000s, and immediately put a down payment on a brand new vehicle. And as the months go by, the repo market starts to boom. So many people end up falling behind, not legitimately being able to afford it in the first place, and this cycle continues almost every year. Now, with the past few clips talking about the dealer auctions, so many people ask if there's any way for you to specifically buy a car off of one of these auction sites. Unfortunately, that's not the case. You need a dealer's license, but something that I've started to see pop up online has to be some sort of scam. There's a lot of clips like this, asking price $10,000, and the down payment is only $1,200 for a brand new Dodge Durango. This isn't the only page that I've seen do this. It's just called Bank Repo Car Sales, and it's video after video of these brand new vehicles with just ridiculously cheap prices. Unfortunately, that means they get a lot of engagement in the comment section. Where are you located? I'm interested. How do I get more info? Location? I don't know what these pages are really trying to pull, because if anybody actually shows up to these locations, of course these cars are going to be way more expensive than they're advertising. My guess is that their asking price is actually the down payment, and then their down payment that they're advertising is probably the monthly car payment. I don't know. I'm not really sure, because here's another one of a G-Wagon. Asking price $12,000 with a down payment of $700. A G-Wagon's MSRP is what, $160,000 or $180,000? Even if you got this from a car auction because of a bank repo, this car is worth so much more than this, it's ridiculous. So something shady has to be going on with these accounts. I just wanted to let you guys know, but we'll move on to some more examples.
When's the last time you had a car? Do you want a car?
Yes, obviously I want a car. Last time I had a car was about a year ago. I couldn't make the payments.
You got repoed.
Yeah, it was like $615.
And this is why I went down this conversational train.
Okay, well.
Oh, for sake. I knew. The fact that you didn't have a car, I knew there had to be a reason. Listen, in Austin, everyone has a car. Oh, for sake, what happened?
I know a lot of people that don't have cars.
I know one person, but okay, different lives. That's fine. Okay, it got repoed a year ago. Well, you're 3 years into your better paying job. What the happened? Because
that fucks the credit score and makes it really hard to get approved for another car.
But what happened with this repo?
I couldn't make the payments. What do you think happens with the repo?
I'm asking why, because you were still making about $4,000 a month.
Because I was also trying to pay off other debt.
And there you go. She was making some money, $4,000 a month, but not surprising, being on the financial audit, she had a lot of other debt accumulated, so much so that she couldn't afford, I think she said $650 or maybe $615 car payment, and she ended up getting repoed, unfortunately. Another comment from you guys, it's crazy people not understanding they can't maintain an $800 a month car payment for 72 months. People buy way more car than they could afford. And when you start seeing videos like this, the Google searches do not lie.
Oh no, I feel we're heading into dangerous territory. The search phrase, give car back, is hitting record numbers now. I mean, look at it from 2020 to 2025. It is at an all-time high. The search term, give car back, on Google Trends. It's dangerous out there, boys. The economy's not looking good.
So if you do find yourself in this situation, it seems like some just wait it out, play the cat and mouse game, see how long they'll keep their vehicle until it ends up getting repossessed. And honestly, that is not the best move. We have some advice here with this clip.
In a recession, whether we like it or not, car repossessions is at an all-time high. 7.5 million to be exact that have been assigned to agencies. I'm gonna share with y'all some information that y'all might not know about that may help y'all during these times. You have a vehicle and it's facing repossession, do not hide the vehicle. Do not avoid the bank. Banks are in the money business. They not in the car business. So the last thing they want to do is repossess your car. So what you need to do is call the bank, figure out a payment plan, figure out something that if you can skip a couple months. They want to work with you. They don't want to have to repossess your car and then have to take it and go auction it off and get what little money they're going to get from it. So please don't be scared. I know it's a scary time for y'all, but call them, figure out things first. Figure out if you can make a plan or if they can skip a couple months for you or if they can break the payments in half.
One thing that I do want to add with the banks, they will eventually repo the car and then it'll be auctioned off, but the difference in price from what they sell it at the auction to how much you owe overall on the vehicle, you'll still be on the hook for. It's not like you'll just take the credit hit and they'll take the vehicle, especially if you bought something brand new in the past few years. Depreciation is very swift now. Many people are underwater in their vehicles, so it's worth less than what they owe. So you'll still be getting calls from the bank owing whatever the difference was. And especially with seeing some of the clips like this online, there is a lot of misinformation about this topic.
If they can't find your car in 180 days, which is 6 months, all right, they're going to have to charge it off. They're going to stop trying to repo the car, and now they're going to mark the account as charged off.
No, they will not. I work in repossessions. They get their stuff. Nope, they will call the police and report it as theft. I was in the repossession business for over 20 years. This is completely false. Former repo man, 100% untrue. There are over 5,000 comments on this video, and basically all of them say the same thing. So don't just think if you could hide the car in the garage for 6 months that you'll just be in the clear, you'll be able to keep it scot-free. They're still going to find you because these repo companies are starting to get some crazy technology.
The Repo Reapers are evolving. If you don't remember the last time you paid your car payment, watch out. Alright, so maybe you can tell by the first picture, but this right here is a license plate scanner. And as you guys can see, this is on a regular Toyota Corolla. Alright, so the way these little cameras work is the person that's driving this car, these cameras are looking for license plates in this person designated area. So they get an area they're supposed to drive in. As this person drives around, these cameras are scanning. And no, they're not fixed at any position. They're 360 cameras. So they can look forward, back, side to side, any direction they need to look, they can do so. Alright, so once those little scanners read the license plate that goes back to a car that's currently on the repo status, one or two things is going to happen. First, it's going to alert the driver. They're going to get out and verify the VIN and make sure the car they're looking for. Or two, it's just going to send it back to the tow company, and then they're going to do the rest, and then the car's going to be gone. All right, so everybody know how fast those Repo Reapers are when they want you. If they want you, they're going to get you. And some people have gotten away, but it's not very common, so it's probably just going to be either just pay your bills.
So you might not even know that somebody's looking for the vehicle. Of course, if you have one of the big F-350s with the tow on the back driving through the neighborhoods, it's pretty obvious they're looking for repo vehicles. But if they have scanners on the back of an old Corolla or a Ford Fusion, you might have no idea it's coming. Because like the last clip said, these repo drivers do not mess around. Within a minute, you could go from having it sitting in the parking lot or your driveway to just being completely gone. You have to be glued to your vehicle 24/7 just to make sure it's not taken away. It's really not a game that I would want to be playing at all, but we have another comment from one of you guys. You know it's getting real bad when even the cheaper cars are getting repoed. Car insurance and costs are getting insane. That's what I talked about earlier in the video. It's not really surprising when people buy a wildly overpriced Range Rover or GLS 7 Series BMW to flex on others, and then they can't afford the absurd payments, the crazy maintenance that comes with it, the insurance, everything else, but repo lots are starting to get filled up with Honda Civics and Toyota Corollas. No flashy, crazy cars, just everyday commuters. So to me, it's not really surprising when we start seeing news headlines like this.
You know, some of these numbers are pretty staggering, showing Americans are carrying more debt than ever before. A new report from the New York Fed says total household debt reached a record $18.6 trillion from July through September. And here's how that all breaks down. The biggest chunk of debt, $13 trillion, comes from mortgages, which is not surprising given how expensive it is to buy a home. Auto loans and student loans are next at about $1.7 trillion. Then you got credit card debt at $1.2 trillion. All of those are record highs. And when you look at credit cards, part of what's going on is that more people are using cards instead of cash to make purchases. Overall, consumer spending is up. That's good for the economy. What's not so good is that people are paying higher prices and higher interest rates, and lower income households and younger Americans under the age of 39 are simply falling behind on their payments. The typical borrower carries a balance of about $6,500 on their card. Today's average interest rate of 20%, if you only make minimum payments, you'll end up owing more than $10,000 in interest on that debt over 25 years. So you can see how quickly this snowballs, guys.
So imagine taking that figure with the bad interest rate of 20%, because we still see that on car deals now, and instead of $6,500, it's $65,000. The amount of money you'd have to pay overall just for that car cannot be worth it.
If you've ever wondered why we're on track to hit 1 million repos by the end of 2025, the reason is simple. Nobody has any cash. Nobody has any money. I just sold a truck that I had fixed up over the past year, gotten it roadworthy. I just sold it this last weekend. It took me about a month to sell. 2 years ago, you would have been able to sell your truck within an hour because the truck market was so hot. But now nobody has any liquidity. Nobody has any money to spare. I was so surprised how long it took me to sell this vehicle, and I ended up having to lower the price multiple times.
Okay, so there are a few things that can be happening with this situation. Maybe he's right. Many people right now just don't have the extra cash to pay for even a used truck, an older model. But with how crazy the market is for pickups overall, I mean, some of the prices, if you look up on Facebook Marketplace, even normal dealerships, the value of these trucks are absurd. So there is a good chance that he just had the vehicle wildly overpriced, and it took several price cuts for somebody to finally bite. But we'll move on to another comment from you guys. The repo man came for mine many years ago. I knew it was coming and I did not fight it. I went out to the carport, removed all my stuff, the tags, etc. The repo man came early morning. I was without a vehicle for months. Lesson learned. All dealerships will sell you a vehicle no matter your financial situation. That statement is very true. Some people will immediately go to blaming the dealerships, the car salesman, which on one hand I do understand. They know that you're getting a terrible deal, but their commission check is going to be pretty good. But at the end of the day, you have to have the knowledge of if you're getting a good deal or not, whether you could afford it genuinely or not. And if you can't, you just have to walk away and say no. Many people don't do that. They get it in their head that they're going to get something brand new. It's going to look super nice. Their ego takes over and they start getting into the debt cycle.
This is how I know the automotive market is in a really bad place. Now, if you watch my videos, you know about the abandoned vehicle problem, which most of them are Nissans. And here lies another beautiful Pathfinder that's stuck here because it's got a bad CVT transmission and nobody wants to pay to fix it. But what you may not know about is auto loan delinquencies. And here lies an auto loan delinquency because they bought a piece of junk. This is a Chevy Cruze and it's stuck here because it's got a transmission problem that costs thousands of dollars to fix. And the major thing wrong with this car is the customer owes $1,900 on it still. And it being a 10-year-old vehicle that's not worth much in the first place, it's not really worth the repair plus the $1,900 still owed on it. And because of that, I don't really blame them for leaving it here. So here it'll sit right out front until the bank finally decides to sign the title over to me. Because we know they ain't gonna fix that piece of crap either.
Yet another example of one of the normal economy cars being repoed. It is an unfortunate situation, and I think in the end the car's just going to get scrapped, so hopefully my other videos help you search for a good, reliable car that won't end up breaking down and cost you the value of the entire car just to repair it, because then you'd be stuck in a very similar situation.
Your car is 100 days delinquent. So your car's repoed right now!
Yeah, and I can't afford to get out of the repo, because it was, I think June was the 4th month, plus
is it the payment that is due here to get it back? Or have they come to some kind of agreement?
There was some. I wasn't even there for the phone call. My mom called them, and they told her.
Because you're not an adult.
Yeah.
Apparently. Well, you can't be on the phone call for your own.
I didn't
you
even.
have to let your mom take care of
everything? I didn't even
everything?
know she called them yet, honestly. Honestly, when we got the car, I thought it was going to be like A-okay. And my mom was like, just give me like $100 every month and like that'll be like your payment. Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about? Why would it go to your mom?
My mom co-signed on the car.
Well, what would you give money to her and then she makes the rest or something?
Yeah. That was like our agreement.
How'd that go?
Not very well.
How long have you had this? When did you get the car?
In 2022, September.
So for 2 years you did it?
Yeah.
So
almost.
What is
barely
happening now?
I feel like we were behind like the whole time.
We're starting to get into the portion of the video where a lot of people seem like they don't care that much about this. The situation wasn't being taken seriously by her or her mother, it sounds like. Just give me about $100 a month, I'll co-sign it for you, and eventually the repo man shows up. Sounded like they were behind immediately, could not afford it whatsoever, but being so nonchalant about this is a lot more common than I thought. We have another comment from you guys here. I had a coworker that called buying a new BMW BMW a long-term rental. He would buy a new BMW, drive it like he stole it until it was repoed, then buy a new one. He did this 3 times in the year I worked with him. When I asked what his long-term plans were, he said that he would buy a final car and then file for bankruptcy, as if they would let him expunge the loan and keep the car. The last I heard from him, he was complaining that he had $200,000 in debt and that he was having trouble getting put on his bankruptcy filing. Absolutely insane to me. Sounds pretty nuts to me as well. But we're gonna have a little flashback to an older video with this clip because I think it goes very well.
Don't be scared of that repo. Repos don't mean I've had 3 repos. They'll finance you every single time, babe. That is not real. That is a matrix setup. They make you think that all these things are inaccessible if this stuff happens, but it's not true. Get that car, make the payment until you can't anymore, let them take it, stock up for 6 months, take a bus, go buy another car. Just like that. Just like that.
Yeah, my uncle subscribes to this method. Car after car, repo after repo. And someone's always there to just keep financing new cars for him though. The bill collectors are calling me and other family members. Like, why do you have my phone number? I'm not part of this. So now you're not only destroying your own life financially, you're impacting your family members as well. She currently owes $63,000 on a 95-month loan for a 1995 Altima with 218 miles. You go, girl. They will absolutely finance you, but you do get punished with an insane interest rate. Another comment here, I'm old enough to remember when banks wouldn't give you a loan if they knew you couldn't afford it. Gone are the days that's the case. We have another screenshot right here. I'm officially reunited with my repossessed car. We'll go over to the description, just $27,000 later. Huge shout out to my parents for making this possible. Words can't explain how thankful I am, and that this was the world's biggest learning lesson. I will never be in this position again. However, you go over to the comments, how late were you on the payments? A couple months with an emoji. Doesn't seem like she's actually this serious about it, just joking with one of these users. And her getting bailed out almost $30,000 from her parents? I highly doubt that she learned anything. I kinda know that the $4 in my bank isn't stopping my car from getting repossessed, so I'm treating myself for my birthday. Just a series of great financial decisions. Me, literally just a girl, getting my car repossessed. Why am I not surprised that the I'm just a girl trend is still going around on TikTok on social media? It's been years and people still use that excuse. We got a couple of crazy clips here. Owed $3,000 on a car, now $7,000 for the fender, toe, and radiator as they ripped the car off of the tow truck. I mean, there's another one here, early morning shenanigans with a GMC pickup truck that they pushed off the tow, definitely doing some damage as well. Also adding on to the fact that people are recording this. You could be recorded at any time. Everybody's got a 4K iPhone in their pocket now. So now there's proof of you doing this online forever. I mean, here's another example right here.
Lady, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, there you go.
So you guys are probably wondering what the hell's going on here, right? So I do repos and recoveries for this hire company. This car's been hired, the account's been flagged as fraudulent due to maybe a credit card or something. So I go out there, she's been sat there for like an hour according to the GPS tracker. So I go and I wait for my friend to turn up. She's already changed the number plates on the car, which is another red flag. So anyway, my friend turns up, I box her in with my car and I tap on the window. I'm like, hey, you know, please wind the window down. I was super polite to her. Anyway, she refused to wind the window down and then she did what you saw in the video. She went to put it in reverse, but you could see my bull bar behind her, and then she just sent it and took out the doors, the chairs, everything, nearly hit my friend. So she off. Anyway, GPS is still updating, so we followed her up to somewhere north in a residential area.
And that's kind of all you need to hear for the rest of the story. She tried to get away a few more times, but the car has GPS tracking on it. You cannot get away. On top of now having video proof of you committing even more crimes, the police were called, she got arrested, and probably even more trouble than just giving up the car in the first place. Here we have another clip showing that you need to read the terms of service when signing up for these loan payments, because somebody got repossessed even though they were making their payments all on time.
Someone on TikTok said that her car got repoed even though she made all on-time payments. And when she said that, in my head, I'm like, how is that even possible? Like, you're literally fulfilling your loan. You're making your payments every single month. Out of curiosity, I asked her if she still had insurance on her car, and she said yes. So if she's making her on-time payments and she has full coverage insurance on the car, what's the issue? So it turns out that she was letting her car get rented on Turo. If you guys don't know what Turo is a platform where you can put your car on there and other people can rent it so you can make some money. Now, in her finance contract, when she originally got the car, there's a clause that says that you have to use the car for personal use, not business use. It also went on to say that the car could not be rented out. Somehow, some way, her lien holder found out that she was letting her car get rented out. Now, I had no idea this could even happen. I didn't think that Turo or the lien holder would go that far to try and figure out who's doing what with what car. And that's because there's simply just too many cars on the road to even keep track of all that. But nevertheless, her car ended up getting repoed because of this.
100% insurance claim was filed, and that's how they found out. It's not their business what they do with your car, but a reply makes a very good point. It's not her car though, it's still the bank's. Yeah, you're making the payments on time, but you have not paid in full yet. You do not own the vehicle yet, you're just using it. What if her insurance reported her? Another comment talking about that. I know Turo when renting out vehicles isn't nearly as popular as it was a couple years ago, especially during COVID, but we could go over to the next example of probably one of the worst case scenarios when we're talking about building a rental empire, a fleet, like a lot of the gurus were trying to push.
And just like that, your girl got a job. So come with me to get a car so I can get to that job. I had two major goals in mind. One, get something reliable. Two, get something that's under $30,000. To make matters worse, my freaking interest rate was so high because I did have 15 repossessions due to my Turo business. So then I decided, okay, dealerships suck. Cash cars kind of suck. What should I do? I'm not gonna lie, and y'all gonna hate this, but your girl went to Carvana. No dealership fees. You shop online. It's no pressure. It's nobody pulling your credit 500 times. I wish I would have started here, but I heard so many bad things. I know. However, this is a 2024 Toyota, and it only had 8,000 miles on it.
So it sounds like that Turo business did not go over well. 15 repossessions. I can't even imagine the interest rate. And then going over to Carvana, I have heard a ton of horror stories. You're just swiping on an app, the car seems fine, and then as soon as you get it, it's actually junk. It's pretty widely known that a lot of people will offload their car to Carvana because they actually give you a pretty decent amount of money, but the people buying off of the app usually get the short end of the stick. Hopefully that's not the case with this one. At least it's a Corolla, probably one of the most reliable vehicles you could get. But we could go over to the comments. How'd you put 0 down with 15 repos? And she replies, God. I don't think God had anything to do with it. I bet your payments and interest rate must be unreal though. 15 repos? Carvana is so much more expensive to me, but the concept is cool. I agree with that as well. If it actually worked, you could legitimately take dealers out of the equation. I've just heard way too many horror stories. Yes, she said 15 due to her Turo business. Carvana APR is at 24%. LOL, no thank you. That's definitely the highest amount of repos I've ever heard anybody say. But let's finish off this video with this outlandish clip.
So I'm sitting here reading the comments, and a lot of y'all are wondering how I got my car repoed and why I owed $11,000 on my. Okay, so when I got the car, my credit was only a 250. So I got an APR that was 79%. I signed a 365-month lease on the car, well, finance on the car. So that put my car payments at a little bit over $2,700.
Okay, so we'll cut the video here. It's clearly bait. You legitimately can't get a credit score that low. But to be honest, we've seen stories that had similar situations, as crazy as that sounds. You can't get that type of APR if you go to a normal dealership, you know, Ford, Toyota, something like that. However, if you go to some of the buy here, pay here lots, maybe the shady payday loan companies. I remember we saw a clip of somebody who had either a Dodge Magnum or a Charger, I can't remember. But they gave up the car because they had 120% interest rate on the vehicle, just something that should have honestly been illegal. And the term lengths for all of these loans just keep getting longer and longer. It used to be 60 to 72, now we're seeing 84, 96, the 15-year car loan apparently, and some people are willingly paying thousands, literally 2,000 plus to be able to drive around in a nice new Mercedes. So even though this clip was completely ridiculous, it's not that far out of the realm of possibilities. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Today I found out that my company is having layoffs.
There are more layoffs announced in October than in any October since 2003.
We just learned that the U.S. erased nearly 1 million jobs from its books in the biggest negative revision ever.
So today we're going to be going over more layoffs and the job market as a whole because honestly, it's not looking too good right now. The sheer volume of videos that get uploaded onto social media every single day of people sharing their experiences getting laid off is unbelievable. All the stats that come out only seem to be getting worse, whether it's increasing layoff numbers or more downward revisions of jobs created, and I don't know when this is going to stop. We have a ton of stuff to go over today along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with some of the recent news in the market.
To the CEO of Amazon, telling the company's employees that some of their jobs will be replaced by AI and that Amazon's workforce is expected to shrink in the coming years as AI's role expands.
General Motors is slashing more than 200 jobs, mostly engineers in Detroit, as part of its ongoing effort to streamline operations and increase profits.
Now for your morning money report, AI has reportedly cut 4,000 jobs at one of San Francisco's largest private employers. On a recent podcast, Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff spoke about the shift. He says Salesforce has halved its customer support roles from 9,000 to 4,000.
Well, the Verizon news is a good reminder to folks that once again, it is easier to find your first customer than it is your next job. Verizon just announced they're laying off 15,000. Again, I'm guessing this is just a start as they look to restructure or whatever they're trying to do, but that's on top of the million folks that have already been laid off this year.
And that's just a few examples. We have more on screen. UPS 48,000, Amazon up to 30, Intel, Nestle, Accenture, Ford, Novo Nordisk, Microsoft, PwC, there's the Salesforce, Paramount, Target, Kroger, Applied Materials, Meta, and there's much more. And we have even more figures to go over, but we have a comment from one of you guys. My father got a layoff notice after working 19 years at a company in the 80s, after the company had cashed out the company pensions to enrich themselves. It was around this time that being loyal to a company was dead, and more people are realizing that every day.
232,000 unemployment claims, new unemployment claims in October 2025. Over 153,000 jobs were cut in October, the highest in over 20 years. Over 100 companies are expecting to lay off in November 2025, according to warnnotice.com. If you did not know, the federal government, which is the largest employer in the United States, has laid off over 300,000 people.
And that's one of the comments that I saw pretty regularly when I first started making videos on this channel. Go get a government job. It's much more stable than anything that we've seen in the tech sector or something similar, but that doesn't really seem to be the case anymore either. But let's expand on those numbers, not just October, the entire year so far.
There are more layoffs announced in October than in any October since 2003. And we've also hit 1 million layoffs all year. Do you know the last time we had more than 1 million layoffs in a year? 2020. How about before that, Nick? 2008 and 2009. How about before that? 2001. What do all of these things have in common? We are in a deep, deep recession. And the only thing holding any water right now is a bunch of tech companies swapping money repeatedly. Well, most of it's debt, but if you're like me and you're an accountant and you like to look at balance sheets sometimes, you will regret it immediately. Because a monkey could look at these balance sheets and see that these companies are full of Sam Altman was asked how a company with only a couple $1 billion in revenue can live up to over $1 trillion in commitments, and he had literally no answer. He was like, okay, sell your share. Most insane shit I've ever heard.
So this is another one of the arguments that I've seen, that the economy is doing fine right now. The stock market is near all-time highs. Just keeps going up and up every few months. But if you've seen any of the news with the AI bubble and all of these companies basically buying and selling from each other, inflating their numbers, it really does not look good, and eventually the bubble is going to burst. And because so much of the stock market gains rely on these tech companies, everything will come crashing down, which turns into even more layoffs for these companies. They want to tighten their budget even more. They start using AI instead of people, and the entirety of the job market gets even worse, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Another comment from you guys here: I swear, since I've been working on my emergency fund, it's really my get laid off fund. Get a job, build fund, get canned, fund is gone. I've done this like 5 or 6 times since 2009, and I hate it. I mean, I'm trying to find the silver lining. At least you have something to fall back on. Many people are living paycheck to paycheck, so no emergency fund or savings whatsoever. So if they do get laid off, all of their expenses get put on a credit card, and that starts the cycle and snowballs into a way worse situation.
We just learned that the U.S. erased nearly 1 million jobs from its books in the biggest negative revision ever. The Bureau of Labor Statistics said it overstated 911,000 jobs from April 24 to March 25. That is the biggest preliminary downgrade in history and worse than what happened after the 2008 financial crisis. But this is not just some one-off mistake. It's the third year in a row of an unusually large downward revision. Over 2 million jobs have now been wiped out after the fact. This means the labor market, which we already knew was slowing down, is even weaker than anyone thought.
So I know a lot of people want the most recent jobs report to be shown to the public because the government shutdown happened for so long, stopping all of that. I don't really know what people expect. They're going to come out with numbers that probably don't look too great, and then magically months down the road they eventually get heavily revised down like they almost always do.
Today I found out that my company is having layoffs. And luckily I didn't get laid off, but a lot of the people that I really cared about did. And the person I work under did. It also just makes me concerned for my own position because they're laying off people because of the economy and everything going on.
It's definitely not a good sign when you see your boss get fired, so I understand her being worried about her own job, but we have a comment that goes well with this. The other side of this going unnoticed is the people who still have their jobs being relentlessly squeezed for everything they have to make up for the lack of staff. Anyone who's currently left, like that woman in the last clip, is now going to have to be doing the job of 2 or 3 employees, until yet again there's another round of layoffs for restructuring or whatever excuse they come up with, and then you have to deal with this absolutely terrible job market.
That was the hardest thing about getting laid off. It wasn't just the loss of salary. It just destroys your self-worth, your self-esteem, your confidence. And you think there's something wrong with you or you're broken, but there's nothing wrong with you, right? It's like it took 3 weeks for it to sink in that I was laid off because I'd never been laid off before. It was surreal. It's like when if you ever witness a bad car crash, you're like, holy, did that just happen? It's like that. I took a week and did all, and if I could share some advice I learned with you, just if you're going through something like that, take a week, a few days, whatever you can, and just do whatever you want to do, right? Sometimes we need that. And then get back into your routine. And the other thing I did that really helped is physical fitness, being physically active, because the better your physical health, the stronger your mental health. And that'll help you weather some of the shit life throws at us.
And I agree, there is a mental toll if you've been laid off, especially if you've been working most of your life. So many people have the same lifestyle etched into their minds. They do well in school, they go off to college, get a degree, work for some sort of corporation 30, 40 years. You have some sort of pension, 401k, your own investments, something like that. And then you'd be able to retire and live the rest of your life. But out of nowhere, you get cut from the company when this has been your routine for so long. Many people have difficulty coping with that, and I understand. Especially if in your downtime you go on social media and see articles like this.
Breaking hiring in the U.S. is the worst that it's been since the financial crisis in 2008 and 2009. That time period was also known as the Great R Word with 9 letters. You know what the word is: recession. So if you or someone you know has been struggling to find a job, it's not you. It is the economy. We are dealing with some hiring that is historically slow. It's taking millions of people more than a year just to find a job, and a lot of people have given up on looking for a job entirely. But that's because there are more people looking for a job than there are job openings.
I want to quit my job so bad, but I know if I leave, I'll spend years clawing for a minimum wage cashier position. I've made dedicated videos talking about that. Many people regretting quitting their previous job because their new job wasn't what they thought it would be, or maybe the entire company collapsed. Others saying their previous job was mentally draining, so they ended up getting another one with less pay. However, with today's cost of living, that brings a ton of stress onto your life as well. Another comment here: as a 17-year-old, I'm glad that I found your channel and have the knowledge about debt and investing before I'm $80,000 in credit card debt and car loans, which I am very glad to hear. I think having this type of financial and economic knowledge as young as possible could put you way farther ahead in life, but to be honest, that does not mean that the job market is going to look too good when you get out of college.
If you're in the class of 2026, companies have a warning for you. This spring is expected to be the worst job market for college grads in 5 years. More than half of the 183 employers surveyed by the National Association of Colleges and Employers rate the job market for the class of 2026 as poor or fair. That's the most pessimistic outlook since the first year of the pandemic. There are a couple reasons for this. First, there's a cooling job market. In recent months, employers have revealed plans to cut thousands of jobs. Second, companies say that the uncertain economic outlook has pushed them to be more careful with hiring, and many are prioritizing recruits with some experience over new college grads. So if you're a college senior, this means that you're also competing with junior workers who have recently been laid off.
You guys have been saying this every year, but it kind of seems like it's been getting worse every year. So if I'm graduating by 2027, does that mean there will be no job market? The job market is terrible for May 25 graduates. My daughter still hasn't landed a position. Entry-level jobs want 5 to 10 years of experience. As ridiculous as that sounds, we have seen so many different examples of exactly that. But I do want to transition into a type of video that I've been seeing more often, especially because of the layoffs and the poor job market. It's kind of relatable, I guess, guerrilla marketing, where many of these clips make it seem like they're just a normal everyday person having a tough time in the economy like you, but magically they found this app or program that helps them and saves them so much time, just giving me yet another reason to say that people are trying to sell you something 24/7.
1.2 million? 1.2 million. Job market is so cooked, bro. I just read that there's 1.2 million candidates applying to 17,000 available entry-level jobs. I don't even know what to say because I'm so flabbergasted. How is anyone supposed to find a job, especially if they're new grads straight out of college? And not to mention, half of those job postings are probably just ghost jobs designed to just steal your data from you whenever you fill out the application. Like, bro, can someone do something about this? Yeah, I don't know, bro. I think at this point, the best way to get a job is just to apply to every single job that you see. And that's literally what I've been doing on this app. All I had to do was just upload my resume, and whenever I get matched with jobs, I just swipe and it'll auto-apply for me on the company website.
So that's the kind of formula I've been seeing pretty often. It just looks like a plain TikTok. Even the stat he talked about was accurate. It was, however, a UK figure. The 1.2 million jobs for new grads for only 17,000 entry-level positions looks very bad. So yeah, the job market is cooked. Just apply for everything you possibly can. And look, I have this app that's basically like Tinder. You could swipe back and forth, and it'll just send the resumes instantly. A couple things about this: I could almost guarantee that this is not a free service, probably subscription-based, so you're going to have to pay for this as well. And it adds into the problem that one job will be posted on Indeed, and out of nowhere there'll be hundreds or thousands of applications, basically meaning you have such a small chance of your resume even being looked at. I mean, we have a perfect example of that right here.
Over the last year, I have applied to 1,769,347 jobs. So let's see how it went. So out of all of these jobs I applied to, I got ghosted from 1.6 million of them and rejected from 92,000 of them. So that's what that looks like. Looks pretty crazy from a visual standpoint, but as you can see right here, I got replies from 3,400 of them, so that's great, right? Out of all those replies, I replied to a couple of them too late. They already hired people, and I ended up only getting 9 interviews from 3,000, so that's kind of crazy. From there, I rejected 2 of them because the pay wasn't what I was looking for. I got rejected by 2 companies. For one of these companies, I didn't have to do any tasks, and then for 4 of the other ones, I had to do some work and then hear back from them. I ended up with 5 final interviews, and I got 2 offers. And as you can see, I accepted one and rejected the other. So that is what my graph looks like from 2025, trying to find a job.
That would be 4,800 and almost 48 applications per day. Assuming it takes about 5 minutes per application, that's 404 hours per day. So I'm either calling total BS on this or saying you've automated it through AI or something like the previous clip with the sales pitch, in which case the rejections make sense. If this one guy sent out almost 1.8 million applications, what if you have hundreds or thousands of people using this same software? I think overall that this contributes to making the job market even worse. But we have another clip here of somebody being relatable in a different tactic to funnel you into courses you have to buy.
25 years. I worked for the company for 25 years, and they let me go at the age of 60. 60, nobody wants to hire anybody when they're 60, even if they have experience, and especially if they're making some money, some decent money. They're not going to pay you what you're worth. So I got laid off at 60. We don't quite have enough to retire. My partner and I want to retire. We want to move down to South Carolina to a 55 and over community, and we want to travel. And we don't have enough saved. I got caught in between that pension period and the 401k period. So my pension's very little because they stopped it. And then the 401k is not as much as it should be because it started a little later, so we didn't have enough time to save for it. So I'm a little short money. So I needed to find a way to make money. And right now, guys, my partner's going through cancer. So he is actually in treatment right now while I'm making this video. But so I decided to look for something online, something that can help me make some money in the interim and also to help pay for the doctor's bills.
And if you're a regular watcher of my channel, you know exactly what this turns into. I help people make money to live their dream retirement with 2 different programs. This is just another version of the digital marketing gurus, the AI drop shipping. Make a whole ton of money online just working an hour a day. Affiliate links here, course selling there. But now they kind of changed their strategy to be more relatable to a lot of the issues people are facing right now, because I've also made videos solely talking about this. Older workers having a very difficult time in the market because not many companies want to hire somebody who's 50 and 60 with all the experience behind them, because that also comes with a higher salary. They want to hire a 21-year-old who just needs a job right now because they're 5 or 6 figures in debt with student loans. But let me show you how I started making money online, and there's the sales pitch. Adding on top of it the sympathy with the cancer treatment, I don't even know if it's true or not. I think these types of videos are more malicious than somebody just straight up trying to sell you their dropshipping course. But we're done with that tangent. We could go right back to the primary focus of this video.
One thing I wish I'd known is that apparently over the age of 50 you become unemployable. I've been looking for over a year on Indeed and LinkedIn, and I have 30 years experience in corporate and sales and marketing, and nothing. It's just crickets.
Remove the dates from your resume, downplay your experience. Instead of 30 years, say 20. Make sure your resume looks like you're 10 to 15 years younger. They'll never know, and they're not allowed to ask. Indeed and LinkedIn did not help me at all. Doesn't help many people, to be honest. Stop using Indeed and LinkedIn. Those are garbage listings. If anything, apply directly to the company. Maybe that works sometimes, but I feel like they would get inundated by those software apps like we saw earlier in the video, so it does make it harder. Overqualified, too many earned skills, recruiters are choosing cheaper applicants. That's what I was talking about before. So with all of these types of videos, it's not surprising that there is no loyalty at all anymore.
Yeah, I think corporate America is breaking just because I think so many people, we have so much information at our fingertips, where these corporate companies, we know all kind of their back alley tricks with like silent firings and all these quiet layoffs and things like that. These corporations literally do not give a damn about you. You might tell them about your family and your friends and all the things that you do. They don't give a damn, y'all. This is about you getting your bread, getting your paycheck. And that's the unfortunate reality that a lot of people in corporate America are living in, is I'm just here for a paycheck, which doesn't help the company. But that's the essence of the culture. When you try to suck the life out of people and you don't give anything back, they truly do not give a shit about you. And it creates that mutual society where, no, we don't care. Yeah, we don't care either. And everybody's just playing house with a bunch of money.
But to be honest, I kind of understand that people wouldn't really care about the work that they do for some of these giant corporations. I don't think too many people have a passion for working in a cubicle for 30 or 40 years. They're just showing up there doing their job to get a paycheck that hopefully they'd be able to use for their passions, something that they genuinely like. But when you see people getting cut left and right, no matter how long they've been there, the morale of the workers hit an all-time low. Another comment right here, 2015, learn to code. 2025, you're fired. I don't think I really have to explain how much of a mess the tech sector is. Tons of people were told to go get a CS degree. Computers are the future, which might be the case, but now with the rise of AI, a lot of people's jobs are in jeopardy, along with a vast amount of oversaturation in these niches.
You guys need to stop falling for the cybersecurity IT pipeline that thinks you're going to get a remote job at $70K entry level, no experience, and a security plus. You are being scammed. These TikTok bros, they're lying to you. Maybe 2 years ago, their path was doable. It's not really doable. Now, you have a 2% chance of getting an entry-level cyber job or IT job. Keep in mind that cyber entry-level doesn't really exist in the first place. That's a misnomer. I got laid off in March, and I have 20 years of experience across IT and security. I have my Net Plus, A Plus, Sec Plus, AWS Solution Architect Associate. I've worked at NIH, NRO, private sector, public sector, remote. On-site, hybrid, 10 applications a day since March when I was laid off. And the rest of my USA team was laid off as well. Those jobs were actually reopened, and they were only open to applicants in India. We're oversaturated with entry-level people. Nobody wants a certification and no experience. Nobody wants that. You have like a 2% chance of being hired. Just a PSA.
I can't even get a help desk job with a comp science degree. The market is just cooked. So my cybersecurity degree is essentially an arts degree now. Sweet, I'm glad that I wasted my time. Another example that I'm starting to see more often is recruiters getting fired. So if your entire job is to headhunt or hire people for these corporations and you end up getting canned, that definitely means that it's not looking good out there.
So I'm a technical recruiter and I have lost my job 3 times over the last year and a half. I've essentially been unemployed for the better part of a year and a half now. And I'm getting to the point where I'm just really struggling to keep on applying to jobs and not hearing back from like 90% of them, and then making it through interviews just to like get rejected. And I keep thinking like, oh, I need to change my career path. I need to figure something else out. And I just don't know what to do because I want to make enough money to like comfortably live my life in San Diego, but I just don't know what I want to do. What are people doing? How are people getting jobs in this job market?
So to add another layer to the situation, she lives in San Diego. Of course, the Orange County, the LA area is very expensive, and I've heard that a lot of people really like San Diego. It's very nice, but that comes at a cost. So to not be able to find a consistent job living in that area would be pretty tough. And keeping on the subject of California, we could talk about the Silicon Valley tech bros. A lot more of these types of ads have been popping up all over the country. Stop hiring humans. Hire Ava, the AI BDR. Won't come in hungover, never burnt out, works holidays. I guess Artisan is the company trying to do this? Every damn billboard in San Francisco is an AI ad, and it's so annoying. Now this clip did have audio over it, and one of the comments using an AI song for this is crazy work. The creator responds saying, I didn't know. That is a whole nother issue that AI has been taking over the music industry lately. I know that there was some headline that there was record deals by AI artists. Just a whole mess of a situation there, but that's another topic for a different video. We could just move on.
You're not going to be able to work for a big, huge corporation because they're not going to pay you. You're an expense that makes no sense to them. You're a liability that makes no sense. They can rely on the AI agent, and they already are in that mindset because we stopped everybody from having to go to the office, and they're like, oh, wow, we can actually work remotely now, and I don't have to have a 100,000 square foot office. We just saved a couple $1,000,000. They're already like thinking that way big time. So what are we all going to do with ourselves? I actually think that we are going to end up returning to the type of economy and world that we had a long time ago where it's really small business focused and the majority of people are entrepreneurial all over again.
I don't know how much I agree with that. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be better overall, but how difficult would it be to have a grocery store competing with all the giants? Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Kroger's, Publix, Harris Teeter. I could go on. And that's just a single example that popped up in my head immediately. People are trying to save as much money as humanly possible right now. So everybody starting their own small businesses would have higher overhead costs, higher wholesale prices. I personally think it would be very difficult to go back to. Again, I'm not saying that it would be bad overall. There'd be less monopolies like there is today with these massive companies. I truly just don't have an answer for what's to come in the future. Another comment here, after being laid off almost 3 years ago, it took me 7 to 8 months to find work and live off of savings. I now work 2 jobs. I'm so scared to work one. I have another one as a backup and rebuilding the savings I lost during the layoff. It was a scary time. Do not leave your job. Because I still see clips like this pop up on my For You page. There will be a job in your early 20s. It's very important that you quit that job. I think this reply sums it up very nicely. I'm trying, but nobody else is hiring me. You get a lot of those videos with the influencer types or wannabe influencers saying that they're quitting their corporate job and they have no plan. They're going to film everything and you get to see their experiences. You go over to the comments section, a whole bunch of other people are inspired to do the same thing, and in a vast majority of times that does not work out, especially in this climate.
The job market in 2025 has gotten so bad that I tried to sign up as a DoorDash driver yesterday and they said no. They said, sorry, we have too many people in your area. And I said, it's Los Angeles. It is a big area. And they said no. Too many. Okay, I guess I'll just go back to looking for Waymos to run me over.
So even the side hustle gigs are getting so oversaturated with people just trying to make some money. Oh man.
I applied for a job that I was overqualified for, and during the first interview, the recruiter said, "Hey, we actually have a senior level position that you would be a good fit for. Would you like to interview for that one instead?" And I said, "Sure, that will be great, but could I interview for both of them just to be safe?" And she said, "Sure, what we'll do is get you through the interview process for the senior position, and if for some reason that doesn't work out, we will revisit the original one that you applied for." So several weeks later and several rounds of interviews later, I did not get selected for the senior position, which is fine. But then when I followed up and asked to interview for the original position that I applied for, the one that I was overqualified for, they said, "Oh, sorry, we actually gave an offer to somebody else. We're not going to interview you for that role." That role that I originally applied for, y'all saw that I was overqualified for it, so you asked me to apply for the senior role and then said that I could still interview for the original one. And during this whole time, y'all just interviewed somebody else and gave them a job?
I don't even know what to say. There is no winning in these situations anymore. And this is not a one-off clip. I could have made an entire video with very similar situations over and over again. And to finish off this video, of course, I'm in the US and a majority of people who watch these videos are as well, but this does not mean that the job markets in many other areas around the country are getting pretty bad as well. So much so that I'm seeing videos like this of people moving away from Italy.
If you guys don't know this, Italy is a bit of a dying country because the educated and the people who are really wanting to work hard and make a life for themselves, they can't do it in Italy, so they are leaving. Wages in Italy are very low.
I also did business for a very long time in Italy. Did business now in the United States for a very long time. I can tell you that it doesn't compare. Also the bureaucracy. In Italy, it's almost like every single government entity is against you. They don't want you to succeed.
That's like how it seems.
It's how it seems for the entrepreneurs in Italy. Like you are basically a hero if you are an entrepreneur in Italy. Like it's very, 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 very hard.
Like they said, many people are moving away from the country to build a life somewhere else. Even places like the US that has all the problems that we went over in this video. I've seen similar situations in Germany, the UK, Canada. So this is not just a United States problem. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
At the end of the day, nobody will remember how you made them feel, but they will remember if you spent $3,000 on the aloe duffel bag.
They won't tell you this in therapy because they'll lose your business, but the real way to feel better is to buy stuff.
Our overconsumerism in America is so embarrassing.
Okay, so if you watch my channel for a while, you knew this video was coming right before the beginning of the holiday season. We're going to be talking about overconsumption. We're going to go over some of the new trends that won't last, some of the old ones that have already died off, and all the crazy stuff that I've seen on social media recently. We also have comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But of course, we have to start off this video with an influencer.
Consumerism, rage baiter, final boss. This woman and her performances. Girl, I've seen your content. That mess is so staged. Smart ad idea though. And then she posted this video washing her native shampoo and conditioner bottles. Like, also there's zero chance you went through all of that product. And the title is Wash My Empty Native Bottles With Me. Wasting products and consumerism should not be content ever. She is just so performative and a literal professional rage baiter who consumes and shops like no other creator I have seen on this app, honestly. Like, let me remind you guys when she washed her hundreds of hair clips. You're not fooling anyone, bestie. We know you buy all of this stuff for every video. It either gets returned or thrown away.
But those are the type of thumbnails that get the clicks. Whether she's large enough to get all of these items for free from sponsorships, which we'll talk about a little bit later, or they use a return method. They buy a whole bunch of items for a haul, possibly even the restock content that's so popular on TikTok. They make a few videos with the product and then go right back to the store and return it, causing part of the problem with online shopping now. Some of these retailers have started to crack down on returns. You now have to purchase a shipping label to send it back, making the entire experience worse for everyone. But this type of unbelievable consumerism works on people, and you see a ton of clips like this trying to be relatable.
I don't know exactly what's wrong with me, but I do strongly feel that there's something inside a TJ Maxx near me that could fix it.
At the end of the day, nobody will remember how you made them feel, but they will remember if you spent $3,000 on the aloe duffel bag.
They won't tell you this in therapy because they'll lose your business, but the real way to feel better is to buy stuff.
You guys get what I'm trying to show you. There are many more clips like this, along with the comment section. Saved me thousands on therapy costs, and you probably rolled that money right into useless trinkets that you don't need. Finally, somebody says it out loud with the voices that I've been saying for years. No, I agree, and if that doesn't work, we buy more. This is a perfect consumer in the eyes of these massive corporations. Is this a sign? I got a part-time job there talking about TJ Maxx, specifically to browse while getting paid. And then again, turning around and giving that money right back to the corporation so you could buy more trendy clothes you don't need. Me, when I have money and it's somebody freaking out like they're going through withdrawals that they absolutely have to spend it, Marshalls, TJ Maxx, Ross, Target, all of a sudden I can't eat at home. I'll be craving things I've never craved before. And this is how you live paycheck to paycheck for the rest of your life. Good luck retiring in the future. I hope these Starbucks Bear Cup and Labubus were worth it. I do also want to say that I found that clip because of one of the absolutely huge overconsumption TikTok accounts reposted that for her hundreds of thousands of followers to see. Isn't this fun and relatable? Just spend your money, please use my affiliate link so I can make even more, and the cycle continues on and on. Also, when we're talking about the holidays, it starts earlier and earlier.
Just got the worst news of the year. We came into Home Depot to look for Halloween stuff, and it's all Christmas. It's October 14th, and it's all Christmas. There's no, what have they done?
Now, people have been noticing this for years, but I want to piggyback it off of this next clip, talking about why we see this not just from the huge companies like Target and Walmart, but every lifestyle influencer creator as well.
Why do you think so many influencers are posting about decorating for Christmas in mid-October? Is it because they love Christmas that much? I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but Chris Lives Julia, who's like a home decor influencer, she's very talented, I genuinely love her design, posted about how she has to move the timeline up for holidays, specifically Christmas, far before it would be normal to decorate for Christmas, because as an influencer, you are advertising. And you need that advertising window, whether it's through affiliate links or brand partnerships, to be as big as it can be, realistically. And it's completely reframed the way I view content online, because now when I see someone talking about Halloween decorations in August or Christmas decorations in October, and they have a lot of followers and they're posting a lot of affiliate links, I know it's because they're trying to profit off of their posts.
And after making these types of videos for a while now, I'm not surprised. So not only are you walking around grocery stores seeing holiday decor, limited time Christmas products and food, you go and start swiping through social media and you see the exact same thing from the influencers. I was shocked when I learned people buy all new decorations every year. I've been curating what I love for years. There's no theme either, the theme is Christmas. Along with the lack of quality of the decorations that you're currently buying, apparently people do this as well, just throw everything out and reset each year. I can't imagine how much that costs. We have a comment from you guys right here. Social media appears to be a serious detriment to people's mental health, not to mention the financial health. And I know that's pretty ironic talking to you guys right now through a social media platform. I do think YouTube is different compared to something like Instagram or TikTok. I bet you could find YouTube videos of people showing off all of their fancy cars and their mansion and Louis Vuitton bag, but I just feel it's pushed in our face way more when we're talking about these scrolling apps. Another example right here on screen. Told my husband we need to go to Costco for milk and eggs. And it's just another round of holiday decor shopping. $600 later, no kidding. Me at TJ Maxx, haha, I have to go there next. Just one after another, that this becomes so insane that we also start seeing clips like this in 2025. I think something in me died when I watched my sister open a Louis Vuitton bag at age 8, while I remember getting thrift store purses at her age. Why does an 8-year-old know or care about Louis Vuitton purses? Because that's all you're seeing now on social media. All of these 8-year-olds also have iPhones as well, so they're getting the same content that we're getting shoved down our throats. I get it totally. My little brother's getting a PS5 for Christmas, when I remember being his age being told that Easy Bake ovens or American Girl dolls were too expensive. I don't have any examples in this video, but if you want to look up kids' Christmas gifts in 2025, everything is wildly expensive. expensive. $500 PS5s are on the low end. They want those scooters that are worth thousands. The Louis Vuitton designer items, it's absolutely off the walls. But I have to give credit to the marketing companies. They've done their job, and everything people want just becomes more and more expensive. A Louis Vuitton purse for a child is absurd. Whether you could afford it, spoil them, or not, a Louis Vuitton is just not appropriate for a kid. But I guess that's what they want when they see adults going crazy over $1,000 t-shirts, all for the hype. You can't really be too surprised.
Please do not spend your hard-earned money on a t-shirt that is $1,000. Balenciaga Erewhon collab t-shirt. Overall, the fabric was quite nice. I like the material selection. I think it leads to a very comfortable shirt. I'm going to give fabric here a 9 out of 10. We basically turned the entire world into one giant high school. What I would say Erewhon and Balenciaga have done really well is create a feeling of I want to be a part of this club. And this is all psychology. For value, this was $1,000. This probably cost no more than $18 to $20 to make in Portugal. Balenciaga is known for doing ridiculous stuff like selling a $2,500 calfskin leather wallet that looks like a piece of trash.
Some of these designer brands are legitimately making fun of poor people, intentionally making their clothes, their wallets look like garbage, tattered and destroyed, very weathered, while listing it for absolutely absurd prices, thousands of dollars, and people line up because it's a Balenciaga and Erewhon collaboration. If you don't know what Erewhon is, it's basically Whole Foods on steroids, and it's only in the LA area for all the rich celebrities and influencers to waste a ridiculous amount of money on food. And while you go there, you could wear a $1,000 t-shirt with their brand logos on it. Perfect.
Does anyone else like low-key stop themselves when their idea of fun gets like too consumerist? I literally got off work early and I was like, oh my god, like I'm gonna put on a cute little fit and like go to Starbucks and get like, you know, a pumpkin cold brew or whatever, and then I'm gonna go to Marshall's and look for like fall stuff. And I was like, let me shut the fuck up.
Why does buying things feel productive? Because these companies have made you think if you have more stuff than your friends, your neighbors, you're more successful in life, you could afford more things. And all it does is keep people broke. I stopped collecting dolls and making videos about the toy industry because it's all buy, buy, buy. And here's another one of the comments that I see constantly with overconsumption, kinda in the doom spending realm. Why deny yourself small moments of joy in this hellscape? Well, it's not really small moments if you do this every single day as everything gets more and more expensive. So you go and getting a $7 Starbucks drink and then going to Marshall's spending $20, $30 several times a week really adds up. But just don't think of it like that. Keep watching these videos, restocking at my Sephora. I have so many extra products that I bought in my own shopping bag just so I could keep on looking like a nice little consumer while most of those products are probably expired. Another example of this, POV, your ex moved out, so now you turn his and hers closet into a hers and hers closet. And I don't really think I have to explain just a absolute mountain of products that even people in the comment section knew that this was too far. Mind you, half of those are expired. I feel like Project Pan would be perfect for you. Is this overconsumption or hoarding? They're not even being used. Restocking my self-care shelves with new purchases. This is a different creator, by the way. This is not the same collection in two different videos. How much does all of this cost? Honestly, not sure, to be honest. I'm sure it adds up though. You don't say. Girl, you have an entire Sephora. That's the point. Well, we could go over to a set of screenshots showing you how much all of this kind of stuff costs. Because the last creator didn't even know, they just keep swiping their card. An overconsumer trying to start Project Pan. Lip product edition including prices for a reality check. Just this slide alone, $613, $472, $510, $330, $72, and $102. If you could see up on screen, this is slide 7 of 35. We're talking well into the thousands, probably close to 5 figures on these products. So yeah, that comment from the last video does add up though, is definitely an understatement. And talking about most of these items never end up being used. They expire and just get thrown out for the newest version. A comment here, you should make a video about the landfills where everything ends up. It's a heartbreaking sight, something most people never get to see. And when we're talking about the fast fashion industry, everything being 100% polyester, very cheap to make, mass produced for a single season, and everything else that's unsold just gets tossed. It's legitimately a sea of garbage. Now we could go over to some of the massive influencers and the amount of products that they get, and how this ends up being so bad for normal people because everybody wants to replicate this.
Guess what time it is?
What time is it?
This might be the biggest giveaway we've ever done.
Okay, so this is one of the biggest beauty gurus in the entire scene. She gives away a ton of products because everything you see here, she has not paid for. Companies send everything for free because that's how much money they'll make from their viewers going over to the affiliate links and purchasing all of these very expensive items. Again, just to try to replicate these massive influencers' lives. Another little side tangent here, I found this clip when Croc used to DM me and send me packages, and now I haven't heard from them in a year. I really don't know why you'd upload this video as if this would be relatable to anybody. A legitimate wall of Crocs that you're clearly not wearing, and then going onto the internet to complain that you haven't gotten more free PR. Probably not the best move in my opinion. How much free stuff do you expect? Is this biblical greed? Consumerism final boss? Honestly, what was the point of posting that in the first place?
I don't know who needs to hear this, but you don't need anything from Marshalls, TJ Maxx, Hobby Lobby, or Home Goods. You don't. I used to be obsessed with going to these places, okay? And then I realized it's all junk, honestly. My theory is buy it nice or buy it twice. So instead of going to Home Goods or TJ Maxx and grabbing things that are lower quality but cheaper, why don't you just invest in nicer pieces, like a nice furniture piece, you know, like a console table from, let's say, Pottery Barn or something like that. Yes, it's going to be more expensive, but at least you know it's going to last, right?
Now, on one hand, I do agree with what she's saying. You buy really cheap items, clearly they're not going to last. But it's getting harder and harder to find genuinely quality items that are worth purchasing, even if they are at a higher price. It doesn't really matter what niche you're talking about. It seems like every company is cutting as many corners as they can just to increase their bottom line ever so slightly. However, even the stores that were supposed to be selling items for cheap aren't so cheap anymore.
You are going to have to beg my finest pardon, but what are we doing? What is happening? These little things are $14.99. This is like Dollar Tree stuff. What's happening?
The sheer amount of overstock in Home Goods is wild. This is like very much, and this is every nook and cranny of the store. It's not just these aisles. Super huge sign that people are not buying junk anymore.
I don't really know what to make of the whole TJ Maxx and Marshalls clips because it looks like everything's just sitting overflowing because it's wildly overpriced. And then on the other hand, I see a ton of overconsumption videos of people spending massive amounts of money on just really low quality crap too. This should literally be $1, 100% Dollar Tree stuff. I'm convinced Michael prices everything high, so people think that they're getting a good deal when they use those 40% off coupons, or when it's marked down. We will see an example of that also a little bit later. But we have another example of somebody talking about the lack of quality.
Does anyone else feel like because so much stuff is so poorly made now that you are constantly worried about being ripped off when you buy something? I literally just bought these socks. I just walked out of TJ Maxx with these socks and I sat down in the car and I'm just overwhelmed with an anxiety that these are garbage socks. I feel like there are so few brands that I can trust, and I feel like you have to do so much research now as a consumer because companies have switched to using cheaper materials, thinner materials, lighter materials for everything so that they can save money on the production costs or they can have bigger profits, which leaves us as the consumers, as the buyers, with the short end of the stick. Like, are these even good socks? I don't know.
I just want to buy something that's normal. Normal wool socks. Synthetic fiber should be saved for specific use cases. Polyester is absolutely everywhere. I'd also like to add on top of this, if you're talking about online shopping, specifically with clothes, they use models and the clothing looks so good in the photos. But at least in my case, it rarely looks as good if I actually purchase it.
If only there was a normal looking everyday model for this sweatshirt, because it looks fire, but it's like perfect lighting and the guys, there we go. There's my goat. Thank you for letting me know not to buy.
I wish there was some option where you could see every article of clothing on a normal human being, because of course these people are models. Most of the time they're very skinny, very tall, and the clothing just looks so much better compared to what it would be on you. People that add photos to reviews are heroes. He's a king for his contribution. He gave us a side view too, definitely king behavior. So much better than the mom influencers posting their highly edited, staged reviews. That is all over Amazon now because those people also get a commission if you watch their quick ads while you're trying to purchase the product. But we'll transition over to something you knew I was going to talk about in this video, these Starbucks Bear Cups.
They're already camping out at Starbucks, you guys. This is crazy. I have no chance to get the cup. This is crazy.
What do you mean that grown women are waiting in line for 2 hours in the morning to go buy a Starbucks teddy bear cup at 8 in the morning? Our overconsumerism in America is so embarrassing. Like, why are grown women fighting over a cup? Why do you even want the cup? What are you gonna do with a teddy bear cup, first of all? These are grown women fighting over who gets a cup.
Meanwhile, their cabinets at home just filled with other cups. Half of the country can't afford food and the other half is at Starbucks because this is the new thing that everybody else likes. Hydro flasks aren't cool anymore. The Stanley cups aren't cool. Weck jars came and went really quickly. The Owala bottles, and now these Starbucks Bear Cup. I looked on eBay and people were legitimately buying them for like $200 or $300 a pop. And I can guarantee you by the end of the holiday season, nobody's going to care about them. But just to add on to the hype, I found a clip from Starbucks which also looks like they're doing a Hello Kitty collaboration, and that fandom goes crazy over every little item that's sold, so I bet this is going to do very well. Also up on screen talking about the Owala bottles. Now you get a mini Owala keychain to put on the full-size bottle or something. Basically useless, could put almost nothing in there, and I bet they sold so many units because of course this is on TikTok Shop. We could just keep it going with the TikTok Shop selling too.
You can't tell me that's not a whole load. The exciting macaroons are completely restocked. I'm talking blind boxes, or you can pick whatever one you want for your kiddo or for yourself, and they still come in a blind box, so it's still exciting. This is green grape. It was the first one I ever got. If you want to know if they're legit, there's a QR code you can scan right when they get delivered to you. Also, you can check the reviews on this link below. This is the legitimate link, and I swear to God, they run out so fast.
So please use my affiliate link so I can make some money off of this kinda shady Labubu. These are real, right? I just ordered one. Everyone's saying that they're legit. I'm not sure if this one's legit or not. I have seen a lot of replica items being sold on TikTok Shop, so I probably wouldn't take the risk. But honestly, it doesn't matter. This clip was just a few months old, and we already have headlines like this. Labubu maker loses $6 billion in a month as the demand for the doll declines. Yet another trend bites the dust here with these squishmallows all over Goodwills. I've seen this several times already, but I can guarantee you as soon as everybody stops caring about the Starbucks cup, magically something else will pop up and they'll be waiting in lines to buy that. Another comment from you guys, I used to hit up local estate sales, but when I saw the sheer amount of junk that everyone has left over after they die, it took my breath away. Some stuff sold for pennies on the dollar, and most were headed for the landfill. Really eye-opening. And we have an example right here of one of the OG Labubu trends, and what happens to it after you pass away.
A normal inheritance is like jewelry, maybe a car, maybe a house. This is what I'm going to get.
Oh, it gets worse. It gets so much worse. And it's not just one row. It is multiple rows of Beanie Babies. Like, there's more in the back. This one has like 3 rows of Beanie Babies. This is my inheritance. Unless my sister wants it, which I highly doubt.
Now, I'm not trying to make it sound like nobody's ever allowed to collect anything, all of it's just a waste of time. If you truly enjoy something and could afford collecting whatever it is, Legos, Star Wars, Harry Potter, I don't know, stuff like that, right? Then you could do whatever you want, just don't go into debt for it. But there were a lot of people thinking that these Beanie Babies were only gonna go up in value. I can't imagine how much money was spent just on that room. We donated my mom's Beanie Babies to police stations to hand out to children who are scared when something goes down. Forget candy, you have the best Halloween giveaway item. You'll be the best house in the neighborhood. I mean, these are decent ideas, but whoever bought them originally probably thought this was going to be generational wealth. And it's not, it's just overconsumption.
I really wish that I had known how little value stuff was going to have later. And that really only dawned on me when we sold the house and offloaded an attic full of stuff that we had accumulated, all of which felt important at the time we spent money on it. But stuff is never going to buy you happiness. And I wish that I had spent, especially for the kids, and this is something for listeners out there, if you have young kids, don't be spending a lot of money for holidays and birthdays and toys and games and gifts. Have experiences with your kids.
But the impulse to buy something on a whim is so strong in today's world that I can make a video probably entirely dedicated to people regretting their purchases, their dumbest things that they recently bought.
So I was recently possessed by the stupid purchase demon, and I bought a paddleboard. But then I was like, I'm not going to want to pump this by hand, so I bought an inflator. And then I bought a life vest. And then I bought 2 safety whistles. Ask me how many times I've been paddleboarding. Did you say none? Correct.
So just imagine each one of those purchases slowly filling up your garage or attic like the previous example. You end up moving somewhere different and you realize you don't need all this crap and it just gets thrown out. All the money basically set on fire. But especially because we are so close to the holidays, we got a couple clips with the Black Friday sales. I should probably put sales in quotations now. Whether it's in store or online, it just does not seem worth it anymore.
I fear brands have lost the plot on Black Friday. I just saw an ad for Black Friday early access. It is October. It is not even Halloween yet. And I'm already getting an ad that says 30% off early access to Black Friday. Shop now. What are we talking about? What do you mean shop now? I want 50 to 70% off on one day a year. Can we bring that back? Can you stop driving me to your website for 30% off? 30% off also is the new 15% off. Everyone knows this.
Especially when the prices have increased so much over the past 5 years. 30% isn't that great. If I don't get a deal I'm willing to go to jail for 75 to 90% off, then it's not a Black Friday deal. Old Navy Black Friday is 50% off everything. Like that isn't the deal every 3 days. And here we have an example of the price hikes and then sales on Amazon that have been happening the past few years, but honestly I feel like many of these companies are jumping on the bandwagon as well.
Don't buy anything from Amazon in October. The way that it works is that Amazon forces sellers to take the average price over the previous 6 weeks to set their Black Friday sales price. So what brands end up doing is around October 1st, they start jacking up their prices because they want that 6-week average to be as high as they possibly can so that they can fake the discount. They'll double their price just so they can cut the price in half for Black Friday. They know the consumer buying psychology is that Black Friday has the deals and they're limited, and all the way through Cyber Monday, they will drop those perceived prices. And we all know this. We've experienced this the last few years. They'll fake the price. They'll increase the price so they can fake drop the price.
And we've seen examples of this in store as well, places like Target and Walmart. Maybe it's not as large of a scale like the Black Friday deals on Amazon, but you could go and see what the prices were previously on the little printed out sticker on a lot of items. And the further you go back, the cheaper the item was, but look at that, it's 10 or 15% off, limited time offer. But in today's world, that really doesn't mean much.
I keep seeing videos that people are going to do a no buy November to prepare for the holidays and just not spend a bunch of money on a bunch of bullshit for the month of November. And I'm here to give you some tips. As somebody who did a no buy first 6 months of this year, I planned to do a whole year, but it didn't work out that way. But I did 6 months of a no buy and it was freaking awesome. So let me tell you what I did. I did not step foot into TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Ross, Home Goods, any of those bullshit stores for literally 6 months. I still do not go in those stores. It just became second nature to me that those stores are filled with bullshit. Just don't go in there. Just don't do it. Make it one of your rules. Don't go in there. Do not need any new clothes. Part of your no buy November should be no new clothes for yourself. Don't do it. You're totally fine. You're good to go. Participate in Project Pan. Use up the beauty products that you already own. Do not feel like you need to follow every influencer's Sephora sale, blah, blah, blah. No, you don't need it. Use up what you already have. If you need to get a refill of something that's different, participate in Project Pan. And lastly, for me, this was a big one. Do not overspend at the grocery store. Take the 20 minutes Sunday night, make a pickup order for Monday after you get off work, Done and done. No impulse buys. You're good to go. Put in a little bit of effort that it takes and do not impulse grocery shop.
So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Nothing brings me joy like living beyond my means.
I am financially irresponsible. I am.
There's no way you can get into a vehicle with a 355 credit score, no money down, and you bought a 2024 BMW X5. You're paying over $1,400 a month on the payment, and you can't afford it anymore, correct?
Correct. So today we're going to be taking a look at people just honestly living above their means. And what I've found, it's for many reasons, whether they want to compare themselves to people they see online, wanting to replicate their lifestyle and going into heavy amounts of debt for it, or they're doom spending because the world's coming to an end, as if people haven't been saying that since the beginning of time, or just a lack of financial knowledge in general. They don't look at their bank statements or credit card bills, they just assume their income is paying for all of it, which in my opinion is an insane way to live. But we have a lot to go over today, so let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. But let's start off this video with an influencer story.
I am financially irresponsible. I am. I don't have a savings account. I'm 29 years old and I no longer have a savings account. I'm making the most minimum payments on my student loans. I graduated college back in 2018, still paying off those loans. The most minimum payments. I'm living back at home. I don't have my own car. I obviously don't have a home. Instead, you know what I do? I buy tickets on impulse to go to Italy, to go to Europe. I use Afterpay, I use Affirm, I use Klarna. I get my groceries on Instacart for the whole buy now, pay later feature. And I don't care. I really don't. Like, I'm being so for real right now.
I think you're gonna care when it's 10 years down the road and you're almost 40 in the same spot. But let's just go over to the comment section. We're paying student loans? Well, if you don't, they're gonna start garnishing your wages. I'm living paycheck to paycheck right now, and I don't have debts or large bills, and I still can't afford to travel. I'm too scared to do the Afterpay thing for traveling, but you're influencing me. Great. The creator responds, I'm just so tired of existing. I'm not trying to influence my current financial decisions onto anyone else. Kinda sounds like you are. I just choose to meet my minimum payments and necessities to survive, which don't seem to be too much because you're living back home with your parents and you don't own a car, but I take the rest of my money to live the life I dream of. I don't care what my bank account looks like, I'm not missing out on that trip. Why are your parents enabling this? I get living at home, but that's when you should be saving your money. Parents are not going to be around forever. I agree with this. I think this is one of the examples that give kids living at home at an older age a bad rap to most people. I'm almost the exact same age as this influencer, and I've talked to you guys about it. I've been living on my own for a little bit over 2 years, but when I lived with my parents and had almost no expenses, especially compared to now, I was working and saving as much as I could. I wasn't taking impulse trips to Italy, impulse buying everything that I wanted at the time, and because of that, I set myself up for the future. Not paying rent and still can't save as long as you keep the same energy in 20 to 30 years and don't blame others. It takes a lot of dedication and discipline to get financially ahead in this economy, but if you don't try and give up, you're putting yourself in a box. Now, we've actually seen this creator on the channel already talking about student loans, so I'll give you a little refresher, and you can see how different of a tune she's playing in this clip compared to the first.
These student loans, like the calls, are really making me regret ever going to college, considering I'm not even doing anything in my degree. But like, these calls are just a reminder that I'm like, first of all, doing nothing with my life. Second of all, broke as shit. And yes, I hee hee ha ha about it here, but like, it's literally not a joke. It's like embarrassing, and it's like the most stressful thing. And I never want to be the person that's like driven by money. Like, that's not me, but like sometimes I wish I was, so I wouldn't be in the position I am in. And like, dealing with these calls and having to basically say my situation, like, I literally cannot pay off an amount on these damn student loans.
But from the first clip, it seems like you can't make the payments because you're spending all of your money immediately. But we could take the next step and talk about some of these giant influencers.
Okay, so I don't know about y'all, but I've noticed that there's a huge influx of broke influencers on TikTok that are begging for money, and some of them even being involved in scams. Yesterday, I saw this TikToker who had almost 1 million subscribers or followers, and she was involved in a GoFundMe scam, and the GoFundMe got shut down. And it's just like, the problem with so many of these TikTokers is that, or any influencer, is that they're living above their means. And something that my grandma taught me as a kid that I'll never forget is she said, if you cannot buy something with cash in hand right now, then you cannot afford it. Or if the money isn't in your checking account right now, the full amount, you can't afford it. And it's like, I've seen so many scandals over the years of influencers, you know, from YouTube or any, you know, community that have gone broke because they start to live above their means.
I think the creator's TikTok name is Tara Lynn. She has millions of followers. At one point, she was talking about making $350,000 a month and is currently having issues talking to her followers, saying that she's broke and can't afford her $25,000 a month mansion in LA. If that isn't an example of living above your means, I don't know what is, but we have another example up on screen right now. This is what a lot of the gurus and alpha male course sellers do all the time. POV, it's your turn for the group R8 and Rolex, just so they could all make the same type of content in their penthouse suite in Miami also, and you just need to buy my Forex or dropshipping AI course, and you could be just like me, but they're lying to you as well.
Like the Chrome. So you owe how much on this?
I owe 31.
What's it worth?
So right now, I see the market and everything was like on 40 something.
No way. Can you start up for me? Moment of truth. It's got cats. It's got kittens.
I just want to get rid of this car. I co-signed with somebody else, and then that person just gave me 2 options. Give the car to her. That's something that I'm not
She's
doing.
not here, right?
Not yet.
We can't take it.
I can call her and do everything through the phone. She can be on FaceTime. I just want to get rid of the car.
She has to be here. So you're saying that you and her are on this loan,
Yeah.
and you want to trade it in?
Yeah.
Honestly, I think this car's worth 30.
I owe 31.
You owe 31.
Can you do like at least, because I will not have no down payment, can I at least do 33? Just like to have something on the other car?
You're buying this car right here?
It can be this one, it can be the other one. I saw some M3s in the back.
Do you want it to be this one? That price online is firm on that. I think it's 82 or maybe less. Maybe they lowered the price already.
So this guy had to co-sign with his girlfriend or possibly ex-girlfriend just to be able to get this Supra that he's still underwater on currently, but wants to get rid of it for an $80,000 M3. He also has his Chrome Hearts hoodie on, looking the part when he has no business in purchasing these items. Couldn't afford a $30,000 Supra, now wants an $80,000 BMW. Owing $30K while trying to level up into $80K more is just absolutely crazy work. There are just some people you can't talk out of their bad financial decision, you just have to let it play out. And eventually it'll turn into this clip.
When the economy was hot, they only had lane 15, 14, maybe sometimes 13 for all reapers. Now they got it all the way to 8. Meaning these are all repossessions. Used to be always on lane number, Westlake used to be on lane 14, 13. Now it's on 10. So all these are bank repos. All of these are bank repos. That is freaking insane, dude. From this line forward, over 1,000 vehicles on this auction per week. Only this auction.
I mean, look at the video. It looked like a dealership, a sea of vehicles all lined up because they were all repossessions, purchases that people couldn't actually afford. To me, this sounds like an absolutely awful choice to make, but when you start seeing clips like this pop up on social media, your For You page, it starts getting hammered into your head, people take it to heart and make those types of choices.
Nothing brings me joy like living beyond my means. Sure, I could have saved up my money. I didn't need to make that impulse purchase, but you know what? I'll enjoy it. That trip that I'm going to go on later, I'll enjoy it. Those items that I bought, I'll enjoy using them. It doesn't matter, okay? Sue me. Was it a bad decision? Maybe, okay? But it brought me joy in that moment. I know at the end of a I deserved it week, I'll feel some guilt and I'll not want to look at my bank app and I'll avoid that. But you know what? I deserved it, okay? That moment was worth it.
Except we're seeing more and more examples of people saying that it's not worth it. You going on that week-long cruise and then having to pay it off in installment loans weeks or months later, and if you can't afford it, the interest starts accruing, doesn't seem too worth it to me. Again, the impulse spending on Amazon, online shopping, just a couple clicks of the button, it'll be at your doorstep the next day. You get the dopamine hit of having the item, opening it up, using it for a little bit, and then it disappears. What do you go and do? Pull something else up on your phone and buy another thing. You just start collecting trinkets and products that you don't even want or use anymore, but at the end of the day, it all used to be money in your bank account. Klarna loves me with almost 7,000 likes. The money always came back. Really? Because at this point in time, inflation is not keeping up with wages. Everyone's wallets are feeling more empty. So the people who think that the money's always going to come back, or you have to have the abundance mindset, are they just getting sent checks in the mail with free cash? Because I'd like to sign up, but if you do legitimately have that type of mentality, you would probably end up like this example.
What is one bad financial decision that you regret making in life?
Okay, when I was young, I blew my credit cards.
Maxing them out?
Maxed them out. I'm like, oh, I'll pay it. The other circumstances happen, didn't pay them. You know what I'm saying? Life happens, so I would say that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Credit card bills.
What did you max out your credit cards on?
Ooh, a lot of stuff, like designer.
Yeah.
Even like, I did the most. I'm not going to lie. I did the most.
Trying to live that luxury lifestyle, and it eventually comes back to bite you. But it's fun and relatable to post this kind of stuff on social media now. I really can't afford to go on another vacation right now. I'm in severe debt. And then just a collage of vacations. Me in Paris in debt, Puerto Rico, Colombia, New York, Florida Keys, the Virgin Islands. When you're having a good time, but then remember your Klarna debt. I owe like $800. When I found out I could use Klarna for Deliveroo, me and my big back knew I was finished. Which, if you don't know what Deliveroo is, it's just another type of Uber Eats. Every time I pay one off, it's like a little treat to start another. Why did you have to remind me? I was just trying to relax. I have $1,300 in debt. Don't remind me, I get emails every day. Do you guys not have savings? The creator responds, no. They stopped my purchasing power because I owe like $1,300. Why did you remind me? Never ending debt. The comments just keep going on and on. POV, you're playing the hardest game in the world, Klarna approval. Shopping at retail stores when you literally don't have any money and are worried that Klarna would even give you credit. What kind of life is that? Wait, we could do that in stores now? They need to make it easier like Afterpay. Klarna in the stores are so complicated. I hope that these types of videos are like scared straight to many people, because at least in my own life, I'm a pretty wound up person, so having this type of financial stress on me all the time, I don't even know how I'd function. But again, financial distress is never taken seriously online.
The economy is like really bad right now, you guys. And you would not know it with the way I've been spending, but it's like really bad.
You look happier, thanks. I've been spending beyond my means. I have even more examples of these types of clips, but you guys get the gist. We'll just move on to the next example.
I hate treat yourself culture because you are not treating yourself, you are emotionally regulating with a credit card. And companies know this, which is why they have rebranded a lot of this impulse buying, emotional regulation buying as self-care. We are all burnt out, stressed, barely holding it together. And at some point, spending money has become, for a lot of people, this go-to solution for feeling better. You know, if you're having a bad day, you want to order delivery. If you're anxious, you'll go get a little treat. And this is statistic that young people especially tend to engage in this little treat culture by kind of spending little amounts of money to make themselves feel better. And it's rebranded as idea of like self-care when really it's a coping mechanism and an unhealthy way to self-soothe when you feel discomfort or negative emotions.
One thing that I think is interesting, especially in recent times, so many people are tired of giant corporations. They own everything. Nobody could afford basic needs. Everything's so expensive, which I think is a valid point, but then are completely okay with the credit card companies having record-breaking profits because of things like treat yourself culture, which is just a marketing scheme at the end of the day. It's not about self-care or making you feel better. They just want you to buy more crap, because eventually when you can't pay it off anymore, that 20 or 30% interest rate is going to be brutal. But there are so many people who don't see it for what it really is, and then you're in a constant debt cycle for the rest of your life. Ever since the treat yourself thing became popular, I felt like it was propaganda to spend, so thank you for voicing this. Now, as I've said before many times on this channel, hopefully these types of videos help you with either your financial literacy, improve ways to save money, increase your savings, anything along the lines of that, but I thought this theory from this next example was too interesting not to put in this video.
You know that theory that if you take all of the money in the world and split it up evenly between each person, that it will eventually get back to the people who had it in the first place? I used to think that that theory wasn't true until I started working in a billing environment and seeing that no matter how many times I help the same people over and over and over, they will not get it together. They continue to end up late, behind. They just never get it together. And no matter how many times I try to tell them, hey, you got to do this, you got to do this, they just can never get it together. They still have to pay the same amount one day to the next day. It's a 12-hour difference maybe, and they pay almost double just because they can't get it together.
So hopefully you're not in this type of boat, but for some they could go to a financial advisor. They could say all the same things that I talk about and show you on this channel, but it just goes right over their head because it's boring. Maybe bringing in real world examples with the TikTok clips, the drama with the Caleb Hammer guests, can open this to more people's eyes and see how dangerous financially this could be to your life. We have another example right here from just a few years ago talking about these stimulus checks.
What is one bad financial decision that you regret making in life?
Spending $1,000 on shoes.
$1,000 on shoes? Like on one pair of shoes or multiple shoes?
It was like 2 pairs of shoes. It was a Sakai. It was back in 2020 when the Sakai Nikes, when they came out. I spent $1,000 on 2 pairs.
Was that with like the stimulus check?
That was a stimulus check, yeah. So I was like 18. I was getting the unemployed checks. So I was like, I'm gonna get these shoes because this is my dream shoe.
Yeah.
Bro, once I look at them, I was like, look at this. I'm not gonna wear these. So like, that was my worst financial decision.
And then, did you sell them? Did you keep them?
I sold them. But I sold them like low, bro. So I sold the 2 pairs for like 600.
Okay, so you're down 400.
Of course.
And then what'd you do with the rest of that money?
Spent on stupid.
More shoes?
More shoes, but on stupid shit.
So. The comment section doesn't make this any better. $718 car payment when I was only bringing in $3.5K a month. Spending $15,000 at the casino in less than 2 hours. $300 on Panda Dunks. $1,000 is nothing to be sad about. What are you talking about? I think every single person on the face of the planet would like an extra $1,000 in their bank account today. $82,000 on a car that's now worth $35 to $40K now 4 years later, and that's not too surprising to me. We have seen many examples of that.
One thing that I will never understand, and you're not going to change my mind about this, is the whole you have to live as if money is abundant and that's what you'll attract mindset. That is literally just a justification to be spending a lot of money and live outside of your means. Now, don't get me wrong, I absolutely do think that you need to have the mindset that money worldwide is abundant, as in there doesn't have to be winners and losers. Everyone can get wealthier and increase their quality of life together. Almost like the why not me mindset, but to say that you want to live a very wealthy lifestyle so that's how you're going to live today is a bit delusional. The reason why I'm even talking about this is because I saw this exact same TikTok video yesterday where that phrase was as like text on screen, and the video behind it was of this beautiful apartment, like literally a multi-million-dollar like gossip girl apartment. To say like that's how you're going to live your life so that you attract that type of wealth doesn't make any sense to me.
It's all marketing. I've seen a coach promote the same thing, saying it's codes she's unlocked. And I can almost guarantee she's selling a course as well. Perfect way to put it, money won't magically appear just because you keep spending it. I think my money is abundant. It's more abundant when I make good choices and stop giving it away.
How much debt do you have?
Like $168,000.
None of which is a house. Why do you have 2 car loans?
I have 2 vehicles.
Why?
So it's 58 miles for me to drive to work every day, and the truck is an 8-cylinder Silverado.
Good, get rid of it.
I can't. I ended up getting like a really great deal on that truck.
Yeah, really great deal. You owe $60,724.55, making 24,000 hours a year.
How does he get approved for 2 car loans making $24,000 a year? Why is he driving 58 miles to a job that pays him $24,000 a year? That was all the comments. Legitimately bringing in $2,000 a month having 2 car payments. We could keep going on with the car stuff as well.
We've had this truck for 2 days now. I'm on my 2nd day coming to the gas station. $107. It's still going. 23 gallons. I get 8 miles a gallon. 24 gallons. So, there we go. $112. It looks like it's going to be $112 every 2 days to fill gas in the Rex.
You didn't know that before you bought a $700 horsepower truck? It's not a fuel saver. Didn't know, don't care. It sounds like you care a bit when you start recording yourself pumping gas complaining about how expensive it is and upload it on TikTok. But it is real cool to drive around in the Ram TRX, even though it sounds like you can't really afford it.
That you went and got a designer bag
Yeah,
You
so
know,
I wanted.
You gotta treat yourself. We maybe pay off a little debt. Go get a nice designer bag.
I wanted that, so in my head, so my dad left us the house, and when we sold it,
That's what he wanted, was a nice bag.
I was like, "This is a gift from my dad." When he passed away.
You
So
don't think he would have wanted you to have just a better life, though, more than anything?
For sure. But I just look at the bag, and I use it every day. It's not like I don't use it. And I look at the bag, and I think of my dad.
Okay, and if mom's holding the money, is there any left? Is she giving you more beyond it? What is happening with that?
So yeah, she's holding on to like whatever's left. It's kind of the
of your 50 or of the entire thing.
The lines are blurred at this point.
To me, it kind of sounds like the mom's keeping the money because she knows her daughter squanders it on purses. But wasn't the house what he wanted you to have? Especially in 2025 with housing prices being so expensive. If you were passed down a home from your father, you are so much more financially ahead than most of the people in the country right now. But you sold it and thank God you got a Chanel or Louis Vuitton purse. I'd rather have money in my purse, not spending it on the purse. One of my cousins is like this. Life-changing money went to a new Kia, 2 Xboxes, and I trust my contractor, bunch of home improvements. The way that was worded seems pretty shady. Maybe the home renovations are the only thing that I could get behind, especially if the house was falling apart. But on the same subject of houses, we could go to this next example.
3 years ago, I bought a house that I couldn't afford. I could afford it at the time, and then 3 months after I bought the house, I lost my job. And I have been hustling ever since. Every single month, I work my butt off, working 2 to 3 jobs just to pay for this roof over my head. So let's do a house tour. This is what $800,000 buys you in Portland, Oregon.
So this woman is killing herself because she purchased a house she couldn't afford. Kind of sounds like right off the bat, let alone her getting laid off after the fact. $815,000, and I have the clip up on screen. I personally think it's a very nice house, and she goes through room by room, and unfortunately, there is only 1 bathroom in the entire home. For something that you paid almost 7 figures for? I know that Portland, Oregon, that whole area, Washington, Seattle, is just wildly expensive, but her paying $5,000 a month is what she said, just does not seem worth it to me. Longtime Portland, Oregon resident here, that house is gorgeous, but not $800,000 gorgeous. $5,000 a month is terrible. Being house poor is no way to live, and keeping up with the Joneses is no way to live. The creator responds, I don't think buying a 1,700 square foot, 1 bathroom, non-updated home is keeping up with the Joneses. That may be so, but it does sound like you're house poor and living way beyond your means.
There's no way you can get into a vehicle with a 355 credit score, no money down, and you bought a 2024 BMW X5. You're paying over $1,400 a month on the payment, and you can't afford it anymore, correct?
Correct.
I'm glad we're able to connect, and if you could just kind of briefly summarize what you got going on.
So I recently, I bought a car, BMW X5 2024, on June 2023, 2 years ago. I have a good IT job. I make around 118 a year. So I pay monthly $1,447 in car. I have a business income, extra income. But 1.5 years ago, I went through a divorce. Divorce is done. My finances are still stuck. Now, I have a heavy credit card, and I explained them this, that I have all those cards. Now, the problem is I've not missed a single payment with the car. I pay on time, good income. The credit cards, all income went too high. I lost my house. I'm living on rent. The problem is now the car payments are too much for me. I want to give away the car.
Okay, so even with almost $10,000 a month coming in, he was still being stretched thin with the amount he was paying for everything, and the house of cards starting to collapse. A little bit more context, we go over to the comments. How did he even get approved with a 355 credit score? I have no idea. $82,000 in credit card debt, and Yusuf didn't even flinch. He responds, I've heard worse. $118K a year, and he has nothing to show for it. For an IT guy, he's not very smart. To me, this does sound a lot like keeping up with the Joneses, being decently successful but still living paycheck to paycheck. Maybe that's not even the case with the $82,000 in credit card debt, and with any sort of hiccup in your life you can no longer afford it and everything comes crumbling down. But we're going to finish off this video with some advice.
do you actually want it, or do you just want other people to see you have it? Like, if the rest of the world was extinct, would you really be walking around with a Louis Vuitton bag? Like, I don't really think you would care that much. Status makes people feel important, and material possessions oftentimes can give people status. I saw a quote once that said, it's not about the art, it's about the reaction of the audience. Like, people legitimately care more about how other people perceive things than they do about how they perceive it themselves. And the result of this is that our entire society is fake. Everybody is wearing a mask, and they do things just to gain social currency.
Some live life through the perception and opinions of others. Some, sadly, without even knowing it, making life choices that eventually lead them to a place where they don't feel comfortable, especially when we're talking about finances. Did it really happen unless we post it on social media? And I think this has been exacerbated even more because everybody could connect with each other online now. Just like a lot of the credit card debt and the high car payment videos, I could make this into a series until the end of time. There are so many examples that get uploaded every single day. But that's all I got for you guys. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh, big guy, you have $101,353 of debt, and none of it is a mortgage.
I spent a small house worth on skins.
On skins, how much?
Like $92,000.
You went and got a $4,000 necklace while you were unemployed?
Okay, so today we got another fun one. We're going to be taking a look at some of the crazy situations people get themselves in on the financial audit, and hopefully most of you take it as some sort of scared straight episode. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with some unreal spending and then admitting to a crime for everybody to see.
How much do you spend on a monthly basis? We know $3,500 comes in.
Well, my spending is a little crazy.
That's an interesting number.
Yeah, because it's so I believe it's around 20K.
That's ridiculous. No, that's what?
Yeah,
how?
Because
no, by the way, it's 15, but even still, what the are you talking about?
So due to the amount of payments and different things that I have a little finagling that happens, which is one of my accounts was opened in a separate state. So whenever I have one account that is overcharged, I have 48 hours to then replenish that account back to zero to stop from an overdraft fee or any other fee. So I can take from one of the other accounts, put it in there, overdraft, and then they bounce between.
Whoa. How long has this cycle been going?
Probably since the beginning of the year.
He just admitted to check kiting. That's check kiting, that's illegal. How can you spend 5 times more than what you make? We're going to see that a lot in this episode. Just another one of the examples where people, I guess, think that they have immunity on this show. That can't really be the case. It's just a YouTube video, it's a podcast, a form of entertainment for anybody on the planet to see. And so many people just regularly admit to fraud and breaking the law. It really amazes me. We have a couple comments from you guys with an update on a previous guest of the show. The Ugandan guy still hasn't received any gold yet, but he's assured everyone it's just around the corner to become rich. So one of the older guests literally fell for the Nigerian prince scam. He thinks that there's some sort of gold mine in Uganda and had to send a certain amount of money over, and then he would get untold riches forever. Surprisingly, he's not going to see a dime of returns at all, but my money is safe. I invested in plutonium mines on Pluto. Oh man.
But there's a $40,000 life insurance policy that's gonna come straight to me. When Granny, that's just.
How's her health?
She had a stroke. Her heart is AFib. She's diabetic and still eats a ton of sugar. Love her, but. Part of the reason I took so long to move out of my hometown was because I was worried that my grandparents are going to die soon.
Okay, so, I mean, what? If it's split in third across from everything, I don't know what's going to happen with the property, but it's a weird thing to bake on. Let's say you get $200,000. That's nice. That could be in 10, 20 years, though. We don't know.
But life insurance is not inheritance. It's supposed to pay for the funeral and other expenses. $40,000 is nothing, in all honesty. It really isn't if you're trying to bank on this kind of money to survive. Of course, overall, $40,000 is a lot of money, but in this high cost of living climate, even the $200,000 with the property values, I could bet that she would squander, especially being a guest on this show. An overwhelming majority of the time, they don't make the best financial decisions. She's basically admitted she'd rather have $40,000 soon than her grandma around for longer. Nice. $40,000 will cover the funeral and some other things. That's barely life insurance. Funerals are very expensive in today's world as well. Another comment from you guys, this is my Jerry Springer. I do believe a lot of people tend to think this way as well, and along with, of course, this being entertainment, bringing in the drama that everybody loves, hopefully it starts making some people take the steps into being financially literate.
You tell me you guys bought a house and you didn't have $5,000 saved up on the side?
No.
Then you were not ready to get a house. $5,000 shouldn't have made or break you.
To be fair, we had been married for like...
To be fair, f you. I don't care.
6 months.
You don't get a house if you don't have a fully funded emergency fund to cover everything you need to live for 6 months while owning the house.
Well, we did.
Huh?
We did buy the house when we weren't ready.
How did you not think of closing costs? Did your realtor not tell you about closing costs?
They did. And then we just pulled a personal loan for it.
Well, why'd you do that?
So our realtor was like, if you guys pull a personal loan, you'll be able to afford the closing costs. So well, he wanted money. That's
no, but I have a realtor and he actually gives me good advice. He happily tells me not to buy things constantly.
So a few things to talk about here. People jumping into the deep end with, in all honesty, the most expensive purchase they will ever make, and then immediately becoming house poor. Beyond that, they needed an extra loan just for the closing cost. How are you going to afford the house whatsoever? The monthly mortgage, all the rest of the bills. If anything breaks, it's your problem. But we could go over to the comments. Who's out here with $500 just sitting around in today's economy? LOL. You should probably have some extra money saved up, especially if you're trying to purchase a house today. I know having an extra $5,000 is much easier said than done, but if you're taking this type of large financial step in your life, you should have more money than just the amount for the down payment. I don't know, but we can move on to a very uncomfortable video, to be honest.
How much debt do we think we have?
Close to 500? Okay, I was closer to like 300,000.
$550,974.
Oh, that's a lot larger of a number than I was hoping for. I suppose sorry.
Okay, what the fuck?
No, it's,
No, not you, her. She's like rubbing your tits.
Yeah, well, sorry. Money gives me anxiety.
Do you need a moment?
No, I'm at work all day.
Mm-hmm.
I had the fucking GI Bill where they pay me to go to school. I'm a ghost in my own reality to try and earn as much money as I can. What were those fucking numbers?
It's not great.
Is this for just us or all three of us?
All three combined.
Okay.
$550, but that does include a mortgage. However, money gives him anxiety, so he has no idea what kind of finances he's dealing with whatsoever. How do you go through life like that? I understand people don't want to be absolutely obsessive with money, thinking about it 24/7, but if you're on the other side of that, you'll be like this guy having to ask how much debt you're in, having no idea. The throuple situation on top of it being very uncomfortable on the show, I just had to put that one in.
You have an overdraft loan.
So just another overdraft? On top of the overdraft?
Yes, which I've never even seen before, by the way. Congratulations on making financial out of history of something so horrible and disgusting. That is not cute. You're going to piss me off and I'm going to kick you the fuck off. If you keep trying to be cute, you're not being cute. Saying thanks when I say it is the first time I've ever seen something that bad. That is not cute. Stop trying to look cute. It's not funny. No one's giving you high fives in the comments. Shut the fuck up.
I know. What do you want me to do?
So if I'm understanding that correctly, she got a loan to pay off her overdraft fees and then she didn't pay that loan back as well? I mean, getting a loan for that in the first place is already wild, but it seems like this is another example of you can't really help everyone. Some people just don't take it seriously. They want to act cute and say thanks, even though they are hemorrhaging money every single day. And the entire purpose of the show is to go over their numbers and see what can be done to improve their life. If they don't take advantage of it, what are you supposed to do? Another comment from you guys, I think a lot of people don't understand that the credit card minimum payment will not get that debt paid off. I agree with that as well. We've seen a lot of guests and people on the credit card debt videos having 4 or 5 figures worth of debt on their credit cards, but they're only paying $70, $80, maybe $150 a month, the minimum payments, and then after a few months they're surprised that the balance has gotten even larger with those 20 to 30% interest rates.
Oh, big guy, you have $101,353 of debt, and none of it is a mortgage.
Damn, that's the amount?
That's the amount, damn. Yes, it is. That is true. Now, we know what comes in, by the way. It was $2,600, which was Zeldin last month. Okay, how much was spent last month?
$3,000?
Okay, $7,284. You are broken, and it is only
That
because
is
of...
actually crazy.
That is actually crazy. I agree. Well done.
How did I spend that much money? There's literally no... Okay.
That seems to be a very common answer every time Caleb goes over this with each guest. She spent almost 3 times the amount of money that was coming in, along with $100,000 worth of debt that isn't a mortgage. How is that even possible? There's no way that's true, even though they bring in all of their documentation from the banks. So it's not like Caleb's just pulling a number out of thin air.
What's the iPad loan at? That was at $1,100.
I don't want to talk about that one.
Talk about it.
I was not going to worry about that until I got my tax returns to pay that off.
Tax returns for next year?
Yes. Because I'm working on paying off my credit card, and then I'm going to refinance my car.
What the Tax return is not a strategy, though. That's what I'm upset about. Okay, so no progress there.
You paid for an $1,100 iPad with the possibility of future tax returns. We're way past the point of somebody just blowing it all as soon as they get their money back. She's already buying stuff way before the tax returns hit the bank account. Wow. Wait, they have loans for an iPad? I mean, it could be a personal loan, payday loan, a firm, and either BNPL. If you need to take out a loan for any type of tablet, you don't need it. And here we have a comment from you guys that goes well with this. Payment plans were okay when it was like layaway. When you made payments until you finally purchased the item and then got it. Now they give you the thing first and let you pay for it later. And I feel like that's really hurting people. On some cruises, they'll let you pay it off in installments so that you pay it all before the final date of the cruise. That's a good idea if spending $2,000 a year in advance is difficult, but you pay for the plan ahead and then you go on the cruise, not the other way around. But buy now, pay later is trying to change all of that, making delayed gratification a thing of the past. People want everything immediately. But what really sucks is when the cruise is already done and months later you're still paying it off, you don't think it's worth it anymore because you're getting nothing out of it currently. Now just take that single example and put it to any product you could think of. No wonder household debt is increasing every time they bring out new statistics.
I spent a small house worth on skins.
On skins, how much?
Like $92,000.
$92,000 on in-game skins?
Yeah, that's the best part is I don't have any of them anymore.
When you were 19?
Yeah.
Did you sell them?
No, I got banned.
He lost the account.
So now I am not toxic on video games.
How are you
anymore.
banned?
Don't be toxic, kids. That's the
Listen,
whole thing.
at 19, so 40 years later,
Yeah.
by the time you would have retired, that $95,000 that you spent would have been worth $2.3 million if invested in the overall stock market.
Yeah.
You spent $2.3 million on gaming skins.
Now you guys know that I'm a big hater of gambling in general. I talk about it constantly, and I think it's pretty detrimental for the younger generation, especially being able to gamble on anything with our phones. But I think this issue should be talked about more as well. Of course, it seems like everybody plays video games now, and on top of paying the $60, $70, $80 for the disc or the downloadable content, whatever, you now have a battle pass that's $10 or $20 and then in-game skins that are $10, $20, $30 a skin. And people love to pay for this kind of stuff. I know one of the arguments is that people use it as an investment for games like Counter-Strike. However, the CSGO market just tanked with a new update a few weeks ago. Tons of people lost an enormous amount of potential money if they sold their skins. But this guy was an example of a whale spending an enormous amount of money, getting banned as well, so he lost all of it. It couldn't sell to try to recoup any money, dropping $92,000 on League of Legends skins is crazy. And in the same way, comment sections talking about gambling don't take it seriously at all, and people would just readily admit to how much money they spend. It's the same when we talk about video games. I have about $17,000 in skins on a mobile game. I spent $3,000 on Fortnite. I bet this problem is only going to become more common in the next couple years.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an entrepreneur.
No one answers I'm an entrepreneur unless they're unemployed. When someone asks me what I do for a living, I don't say I'm an entrepreneur. I say I make YouTube videos.
Well, I mean, I do hair I do a
Okay.
lot of other arts and crafts, and I make money off of it. Like I make rugs.
And you're able to fully sustain yourself off of this?
No, that's why I moved back in with my dad.
Okay. At 26, tell me what you make from this thing.
In total with everything, I would say about 1,000.
At that point, it's a hobby that you make some money off of, even if it is full-time hours. If you're only bringing in $1,000 a month and had to move back with your parents because of it, your entrepreneurial career should probably take a backseat to a normal 9-to-5 job. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that because they see tons of people apparently making millions of dollars online all the time. And maybe that is true in some cases, but it's not for her situation. I'm professionally delusional. If she does hair, why doesn't she make that her main gig? It's more secure than selling art, I agree with that, which she could do on the side. Some people need to realize that crafts and rug making is for hobbies and not for employment. But let's go back to the video game subject with a guy who spent $4,000 on a PC. I should reword that. He financed a $4,000 gaming PC.
Why are we affirming so much?
A couple years ago, I got a PC.
You're taking out a 401k loan to get a fucking gaming PC, by the way, is how that works out.
It was my Christmas present.
To yourself?
Yeah, we both agreed that I could get it for myself.
So you said, let's get a 32% interest gaming PC that we'll never be able to pay off, and you eventually have to put your 401k essentially on hold?
He did not explain all of that. He did say, could I get a gaming PC?
You just enable.
I have.
Why? You blame each other for everything. Yet you allow each other to do everything? Make that make sense. How much was the computer?
I don't remember how much it was originally.
The initial amount was $4,000. The f did you get?
It was pre-built.
Why? Spend some time with your f***ing kids and wife. You're working 60 hours a week.
I like to play with my kids.
How often is this?
When he first got it, he was working a little less, so it was used a little more then, but recently it's been maybe once a week.
Buddy, sell this thing.
I don't think it's worth anything near what I paid for it.
Oh, for f***'s sake.
Okay, so this guy gets a monster $4,000 gaming PC, over 30% interest with it. And because he works so much, it's used once a week. I don't think you needed the highest end specs at the time to play some games once every 7 days. And similar to a car, a PC is a depreciating asset. They come out with stronger components every single year. So the previous model, the previous year, consistently goes down in value. So that $4,000 PC that's way more after paying all the interest will be worth significantly less than that if he does sell it. But this is a lot more common than you think. We have a little part 2 with a different guest.
You said things have gotten better. I'm seeing double the bounce. It said 6,337. What happened?
I can explain. I decided to spoil myself, and I bought ROG Ally Z1E.
How much is that?
600.
Buddy, the bounce is $6,337. What the f*** are you possibly talking about?
A couple months later, we're homeowners.
What happened?
It's a redemption arc.
No, it's not. Your debt is worse. Stop trying to fucking cope yourself out of this, buddy.
But you have to treat yourself with a $600 handheld. And then why not add on top of it being homeowners? You know, that's real cheap. I don't think I have to explain if he's already on the financial audit. Money's pretty tight. But we could go over to the comments. I decided to spoil myself. I bought another gaming device so I could sink into further antisocial depression. Stop trying to cope yourself out of this, buddy. Should be on a t-shirt. I'm not trying to make it like playing video games is bad. I do it. I've been playing Battlefield 6 a lot. But going into debt, sinking almost 6 figures in in-game skins, and then getting banned on top of it, it's just obviously not a way for you to get financially ahead whatsoever.
You went and got a $4,000 necklace while you were unemployed, which is, by the way, a month where you asked your parents if you could not pay rent. What the f*** is wrong with you? You're wearing it? Oh my. What are you, fucking Shazam?
He likes the Flash. He wanted a cross, but I said, get this one instead of the cross.
Looks like a middle schooler.
He told me he felt spendy.
He felt spendy?
That's what he told me.
What even is that?
I don't remember using that term ever.
When he likes something, he hyper focuses on it.
I do too, but doesn't mean I get it. I do if I can afford it.
Yeah. To be fair, I think we did have that in our savings. It just made it to where we couldn't pay for anything else.
That seems like a great decision in my book. Let's get an absolutely hideous $4,000 gold necklace of a lightning bolt. That was everything that we had in our savings account to pay our bills, but that's okay. Not a thought behind those eyes. He spent $4,000 on something that looks like it came out of a gumball machine. That's a really good way to put it. It is amazing to me that there are almost an unlimited amount of guests making these types of choices.
You got a brand new car. You're swimming in debt.
Yeah, it's a lease. It is a 2025 Mazda.
$800 a month is something you're not even gonna own?
I see a car as a depreciating asset.
Certainly
expecting
is,
to
but
make
at least
money
you
on
get
it.
an asset.
Well, I get a new car every 2 years, so I'm never gonna.
Well, that's your choice and dumb behavior.
Yeah, if I want to have the latest and greatest, yes. It's a
oh my
dumbass
gosh,
choice.
why not have the latest and greatest retirement? Even with leases, you got to put money down.
I put $2,000 down on a firm.
Wait.
I had a 2023 CX-50, and the shady ass sales guy was like, "Oh, while you're waiting, you want to try out this one?" And it was exactly what I was looking for. It had all the features I wanted. Had ventilated seats.
Okay, so another person living wildly above their means. I'm leasing because I don't want to put my money into depreciating asset, even though I'm giving Mazda $800 a month for it. It's still a Mazda at the end of the day. It's not a luxury vehicle, but it's the shady salesman's fault. Of course, they're going to try to get you into a new car to get a commission check, but all you have to do is say, "No thank you. I'm getting my oil change or whatever maintenance on my current vehicle. I don't need to roll over the negative equity into a new one, but I need the latest and greatest." So there goes $800 a month, and they'll do this for the rest of their lives. He financed the down payment as well, forgot about that. $800 for a lease. I've never paid even close to that for a lease, and mine was always fully loaded and cost more than his car. It's probably the constant negative equity being rolled over every couple of years, along with probably having to finance more because he had to affirm the down payment.
I'm confused why the people making $120,000 a year net is the one getting subsidized.
We couldn't.
Compared to those who are actually struggling.
I did not put his income in it.
So you lied.
Yes.
Oh.
Because we could not afford to do it at that time because our credit card minimum debt and our rent and everything else was super high at that time. So.
Because she wanted the bigger house.
There you go, $120,000 a year, but they couldn't afford anything. Sounds like living above your means to me, and because of that, let's commit fraud. What could go wrong? And then to make it even better, let's talk about it on the financial audit that gets hundreds of thousands or millions of views online. And that's exactly what this comment says. Admitting to fraud on a show millions of people will see is wild. What do you think's going to happen? As a single mom who paid over $20,000 last year for daycare, this pisses me off so bad. Hey, that's a felony. They should pay every penny back plus a huge fine. I know I said this earlier, but I guess they believe they have some sort of immunity and there won't be any consequences for admitting this online. I just don't understand.
What do you do for a living?
I'm door dashing.
How much DoorDash are you doing in a week?
I usually work 2 full shifts, so 16 hours.
Wait, you're 36. What the fuck are you doing Monday through Friday?
Mostly just the 16 hours in Austin, but like if it picks up in Waco, I'll pick up a couple hours here and there.
In Austin?
Yep.
Oh, wait, how far of a drive is it from Waco?
Hour and 30 minutes.
That has to eat into whatever little profits we're making on DoorDash, right? With maintenance and gas.
I mean,
Miles.
Pay to play, I guess.
Oh, DoorDash is in a similar boat with Uber. Maybe some people could make a good living if they're around a very busy city, but you're going to be working a lot, so your car's most likely going to have to be paid off as well. Very economical, good MPG, and 16 hours a week with a 3-hour round trip to Austin cannot be worth it at the end of the day.
What was your monthly average you were losing in slots?
Anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000.
That's your entire income. And you had to cash advance for it?
Yeah.
You got almost an 11% fee.
So that 11% fee is like every month. Yeah.
It accrues 11% a month?
Yeah.
Not a year and then broken down month by month.
No, it's
it is 11% a month?
Yeah.
So it's like 100% a year.
Depending on how long it takes me to pay it off, yeah.
For slots? 130% loan for a slot.
Yep. My parents won $200,000 on there, so I was trying to win big, and it didn't work.
My parents won a whole bunch of so I'm just gonna do the same thing, as if it's just that easy. You could go look up online and there are tons of Instagram posts, news articles of this guy getting an insane parlay and winning hundreds of thousands of dollars when he only put down $100. Now, if these stories aren't just blatantly false to try to get you to think that you could do it as well, it's so incredibly unlikely that it's almost impossible and you'll just lose your money. And this guy is now going to be paying 100% interest a year for that pipe dream of winning $200K like his parents did. That's exactly how they get you with gambling, and this problem has only been getting worse.
How much was your wedding?
$70,000.
Why?
It was beautiful.
It was
okay.
It was the happiest day of my life, and I don't regret it.
We had a $50,000 budget for the wedding.
Well, then-
it ended up paying a little bit more than that.
What the cost $75,000?
Well, I'm Mexican, and in Mexico, you have like a 3-day long celebration.
Well, I mean, you're in America.
Yeah, well, we may have traveled.
The wedding was in Mexico.
Yeah, it was cheaper.
Yeah, you saved so much.
We did.
We had
For what we got.
Yeah, well, it would have cost.
Yeah, if you went insane in America, sure.
We'll go straight over to the comments. I'm Mexican and I live in Mexico. We do not have 3-day celebrations. I'm Mexican and have never heard of 3-day celebrations. Mexican here, we most certainly do not have 3-day weddings, just over and over again. But it was a deal. It would have been over 6 figures if it was in the US. I honestly just don't get it. I would understand more if they took $50,000 and just traveled the world for their honeymoon. They were gone for months. I feel like that would be a way better experience than a 1-day or apparently 3-day party.
How have your finances been?
My husband made me sell my car. It really hit me a couple weeks ago when we were sitting at the dealership. Normally, I'm all happy to get a new car. I was crying, signing paperwork.
Now, do we have a car loan to replace it?
So we have a lease.
What's your monthly payment on that?
$518.
What's the car?
He got me another Lexus. But
I thought we were trying to get out of debt. Like, why do we need a high car payment for Lexus?
It's 3 years. We looked at other cars. I really wanted a Hyundai Sonata. That's really what I wanted to go get.
I really don't care what we want, though. I don't really care about the word want when it comes to a vehicle.
I told him that, whatever you feel like we can get right now, I really don't care.
Yeah, but you know what you can get.
Why did they sell a car to lease a car? A luxury car as well. Who the heck leases a car for $500? Well, we saw that Mazda earlier for $800. I'm no car expert, but I'm pretty sure a Hyundai Sonata is cheaper than a Lexus. I know Hyundais aren't nearly as reliable, but if you're trying to pay as little money as possible for a vehicle, I mean, even a Toyota, why did you have to go get a Lexus? Why are some people so allergic to secondhand? Again, I think it's keeping up with the Joneses, living above your means. I'm not buying a used car. That's for poor people. I'm better than that. Even though I'm in financial ruins, I'm just gonna go get a Lexus lease. The choices these guests make will always baffle me.
I'm already a micro influencer.
I don't know what constitutes as that.
About 3,000 followers within 6 months, focused in a particular niche.
The niche is
classic automotive.
Ah, yes. Going international for classic automotive.
Of course, because there's a bigger market for it in Europe than there is in parts of the U.S. where people
for classic automotive?
Yeah, because Americans are buying EVs and SUVs. So
yeah, let's vet it. Show me the Instagram.
Let's bet. You want to see it right now?
Yes.
Okay.
We're gonna blur the names because I do not allow people to plug things, but I will screen record it.
Should totally plug it though.
Nope.
Yeah. Well, I'm at 25, but here you go.
Hey,
plus years
wheels
now.
Get like 1,000, 500, 400.
Yeah, I mean, we're just getting started. I'm getting a decent amount.
How many followers did he say he had?
Okay, so a couple things there. He rounded up his 3,000 followers. He actually had 2,500 in 6 months. Now, I'm not trying to dunk on him playing the numbers game, but 2,500 in 6 months is still just a hobby. I know the term micro-influencer has been thrown around a ton, but I also feel like him saying Americans are buying a ton of EVs and he's going over to Europe for the classic automotive niche is just false. When we take a look at the car market on this channel, Europe really seems to be buying EVs way more than the US. Their cities are much smaller, much more compact. They don't have to drive nearly as long as most Americans do. No way, bro said 3,000. If Caleb actually wanted to help people, he would let this guy plug his Instagram. It wouldn't cause the show any harm. I think it would, and so did this reply. It would, because people would start coming onto the show just to plug. I'm not saying that you shouldn't try something on social media, but you trying to make it your primary income when you only have a few thousand followers in this day and age, 2025, that's not a lot.
Seen enough. Trying to pay off our credit card is spending $17,569 in this last month and bringing in, an average of 4,600. Go ahead and please make that make sense. How is that trying to pay off our debt and raising our credit? Inform me on that. I'm ignorant. I'm not educated. Please inform me.
Yeah.
Teach me.
I have a piggy bank.
What?
I've been putting away my fives.
What the fuck are you talking about? You spent $17,000 last month.
$17,000.
$17,000.
Is that taking in like getting Zelled? Like I split my rent payment, so I get Zelled
Rent to
money.
your mom?
Yeah.
Okay, so total that came in, let's include Zell, was an extra 1,805. Cool.
Okay.
You still spent 17,000.
$17,000?
Here, let me check. Oh, $17,000.
No way. How's that even possible?
Again, somebody else who brought in the documents, their bank statements, everything that came in and came out for several months, and they don't believe how much they're legitimately spending. I don't get how you could spend 17 grand in 1 month and not realize it, on top of only bringing in around $5,000. It's really not that hard to check your bank and credit card apps every day, even once a week. We all stare at our phones all day long. It would legitimately take just a couple minutes. I could go on a European vacation for a month and not spend $17,000. How on earth? Even if I bought all the current things on my wish list, it wouldn't add up to $17K, and she had no idea. That's basically what all of the comments said. I do have some more examples, but I have been recording for quite a while. I don't want this video to be too long, so that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
How do you feel when you walk into a boutique and you instantly realize that everything they're selling is just from Amazon?
So how's everyone surviving in the beauty industry right now? It's been crazy slow.
That wouldn't have been supporting small business. That would have just been financially irresponsible. I'm not going to pay that, not in this economy.
So recently on this channel, we talked about how restaurants were not doing very well right now financially, primarily because customers don't have extra money right now, amongst many other reasons like declining food quality, customer service, tipping, etc. But today I thought it'd be a good idea to specifically look at small businesses. I've seen many people online talking about how their businesses have been declining, especially since COVID, and I think that there are a number of reasons why that's the case. So we're going to go over what I found today, which is a lot, so let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. But let's start off with the elephant in the room, the overall prices.
There's a very concerning trend of small business owners coming out and complaining about how people aren't buying their products because they're too expensive or they can't afford them. But I think what they forget, there's a very delicate balance between being financially responsible and buying small business products. I bought this off of Amazon, $13 flat, no shipping, brand new, right? My local bookstore, that's about 5 minutes down the road that I frequent quite often, $40. Now, if I would have spent the extra $27 to go buy this book, that wouldn't have been supporting small business. That would have just been financially irresponsible. I'm not going to pay that, not in this economy. You serious? Like, why would we pay that?
Half of the stuff in my local businesses drop ship garbage off of Temu. Why would I support that? I went to a local plant shop and the plant that I wanted was $135. Same plant on Etsy was $45. I get a little inflation, but damn. And that's going to be one of the large problems overall today in this video. At the end of the day, it comes down to price for many people because they are tightening up their wallets. Not nearly as much expendable income as there was a few years ago, especially when we were all cooped up in our house. Online businesses were booming because so many were bored and just purchasing stuff online nonstop. I get that inflation and tariffs have definitely taken a toll, but when you start seeing wild clips like this up on screen right now, there's not really much else I could say. Burnt out, haven't sold an item in weeks, and lots of debt. But there was a time with a chocolate Nike hoodie for $1,300. Shipping calculated at checkout as well. It wasn't even free shipping. We just have to go right over to the comments. I'm sorry, but you probably haven't sold anything because $1,300 is most people's bi-weekly check or rent. There's no reason a sweater should cost $1,300, and the creator responds, it's wearable art, and taste in art is definitely subjective, so they're playing that card, which I guess I understand, but at the same time, you can't really be surprised if nobody's buying it. You're so delusional, $1,300, come on. Maybe if it wasn't $1,300 bucks. It's wearable art in quotations, cut a sweater / blanket, and sewed it onto a hoodie. I get that for $30 at the market. Wearable art, it looks like something from Shein during COVID. It's super cute, but I wouldn't pay more than $150 for that, to be honest. I still think that's a lot. A lot of small businesses simply don't make it because they price their stuff way too high. And that's really what's been popping up on my TikTok a lot lately.
Hey guys, so as you know, things have not been great for us. It's been a bit of a struggle bus, but we have just hit a brick wall. We have to be out of our warehouse by the end of July. We can no longer pay our employees. So that's pretty We'll be doing one last warehouse sale. So as soon as I have that figured out and planned, I will let you guys know when that is. Any of the inventory I have here in the warehouse that I need to sell, I'll be posting for super cheap, so keep an eye on that. That's just like our ready to ship items. We will be selling all warehouse machinery, equipment, anything that's in this warehouse is being sold. So if you're interested in any of those type of things, also let me know.
So of course, I still feel bad because she's shutting down her business, can't afford to pay the employees, the money's just not coming in. However, if you go over to the comments, why is a shirt that says Mom $32? $63 for a t-shirt? I think people are buying groceries and necessities rather than $60 shirts. I'm hoping that that was the full retail price at least, and not the warehouse sale price. You have to rethink your whole business model. Way too expensive and very dated styles. $64 for a t-shirt is insane, maybe $15 to $25. Every other shirt is Mama. I've purchased here a few times, but the prices are just too high. My wife makes these at home for like $5. Graphic tees aren't really in anymore. Free shipping over $200 is kinda insane. So if you buy 3 of those $60 t-shirts, you'd still have to pay shipping. I know that the cost for everything in a small business is more expensive than giant corporations because of course places like Amazon and Walmart are buying in crazy amounts of bulk so they could get those products for a cheaper price. But when you start seeing very high prices like this along with a pretty tough economy, it sounds like what's happening was inevitable. Again, talking about COVID, a clip up on screen, POV, small business owners in 2020 trying to sell their resin art. Just scribbling a whole bunch of stuff on a napkin, but it's sold. People were buying so much stuff online. Small businesses, big businesses were bringing in record profits, but that's just not the case anymore. Here's an example of crazy spending. Once bought a resin art heart door hanger for $100. What was I doing? That one business that made cotton candy cakes and sold them for like $60. Hitty marketing pisses me off so bad. We're gonna see that a little bit later in the video. However, we can move on to a pretty popular clip online of a small business reselling Amazon clothing.
Let me ask your opinion because I really want to know what other people think about this. How do you feel when you walk into a boutique and you instantly realize that everything they're selling is just from Amazon at a crazy markup? Because this weekend we were on Nantucket for Labor Day and we walked into this store that looked so cute, but within minutes I could tell that they were just selling Amazon for $150. I did do a Google reverse search just to be sure, but I mean, I didn't even make it past the front door.
They're selling Shein as well, without a doubt. I was so disappointed. Another comment, the Jaguar dress is $19.99 on Amazon and it has horrible reviews. We saw that exact dress in the clip and they were selling it for $150. I know they're in Nantucket with all the rich people, so they don't even know what to do with their money. But come on, how do you think your business is going to stay afloat? They didn't even steam out the folds or wrinkles. You think with the 2-day shipping they would have more time to steam it. And unfortunately, this happens a lot more often than you think.
Have you seen the video of the woman that goes to the boutique store in Nantucket only to realize that all of the clothes are from Amazon? Well, I have a newsflash. I live in a super touristy area of Massachusetts as well. Not that one up north, with so many cute boutiques and home decor stores with a coastal vibe, only to realize that some of that stuff is from Amazon and Home Goods and Marshalls, and they've just bought it, curated it, marked it up. So this is more of a buyer beware. They're using those stores as wholesalers. I see nothing wrong with that. But if you want to treat yourself to a vacation gift and you see something that you love, but you don't love the price tag, go on your phone first. Chances are you'll find it there for less.
My daughter works at a local tree nursery. One of her tasks was taking price tags off of mum plants bought at Walmart. I've started reverse image searching on Etsy too, very eye-opening. However, I've seen if you start calling this out online, you get a good amount of backlash because I guess you're not supposed to critique any small businesses for any reason.
You guys are all upset thinking I'm not supporting small businesses. All of Nantucket is small businesses. I'm not here on this island not buying things, you know, whether it's an iced coffee, a croissant, or a sweatshirt. These are all small businesses. I'm not against supporting small businesses. We just went to Bro Denim and bought 2 sweatshirts, $180, 2 sweatshirts for kids. It's not cheap, but I believe in supporting small businesses. We actually are family friends with the owner of Bro Denim's uncle and have met her. Lovely. So we love to support businesses. The problem with the denim jacket is that someone who worked at the store told my friend last year that she hand stitched these Amazon denim jackets. That's deceptive.
So this is a different issue with another store on Nantucket where they were lying about an Amazon dropship denim jacket. But either way, she was getting a lot of backlash online because you aren't supporting small businesses. And I'm in the same boat as her. I don't have a problem with supporting it. On the other hand, I do understand that a lot of people can't right now because money's tight, and when you also get deceived like this woman lying about their products. Either way, I would not be able to justify paying $90 for a child's sweatshirt, let alone 2, but that is her choice, and we can move on to a mini segment just talking about coffee.
I no longer support local coffee shops. I'm not paying $10 for a guy's coffee. Out of my face.
Short and sweet, but there are a lot of people that agree, and it's always served with an even worse attitude. I just said this, people talk crap about Starbucks, but I know exactly what I'm getting. I'm done with the local stuff. Then they have a facial expression of a fart when you don't select an 85% tip option. Like I said, there's a lot of clips what the local coffee shop's coffee looks like, and it's not the most appetizing to be honest. Open 3 days a week from noon to 3 p.m. Why is it burnt, translucent, watery, lukewarm, and overly sweet? It's every bad thing that could happen to a coffee. The sadness of buying an $8 coffee from a small business, and it's terrible. Support small businesses. I will if it's good. When you take a sip and realize the small business isn't going to make it. Small businesses take advantage of people's empathy by overcharging. Small businesses, when nobody wants their $40 burger that's smaller than a Whopper. We've already gone over this before with the millennial burger joint. I know that's a meme, but almost all of them end up being a mom and pop place that charge way more than most people are willing to pay in this economy. But we could go back to the expensive coffee and the random times that they're open as well, making it even more difficult to shop with them.
This might be a hard watch for some people, but small businesses can be their own worst enemy. Like this morning, it's a Friday morning. I said, let me go get coffee. I forgot to make my iced coffee last night. I'm just going to go buy it, okay? Try not to support chains. So I said, let me find a small business around here. I look up the first one. They're open from 10 to 2 only. Well, I start working at 7 in the morning, so that's not going to work. Sounds good. Cool. Let me look up another one. Closed on Fridays and Sundays. You know, 2 of like the busiest days for most coffee shops, especially on Sunday. You're going to be closed. Okay, sure. That makes a lot of sense. Look up another one. They have 4 menu items. It's either a latte or a matcha. Okay, don't like either one of those, so that's not gonna work for me. Find a 4th one. I said, okay, this menu looks good. We're rocking with it. They have a little online checkout, so I go to put in my order. I get a black coffee with cold foam on top. That's it. Nothing in it. And it was $12.
Not only are all the local coffee shops more expensive than Starbucks and Dunkin', their coffee consistently tastes bad. I want to support you, but I'm literally just throwing away my money. A local bakery I love changed the hours to 10 to 4. The owner gets on Instagram and complains that no one's supporting them. When most people are working 9 to 5, your customer base is going to shrink significantly. There's a thrift store in my town that's open by appointment only. How would you make any money? There are people that treat a small business like a hobby, and then they're surprised when they don't work out. I love supporting small businesses, but I literally can't afford to do so. And piggybacking off of that, we could take a look at this news segment that's talking about the big restaurant chain businesses, but also applies to everything else as well.
Now to the economy, where there are troubling signs in the restaurant industry as consumers are tightening their belts and eating more at home. Elizabeth Scholze breaks down the numbers.
Hey, Rachel, the cost of going out to
eat is up almost 4% over the past year, outpacing the price of groceries. And now some popular restaurant chains say that they are noticing customers pulling back. Salad chain Sweetgreen is the latest to sound the alarm about younger consumers, reporting that people between the ages of 25 and 35 dropped their spending by 15% in the last 3 months. Burrito maker Chipotle and the Mediterranean fast casual chain Cava made similar warnings about younger customers, pointing to the impact of inflation and student loan payments. And McDonald's, which can serve as a bellwether for the overall economy, says that lower income households are not visiting its stores as much.
When it costs $50 to eat out at a casual restaurant, you realize that you do, in fact, have food at home. Tipping culture is out of control. I'm not going out and paying $30 for Cisco frozen foods. And all of this can unfortunately be talking about the mom and pop restaurants as well. So that's why there are so many clips like this online.
So how's everyone surviving in the beauty industry right now? Let me share. I own a salon, a lash salon. Exactly. And it's been crazy slow.
It's too expensive. The owner replies it's not as expensive, but getting your nails done is still a luxury and not a necessity, so this kind of market is going to slow down during this time. We have a whole paragraph here I see a lot of people complaining about because it's expensive. You know why it's so expensive? Because people don't know or understand that having a business is lots of bills like paying rent, electricity, insurance, buying materials, supplies, all of that. Now do you understand? So bring the money. Where do you think this money's coming from? Do you think customers and consumers didn't know that they had overhead? And now that they realize that the owner has to pay rent and the cost for material supplies, that money's just going to appear in their bank accounts and everybody's going to go and get their nails done for a most likely wildly expensive price also. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. POV, I set up at a market and end up making 0 sales, wasted 8 hours not to make a single dollar, because this is the life of a small business owner sometimes. When a vendor event is a flop with no customers at all, another empty event here, where is everyone? To be honest, I don't think people want to pay to get into an event and then pay for extremely expensive items. I know you use skill and love, but it usually outweighs the cost to the consumer. And that's just reiterated right here. Honestly, I can't afford it. I also don't think it helps when you see absolutely outrageous prices like this pop up on TikTok.
What makes you want to go platinum?
I just really want to feel brighter.
Okay, how often are you wanting to come in to get your hair done?
Oh, I don't like to come that often since I drive from farther away, like maybe every 6 months or so.
Are you wanting to be platinum to the root?
Yeah.
Okay. You'd have to come in like every 4 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The price point for that, it'd probably be about $1,600.
For just color?
Yeah.
Wow. Every 4 weeks?
Not every 4 weeks. For like the first time. Like 16 to 18, I would imagine. I wouldn't know until I like finished it and how much product I use and how long it takes us.
So I know I touched on this a while ago. I made a dedicated barbershop video, mostly talking about men's haircuts getting ridiculous $50, $100, $200 for a shape up, but you could definitely add in a lot of the women's pricing as well. And I know it takes a lot more work than the men's side, but in 2025, how could you say $1,600 to $1,800 to a customer with a straight face? I'm sorry. $1,600 to $1,800? Immediately no. I personally wouldn't pay that. That's called robbery. Explains how she could afford Prada as work clothes. Very good point there. Hairstylists have lost their minds. She gave the I don't want to do it price. I really don't blame her. I pay $200 every 6 weeks. I don't know. There's just something about charging those prices and then wearing Prada as a hairstylist. Weird to me. There's a lot of other examples I could add in. Charge my clients $600 for 3 pans of mac and cheese. Just wildly overpriced, and then they're surprised when people don't want to buy. A comment I thought was pretty funny from this clip though, I blame COVID. Everybody thinks that they're an entrepreneur now. I mean, we have another example right here.
Everybody say start a business. Nothing you sell is oversaturated. It's a lie. People are so addicted to consumerism, they would rather go buy a $30 product from a celebrity than go buy a $10 to $15 product from somebody they don't know. Which is why I'm in between getting a second job and investing in my business, but I don't know what I should do. I don't know what I should do, y'all. I created this product almost a year ago.
Straight over to the comments, lip gloss isn't something I'd ever buy from a random person online because too many people are bottling random products at home. Maybe you should show the manufacturing process, what's special about it, highlight the ingredients, all of that, and I think they make a very good point. Even though makeup as a whole is of course very expensive, with all the big celebrities slapping their name and faces on everything you could think of, at least at the end of the day you know what you're getting. Not just a random lip gloss from a random company you've never heard of. Another comment talking about prices. Girl, people are so poor right now. I don't know anyone who's buying lip gloss at the moment. Everyone's just trying to get groceries at this point.
Okay, you guys all want to say shop local, then why are they always rude to me? I am literally a local business owner's dream customer because one, I love spending money. Two, I love going shopping like around here. And just, yeah, I'm just a great customer. I always buy stuff. Like, I'll literally just buy stuff to be nice. If you're nice to me, I'll buy something because, I don't know, I'm just like that. Like, I'm not trying to be like, I'm so nice, but like, usually I just feel bad if I'm like the only one in the store. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to buy something.
And I think that's how a lot of stores get people. They almost feel guilty because they don't have any customers, you're the only one in the store, almost strong arms you into purchasing something, and then on top of it, at least with this story, they're rude to their customers. She talks about how she was a regular at this particular shop, however she ends up telling the incorrect name to one of her coworkers while they're there, and then the owner ends up getting super angry and yelling at her, saying that's not our name, just being overly rude for a simple mistake with, again, somebody who's been regularly giving you money. Probably not the best way to retain customers. You know who isn't mean to me? Amazon. I literally avoid boutiques because all of the employees give me mean girl vibes. I feel like local boutiques are just fast fashion disguised as bougie. None of the clothes are comfortable either.
Can I say something? A lot of times these local businesses that people like to hype up, they just suck. People always want to say, oh, you know it's going to be good when the restaurant has this or that, whatever rundown aspect to it. Yes, sometimes they're good, but a lot of times they're not good.
People talk about supporting small businesses for ethical reasons too, and sometimes they're way worse to workers. For real, and small businesses don't equate to ethical. I work for a hipster ice cream shop, and I'd take a corporate job over it any day. I worked at a small cafe in town and only realized after getting a new job at a franchise restaurant how many labor law violations were happening. And this is not a one-off experience as well.
On the topic of jobs, one place you will never catch me working again, ever, is a small family-run business. I will never go back to one of those places because I don't understand what it is, but the vibes are just so bad. I've never actually met anyone who's had a good experience at a family-run business, even the family. Like, when I worked at one, I think I went in 10 minutes late one time. I had a very legitimate excuse. I actually had proof. I had evidence. And my boss just goes like, oh, it's a fine, Krista. Just go work on the till, whatever. So I'm working on the till. And she goes behind this plasterboard wall. We were having renovations at the time. She goes behind the plasterboard wall. And I hear her telling everyone else in the back of the shop how she can tell I'm a liar. And she can always tell a liar by their eyes. I mean, clearly not, first of all, because that's actually telling the truth. But also, that's insane. That's insane behaviour. And also very weird from a grown adult to literally the teenager that you pay £6 an hour to work on the till. Like, is it that deep? Is it that deep ever?
Husband and wife run businesses are absolute hell. I truly think because they're a family business, they could speak to you like their kid. In hindsight, I should have walked out, but I needed the money, so I took the disrespect. I don't really know what to say because I know this makes it look like I'm the biggest fan of the giant corporation Walmart Target type places, which I'm not, but I understand people who want to save as much money as possible, and it's not like you won't have the same problems while working for a small business. Now we could switch over to the farmers markets and those types of businesses along with the vendors that come along with it.
So I'm at the farmers market. When did it become so expensive to shop at farmers markets? I seem to remember getting a grip of produce for like $20 years ago. Now it's just an excuse for yuppies to spend oodles of money. $3 for a bunch of green onions, $10 for a dozen eggs.
Watched a documentary about farmers markets, and most of them get produce from the same place as local grocery stores. I spent $17 on 2 loaves of bread. I always thought farmers markets are cutting out the middleman, but it's more than the store I don't even go anymore. Farmers markets are insane now. $15 for a small thing of raspberries, $45 for a tiny candle. I mean, it's actually outrageous how much money they're trying to milk from us.
Here's a collective farmers market haul as someone who tries to eat local. I started off with the berries. I got a full pack of blackberries and a full pack of raspberries. And then I grabbed some raw local honey. I got a 3-pound jar and I'm slowly working my way up to a 12-pound jar. And then I grabbed some of this goat and cow cheese. This one is one of my favorites from them. And then I grabbed about a pound of beef liver. I'll be eating about a ½ ounce each day. After that, I got a pound of wild yellowtail. This is one of my favorites. I like to eat it either raw or grilled. The last thing I got was another plant.
Okay, so some of the prices aren't absolutely outrageous compared to larger stores, but overall, she ended up getting 6 things and what was it, $120? $130? People don't have that kind of cash to spend on these things anymore. $30 for berries. Another one up on screen, what I got at the farmer's market for $90. Going through the produce she ended up purchasing. This is so expensive, OMG. I looked at this and genuinely think that it should be $40, and I'm shocked by the fact that it's way above that.
You guys sell your cookies for $5. How did you determine your pricing?
Our cookies are actually really competitively priced. Walk over here with me.
Yeah.
We have really large cookies. Per ounce, we're actually priced like really competitively compared to like Tiff's. We're actually cheaper than them. $5 is kind of the cap. If it's more than that, and they won't buy it. So it was really hard for us at the beginning to actually charge $5 because we just had this idea that people wouldn't buy it. But now I can confidently say our cookies are worth way more than that and people happily pay it.
So I don't know if he's being 100% truthful saying people are happily purchasing or if it's just for the TikTok and the exposure for more people to come to his business, but the comments definitely say something else. No, those are $3 cookies. Priced competitively is code for overpriced. Saying that over and over again in a very short video kind of makes it seem like you're trying to convince the customers that it's priced well. Still just flour, sugar, and chocolate, right? Their really large cookies seem suspiciously average sized. Ridiculous $2 to $3 max, trying to normalize $5 for a cookie. We could take this a step further with festivals and these small businesses. How much we spent at Panda Fest ATL. A pina colada, $27. Coconut ice cream with sticky rice and mango, $17. Half a squid, $16. Chicken cabbage and beef dumplings for almost $17. Dubai chocolate strawberries, almost $18. Hot Cheeto mac and cheese for $10. That looks nasty. Chicken cabbage dumpling for $11. A beef and chicken stick being almost $33. Entry fee was $17 per person just to walk into the place. Others not pictured a strawberry lemonade being $6.40 and 3 regular lemonades being almost $40. Total spent $349. And you wonder why there's more clips popping up like we saw earlier with vendor events being empty. Those prices for those small portions is insane, so don't go is what you're saying. I kind of regret getting my tickets for Nashville if the food is this expensive. This has de-influenced me for the Nashville event. Those prices are crazy. But keeping on the subject with food, we could talk about a lot of the pity marketing I've seen. A clip up on screen right now. My mom's new restaurant is so empty, and that's all it is. Just showing an empty restaurant, and it ends up going viral on TikTok. But we could take a look at this guy talking about it, at least when it comes to book talk.
Pity marketing is not a sustainable business model, and I wish that we would quit rewarding it. I've seen a number of viral videos happen in bookish social media spaces lately that have a lot of authors, not just me, talking about pity marketing, which is where people get on camera and cry for social media in order to boost engagement and boost their book sales. A lot of these viral videos are completely made up, whole cloth. These stories never actually happened. There was never a book signing where people didn't show up. There was no book. There was no signing. This is a person who did a little self-published book and then stuck it up on social media and had their friend hide in the bushes and create a couple of videos with somebody wearing a fake wig, or they just sat at a table in a bookstore but didn't actually have a book signing. There was nothing organized with a bookstore.
So this does happen with many niches, but I've seen it a lot, particularly in the small business restaurant scene. My parents' Filipino restaurant is empty. Someone please stop by. Another one, update. My family business is still empty. I know at the end of the day, you're just trying to get customers in the door, but if your entire marketing plan is to just make people feel bad and guilty, I can't really say that I'm surprised if people start getting annoyed at the end of the day.
Here's what
sold yet at LA Comic Con that I thought was gonna sell right away. So prove me right. These cookie cutters. Oh my gosh, doesn't anybody love functional stuff? Look at this. So cute, the cookie cutter. And this Dragon Ball Z coaster set, you get all 7 Dragon Balls plus the finder, and they sit nicely in this case. Also mystery bags. They're only $5.
Okay, so she goes over more stuff from her booth. The overall sentiment on many mystery bags in 2025 is basically the merchandise you can't sell, you put in some sort of mystery box, bag, whatever, and sell it off to somebody for a cheaper price. However, the customer is most likely not going to want the item that they got. On top of it, a lot of the 3D printed stuff, we could go over to the comments. Low-key feels like a Ross. I walk past any booth with 3D printed items. For sure would pass the booth. To be honest, if I see 3D printed stuff at a con, I tend to stay far away because I'm so sick of seeing it. On top of these straight up bootleg drop-shipped items as well.
How many AliExpress stalls can I find at MCM London Comic Con? Let's see. Lots of AliExpress stuff. Right, so here's another AliExpress one. So all of these are bootleg figures, not official ones.
So this guy shows even more examples in this clip, and overall I know it seems like I'm just trying to dunk on all small businesses. When overall I still would say if you do have the funds, shopping at a smaller business compared to Target or something like that would definitely be better in my opinion, but there still aren't issues that go around that contribute to the fact that a lot of these places are empty and closing. So I do have more examples, but I don't want to make this video too long. So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Jeff, highest monthly payment you've ever seen?
$3,700.
I was working at Mazda and watching people get absolutely ripped off with their car finance every single day.
Tonight, it's never been more expensive to buy a new car. According to a report from Kelley Blue Book, the average price for a new vehicle has cracked the $50,000 mark for the first time ever.
So you already know what time it is. We have another de-influencing video talking about car payments. With $1,000 a month payments, 72 or 84 month term lengths, and the recent news that the average new car price just went over $50,000 each. We're only going to see these videos pop up on social media even more. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. And let's start off with the high payments, but I want you to specifically pay attention to the wording they're using.
What kind of car do you drive?
Mercedes C300.
And how much is your monthly payment?
920.
Ooh. Lorenza?
Yes.
What kind of car do you drive?
Chevy Tahoe.
And how much is your monthly payment?
$810.
Oh no.
I know.
Justin.
Hey.
What kind of car do you drive?
2018 Tacoma.
And how much is your monthly payment?
$496.
That's not bad. Hey Dustin.
Yeah.
What kind of car do you drive?
A Range Rover Velar.
And how much is your monthly payment?
$760.
That's not bad. What kind of car do you drive?
I drive a 2024 F-150.
And what's your monthly payment?
$1,000.
Oh no. That's the worst one today.
Okay, so now the $1,000 car payments are bad, which I agree, but if you're talking $500 or even $700 a month, oh, that's not bad anymore, apparently, right? That's exactly what these dealerships are trying to make you think, because these deals just keep getting worse and worse. The payments are only going up. Some of the comments, I don't want to drive a mortgage payment, $800 plus for a Chevy Tahoe. They're trying to normalize high car payments. Please stop. I don't trust any car salesperson with a car payment above $500. We have a screenshot right here. I'm nosy. Tell me your car payment so I feel better about mine. $640 a month because I just had to have a panoramic roof that I never opened. $692 just bought myself a 2025 Camry Hybrid. I know overall it's more reliable than most of the other vehicles people purchase today, but still, you're talking about $700 for a Camry now. $856 because I just had to have a third row. I have one child and he's 13. And he usually sits up front. A picture-perfect example of the mom car. A giant school bus-looking SUV when you don't have enough kids to fit all of the seats. But it doesn't matter, you're going to be paying that $856 for 72 months, even 84, not including the insurance. By the time the car is finally yours, and not the bank's, you don't even want the car anymore. LMAO. And that's how people get into the cycle of car payments for the rest of their lives. Another one, you guys in the comments are making the worst financial decisions I've ever seen. Someone had to have a third row even though they had one kid, just talking about the comment previously. I also work for a dealership and there's a lot of payments around $1,200 out there, so they just keep upping it higher and higher. $500 used to be a high car payment, then it was $800, now it's $1,000, $1,200 apparently, so anything under, you're getting a good deal. Yeah, sure you are. You guys are paying rent for your cars, might as well just live in them because that's all we could afford anymore. I have a lease, a 2024 BMW X1, the smallest SUV you could get, $850 a month. I don't even think about my bill, just like the mortgage. I need a car, I need a home, still gotta pay them, so you had to get the base model BMW though, right? $850 a month. Sounds to me like you're just paying for the badge on the front and back of the vehicle. $960 a month and $630 a month for insurance. $1,500 a month for a vehicle. Oh man, $1,260, but I pay $1,400 just to knock off a couple of payments for a Tesla Model S. They must have gotten a plaid, right? Even though they have heavily depreciated since they came out a few years ago. $781 for a 2025 Toyota GR86, $1,075, and I'm a financial advisor. Whoops. $1,897, and that's with 10% down, a 2025 F350. $2,000 a month. I hope at least it's a legitimate work truck. $598 for a 23 Kia Soul. A lot more than I wanted. Negative equity brought me into it. I mean, this keeps going on and on. There's almost 40,000 comments on this video, but we could just move on.
I was working at Mazda and watching people get absolutely ripped off with their car finance every single day. Customers would come in needing a car loan and we had to mark up their interest rates by 2% just because it was legal so the company could make more money. I would see young people signing loans that they did not understand, paying thousands more than they needed to because nobody explained their options. And the worst part was I was part of that problem. I was trained to maximize profits, not help people get the best deal, and I literally couldn't sleep at night doing this job any longer. So I left and I became a finance broker. Now I compare 25 different lenders instead of pushing one bank's products. Everyone deserves better than bank speak and just one option. That's why I do what I do now.
So this was specifically Mazda, but you don't think every dealership does this? Every manufacturer? Because in comparison to most other brands, Mazda is kind of on the cheaper side right now. Virtually no vehicle is cheap whatsoever, but at least when we're talking about something like Toyotas, they are very expensive today. But it's their job to get you to pay as much as you possibly can so they could bring in that commission check and make the dealerships even more money. They are not going to be your friends. We have a comment from you guys. I love these car payment videos. They keep me happy with my 10-year-old fully paid off Mercedes that I bought in cash. Sometimes I get angsty and wish for a newer, nicer car with the latest and greatest tech. But after you see the 4-figure monthly payments become more and more common, you start becoming a lot more grateful with the car you currently have.
What's the highest car payment you've seen?
$1,200.
On what?
Suburban.
Jeff, highest monthly payment you've ever seen?
$3,700.
What kind of car?
McLaren.
Probably $1,500 so far.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
That was a ZR2 Colorado.
$2,600 a month.
What kind of vehicle?
Genesis G90.
$3,196 a month.
Wow. That's pretty high. What kind of car was it?
It was a Corvette E-Ray, financed the whole amount.
Nice.
No money down.
About $2,300 on a Corvette.
Probably
about like 2,800, 2,700 bucks around there.
On what kind of car?
Probably a commercial truck.
Probably $2,300, $2,200 a month.
What kind of car?
One was a Dodge Dually.
$2,600 for a Genesis. God bless them. That was probably the worst one out of that entire clip. I thought the Corvette payments were just as ridiculous, especially the one who financed it all. Couldn't come up with a down payment, but they absolutely wanted that C8. And as I said before, these prices are only rising higher and higher.
Economy tonight and are reporting on the prices you're paying for everything. Tonight here, the cost of a new car. What our reporter discovered on the car lot, the average price of a new vehicle in this country, and what's driving this. Here's Matt Rivers.
Tonight, it's never been more expensive to buy a new car. According to a report from Kelley Blue Book, the average price for a new vehicle has cracked the $50,000 mark for the first time ever.
It's shocking.
I think it's obscene.
And that's just what people paid. The average asking price, the MSRP for 2026 models, is even higher, more than $52,000. Talk about sticker shock. The study's authors writing, it was only a matter of time, especially when you consider the best-selling vehicle in America is a pickup truck from Ford that routinely costs north of $65,000. The report says the average price for a new Tesla is $54,138.
Now, I know at least that pickup trucks hold their value somewhat because they're utilitarian use. I'm not saying that it's a great value because almost all of them are wildly overpriced, but especially when we're talking about EVs and Teslas, they're taking crazy depreciation hits over the past couple years. So if you're paying $55,000 for a brand new one in 2026, it's going to be worth a fraction of that in just a couple of years. Not something that I would want to deal with whatsoever. And something that I'd like to add, it depends on what state you live in the country. But of course, it's not just the car payments, it's the insurance, the gas, the maintenance that goes along with it, and possibly a vehicle registration renewal. Most of the time, it depends on the value of your car, and it could be a ton of money, especially if you're buying something brand new. This person on screen had to pay an extra $920. Where I live in North Carolina, you have to pay a percentage of the value of your vehicle every single year to the state, along with all the other expenses of owning a vehicle. It could get unbelievably expensive.
How much you end up paying a month? How much you end up paying a month? Too much. What's too much? Right here. Yeah, by your new car. Came in for an oil change. I know, right? Now you left with more debt. But how much you pay a month? Yeah, how much you pay a month? $520. There you go. Zero down. The goose egg.
$520 a month for a hopefully already pretty heavily depreciated Jeep Grand Cherokee when this person was only coming in for an oil change. I don't know the value of the car that they had initially, but they'd probably traded it in, and now most likely you're stuck in another payment cycle for what, 5, 6, 7 years possibly? And by the time those payments are finally done, that Jeep is going to be almost worthless. Stellantis has been having a real tough time over the past few years.
CarMax has to be stopped. This is a 2015 Nissan Altima S, meaning that it doesn't have a backup camera, base model, no frills, no features, and they want 12 grand for this. Check this out. Now this one's locked, I can't show you the inside, but check this out. 12 grand for a 2015 Nissan S with 126,000 miles. This thing's going to need a new transmission the moment you drive this off the lot. $308 a month for 72 months. Look at this, 72-month term without a down payment. Meaning you could put a down payment down and bring this down maybe $20, but you're still paying close to $300 a month in 2025 for a car with no backup camera, cloth seats, and a horrendous CVT. To top it off, look at this. They tried to polish the lights, but they didn't do a very good job.
And then CarMax will be shocked that it'll just sit on their lot forever. 12 grand and over 120,000 miles on a Nissan? A decade-old base model Nissan, I should add. Who's going to pay that kind of money? Nobody. I just don't understand where they're pulling these numbers. And I know some of the salesmen try to play into this to get engagement on their TikTok or possibly bring in clients, but still, I don't know why any of them are surprised that less people are buying.
So what's the biggest hiccup on why you haven't bought a car yet? If you're looking at buying a car and you haven't bought it yet, what's the biggest reason you haven't bought it yet? Tell me in the comments, maybe I can help. And follow Ramsey Sells Cars.
So this clip had 27 likes and 423 comments. Cost too much. You guys want $45,000 for a mid-size pickup and $85,000 for a full size. Does that answer the question? The price is not a mystery. They're all still $10,000 too high. Interest rates and MSRP is too high. $70,000 for an extended full-size SUV is absurd. I was actually going to buy a brand new F-250, but the price has surpassed the quality. Overpriced because a Ford Focus could cost up to $40,000. And if you wanted to comfortably afford the best-selling vehicle in America, you're going to have to make a lot more money than you probably think.
So does anyone else besides me think how crazy it is that the Ford F-Series is currently the #1 vehicle sold in the United States? However, most Americans are currently in debt affording this car. So let's see how much you need to make to comfortably afford a 2025 Ford F-150. So the total price of this Ford F-150 XLT came out to be right around $54,000. However, when you multiply it by 7% sales tax, you get a brand new total of around $57,000. Taking the total price of the vehicle, adding 20% down, finance at 5% for a total of 60 months, you're left with a total monthly payment of around $872. So the annual insurance cost for a Ford F-150 is going to be right around $2,400 a year, so it's roughly going to be around $206 a month. The annual maintenance cost on a brand new Ford F-150 is going to be right around $788 a year, so that's roughly going to be around $65 a month if you were to budget this out. And after we add all of this together, we're left with a total monthly payment of around $1,100 a month, and if you were to multiply this by 10%, you'll find your monthly gross income, then multiply this by 12 to find your annual gross income, and you roughly should be making around $137,000 a year to be able to very comfortably afford a 2025 Ford F-150.
And with all the F-150s that you inevitably see on the road, do you think each one of them are making almost $140,000 a year? I doubt it. And we're not even talking about the F-250s or 350s from any of the other manufacturers as well. That gets wildly more expensive. So that's how we have a total of over $1.6 trillion worth of car debt in the US. Now we could go over to a Mustang segment. In this video, I found a couple of them just talking about Mustangs alone. We'll roll it.
This car has been on our lot longer than I have, and I don't know why. Behind me is the 2023 Mustang GT Premium, and here's 3 reasons this car should be gone already. Reason number 1 that this car should be gone is it has just over 10,000 miles on it. That's only 5,000 miles a year. Reason number 2 this car should be gone is it's actually purple and not black. This paint color is called Purple Mischievous Metallic. Reason number 3 this car has to go. Listen to this exhaust. In all honesty, we just got this car in last night and I just started today. But if you're watching this video, I can sell it to you for $42,991. Let me know in the comments, would you drive a purple Mustang?
$42,000? Are you out of your mind? That's what a new one costs. Trade in on Kelley Blue Book, assuming it's in very good condition, is between $35,000 and $39,000. And we all know it's most definitely not towards the high end. And seeing how your dealership has a 2.5-star rating, and the internet price is already $1,000 cheaper than what you stated, I'm assuming the price of this vehicle with the sales department did not go over well after posting this video. It's almost like they're trying to get you into the dealership because then you're already taking the steps to purchase, and then they'll hit you with all of those extra hidden fees, and no wonder why they have 2.5-star rating online. But for some people, it does not matter. They're going to wreck their finances just to afford one. Imagine not getting your dream car because you're scared of a loan with the red Mustang on screen, when all you do is work to afford a $1,200 car payment. And again, yet another Mustang. Hopefully it's the GT, at least. But we could go over to the comments. $1,200 a month Mustang and didn't get a GT 500. Is this rage bait? The creator responds, I got a 460 credit score. I don't know if he's truthful about that. He's probably just playing into the bait. But as we've seen on this channel, people with that bad a credit score have still tried to purchase vehicles to show off to others, no matter how bad the payments could get. Another one here, $780 a month lease, $2,000 down, first-time buyer for a 2026 Tacoma. For a lease, bro, $780 for a lease. $700 on a lease is wild. Unlimited miles, tires and maintenance, etc. And then the salesman replies, bro, it's a trail hunter. I thought $700 a month loan was bad. Again, the response, this is a trail hunter, as if anybody cares. And I'm not saying that I don't like cars and that it would be nice to have a fancy vehicle, a sports car, something along the lines of that. But the things that some of these people do or try to justify for the trim level is just absolutely off the walls for me. Another comment here, worked at a Ford dealership from 99 to 2015, and one of the most important things that I learned was just because it's new doesn't make it reliable. I think you could really lump in all manufacturers in the modern day when we're talking about the lack of quality and reliability. They truly just don't make them like they used to. And now when we're talking about the maintenance for these new vehicles, especially the luxury manufacturers, you better be making a ton of money because nothing is going to be cheap.
Speaking of oil change, I just called Mercedes and them said $800 for service B. I won't be accepting any more texts this month, any more phone calls this month, unless it comes with some money. I'm sorry, that's all I got. That's all I got. Like,
it's only $800. How'd you buy a luxury car and can't handle the maintenance? People love to see that badge on the vehicle, though. Everyone wants a luxury car until it comes time to get something fixed. Hit the nail right on the head there. Another comment here, I used to wonder how so many people could afford all of their new homes and 2 new cars. As I got older, I realized everyone's broke, especially when you start seeing deals like this 2024 Chevy 2500. The APR is almost 21%, $1,600 a month for 72 months. The total amount of payments will be almost $115,000 for this thing. There's no way on planet Earth that this would be worth it at all. 20% APR. Did you sell this truck to someone with a FICO score of 300? Repo guy following home, $1,500 for a used truck. There are tons of clips like this and new ways that they're trying to get more customers in. When your new 2026 is only $500 a month for a Kia K5, but it's got that nice fancy red interior. For some reason people equate that to luxury, even though it's still a Kia at the end of the day. And another example of trying to make $500 a month seem cheap. I don't know, with today's climate, I feel like a lot of people would like to have an extra $500 a month. $500 a month for car payments, Lord, in this economy, exactly what I just said. Some people are paying $800 to $1,000. I mean, it's like I'm a broken record. They're saying the exact same things over and over again, these salesmen. It's not that bad. At least it's not $1,000 or $1,200. That's what I see all the time. Another one of the tactics up on screen I've seen recently, 2026 Camry with a pink interior. So now red isn't cool enough. You want the pink interior. Who do you think they're trying to sell this to? And I guess it's working. I'll trade in my 2025 XSE right now. You're telling me I could have done this with my 86? So you're saying I should trade in my car? The creator replies, yes, I'm saying that. Go ahead, roll your negative equity into another vehicle just with different colored seats. Genius. It really is never ending. Me with $18,000 and then me without $18,000 with a Toyota Supra and a $1,582 monthly payment. There's no way that's your payment. That's 20% APR. I mean, I don't really hate the way the new super looks, I think the Mark IV is much better, and I feel most people think that way too. But for almost $2,000 a month, there's no way I would ever buy it. But we can move on to the modern tech that comes along with these wildly overpriced new vehicles.
You guys check out the window controls on my new car. This is so cool. My old car had separate buttons for each window so I could just feel it. But then I was wasting all this time looking at the road, paying attention to where I was going. Now, if I want to roll down the back window, I can stare down on my knees and fumble around with a touchscreen the size of an almond, all while I'm traveling at 70 miles an hour. The really cool part too is sometimes it doesn't even work. Kind of keeps things exciting. So massive shout out to Volkswagen for this huge step forward in human progress.
Now, I know part of the problem with modern vehicles is that there's a ton of rules in the US. Regulations when it comes to the engine and how efficient it could be, on top of tons of different safety regulations, right? And in a way, I understand, but when it comes to this type of new tech, how is this kind of stuff even allowed? The giant screens that you have to stare at and click through several different option menus just to be able to turn on the AC, how is that safe when you're driving on the road? Same thing with the example on the windows right there. You're not paying attention for a second or two because you have to look at the touchscreen and then be able to use the windows correctly, and then you have no idea what's been happening on the road at that time. Sounds like a really easy way for people to get into way more accidents. All I want are buttons. No more screens, just buttons. Everything after this was a mistake with a lot of the knobs we've seen on older cars. Bad news for fans of the living. I really don't understand how a lot of these apparent new features even get past safety regulations. And they keep on with the modern infotainment screens. It's only a matter of time until they run ads on your 3-screen dashboard. Every time you turn on the car, you're going to have to sit there for 30 seconds while you're just getting hammered by Coca-Cola and Red Bull ads. I know it sounds ridiculous in 2025, but I'd like to see what happens in 2035. But let's go back over to the dealership with the salesman paying ludicrous amounts of money for their vehicles that are all, of course, financed as well.
I'm Ed Howard. I've worked at this dealership for 15 years, and I'm thinking I probably spent $300,000 in cars that I purchased. Oh my God. No wonder I'm so broke.
Hi, my name's Alicia. I've been here for 13 years. I think I've spent maybe 400 grand on cars here. Yikes.
Hi, I'm Matt Liebig. I've worked here for 15 years. I think I've spent $300,000 on cars.
I'm Chris. I've been here for 8 months now. I think I've spent probably 100 grand. Ouch.
Hi, my name's Alex. I've been here for about 18 years, and I think I've probably spent somewhere between, let's just say, $500,000 to $600,000 on all my cars. That's a lot more than that.
So all the numbers we saw in this clip are life-changing amounts of money, but all that money disappears because you wanted to buy a brand new BMW over and over again. I know the MSRP was probably much lower than all the total cost that they paid over time, so that's how much extra money they lost due to financing. Financially irresponsible final bosses. $1.3 million in 15 years is around $87,000 a year. That guy is giving his employer more money per year than my employer pays me per year. Again, all to just be in the newest model BMW year after year, instead of legitimately being able to retire years before you think. Can't say it's worth it in my opinion.
Bro, please tell me this is a joke, right? I'm just trying to figure out, how do you owe $25,000 on a Mercedes that has 170,000 miles?
When I got out of high school, I wasn't really too smart about the car finances and stuff like that. Just pretty much blindly signed. It was a 26% interest rate. I got it from CarMax. Originally, the note was like 500 something plus the CarMax gears, stuff like that. So it went up to 600. After taxes, 628 or 668.
But you said you bought the car in 2021?
Yeah, 2021.
4 years later, if you bought it for 25, how you still owe 25? How much do you have down?
Credit score 580. Now I don't have anything really down. I'm like an Amazon driver.
Time being, just use the car and just be careful if they're gonna pick it up. But I mean, if that's your only mode of transportation, hustle for a year or two, get your credit up, and then when you have a 700 credit score, you climb the Amazon ladder and go get a car, a nice car. But right now, the situation is when people see luxury cars and high interest rates, they don't really think about getting it to this point.
But you getting right out of high school, your mind set on that Mercedes that you saw at CarMax. We saw the example earlier and how bad the Nissan deal was. This Mercedes one with 170,000 miles is way worse. Spending 25,000, still owing 25 4 years later as an Amazon driver, but you needed that luxury badge. He kind of made it sound like it was possibly getting repoed in the future as well. I mean, the entire situation is just a mess. Who buys a Mercedes just out of high school? You have to flex though, right? What are these interest rates? The average Canadian interest rate are 5 to 10%. That would probably be with some pretty solid credit, but 580 is pretty low. Seeing these videos have convinced me I will never own a car again. I mean, if you could somehow manage, maybe if you live in a city where you work from home and the grocery store is super close, but most of the time when we're talking about the US, you almost need some sort of transportation. Now, a new vehicle that's been popping up that I'm going to see into the future, if anybody purchases, will lose a massive amount of money, is the one up on screen right now. They have a Nissan Armada Nismo version starting to show up on lots today. I personally don't really like the way it looks. Kind of just looks like a riced out vehicle, but it's from the manufacturer. And we go over to the comments. It's going to sit for 2 years. That's a cute oversized Nissan Cube. All that for a 6-second 0 to 60. Recalls coming in soon. And of course, there's consistent issues with Nissan as a whole. But the other problem is the 2026 Nissan Armada Nismo starts at an MSRP of $81,720. For a Nissan, you're paying $80,000 for a Nissan. It's going to be funny looking at it just a few years in the future. The depreciation hit is going to be unreal. And now with all the examples that you've seen on this channel, on the news, everybody's really talking about it. Many are looking at just purchasing older, reliable vehicles. 1999 Toyota Tacoma available on our lot now. And it looks like it's in pretty good shape, right? A smaller, reliable work truck. Nothing fancy, but will get the job done. Then we go over to the comments. It's listed for almost $14,000 on their website. I get it, it'll probably run and last forever, but still, 14 grand. It really does seem like there is no winning in this situation. But we'll finish off the video with this clip.
I'm learning the hard way that just because you can make a payment on something doesn't mean that you can afford it. For 30 years, I have lived with the mindset of if I want it, I'm going to get it. I didn't care what it affected or who it affected, if it was going to cause us to not meet one of our goals, or if it was going to cause us to live paycheck to paycheck. And now I'm 48 years old. I've already lived half of my life, and I'm just now figuring out what that mindset actually cost me, which was peace, progress, and a whole lot of missed opportunities. And yeah, unfortunately, I'm learning the hard way, and it has cost my family, and it has cost me. Here I am stuck in a car that I had to have 2 years ago, financed $78,000 for it. I pay $1,100 a month. I owe $57,000 on it, and they appraised it for $40,000, and we don't even own our own home yet.
That'll be a very similar story with anybody trying to buy that previous Nismo Armada, but so many people live in this type of mindset and then are surprised that they could never get ahead financially. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Bro, I don't know who needs to hear this, but you need to do everything in your power to keep your corporate job right now.
I think I could speak on behalf of all quitters, considering I am the corporate quitter. Yeah, we're entering into a phase of just literal despair.
If you have a job in this economy, keep it. Please keep it.
Okay, so as we near the end of 2025 with no real sign of the job market getting better anytime soon, I thought we should take a look at some people regretting quitting their jobs recently. I know that many jobs are pretty terrible, but one of the most important things you need to have consistently coming in is a paycheck in this high cost of living world. We are going to take a look at a lot of reasons today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with a couple of the relatable posts I've seen.
So I just quit my corporate job like a couple days ago, and at first I was like really excited. But now as the days go by, I'm like, damn, I kind of miss having money.
Same, girl. I miss money and health insurance. You quit without having a job lined up in this market. The job market is so bad, it goes on, and there's more clips similar. Me thinking about the job I missed but had to quit because it was stressing me out, but it was giving me 40 hours a week, and now this new job pays more, but I only get 6 hours a week, and I don't have the balls to ask to get hired again. Another one here, POV, when you regret quitting your last job and it's just somebody screaming. Me at my current job right now, I guess we're all going through it, and I think this comment from you guys goes very well with this. As someone who's gone through a lot of different jobs, it's not always greener on the other side. Sometimes your next job will be worse than the one you previously had. Now I want to bring this back to around 2020 to 2022 with the Great Resignation and now the Great Regret, and compare what the climate looks like in today's world.
Have you heard of the Great Regret? Yeah, a new survey shows almost 3/4 of employees who quit their jobs recently experienced either regret or surprise that their new position was different from what they thought it would be. At first, this surprised me. And then I realized the pandemic has really made people rethink their jobs and their well-being. It wouldn't surprise me if it takes people a few tries to find that right job fit. I think this is going to have huge effects on shorter job stays, on the war for talent, and companies doing things like strengthening their alumni programs. What do you think about this revolving door? Is it a good thing?
Well, comparing the apparent strengthening of the alumni programs to just the mass layoffs that we see on a daily basis right now, much different climate than people predicted, but we go over to the comments. No offense, but I think this is made up to try to eliminate the Great Resignation the same way they try to change opinions on work from home. There's a lot of comments like this. Great Regret sounds made up by the people who want to slow down the Great Resignation. I think this is an exaggeration of a common feeling people have when they make a big change. They're framing this to bring down the resignations. However, we can move on to this example.
I think I could speak on behalf of all quitters, considering I am the corporate quitter. Yeah, we're entering into a phase of just literal despair. Something that's trending right now is called the Great Remorse, and essentially, apparently, a lot of people are feeling regretful of the decision that they made to quit. Now, I'm a quitter. I quit about almost crazy 2 years ago. I don't feel necessarily remorse for quitting because, frankly, I'm the happiest I've ever been. But I'm definitely the most stressed that I've ever been. And this is part of like the entrepreneurial game, right? That's what happens when you job hop or you try something new. Like it's expected. But I feel like there's something more going on here. We're witnessing the collapse of so many systems simultaneously that I feel like that in combination with the financial stress and just like uncertainty of what's going to happen is just at an all-time high.
And this clip was uploaded in 2022, and things have only gotten worse in the past 3 years. Another comment from you guys here, my dad would tell me, when's the best time to find a job? While you still have one. That way you don't settle for a lower one out of desperation. Because there are a good amount of examples online we're going to see a little bit later in the video of many people recording themselves quitting their jobs with no backup plans. They're going to wing it and see what happens, which a good amount of the time isn't 100% true, but I do believe it influences other people who watch to follow in their footsteps, and I don't think that's the greatest choice, especially if you don't think it through. But we could go over to the next example of somebody answering a question from one of her comment sections. Can you do a video on why you quit and why you regret it? I'm very curious.
So I did 2 years as a personal shopping assistant at Bergdorf's, and then the third year I really wanted a change, and I really wanted to be on the more client experience and events side, which didn't really exist at the time. So the role that I was put in was kind of created for me and for a need that they were trying to fill. So it was great. I had the best manager. I loved who I worked with. I still talk to them. I tried to go back last year, and it just there wasn't a spot for me at the time. But I left on the best terms. Ultimately, the reason I left is because the role that I was in wasn't as developed, obviously because the department was all new, and they were still figuring out what budget looked like, what direction they wanted to take it in, and I really wanted to go to a bigger company that had that all developed, thinking that might have their shit together too. Fun fact, they didn't. And it was definitely a big learning curve for me that no one has their shit together, no matter what company or industry you're in. And I ended up going to Cartier, which I thought was amazing, except I got fired 6 months later because of social media. So...
Okay then, we got a few things to talk about. It seemed like she had somewhat of a steady job, but wanted to change into another field that didn't really exist at her job. So it kind of looks like they made the position for her, even though it wasn't very developed. She ends up leaving that job to go to a larger company, Cartier, ends up getting fired 6 months later because of her social media, apparently, and then tried to go back to her previous job, and they didn't have any positions open. So I tried to search through her account to see if there was anything crazy. I mean, she has 10,000 followers, but that's not crazy big in TikTok terms. But maybe Cartier in general doesn't really want you to have a social media presence, and unfortunately she got canned from that job and can't go back to the old one. We'll talk a lot more about the social media and influencer thing a little bit later in the video, but we have another similar example right here.
In the last 24 hours, I went from quitting my job and putting in a 2 weeks notice to then being told from the job that I was going to be starting that, hey, just kidding, we can't afford to bring you on anymore, to then going back to that old job and saying, hey, also just kidding, I'd like to keep my job here, please, to have them say, yeah, that's fine. So basically, I went on this whole journey where I'm back to where I started. Nothing has changed. The only difference is I am just exhausted.
I would honestly count himself very lucky, because in the layoff videos we've seen many examples like this where somebody was lining up a new job at a new company and they put in their 2 weeks. The exact same thing happens, but the old job does not have the position anymore. They hired somebody immediately. Another situation that'll happen often, maybe you work there for a few weeks, few months, and then you get hit with the newest round of layoffs, and especially because you've barely been here, you're first on the chopping block, and then you're back to square one in this job market. Now we could go over to some interesting examples that I've seen, a whole bunch of clips online like this. It's the same type of video over and over again. Reasons I regret quitting my job, and they just don't say anything. They're just putting on makeup. They don't have any reasoning, trying to get the point across that they don't regret quitting their job at all. But a lot of these accounts I've seen are influencers that just aren't in the same situation as most modern day people. This person has almost 130,000 followers and apparently is on some sort of possibly dating Netflix reality show at Netflix Perfect Match Season 3, I've never heard of it, but that's what it sounds like to me. But we have another one here, blowing my life up at 24 years old, quitting corporate with no backup. However, the more you listen to this video, there seems like there was a backup plan all along.
I put in my 2 weeks at my job and tomorrow's my last day. That job paid me $90,000 a year almost, and it was the most money I've ever made in my life. It was stable, it was fine, and I still quit because I realized I was living my worst case scenario. 24, living at home with my parents in a state and city I do not enjoy. None of my friends are here, and I'm working a job I do not like and going into an office 4 days a week, now 5 days a week, because they just implemented that before I quit. What does it matter? Like, what else is there? If I'm going to be unhappy and already living in my worst case scenario, why not go where I'm happy? I've been wanting to go back to New York. I'm going to live with my friends again. I can see my friends way more often. I can be in a state, in a city that I enjoy and that I like, and I'll be doing work that I truly enjoy. I'll be focusing on my own business for the rest of this year, and then we'll see where it goes. I have savings. I am also very, very capable, and I did the same exact thing last year where I quit my corporate job. I had like savings, and I was living by myself and paying $1,500 in rent. If I could do that, I can do this.
Okay, so no matter what she does, it's still her choice. I understand that, but there seems to be a pretty solid plan behind it. So the quitting the job with no backup plan isn't very truthful, in my opinion. She has money saved up, and she's already done this a year prior. So again, if you engage with this type of content on TikTok, you'll see more and more examples of it, putting these types of thoughts in your head when the people you're watching aren't being 100% truthful in the first place. But we could go over to some of the comments. $90,000 right out of college. Doing what? Internal audit. I mean, many people would be very happy with $90,000 in today's world. Another comment, $90,000 a year in North Carolina. That goes way farther than going to NYC or New York State. I mean, again, it's her life. She could do what she wants, but there is no way I would move to New York City. Being New York City or even New York State, it is way too cold for me. I like North Carolina way better, and I feel like a lot of people would kill to be in her position today. Another comment from you guys here. I work a corporate job, and it's not my forever job, but there's a lot more you could learn when you work for someone else. Plus, I need the benefits. Before we get into the rest of the video, I'm not trying to tell you that you're supposed to be a cog in the machine for the rest of your life. Don't ever open your own business or take a risk. Just sit in your cubicle until you're 70 or 75 years old. I just think there should be a solid plan behind any of the decisions right now in this economy, and I think many people should just wait this out, especially if they have a stable job. It's not like you're unable to do something on the side, maybe a few hours a week, doesn't have to be crazy, but immediately jumping in the deep end right now, I think is pretty dangerous, which kind of sounds like exactly what this next example did.
I quit my job and today I'm having regret. Let's talk about it. I currently work as a PA in the urgent care. My last day is May 28th and I made 6 figures. There's a couple of reasons why I quit. One, because my job was just not fulfilling. Healthcare is not what it used to be. It was draining me. It was burning me out. And the way that the company was running things, I just didn't want to stand by and be part of that. Number 2, I wanted to be home more. Or maybe a stay-at-home mom, but just have the flexibility and freedom to be a present mom, because a lot of times I was gone from over 13, 14 hours a day, trying to stay open for something that is maybe per diem or part-time. However, the market in Southern California is super saturated. Also, currently, all the boys are under my health insurance, so by the end of the month, we are not going to have health insurance. I'm feeling worthless. I'm feeling like I don't know what my purpose is. I was super excited to post a whole lot more on TikTok, and I feel like I've been trying to pump out content. I just don't know what the right content is, because I just post what I think I want to see. I just post my normal everyday life, like no crazy edits or anything like that. Maybe I need to up my prose back, who knows?
Okay, there's a lot to go over there. This person was making 6 figures in the healthcare industry, decided to quit that job because it wasn't fulfilling. However, she has children under her healthcare plan while also living in Southern California, one of the most expensive areas in the country. And other than somewhat part-time work, it kind of seems like she also wants to be a mom influencer, but doesn't really have a plan for that either. She's just recording her daily life, nothing too crazy, no insane edits, just the kind of content that she would personally watch. I honestly don't know about that, especially having the responsibility of your children being under your healthcare plan, along with, of course, the cost of living being even more expensive where she lives. Another comment from you guys I think goes very well with the last clip. If the worst thing about your job is that it's boring or it's not my dream job, keep your job. Look for something else, sure, but don't just up and quit. And it kind of sounds like that's exactly what she did. Now we can go over to another example of somebody quitting their job and trying to be the mommy influencer again, and it not working out.
1 year ago today, I quit my job to try to be a mom and a full-time influencer, and it blew up in my face because not only am I not a mom, I'm not an influencer, and I'm not even married anymore. I remember quitting my job and feeling so much excitement about the next chapter. There was so much going on behind the scenes that you guys didn't know. I wanted to move home to Southern California, give my kids a better quality of life, and take a risk and believe in myself, and truly believing that my husband was on the same page as me, all the while feeling a different way, has been a really hard pill to swallow. And I remember even moving down here by myself, I still felt that delusional sense of optimism, and honestly, I don't know if I can do it anymore. I think you often hear the influencer success stories, but you don't always hear when financially it gets really hard. I've even found myself questioning if I am capable of being a mom because I feel like I can barely take care of myself and my dogs. And even though I've tried to make the most of this time, it's been such a burden mentally, physically, emotionally, and financially. But content has been my dream since I was in high school, literally since I heard about it for the first time.
Okay, again, a lot of stuff to talk about, pretty similar to the last clip. The exact same mommy type of influencer living in Southern California, the LA lifestyle. On a little side note, I think that influencer type of niche is highly oversaturated, so it'll be even harder to gain popularity there, but I don't know all the details on why she ended up getting divorced, but it kind of sounded like her husband didn't want to go to Southern California and do that whole influencer lifestyle thing, but she ended up moving there anyway with her kid, apparently not bringing enough money in to be a successful full-time influencer. And yeah, I don't really know what else to say, other than maybe there should have been a game plan yet again, but all you see on social media is the success stories of somebody quitting their job and then building a 7-figure business within just a couple of years, or getting millions, tens of millions of followers all over social media. But those people are the anomalies. They are the outliers. Most of the time, it won't end up working out, unfortunately. And even if you do start getting views or somewhat of a following, especially on TikTok, the money isn't nearly as lucrative as it seems when you're talking about videos getting millions of views.
How much TikTok has paid me on a video I have that has 2.1 million views. Of those 2.1 million views, around 970,000 watched the whole video. I gained 682 new followers. It has 117.8 thousand likes. My RPM was 0.88. Of that 2.1 million, about 1 million or so qualified. And how much I made on that entire video? Absolutely freaking nothing, because I'm not in the Creator Rewards program yet.
Okay, so first off, if you do want to be this type of influencer, you have to have 10,000 followers just to be able to start making money off of TikTok. But with the metrics she put out, the 2.1 million views that she got, 1 million of them qualified with an RPM of 0.88. If she was able to make money at the time, she would have made about $880 from that video, which of course is not nothing, but how many people are really uploading videos that are getting several million views every day? Not that many people. So you're going to have to get a crazy amount of views and followers to really be able to make a substantial amount of money on TikTok. Just something I think people need to realize before they start jumping into this game. But here we have a little update video from a user that I talked about on my second channel, but we'll just roll it.
I'm looking at jobs right now, well, applying to jobs right now. I just came across the funniest thing, and I've came across this too many times today. Listen to the qualifications. 3 to 7 years of experience in marketing, creative production, or project coordination. And then it also says corporate or agency setting preferred. Can y'all guess how much they're willing to pay someone to do all this with 7 years of experience? $25 an hour. That's entry level nowadays. $25 an hour. You need 7 years of experience.
So if you've seen any of my terrible job listings and demand videos, this is honestly what we see all the time. But I thought it was interesting from this particular creator because I have another series on my second channel of people getting fired because of their social media and TikTok. And just a few months ago, he uploaded a video like this: just got fired because of my TikTok page. Now, this used to be a Mercedes-Benz car salesman, which right off the bat, a very high-end luxury dealership. If you played your cards right, that'd be a pretty solid career. However, this person was going live on TikTok every day, showing the whole car buying process, had potential customers' voices in the video, just recording everything throughout the whole day. Eventually, his manager found out and he ended up getting fired for it. But he said he was just going to turn this into a social media career. He was going to be some sort of influencer. And now we're seeing videos just uploaded a day ago of him looking and applying for jobs. So I guess the social media career didn't pan out, and now you have to deal with the absolutely horrendous job market.
I mean this with love, but I really don't think most people are cut out to be self-employed. And I say this as somebody that is currently self-employed. You need to trust yourself so much and trust that things are going to work out in your favor, because a lot of times you're going to have a lot of doubts and you just have to push through, power through all that. Not to mention, you need to be so good at structuring your time and being so organized, because nobody's there to hold your hand or tell you what you need to be doing or what to do or how to make things happen. You're on your own, which is a hard thing, but it is also the greatest thing about being self-employed. You get to control how things come out. And if things don't go well, yes, it's all on you, but if things go well, there's no ceiling. It might just be because I quit my job, but I feel like so many people glamorize leaving their jobs. And again, I do think that there's a beautiful thing in just following the path that you feel most aligned in. But I cannot emphasize how hard this can be as well, and how you really need to be so committed to the vision and the goals and what you want to do, because nobody's coming and doing it for you.
And I just don't think many people realize this when they do quit their job and they say, you know what, I'm just going to start my own business or start some social media career. You need to be very confident in yourself and have a solid game plan, know exactly what you're going to do, have money behind you, emergency funds. I mean, it's a lot more complicated than, you know what, I'll just do it. I saw so-and-so blow up on TikTok in just a few months and now they got a full-time career. I'm going to be just like them. Even though once in a while this does happen, most of the time you don't see anybody actually blow up like that. They've been making content online for a long time. Nobody ever realized it though. Nobody watched before. I'm not trying to say this to discourage anybody. It just takes a lot more time than you think. Same thing with starting your own business or really anything along the lines of that. Another comment from you guys here: what people don't understand is, even when you get your dream job, there'll always be aspects to it that you will not enjoy. So many are looking for the absolute perfect job. Nothing's wrong. You'll have no problems in your life, making a ton of money. And to be honest, that's a unicorn. It just doesn't really exist.
Guess who put her 2 weeks in 2 weeks ago? And today was the last day of that 2 weeks and now is unemployed again after applying to 400 jobs to get this one job that she just quit because she was so miserable in corporate America, and now has to apply for probably 400 more jobs in the next month. But at least I get to go to an influencer event tonight.
The amount of examples that I find with the influencer stuff is ridiculous. I don't know. All I have to say is I am not envious of anybody having to go through this job market right now. And there are many clips that I found of people telling others to not quit their jobs right now.
Bro, I don't know who needs to hear this, but you need to do everything in your power to keep your corporate job right now. My friend who quit last month has applied to 3,000, I'm not kidding, 3,000 jobs. I know corporate life is draining, but do everything in your power to keep it. Like, cry during your lunch break, an AI app to take your notes, suck up to your managers. I don't know, bestie. Whatever you do, do not quit your job. It is just not worth it in this economy.
So to add on top of this type of subject, I've seen some sort of guerrilla marketing when it comes to trying to get people to download software to help them in this terrible market. We'll just run these two clips and talk about it after.
If you have a job in this economy, keep it. Please keep it. I've applied to over 2,000 jobs on Sprout. Literally, just look at my history. I don't really care if your boss is ass and pissing you off. Just imagine being unemployed.
Well, if you have a job in this economy, keep it. Keep it. I have applied to over 2,000 jobs, okay? 2,000, all of them on Sprout. I'm still applying. I do not care if your pay is ass or if your manager is pissing you off. Imagine being unemployed. Just imagine.
So these people are reading from a script trying to make it seem relatable, but in the end they're pushing whatever Sprout is. It seems like it's some sort of job application AI, swiping back and forth Tinder type of thing, which in my personal opinion I think makes the job market even worse, because with a few clicks of the button you could just apply to every job that you see on Indeed, LinkedIn, and then when everybody starts doing it, it just narrows your chances down even more than it already is. It's not too surprising anymore when you see 1,000 different applicants on a job that was posted just a couple days ago. But I did think it was interesting enough to put in this video the sneaky marketing of, I'm just like everybody else. The job market's difficult, but I am using Sprout. This is interesting though. Just subtle ways that people are trying to sell you things 24/7. We have another experience from one of you guys right here. I quit my job of 4 years in early 2024 and was trying to have the high ticket sales offer like a lot of these guru influencers online shame people for not making $20,000 a month. We've seen that all too often. Long story short, I worked as hard as I could, lived off of savings for 7 months, and it didn't work. Finally had to go back to a 9-to-5. Got laid off 3 months later, had to do DoorDash for 2 months, had massive car repairs during that time, then got another job and had 2 injuries that made me have to quit 3 weeks later. Finally have some steady work now at a dealership, lost all of my savings. I learned some painful but yet eye-opening lessons during that time span. Listen to this video. Don't quit unless you have a plan. I know I've been saying this over and over again throughout the video because this seems like I'm very crabby. I'm not saying that nobody should ever quit their job in their lifetime, but you just need to have a solid game plan in this market.
I have wanted to talk about this for the longest time. I truly believe that I left my corporate career way too prematurely in my business journey. I am saying this as someone who 5 years after leaving her corporate career has now began a new one at 28 years old, and also someone who is loving it and seeing herself thriving in a career again. So I want to preface with that I really do love the career that I've started and the opportunities. I've loved getting stuck into something again. I'm just going to dive in why I believe I left my career way too young. As somebody who had been building that career for 6 years at a company who paid for her degree and also actually was enjoying it, I think at 24 years old, I definitely fell into that mindset of, oh, wow, like I can travel more, I can earn all this money. And I was very fortunate that in the first year of being part of a business, I actually did build my income to a very healthy level, and it did match my corporate salary. Realistically, I probably could have done both and kept my corporate income to cover things like my mortgage, my bills, and then use my additional income for savings, investments, or just putting it to better use. What leaving my corporate career at 24 did to me was put a massive amount of pressure on me as a 24-year-old that had quit her job, that was doing this business, which months after leaving my corporate career, I realized I just was not aligned to it at all.
This is so refreshing to hear because you only hear about leaving your job to start a business. You don't really hear anyone saying that they regret it. I agree with you so much. Doing both is actually a very smart strategy. As someone else who's doing this, hard agree. But that's not the type of story that hits headlines or gets in the algorithm. We like the success story of somebody risking everything, uprooting their life. If they have no savings, no plan, and boom, they become a millionaire, super successful. But unfortunately, that does not happen a majority of the time.
One of the biggest lessons that I learned from quitting my job last October to try and create content full time is that I didn't start creating content quick enough. I did not start recording quick enough. And that delay eventually led to this depression, anxiety, and hesitation surrounding creating content. So this time getting let go from a job, I'm documenting the entire process. I documented my grieving process and I moved through it pretty quick. And I feel like the reason that I moved through it so quick was because I didn't feel like I was just sitting around not doing anything.
Okay, so I do understand with what he's trying to say, but real quick, we can look at one of the comments from this clip. I have a regret leaving one of my jobs. My manager was keeping me stagnant. Once I left, she shortly left after. Then it had me trying to find a job that was the right fit. I have high anxiety and is anxious now, still trying to find my path. But I wanted to put this in because it seemed like, again, there wasn't that much of a plan when it came to the social media career. He wasn't uploading enough. You have to be extremely consistent on all platforms to grow. It sounded like it wasn't working out. He ended up getting another job, and then eventually when he was laid off from that one, he documented everything, which I think is a slippery slope. Again, on my second channel, I have an entire series of people getting fired over their social media. Some of the examples are very ridiculous of people recording on the job. They have their uniform on, they're doing crazy stuff, right? But there are other corporations that just don't want you to have a social media presence at all. Doesn't matter if you're uploading crazy things, they just don't want to see it. So I do think there could be issues in his future job hunt if he did end up documenting him getting laid off and the process of going through and trying to find another job. I still remember the example of a woman named Brittany who recorded herself getting fired over Zoom, racked up millions of views. It was on the news, but because of that, it was extremely difficult for her to find a new career. Nobody wanted to hire her because if there were any problems at that job, they thought that she would start uploading it on social media and it would just be a problem for them. So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
So I'm getting sued by Chase Bank.
Who would have thought that credit cards are suing people now for an old debt? That's never happened.
All right, guys, come with me to get sued. Yeah, we're getting ready. We're already ready. Do I look like suable?
Okay, so similar to the last video that I uploaded on this channel, I'm pretty under the weather while recording this. So if I do sound a little off, that's the reason why. But today we're going to be taking a look at some people getting sued over their credit card debt. I feel like there are many people out there who think that they could just keep kicking the can down the road when it comes to paying their credit card, and it'll end up with companies getting tired and frustrated. They'll either settle for something significantly less or completely cut their losses, especially when the balances aren't that high, at least in comparison to some of the people we've seen on this channel. But that's just not the case. More and more people are being taken to court because of this every day, whether you owe tens of thousands of dollars or maybe just a couple $100. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start this video with someone who did not know that this happened.
What's up, guys? So let me give y'all a story time about what happened today. So I'm home, just chilling this morning, drinking my coffee. All of a sudden, I get a knock on the door, and it's the sheriff from the courthouse that came here to serve me some paperwork because Credit One is suing me for an old debt from 2021. Who would have thought that credit cards are suing people now for an old debt? That's never happened before, to me at least. And I literally got served, and they're telling me I have 30 days to get in contact with them and try to make an arrangement. Now, let me know who has that happened to, or who's ever heard of that, because this is the first time I ever hear about a credit card company suing anyone, like, especially from like 2021.
Okay, she's making it sound like 2021 was like 30 years ago. It's only 4 years. The debt is not that old. And what did you think was going to happen if you didn't pay off the card? It would just go to collections one day, you take a credit hit, and it would just disappear off the face of the earth? Let alone the fact that Credit One is probably one of the worst credit card companies on the planet. I'm not surprised whatsoever that they're taking you to court. I just thought it was funny that she didn't even believe that this happens. And some of the comments, yes, this absolutely happens. I'm currently paying back 3 cards and got served 2. Don't ignore it. I feel like it's still fairly new. Yes, only a couple years, happens all the time. We'll see some of the consequences of people ignoring it later in the video. We also have a comment from one of you guys right here. My friend had a roommate who thought all you owed was just the minimum payments every month, no matter how much you spent on your credit card. This was a college graduate. So we could see how rough the financial literacy is for a lot of people out there. Don't really know what to say about that one, but we'll just move on to the next clip with a crash out.
Skyper, count your days. Count your days. Y'all sued me for a credit card that you gave me 10 years ago, and you gave me a $10,000 credit limit at 21 years old. Okay? So you sued me. I get it. I didn't pay it back. That was my fault. I fell on hard times, okay? I had a lot of shit I went through, okay? So I didn't pay him. Y'all sued me. I tried to work with the lawyer and say, hey, I can only afford $50 a month, okay? I can only afford $50 a month. Like, literally, I work 3 jobs. I do DoorDash. I don't know. What else do you want from me? They said, no, 160. And I was like, well, no, I can't afford that. And then they said, oh, well, can you borrow money from someone? No, if I could borrow money from someone, I would, and I would give it to you. Trust me, I'm not trying to say I didn't do it, but I don't have the money. I don't have it. Okay, so y'all sued me, and I got a letter because the judge ruled in favor of them, obviously. but I got a letter, and the letter pretty much says, hey, so you gotta pay this, and there's gonna be interest on it until it's paid in full.
So this entire situation just got worse. I would like to add on the possibility of her also having to pay attorney's fees along with the interest and everything that she owed initially, but I did think it was funny that she was angry that she got a $10,000 credit limit at 21 years old, and that's supposed to be the fault of the credit card company that gave it to her. I guess there wasn't any responsibility on her end to not max it out, but we could go over to the comments. Discover is ruthless. I'm dealing with almost the same thing. I remember several other examples from older videos saying basically that as well. None of these credit card companies are messing around anymore. Another comment from you guys, the craziest thing about these videos is how willing everyone is to share deeply concerning financial issues. And I definitely understand that, but hopefully these types of videos are some sort of scared straight for anybody out there watching. Maybe they don't have the financial knowledge. It's not like they're purposely trying to crash their finances. They just never learned in the first place. And if you keep seeing horror story after horror story like this, hopefully you'll take a very different path in life. I mean, here we have another example of somebody getting roped into this when they didn't even spend all the money on their cards.
So now I'm at Mel's Plus. I've got to fax some paperwork to the magistrate court because a certain someone had me take out a bunch of credit cards, promised to pay them. My credit score was like at a 700, and now it's like, I believe, at a 400 and something, maybe. But so yeah, someone's trying to sue me, so I have to go to court. So here we are, Miles Plus. Let's get this faxed.
So this is like co-signing on a car loan with somebody who is not financially responsible. And because you put your name on the dotted line, you took out those credit cards for someone else who just said that they were going to pay it back. Now you personally are on the hook for all of that money, and you're getting sued. I don't know. That just seems like a wild choice to me, but we can move on.
Capital One will take you to court. Guys, Capital One is known one of the biggest credit card companies that will take you to court, and this happens when you take too long to pay a collection. The reason this happens is the client will get multiple collection letter companies from the third party, and when they don't respond after a few months or years, they end up taking the client to court. Now, how do you stop this? The best way to do this is once you get a pre-trial letter from that company, you want to call and negotiate for 50% of the amount due. This is going to help you save money and also requesting a pay per delete.
Now this could go different for everybody trying to negotiate down your payments. We already saw earlier with the woman trying to pay $50 a month and they wanted $150, so they did take her to court and she ended up losing and the whole situation got a lot worse. But this kind of stuff does take time as well, a few years. So maybe you think you'll get away with it just like some of the comment section does, but eventually they're going to come for their money no matter how big or small it is. I owed them $800 for 6 years and haven't heard from them. I owe them $200. Will they take it to court? Yes, they will for that small amount. We will see in a little bit why. I owed them $900 for 10 years, never paid, laughing emoji. I'll never forget I had the sheriff serving me. Another experience here from you guys. My late mother was sued by several credit cards back in the 90s for non-payments. It was close to 6 figures in debt 30 years ago, so that's a lot more money in today's world. She refused to make a payment plan. She would just throw the letters away, ignoring it. Makes it all worse. Eventually they took her to court and put a lien on her house. It took almost 2 decades for my mother to pay them back. You just lost so much of your life paying back all of those debts. Wow.
Alright guys, come with me to get sued. Yeah, we're getting ready. We're already ready. Do I look like suable? Oh no, I didn't do nothing wrong. I just didn't pay my credit card for like 2 years. It's currently 8:45. I get sued at 9:30, so let's go. Alright guys, so I have to surrender myself by the end of the day. I'm going to jail for 6 months. Just kidding, this really like no light, bro. Capital One just went nuts on everybody in Milwaukee. There was like 20 people there, and they were all from Capital One. We gotta do better with credit cards. Stop giving us credit cards, please.
Again, shifting the blame onto the credit card companies, even though you applied for it. And I know this makes it sound like I'm secretly sponsored by some of these credit cards, which I know how predatory and awful they could be with 20 or 30% interest rates. While you're paying down your debts, you'll actively be getting credit line increases to incentivize you to buy more. It can be a brutal situation, but still, you have to have some sort of self-discipline or responsibility to yourself to not ruin your life financially like this. And another example of Capital One not messing around. Everybody in that court all had the same situation. They were all getting sued for their debt. Capital One did that to me. I didn't pay for about 5 months, and they started garnishing my wages for $1,500. Then when it was paid, they sent me another offer for a higher credit limit. That's what I was just talking about. No way you're getting sued for credit card payments. Just pay the bare minimum due until February and then use your taxes on them. Even when you pay the minimum payments, the interest gets worse every single month, and hopefully your tax return will be enough to pay the overall balance. If not, you're just in a never-ending cycle. Another comment here, these people have a problem beyond needing to be financially re-educated. How can anyone think it's okay to take out tens of thousands of dollars without ever needing to pay it back? There's definitely a different thought process with swiping or tapping a credit card compared to legitimately going to a bank and taking out a loan. That seems a lot more serious to people compared to just buying stuff constantly online, putting in a couple numbers or swiping, and then you get whatever item or product you bought and you just do it over and over again. It's not that serious until they take you to court. A clip up on screen right now. I'm getting sued by a credit card company and have court tomorrow. I'm poor. Any tips? And when you go over to the comment section, can I ask you what credit card company it was? TJ Maxx credit card. So just another example of why I say this kind of stuff over and over again, especially with overconsumption. You go to Best Buy or TJ Maxx, really any of these stores, and they all have credit cards that you could open that they'll try to sell you on when you're at the cashier, especially if it's a larger purchase. Maybe you'll get an extra 10% off or triple the amount of points, something like that, right? All you got to do is take out the TJ Maxx credit card or the Best Buy one. You'll get extra points shopping here with the card also, and then you do that week after week, racking up the balance. And then unfortunately it snowballs so much that you get into this situation, and all those TJ Maxx fines don't seem too worth it in the end. But there are many people who believe that these credit card companies wouldn't care if you have a few hundred or maybe $1,000 or so racked up, because that's not a lot of money to them. These are huge conglomerates that make millions or billions of dollars. So they're not going to deal with small fish like you and take you to court, but that's not true either. We have a comment and a clip that goes along with this. I work in a law office where these are the majority of the cases we deal with. There are so many cases like this that we send over 200 letters alerting people that they're being sued for their debt on a daily basis. And this clip backs up that claim as well.
People always ask me, how can my creditor afford to pay an attorney hourly to sue me for a debt that's under $1,000. And what I tell them is, it's because most of these law firms are mills who work on volume, don't charge an hourly fee, but instead are simply compensated a percentage of the amount they collect from you. These debt collection mills file as many lawsuits as possible on behalf of large credit card companies such as Discover, Capital One, and Citibank. Like any industry, you have pigs and you have hogs. Pigs get fat, but hogs get slaughtered. One such hog was a place out of New York called Forrester and Garbus. This law firm filed 99,000 lawsuits over a 3-year period. If they worked every single weekday during that time, that would be 380 suits per day.
So maybe it's only a few $100s each, $500, possibly $1,000, but if they're doing almost 400 a day, even getting a small percentage of a return on that could be a crazy amount of money. So you think that it still might be petty to go after somebody for a few $100, but it's still worth it to them. And this comment goes well with that. It's only $1,000 when it's someone else's money. It's never only $1,000 when it's their money. So overall, it doesn't matter how big or small the debt is, they'll still go after you if they want. So this next example we have to break up into several parts because this is a very long, interesting story, but we'll just jump right into it.
So I'm getting sued by Chase Bank. I wish I was kidding. If you've been here a while through my campaign, you may remember this video.
I pull up my bank account app and my account is in the negatives, like hundreds of dollars in the negatives. I'm like, what happened? And there was a transaction from Chase Bank that I did not authorize, and they completely cleaned out my entire bank account.
So that video goes on to say that I was on the phone with Chase for 3 hours asking them what happened, if they can cancel the transaction. They said no, they can't cancel it because it's pending. They can't refund it, and there's nothing they can do. And this was on a Friday going into the weekend. They left me without any money, and I ended up having to borrow money from my mom and my brother.
Okay, so the first part of this clip to me sounds like somebody got into her account, right? Some scammer and took all of her money and she got completely screwed. That's what I was thinking initially, but that's just not the case. I'm going to go back and forth to the comment section to add a little more context during this story because she had credit card debt. Why do you have such big credit card debt? She responds, $5,000 is big debt? Question mark. I would personally say, yeah, $5,000 is a significant amount of money. I would believe that she would think that's a lot of money too, especially when we get later in the video. I used it for our honeymoon and have been paying it back for 2 years before I was between jobs. Okay, so keep that in your mind and we'll move on.
And I called Chase to let them know, like, hey, I don't have an income. I can't make the minimum due. Minimum due was like around $175. I was like, is there any way we can like extend out the due date until I get a job, or maybe I can make like half of a payment? And they were like, nope, this is what you do. You got to pay it by the due date or you're going to hit late fees. Well, I couldn't give Chase what I didn't have. So I had to miss a few payments. And by the time I got a job, I went to go make a payment because I was making money now. And I see that my minimum due had over than doubled. And so I called Chase. I said, hey, I have a job now. Can we get my payments back to where they were? Because now it's like over almost $400. And they're like, nope, sorry, you have all these missed payments plus the late fees plus the interest that has accrued. This is what you owe, pay by the due date. I can't afford that. I can't afford to pay that much money. And again, they pretty much said, sorry, not sorry. You have to pay the money.
And this is why I think the credit card debt videos are so important. Many people still don't realize how fast the interest could start adding up and making everything worse. Even when she got a job and started to make some money, she was still falling behind. But again, we'll go over to the comment section. Who quits a job knowing they have financial responsibility? She had a house, all the utility bills, everything that goes along with that they won't be able to meet without said job. So she ended up leaving without any sort of plan or money behind her. Not the best decision in my opinion, but we'll keep going.
And then July 19th happened, and they just emptied my bank account to make my minimum due payment. And so I had to shut down my whole bank account, open a fraud claim, get the money back, and open a whole new bank account because of this whole thing with Chase. Well, now here we are a year later, and they are trying to serve me papers. They have not served me papers yet, but I found out today on the phone while I was trying to make a payment that they gave my account to this law firm to collect on their behalf. I offered them $2,000 today. I was like, can we settle for $2,000 today? I don't have $2,000. I just wanted to see if they would say yes. They said no, that their client would not accept that little amount when I owe $13,000. Mind you, I did not borrow $13,000. I did not spend $13,000. That is how much accrued from late fees and interest and me not making the payments. This is where I asked for help. I know right now it's the government shutdown. People are about to lose SNAP benefits, and it's the holidays. So I don't even know if anybody has anything that they can help with. But if you can help, I have a Cash App and Venmo in my bio, in my link tree.
Okay, so we're going to end the clip there. Several things to talk about. It seems like Chase went into her bank account and took all the money out to be able to start paying her credit cards back. I'm not sure if that's allowed or not. Seems like a pretty shady practice to me. However, I don't know what their terms and conditions are. Maybe you agreed to it with the 100 pages that nobody ever reads. Probably not the smartest thing to have your credit cards and bank account all in the same place, but still, quitting a job when you have a lot of financial responsibility along with debt from a previous honeymoon, and then on top of it asking for money online through Cash App. I mean, we could go to this comment asking for donations for credit card debt is really something. Sorry, but this is how credit cards work. You have to pay the money back. So this extra caveat I thought was particularly interesting. This is somebody with almost 400,000 followers on TikTok, who, if you heard earlier in the video, had a campaign. This is somebody, a former Tennessee state candidate. So this is somebody who wants to be in politics. I know how divisive that could be online, but I did think it was funny that somebody who didn't make the best financial decisions and then asked for money online wants to have a future career in politics. I just think that's rich. But we could go over to a comment from one of you guys that goes well with this. Don't pay your debt and then be incredibly surprised when creditors show up is peak intelligence. I don't know what a lot of these people expected, and I'm not trying to say that 100% of them are just going and buying designer and going on vacations, cars, whatever. There's an increasing amount of people that are getting into this trouble just trying to survive.
Asking for a friend, what happens when you get sued by a credit card company? What should you do? Should you get an attorney? Should you pay them back? Should you try to settle? Should you try to contact the credit card company? What happens if you owe other credit card companies? Should you try to figure out a payment arrangement, even though you can't pay for anything right now. Bankruptcy is on the table. I will say that. I think there are so many Americans right now that are going through the same situation where they have to stop paying for their credit cards to use that money for groceries. Otherwise, you pay for your credit cards, but then you end up using that same credit card to pay for your groceries, so it's like a never-ending cycle. Then you also have to pay your mortgage, your rent, your bills, the utilities, things that absolutely need to be paid. Daycare, groceries, gas.
And I would like to add to this, people using BNPL loans a lot as an alternative, even though you're basically using the same thing. Some people don't realize, but it's just another version of the credit card, especially if you don't pay the 4 or 6 easy installments. You get behind on those, the interest starts accruing, and now it affects your credit score also. So I get it. If people are genuinely in a very tough situation, I'd rather be in debt and have groceries than be dead, but still, you have to know what you're getting into and be very careful, because you can be taken to court.
I got sued by American Express for a credit card that I never paid back. What should I do? I mean, pay it. You know, if you got sued for a debt that you actually recognize and accumulated, the best option is to not just ignore it, it's to pay it. You can reach out to the law firm or American Express and come to a payment plan with them in order to settle and satisfy the debt. Otherwise, if you ignore it, then you could potentially have it lead to a judgment, or even worse, a garnishment, where they're pulling the money out of your paycheck directly, and you don't have a choice in that matter anymore. So I recommend, again, if you happen to get sued on an account that you recognize, make sure to respond. You typically have 20 days to respond to a summons.
And now we can start talking about what happens when you start ignoring these debts. Some people believe that as soon as it gets sold to a debt collection agency, that you just don't have to pay anymore. They'll call you, maybe you block some numbers, and you could completely ignore it and nothing will happen. I had a debt collector call me at work earlier telling me they purchased a debt from a credit card company back in 2021, and it was now a total of $800. Can you make that payment today? No, and I won't. You bought the debt, so it's yours now, and hung up. That's the sentiment that I've seen pretty often. We'll go over to the comments. Yeah, I tried that. Guess what happened? A week later, a sheriff came to my door and handed me paperwork, sued me, and I ended up having to pay. They're going to sue you, talking from experience. I got served over a $1,700 sales credit card debt. Some collectors will take you to court. I paid all my debts when I got out of nursing school because I'm not trying to be sued. They could sue you for it. In most cases, you signed off somewhere agreeing that the debt can be sold to a third-party collector. If they sue you, they could very easily win. We got some clips here also from very popular debt collectors talking about the same thing.
When debt collectors sue you, they actually don't want you to respond back to their court serving. As a matter of fact, they're counting on the fact that you will not respond, because they will win automatically by default at the court. Debt collectors like the ones up here will garnish your wages if you ignore debt lawsuits if you've been served by one of them. When you get served, you have to respond.
So this could be just as bad as the credit card companies. I just want people to be more aware of this kind of stuff.
Midland Credit will sue you. This right here is an official order to appear for a lawsuit that Midland Credit is filing against my client for a collection that she ignored. Once things get to this point, your options are not the same as if you were to just dispute your collections before they filed a lawsuit. These collection agencies' entire business model is to purchase your debt from the original creditor and then come after you with lawsuits in hopes to basically scare you into paying that money. But they're purchasing that debt without also receiving the ability to validate that debt. So if she would have just disputed this before it turned into a lawsuit, she would have a lot smaller of a headache on her hand. Now, she either has to represent herself in court, or more realistically, because she's one of our clients, we're going to negotiate this to settle on her behalf. If you have collections from Midland Credit or any of the other guys, LVNV Funding, Portfolio Recovery, guys, they love to sue.
We could take a look at a comment from this video. X is being sued for a debt and it's under her name, but my social security and birthday. What can we do? It seems like you're roped into this one as well. Like the earlier example, I have one, LOL. I think they said they'll sue me, but I ignored it and keep getting calls. Yeah, keep doing that, even though everybody's telling you not to. Wonder what's going to happen. Another comment from you guys here. Right out of college, I worked for a finance company, a retail credit card firm, and in hospital finance. I had to appear in court on behalf of companies suing debtors dozens of times. Never once did the debtor come out on top. I've had to do repossessions, had to track people down after disappearing for years, find out where they worked, and had their pay garnished. Take it from me, this is real. You cannot hide from it forever. I just want people to take this a lot more seriously than it seems like people are, especially from the comment section. But we could take a look at a couple examples of just wild situations on things that aren't 100% their fault.
Just served me for $31K debt that I owe them back from 2023. I beat cancer and I had to use my credit cards to survive, and they're finally coming after me. It's $31K. They just served me. Does anyone know what I do? What do I do? Please.
Unfortunately, American Express is another one that does not joke around. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't look like any of these credit card companies joke around whatsoever. But $31,000 in the hole to survive cancer. I know I made a video previously on insurance, and that brings in the healthcare system as well, how much of a joke it is, on top of how extremely expensive it is just to be able to save your own life. I owed them $25,000. They sent me a settlement letter for $10,000. Amex doesn't play. I filed bankruptcy in 2000, and I'm still on their blacklist. They really hold a grudge. But we'll finish off this video with this clip.
Story time on why I'm being sued. In 2020, I was on a Frontier Airlines flight, and they said, "Do you want a credit card?" And I was 18, and I said, "Yeah, I want a credit card," and they gave me one. Well, I was a freshman in college, and I quickly maxed out that credit card. I paid it for the first 9 months, and then they were like, "You've got to do a security check." So I said, "Okay," and they said, "What's your social security number?" And I told them, and they said, "Wrong. Hun, that's the only one I've got." They wouldn't let me into my account. Didn't know the social security number that they had. They wrote it down wrong. I gave them my social security number. So I proceeded over the next few months, which I wasn't paying because I couldn't pay. I couldn't get into the account. They wouldn't let me pay or do anything. And I faxed them my social security number, my card, multiple times. And I would call and they'd be like, "We didn't get it." "Babe, who'd I send my social security card to then?" Finally, I talked to the collections agent and I was like, "Babe, they don't have my correct social security number, I can't pay. And she said, oh, well, I guess you're fine. And I didn't think about it for like 2.5 years. Till recently, when I got a Credit Karma notification saying my credit had dropped like 200 points. So basically they're suing because I haven't paid it, but I can't pay it. I'm not trying to get out of paying it. I'll pay it. Like, I have no way to do that. So dumb.
I really don't know what to make of this. I feel like something is missing with this story. You can't be held liable if they don't have the correct social. How are they hitting your credit if they don't even have your social security number? Another person, how did your score drop if they didn't have your social security number correct? Make them prove it's your account. I know these credit card companies do a fair share of shady tactics as well, but either way, if you get into this kind of situation, it makes your life a living hell. So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
North Carolina man's crypto account was drained of $80,000 after he clicked on a link for a virtual meeting.
I got scammed out of $500, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I learned from it.
I got scammed out of over $100,000, so I'm going to tell y'all about it.
Okay, so today we got another set of scams that I've come across online recently. You already know what this is all about. Hopefully this could prevent you or someone you know from getting scammed, because these people think of new ways to get you to part with your money every single day. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But I don't want to waste any more time on the intro. Let's start off with a video with a little bit of recent news in the sneaker world.
I'm honestly surprised about how many people are shocked about the Cool Kicks and whatnot situation. If you aren't aware, Adil, the owner of Cool Kicks, was just arrested last night and booked by Bunko Forgery Division, which handles cases involving fraud, counterfeit goods, and more. You can also see right here, they seized a bunch of items. And it's not looking good at all for Cool Kicks, but if you've been tapped into the sneaker industry, you would know that Cool Kicks and Adil have been doing this. They had beef with a whole nother store that Cool Kicks literally sold them a bunch of fake items, and then they exposed them, and then Cool Kicks came back with a bunch of lawsuits and stuff. But Whatnot itself has no authenticity process, has no legit check process, has no return policy either. It's very unfortunate to see that these people would rather put money over morals, especially, I mean, you got to think about it. These people are getting products for so cheap and selling them for, especially at Cool Kicks and Adil, I mean, they're selling Panda Dunks for like $150, $160 and getting them for probably $15, $20. That's insane!
So I wanted to start off with this because we are nearing the holiday season. A lot of people start buying items online for each other. I know the sneaker world is not nearly as popular as it was a couple years ago, but still, this is one of the biggest sneaker shops getting caught selling stolen and fake items. The more that I see these examples, the harder it is to trust anything online right now. Like they said, websites like Whatnot had no authenticity guaranteed. There's been examples of Nike buying their own Jordans off of StockX. That does go through the authenticity process, but still, even fakes get through there as well. I like to add in, this doesn't just pertain to the sneaker world like Jordans and Yeezys. They make replicas of Hoka's and on-cloud running shoes as well. I was looking these shoes up myself on eBay, and I was finding listings that were just too good to be true. So far, I've seen fake Hoka, OnCloud, and even Birkenstocks advertised on the TikTok shop. So I would just be very careful on where you're buying these items, especially during the holiday season. I feel like a lot of people would end up getting scammed at the end of the day.
I hope you're having a better day than me because I just got home in my hometown. Say hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. That threw me off for a second. And I've been crying literally all afternoon because I got a spam call. I got a spam call saying that I had 2 warrants out for my arrest because I missed jury duty. Except I didn't miss jury duty and I never even received it in the mail. But me being the anxious human being that I am, I heard that and I was like, oh my God. And I start sobbing. I literally run downstairs, get a pen and paper because this man's telling me that I have to write all this down and blah, 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 blah. And I send, I'm not going to say who, but I send I have to send money via Zelle or Apple Pay to release my bond so I don't get arrested. And you know what the name is for the Zelle? Kitty. Blah, blah, blah at yahoo.com.
And that didn't set off some red flags in the first place? I know, of course, out of nowhere, if you get a warrant out for your arrest, you'd probably start panicking. But if you have to use Zelle or Apple Pay at a random Yahoo account, I'm going to venture to guess that that's not the official police email. We could go over to the comments. Me too. The same thing just happened to me. This same exact thing happened to me as well. I'm sorry. This happened to me too, except that they told me someone I know was in jail. I mean, there are a lot of comments like this. Another comment from you guys right here. I stopped a woman from being scammed at the post office. She was trying to get a money order and send it to Florida. I stepped in and asked, do you know this person in real life? The elderly woman said no. I explained to her that it was a scam. Every cashier and postal worker should be educated on this. This was most likely talking about a previous example we saw of somebody buying a bunch of Visa gift cards because this older woman believed she was talking to Elon Musk, and the cashier went through all of it. It's just a random WhatsApp number, just a straight up scam. So this is why I make these types of videos. No matter how vigilant you believe you are, or how obvious these scams might be to some people, others just don't realize it until it's too late, like this next example.
Y'all, I just got scammed out of $150. And I'm pissed. Like, I'm about to call the police. Let me tell you, I should reword this because me and my boyfriend got scammed out of $300, okay? He paid $150 and I paid $150. Let me tell you how it happened. Mainly, if you are in Cincinnati, and hopefully you don't make the same mistake, the same stupid mistake I did. So, I'm sure nobody else will, but I fell for it, and I'm not even a gullible person. Like, I'm not. I don't trust people at all. Like, I've literally never been scammed before in my life. Not kidding. So, I'm on Facebook, okay? I can't breathe because I'm so pissed off. I'm on Facebook the other day, and I see this guy had posted Bengals tickets for sale, right?
And that's all we really needed to hear. They were on Facebook, and a random guy posted up some tickets to the football game. And you could probably guess exactly what happened. She ends up getting scammed for, I guess, $300 in total from some bogus account of a person that probably doesn't even exist. One thing that I would like to add in the comment section, because she was talking about scams, you start getting a whole bunch of these bot comments as well. I guess they just search for keywords, and these are all most likely either completely fake accounts or compromised accounts, just spamming this one analyst over and over again. This kind of stuff has only gotten worse since I started making videos on this topic. But unfortunately, with the sports tickets or concert tickets, this is not a one-off issue either.
I just got scammed by Vivid Seats. We bought 4 tickets for Bad Bunny, and they were invalid when we checked them, so do not buy from Vivid Seats. It's legit a full-on scam. We flew from Miami to Puerto Rico and just lost time and money because the tickets are sold out, and the customer service is absolute garbage. They have not even given us a refund. They're just giving us credit. Do not ever buy from Vivid Seats. It's a scam.
Well, I'd hope that she was going to Puerto Rico for a vacation, not just solely the concert, because that becomes even more costly compared to just getting scammed out of the tickets. But I've heard people have similar issues with these websites as well. Everything looks completely fine and legit until your ticket gets scanned and said that they're already in the venue, which, I mean, of course, would suck overall, along with the poor customer service. They got credit, so they still have to use it on the website instead of getting their money back. But this particular example gets even worse because they flew to the location for what seems like that concert. Another comment from you guys here. I get the classic, your package is being held at this location. Please submit tons of personal information or it'll be lost in the next 3 hours. I still get a ton of those texts to this day. I haven't gotten too much of the highway toll scam text recently. I know that was very popular over the summer because more people are traveling, so I guess that's used more often when people are driving around. I wouldn't doubt it would make a comeback during the holiday season, but now we could go over into the subtopic of people believing they're having relationships with celebrities online.
Crazy lately. My mom, who's been married to my dad for 53 years, is having an online affair with a scam artist. So I'm wondering if anybody else has had that happening to them. Like 53 years of marriage, and she's now has given $2,300, $2,300 to some stranger. Could be a guy, could be a girl. I could call it The Voice. I'm not really sure what to call it. She does not care what her children think. She does not care about us at all. And it's just really bizarre.
My mother and aunt are doing this. Both of them believe they're in love with Tracy Atkins. My mom thinks she's in an online relationship with Eric Clapton. It's been over a year and she won't listen to anything. My friend's mom just divorced her husband of 40 plus years thinking that she's going to get married to Kevin Costner and moving to California. There are 5,000 comments in this thread and many clips like this up on screen right now. You guys don't have to worry about me for too much longer because my dad just told me he's been talking to Jennifer Lopez on Facebook and she's gonna give him $20,000 to be my stepmom. Oh man. If you think you're delusional, just remember my mother thinks she's in a relationship with the lead singer of Creed. This is my mother, but she thinks she's talking to Dean Lewis. Mind you, she's 50 plus and has watched Catfish with me. Maybe it's a universal experience. I work with a woman and she thinks she's in a secret relationship with Johnny Depp. He supposedly sent her a brand new Mercedes with $120,000 in cash in the backseat, but it's stuck in customs right now. Ah, that's unfortunate. My husband's grandma thought she was friends with Toby Keith. She's been sending him money, and this was after he died. I guess when that story came out with that woman who lost hundreds of thousands of dollars thinking that she was talking to Brad Pitt, the floodgates just opened because this seems extremely common now. And I mean, I guess we all hope that it won't happen to us in our old age, but it seems like there's a good amount of people that aren't 100% there in the head, and they fall for this kind of stuff left and right. Here's an example from you guys as well. A lady at my church is currently being scammed out of her life savings left by her dead husband because she thinks she's engaged to Mark Harmon from NCIS. We've all tried to convince her it's a scam, but she won't listen. It's very sad. So to me, it sounds like it's going to keep happening because the people who are being scammed won't think any other way. They'll just get their money consistently siphoned out of them until they're completely broke, and then the scammer will move on to another target. It really is sad to see, but hopefully showing all of these different examples could turn a switch in someone's mind and realize they're just getting screwed.
North Carolina man's crypto account was drained of $80,000 after he clicked on a link for a virtual meeting. Kenneth Nicholson has a YouTube channel where he talks about cryptocurrency. Someone reached out to him saying he had questions and requested a virtual meeting, but it turned out it was a scammer. The scammer had sent Nicholson a link to download some software for the meeting, and it ended up wiping $80,000 from his account. His advice is to slow down when responding to messages.
I think my advice is to basically completely ignore almost everything you get now. This is coming from another YouTuber as well. I've talked about my experiences with the phone too. I just don't answer any of my phone calls unless they're already in my contacts list, and if somebody truly wanted to get a hold of me, they would leave a voicemail, and then I'd know that they weren't some sort of scam or robot. Same thing with text messages as well. And you could add in any sort of emails also. I remember a previous video, some people were getting their information stolen because they were trying to unsubscribe from just spam emails. However, it would take you to another link on a website to unsubscribe, and then they'd start getting your information that way. You truly can't trust anything now. And especially with the new wave of AI crap, it's just going to get more ridiculous.
I was offered tens of thousands of to promote an AI calorie tracking app. And this is why I said no. First of all, no one can convince me that AI can look at a picture of my food and tell me the macros accurately. How could anything know whether this is 20% fat or 5% fat? This 20% fat is 440 more calories than the 7%. And that major difference can be the line between losing or gaining weight. The problem is a lot of beginners may not know this. Then they'll use the tool, not see results, get discouraged, and quit. Now I get it. This may be useful in some scenarios or to learn about calories. Personally, I don't think technology is there yet. And influencers should prioritize their audience over making a quick buck.
Okay, so we have a couple things to talk about. Of course, AI is the new buzzword. Every company under the sun is using some sort of AI, right? We have an AI tracking calculator. All it needs is photos of your food and magically it knows exactly what's in it. Of course, it won't be accurate. He just proved why. But on the other hand, you have a lot of influencers getting paid a ton of money to promote that same AI crap. So more people are going to believe that it actually works because this guy with 1 million followers said so. Just ignore the fact that he probably got paid 5 figures to say that. And this is how everything slowly gets worse and worse. But we could keep on the subtopic of influencers with another story here.
I got scammed out of over $100,000, so I'm gonna tell y'all about it. The past couple months, I haven't had a TikTok management, and I have been doing it all on my own. About 2 weeks ago, I got a message from what I thought was Urban Outfitters, and they were offering me a 6-month partnership for $50,000. About a week goes by and they tell me that I can pick as many items on their website as I wanted, which honestly should have been my first red flag, but I was like, Urban Outfitters is a huge brand. They have the money to send me as many items because that's like nothing to them. So I thought. After that, they told me that the items I picked were perfect and that they were very happy with my selections and that we could move forward. But then last week I was in the Bahamas and I got the email that made everything go downhill. It was an email of them asking me to pay an independent contractor fee of like $300, which to me made absolutely no sense, but I was like, you know what, maybe I just don't understand this. And then they sent me an email of who to send the money to, and this is when I knew everything was about to go downhill.
And it just goes into the previous story with the woman who had the fake warrants. You're gonna have to Venmo or Apple Pay this random guy, nothing pertaining to Urban Outfitters whatsoever, and instead of that lucrative influencer deal, you just gave them a few $100 and they'll disappear. I thought this was pretty well known in the creator community because I've been getting hounded non-stop since basically I started this channel, and I've shown you guys countless examples that I see on a daily basis. Here's one that I just got. Duolingo collaboration proposal. My name is Roger Chapman. I represent Duolingo. If you just do a Google search, Roger Chapman from Duolingo does not exist whatsoever. A leading language learning applications, plural. That's not a correct sentence. Another red flag. We believe your content aligns perfectly with our audience. How? I don't think it really aligns whatsoever. However, I don't teach anything with language. It's in English only. Doesn't make sense. I can't even tell you how many different brands. Rode, Sony, Facebook, Nvidia. Those are just a couple of them I can name right off the top of my head. But just the email it's sent from alone is a random French email. Nothing legitimate whatsoever, and I bet she got the exact same thing from apparently Urban Outfitters, and she almost got scammed out of a few $100s.
People are starting to up-badge their cars for profit, and you need to be aware of this. And I want to know if you think this is morally correct or if it's incorrect. So behind me right here is an M5, and on the M5 you have a base M5 and a M5 competition. Now, besides the appearance in the window sticker, there's really no way to actually know if it's a competition or not. And some people are starting to make their cars look like a higher trim level to get more money, when in reality, it's just the base model. So this right here is an M5 without the competition package. It is still a fantastic car, but let me show you what people are doing to change their cars. So on the M5, you get black or carbon fiber grills like this one has when it's a competition model. You also get black trim around here as well, and the option for a carbon fiber roof. But the regular badges, I could easily make this badge black and add a competition level and take advantage of somebody if I wanted to. Obviously, I would never do that. A lot of dealers are starting to say, oh, I can't provide the original window sticker. Oh, we don't have records of it being a competition or not. And people are doing this on all sorts of models to try to take advantage. On the Porsche turbos, they're adding an S badge to make it a Turbo S.
So I've started to see more issues with this with the current car market. Not too many people are buying vehicles at way over MSRP. The car dealerships are not making nearly as much money as they did a couple years ago. So if you start going to some shady places, finding vehicles that seem too good to be true, they could be pulling this scam on you and making a ton of money off of it. There aren't too many differences on some of these models, especially if you don't specifically know what to look for, and then out of nowhere you paid M5 competition prices for a base M5. Same thing with the Porsche market right now. They are unbelievably expensive. But we keep on going with the car scams because there are many of them.
Oh, that's why you didn't want to give me the VIN number. But I'm here to see the Prius.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where can I park the car?
You can park right here.
It's definitely a lot rougher than the pictures. Got it. How many miles did it have? 104? Mm-hmm. Yeah. In 2019, it had 188. In 2019, 200,000 miles. That's probably why you didn't want to give me the VIN number. If the deal is too good to be true, most of the times it's too good to be true. Always check the VIN before you go out somewhere. If the seller doesn't want to give you the VIN before, then you know it's a problem.
Some of the comments, that's 100% a chop shop. Please report it to the cops. That's illegal. It looks like a chop shop anyway. Not a single toolbox around. So this was an obvious example of rolling back the odometer, even on a Toyota Prius. And I mean, they were trying to cut off over 100,000 miles. I feel like a lot of people know about looking at a Carfax anyway, but still, if you're just going in trying to find an older Prius that's not too expensive, but you know, pretty reliable, good gas mileage, something to get you from point A to point B, you could get taken advantage of and have a way rougher car at the end of the day. And I would like to add with a lot of the modern cars where everything is a screen, there are definitely ways you could go into the computer system with other pieces of technology and start rolling back the odometer as well. I feel like this will become more and more common, especially if you're looking to buy from shady businesses.
Okay, guys, got sent this from the Pennsylvania Toll Pike, right? Okay. Now, this is pretty obviously AI, right? But anyway, that's my plate. That's my car. So let's take a look again. That's what they sent me. This is me. That's what they sent me. This is me.
Okay, so either one of two things is happening here. I don't know if the Easy Pass mail is actually legit. It could be completely fake, as we're going to see in the next example. Or you're going to have to fight with Easy Pass because they took a photo of a completely different car. He had a Chevy Camaro. The photo from the mail was a Dodge Challenger. I don't know if it was AI or not, but either way, I feel like they're banking on some people not wanting to deal with the headache, and they'll just pay it off and forget about it. So regardless with what is actually happening in this situation, you're getting scammed either way.
I'm telling y'all, man, tax scams are getting out of hand. Now they're even sending you letters that look like legitimate IRS letters, but they're actually scams. One of the most obvious things in a letter like this is that they spelled IRS with period after each letter. Now this might not be so obvious to a regular person, but to us tax professionals it is. I mean, this is just one of the ways that you can catch. There's other ways, the fonts, the letter number, sometimes there's a letter ID and so on and so forth. So my advice is anytime you get an IRS letter and you are unsure about the tax due, show it to your tax professional. I mean, they can tell if you had a balance due for that year or not, and so on and so forth.
And here we have another example of something that people would panic over. As we've seen on this channel with people not paying the IRS, they will go after you. Maybe you'll get away with it for months or years, but eventually they will come knocking, and they will take whatever they could get. They'll garnish your wages. There honestly is no escaping. So if out of nowhere you get this in the mail, you start panicking, not actually reading over everything. I bet some people never realized that this was completely fake and they lost all of their money.
We do it often without thinking, tapping our phones to pay for things. But ghost tapping takes advantage of that. Fraudsters use small hidden devices to charge tap-enabled cards or digital wallets. The Better Business Bureau says this is the latest kind of technology scam.
Ghost tapping requires no physical contact, unfortunately. They can just be in the area, and maybe a couple of feet away.
Scammers use radio frequency identification to charge your account. RAFDs are the same technology used in chip-enabled cards. Sometimes they're just small test charges, so they're easy to miss. To protect yourself, double-check the merchant name and charge amount before you tap. Use RFID protection sleeves for your cards, and stay alert in crowded places, especially if your phone is in your pocket.
I feel like this is the next level of these scams where people would put these devices over ATMs. I saw examples at gas pumps as well, where would log all the numbers on your credit cards, your PINs, and then they'd be able to take that information and use it to buy other things. Now with Apple Pay being so popular, you could just be in a crowded area, and you'd have no idea that people were trying to take your information.
Is this an open house?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I just purchased this house a month ago. Yeah, wow, I'm so sorry that you
Well, it's listed as a rental, and it was this house.
On what company?
Craigslist.
Oh, on Craigslist.
You should go.
I'm gonna go check that out. Thank you.
Yeah. That's kind of
My home is a rental on Craigslist.
So I guess this scam is still running in 2025. We could go over to the comments. Common scam. They used a listing photos and rob some poor person who pays for the application fee and any sort of deposits. And honestly, you'd have no way of knowing other than this person going up asking if this was a rental. I know that there are far less people who use Craigslist in today's world, but a lot of these scams have kind of just transitioned over to Facebook Marketplace.
Alright, this is hella sketch. This is the second gas station I've stopped at, and there are these Middle Eastern people that are giving some story on that they're on their way to California and their wife got their funds stuck or I don't know what, and they're asking for money. They're all wearing hella jewelry, they have money, and they're scamming people at gas stations.
I'm not giving any money to someone in a Yukon Denali as they're driving a GMC $80,000 SUV. I really don't know how they'd be getting any cash from people. I guess it's just the sympathy play right there, but as obvious of a scam that this seems to me, I guess it still works because they wouldn't be doing it if they were making no money. But we'll finish off this video with this clip.
I got scammed out of $500, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I learned from it. Number one, if it's sketchy in any way, shape, or form, like the tiniest bit sketchy, then it is probably a scam, and by probably a scam, I mean it is definitely a scam. The jewelry brand that scammed me basically said that they were going to give me an upfront payment of $300, and then they for some reason changed their minds to $500, and then they kept changing their minds. So even though yes, they were technically giving me $500 instead of $300, it was a little funny, and that should have been my first red flag. There's just no room for being like, oh well, they could have blah, or you just can't be reasonable in any way.
And that's honestly what it boils down to in a majority of situations. If it's too good to be true, then it probably is. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys.
All right, so I'm staying in an Airbnb in Palm Springs right now, and I'm starting to really understand why people are getting frustrated with Airbnb.
We lost over $50,000 in this house. We purchased this house a few years ago with the intention of making it an Airbnb.
I feel like this has to be a sign that the era of Airbnb is over.
So today we're going to be taking a look at the state of the Airbnb market at the end of 2025. And it's not that surprising when people start having a tough time paying the bills, vacations start taking a back seat, and that's when Airbnbs are used a majority of the time. We also had lower tourism rates as a whole in the US, which means people are using the service less overall, as well as many other reasons we're going to get into today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into it.
All right, so I'm staying in Airbnb in Palm Springs right now, and I'm starting to really understand why people are getting frustrated with Airbnb. As an example, we booked a house with this beautiful pool here, and the day before we checked in, we got a message from the owner saying that it's $109 extra per night just to heat the pool. Now, we also got a notice the day before we checked in saying that if we check in late, we're going to be charged up to $100 in a service fee for their assistant. Now, on top of the reservation, we are also paying a $320 cleaning fee for this Airbnb, but upon checkout, I'm getting a message saying I need to empty every single garbage bin in this house, put it all together, and take it out. So now I just feel like I'm getting nickel and dimed, and it feels like a hotel is becoming a more and more appealing option for the convenience, the service, and just the consistency of knowing what you're going to get.
I can't imagine how much you paid for that stay overall. I would venture to guess one of the big selling points is that nice in-ground pool, but you'd have to pay an extra $100 a day on top of what you're already spending for the whole location. And of course, not surprising, the cleaning fees $300, and then you have to take out all the trash anyway. You really can't make this kind of stuff up. We go over to the comments. Airbnb on the downhill for sure. Hotels all the way. I'd give them a 1-star to sync their ratings, specify a reason for deducting each star. All extra charges should be mentioned in the listing. I'd complain directly to Airbnb as well as a bad review. This is exactly why I stay in hotels. For the cost of that Airbnb, you could have stayed in a nice hotel, secure parking, housekeeping, sauna, gym, free breakfast. I love hotels because I never have to take out my own trash. Many comments like that, along with a comment from one of you guys. When Airbnb first came out, I loved it. People legitimately took the bed and breakfast piece to heart. It was so much fun, home cooked breakfast, a little storybook, etc. Now it's Airbnb chores. I would just book a hotel. And these kinds of problems got so bad that the CEO actually did the whole undercover boss thing and started finding out what was wrong with his own company.
So I saw an article recently about how Airbnb is kind of falling out of favor, and it really got me thinking, when did Airbnb get so bad? And apparently the CEO of Airbnb was thinking the same thing, because in May he went all undercover boss mode to try and figure it out. For 6 months, this man stayed in 12 different Airbnbs, and every one of them was different. Some asked him to sign rental agreements. Some asked him to pay wicked high cleaning fees. And he was even graced with a giant binder of chores to complete before leaving. You know what I'm talking about? So the CEO says he's going to use this information to make changes, but I don't know. In the last couple of years, a lot of people are starting to say, you know what? I think I'd like to stay in a place where I know how to get more towels if I need them. Not to mention, hotels compete with each other to offer deals and lower prices. And they have rewards programs where you can redeem points for free stays. They also don't have to worry about cities passing legislation to ban short-term rentals altogether.
We'll talk about the bans a little bit later in this video. However, if you saw the date of the article she was talking about with the CEO going undercover, that was back in 2023, and people are still having the same problems at the end of 2025. So it doesn't look like much has changed. If anything, it's gotten worse. And the same type of comments we'd likely see: ridiculous cleaning fees, never again, a list of chores before you leave, plus ridiculous cleaning fees. Hotels are pretty unlikely to randomly cancel my stay as well. I asked you guys in the comments in a previous video, do you still use Airbnb? No, because I'm not cleaning on vacation. I used to, but now it's horrible. The fees are insane. No way, it hasn't been worth it for a long time. The hotels clean up after me, and there's always someone to call when I need another pillow. Hotels are still affordable. Airbnbs are not. We use Vrbo now, better prices, upfront fees, and better customer service. So there is some more competition in the Airbnb market, not just hotels. I'd never use an Airbnb, too risky because of weird owners. I'm not going to be responsible for a laundry, kitchen cleaning, and vacuum, etc. when I'm on vacation. Nope, scammed too many times by hosts, misrepresenting photos, dirty houses that I need to pay cleaning fees, owners repeatedly coming onto property, and I've had some nightmare hosts coming into the property and going through our stuff, lecturing us, telling us what to do and how to live, and even had one guy tell us we were only allowed to use the bedrooms. I even had a host call the police on me because I complained to him how dirty the property was. Wow. So to me, it's really not surprising when we start seeing a lot of listings like this come on the market.
I feel like this has to be a sign that the era of Airbnb is over. You see this little patch of Old Town, and that is 74 current Airbnbs that are being used as Airbnbs that are also listed for sale. A lot of these are listed at a loss and have been sitting on the market for a minute. Okay, this one for sale right now. Sold in May 22 for $840,000. Listed now for $700,000. And this one's listed for $900,000. Sold in 2020 for $680,000, 2021 for $950,000, 2022 for $955,000. Listed January for $1.1, now down to $899. I think it's a sign that the market is continuing to weaken at a pretty quick pace, and I think it's just the start.
Especially around those COVID time prices, 2021, 2022. It seems like a lot of people were stuck in their house watching all the gurus online. Here's how to Airbnb arbitrage. You could start your real estate empire like this and that. Buying these properties for almost $1 million in Scottsdale. And then fast forward a few years, you're taking a heavy loss trying to get it out of your hands. And it's not even selling. You're getting no money back currently. Some of the comments, so overpriced, $150,000 in 2020, same now as $450,000. Homes made out of chicken wire and stucco over here in West Side. Those are all overpriced cinder block homes with no garages. None of them are worth over $350,000. As someone who's born and raised in Scottsdale, these homes are still ridiculously overpriced. And I'm pretty sure it's because Scottsdale banned short-term rentals. Another comment here from you guys. I realized it was a nightmare when a whole entire neighborhood, not just one or two houses, but all the houses in the entire blocks of neighborhoods were all Airbnb in Orlando, destroying the housing market. Of course, it's got to be all for Disney, and there's a lot of clips like this all over the world. Airbnb in city centers with a ton of different lockboxes to all the different Airbnbs. And like we just saw, a lot of people say this is destroying the housing market, making it unaffordable for people, which on one hand I do agree, But I do think that there's another side to this. Up on screen right now, Airbnb will be totally banned in Barcelona by 2030. New licenses will not be renewed after 2028, meaning it will be totally phased out. 10,000 have already been removed, and we've talked about that in a previous video. However, a comment from this picture makes a very good point. If they think those properties are going back to the locals, they're wrong. The rich and powerful will retain ownership and charge exorbitant prices to rent them back to locals, who will be spending 70% of their paychecks on rent, since they're going to be losing their income as tourism continues to decline. I'm not saying I'm completely fine with somebody having 50 different Airbnb properties, but it's not like these listings are just going to be sold for bottom of the barrel prices to locals. These massive companies with unbelievable amounts of money will just start buying up all the properties. Of course, everybody's heard about BlackRock in the past few years, and then you'll be forced to pay a very high rent to these conglomerates. Adding into the saying you'll own nothing and be happy, with another issue talked about in that comment section as well. Many of these areas bank on tourism, and if there's not that many properties, or they're not welcoming anybody from outside of the country, their income is going to hurt even more while the prices still go up. It kind of is still a lose-lose situation, but we'll talk about it a little bit more later in the video. We have these screenshots up right now, why I stopped using Airbnb, from a traveler. The hidden fees killed it for me. $50 a night turns into $90 after cleaning fees, service fees, and taxes. At that price, I'd rather have a hotel. Then there's the effort finding the keys, figuring out Wi-Fi passwords, taking out the trash, stripping beds. I'm on vacation. I don't want to do chores. Hotels have gotten so much better too. Free breakfast, 24/7 front desk, daily housekeeping, often in better locations than residential Airbnbs. The final straw, unreliable host. I've had too many last-minute cancellations and misleading photos. Hotels don't randomly cancel your confirmed bookings. We've heard that a couple times now. But it's not just the Airbnb guests saying that it's not worth it anymore and the market's crashing. We could take a look at some of the owners.
Are we seeing the downfall of Airbnb? Our cabin that has been booked in the Smoky Mountains from about 85 to 95% occupancy year-round is just not occupied at all. Our prices right now for 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom cabin overlooking the Smoky Mountains is less than a hotel, and I have to beg people to come to my cabin right now. Like, you guys have seen me. I've been posting videos for January and February. We had 3 stays in January, and there is only 1 stay coming up here in February, and then our next stay is not till March 10th. I've had plenty of you reach out to me by DM and receive a quote, knowing it's our lowest prices of the season, but I am getting no bites, and I'm legitimately asking why. What is going on? What am I missing here? And in our cabin in particular, we have prided ourselves, is that a word? In the last 4 years, we have not gotten lower than $100,000 in gross income rental fees. Our competitors with 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom cabins between 60 and 70 gross.
All right, then I still think you're missing a very obvious point. It could be the lowest price in the area, lower than all the other Airbnbs and the hotels. But if you took a look, it was still $200 a night, and I'm assuming without all the fees. So maybe you're looking at around $250 per day, but still, let's say $200 even. That's a lot of money right now that people do not have. Everything is getting more expensive and people are having to tighten up their wallets, so most people can't swing a long weekend at the Smoky Mountains for $200 a day. Here's the problem. Cost. I just priced out your cabin and the nightly rate was low, but I added in the cleaning fee, taxes, and Airbnb service fee. It was over $600. Hotels nearby were as low as $86. There you go. Guess you didn't price out everybody else in the market. After your fees for a weekend in February, it's $1,500 for 3 nights. $500 a day. A few miles away, a Hilton Garden Inn that sleeps 4 is $150 a night and includes breakfast and late checkout. I'm not leaving at 10. Now, I know they're probably going to argue that they're in the Smoky Mountains and the views are going to be super nice, but if people are still going on vacation right now, they're going to cut costs as much as they can. And I'm not the only one thinking this way. There's other creators who have replied to this video.
Are we seeing the downfall of Airbnb?
Short answer is yes, you are starting to see the downfall of Airbnb. And a quick reason why you're starting to see a downfall in Airbnb, and a lot of hosts are asking what's going on, the simple answer is economics. We are entering what's called a deflationary market. Most families don't have as much discretionary income. Budgets are stretched to the max. Credit card bills are coming due. If worse, some are getting maxed out. What does that mean to you? If you're a host or a super host or you have an Airbnb, whatever that looks like, well, the first thing that gets cut in family budgets, you have to think of this for yourself, is vacations. So in short, if you run an Airbnb or you run a short-term type rental situation, things are going to get a little tight. You need to really scrutinize your numbers. And if you have a piece of property that's starting to negative cash flow, you really need to start pivoting and looking at the long-term market, or possibly even looking at selling that asset. Hope this helps.
And a lot of people are taking that option and putting it up on Zillow and Realtor. But then you see examples like we saw earlier in this video, when all the Airbnb hosts list up their properties, it's kind of a race to the bottom because the market is very oversaturated, especially in the Scottsdale clip. Who's paying $700,000 or $900,000 for those properties? So all it's going to do is sit on the market and constantly have price cuts.
My most controversial opinion is that I will always choose a hotel over an Airbnb. With Airbnbs, you have to clean and strip the bed and take out the trash when you leave, but hotels, it's amazing. You don't have to do any of that. You just leave. And someone will come by and make your bed every day if you want to, which is also very nice. And even if I'm in a large group, I would still prefer a hotel because at the end of the night, everyone gets to go back to their own hotel rooms. And I get to decompress because y'all know I have a short social battery. So having my own room and not having to sleep on a couch in some random house is amazing.
So what she talked about there is one of the pros, in my opinion, of an Airbnb, and another comment from you guys right here. I feel like Airbnb only makes sense when you have a large group, like 6 to 10 people going on vacation, because maybe it would be cheaper to get several different hotel rooms. I don't know, it depends on what you pick, but if you do split a large house amongst several people going on vacation, of course the price is going to be lower per person, and I think you'd be able to do more compared to several hotel rooms.
The Airbnb market is absolutely in a bubble, and I'm about to show you why in this video. So I vacation in Seaside/Miramar Beach. This market for rentals is extremely hot, or at least it was. Now, this is a chart of just on Zillow, what's for sale, just in these like small neighborhoods on the beach. Every single house is sitting for at least 100 days. All of these houses. You have some people who are taking a $600,000 loss just to get rid of their houses. Meanwhile, everybody else is reducing their price by hundreds of thousands of dollars every single month. What's going on is that all these people thought, oh, I can just buy a pretty house, Airbnb it, and make money. That is not the case anymore. Nobody wants their second home anymore. The Airbnb income isn't making sense, and anybody who bought with 5-year adjustable rate mortgages are going to get absolutely fried.
I mean, if you took out an arm for an Airbnb, especially at those prices, we saw $2 million for some of those listed properties. This is out of my tax bracket. The $600,000 price decrease too is, well, I mean, to me, this kind of stuff is just absolutely insane. But it seems clear as day that most of these properties are not bringing in the same money they did a few years ago. Another comment from you guys: I used to use Airbnb exclusively in my 20s because they were cheaper than a hotel. I used a hotel for the first time last year on my 33rd birthday because I realized that hotels were now cheaper than those Airbnbs. And I'm not trying to be the biggest advocate for hotels right now, saying that you could never have a bad experience, but there does seem to be a good amount of examples of some pretty shady listings when it comes to Airbnb. We'll have some up on screen. Spend $1,400 for a cute camper on Airbnb. I mean, this looks like a place where you're going to get murdered. The photos must have been from years ago because there would be no chance that I would ever pick that listing. Another one here. After 26 hours of driving, you're met with spider-infested cigarette smoke smelling cobweb nightmare of an Airbnb. That spider is huge too. Oh man. When your Airbnb doesn't look like the pictures, I mean, there are a ton of these types of clips all over social media. Some of the comments, I thought you were stepping outside of the Airbnb. Is this the inside? Where is this? The underworld? 161,000 likes on that comment. And another clip on screen that has two different problems when it comes to these places. POV, your Airbnb guest said they were having a small gathering for their daughter. And obviously there is a house party going on. And almost all listings say you're not allowed to have parties on their property. But then you go over to the comment section. Thanks for proving Airbnb owners put cameras inside. Never book an Airbnb. Got it. Watching them is weird. Never using Airbnb again. Would never use Airbnb after seeing how many people put cameras inside. So that's basically the entire comment section. I could see it from both sides. Clearly having a camera in the house, I don't even think is allowed, but we have also seen instances where guests have completely destroyed these houses. So maybe you are someone that put a down payment on a rental property, thinking you were going to get some extra income because of this market, and then one of the guests throws a party and absolutely destroys your property. I don't know. I think this whole situation from this clip is bad, but we could go over to some of the gurus that I've seen.
This is exactly how you're going to get every single Airbnb arbitrage deal approved. Time and time again, we always hear people say, oh, landlords won't allow you to do Airbnb. Property managers won't allow you to do Airbnb. This is exactly how I get them to say yes, basically every single time. For reference, I am a 22-year-old Airbnb host with 57 Airbnbs. I have over 800 students, and I've been told yes more than 57 times.
Okay, so that's what it was. 800 students. We'll go over to the screenshot, the Airbnb arbitrage coach. This was also uploaded in 2025. This isn't a clip from 2020, 2021, where maybe the Airbnb thing was a better idea. 58 Airbnbs. I helped 9 to 5ers make $10,000 a month. It's just that easy, I guess. DM me ready to work with me. I mean, I'm just seeing red flag after red flag right now, especially when we've seen all of these gurus throughout my whole channel. And of course, you were probably expecting this learn my secret automated Airbnb arbitrage strategy that I use to generate apparently $200,000 a month with 57 units. If you are making $2.5 million a year, what's the point of selling a course? Isn't that enough money right there? But as you'll come to find out with every one of these channels, the apparent 800 clients she has that are of course paying for the courses she's selling is how she's actually getting her money instead of the Airbnb empire. We've seen it a million times. But maybe you don't know these types of things and you start taking their advice. And now we can start looking at all the problems people have had recently.
We lost over $50,000 in this house. We purchased this house a few years ago with the intention of making it an Airbnb. And boy, was it making some money. But then the HOA decided to become haters and ban short-term rentals just because of us. Now, after lawyers paying months and months of this mortgage without any income, a tree falling through the master bedroom, and all of the craziness that came with this house, we're going to say goodbye to it today because it is closing. So it's a bittersweet moment.
So from the earlier clip with the guru trying to get around landlords not allowing you to have Airbnbs and all that kind of stuff, they ended up getting shut down because their property was in an HOA. On top of it, losing $50,000 also, definitely not a good deal at the end of the day.
They're cracking down.
Atlanta, I had a friend that had 28 Airbnbs, and then they passed a law that you can only have 2. One in your personal name, the property, and one in an LLC.
Huh.
My buddy lost all his Airbnbs except for those 2.
But what did he do? Have to just sell the homes?
He just sold them all out. He kind of just fire sold them the best.
Did he lose money?
Oh yeah. Sadly, he was making a killing though before then. That's happened in a lot of different locations. In fact, my buddy here in Tampa, I mean, a lot of people do Airbnb, but they passed a law there recently too that they prohibited.
So even if you think you found a very good deal in 2025, you have no idea what kind of laws are going to pass in the future, so you put a down payment on a most likely overpriced property, and maybe you're making some money for a few months, but out of nowhere they get completely banned and there's nothing you could do. Some of the comments from this clip, good, 26 more families have a chance to live in a home. Again, I'm not trying to be on the side of the Airbnb hosts that have a ridiculous amount of properties, but in all likelihood, some company like BlackRock is going to buy up all of those properties and then rent them back to normal everyday people for a very high price. Even if that's not the case, how many people could afford an on average, what, $430,000 home? Most people are living paycheck to paycheck right now. Everything is just way too expensive. I do want to shoehorn this in as well with the scams that come up. When you talk about the Airbnb market, I have a TikTok where I put one of the clips from an older video up, and this must have been some automated bot that puts comments under every single Airbnb keyword. Hey, that sounded rough. I've been looking into how hosts deal with stuff like that and wanted to connect. Did Airbnb ever sort it out for you? So clearly they didn't watch the video. When you go over to the page, Airbnb problems, I help guests and hosts get fast results with a WhatsApp number. So this is just a complete scam, not connected to Airbnb whatsoever, but we could keep talking about the recent bans.
Short-term rentals in Placentia are officially on lockdown. The city just banned all new Airbnbs for up to a year while they rewrite the rules. Complaints have been piling up. Noisy parties, crowded streets, and rental owners who don't follow the law. Now the city is putting serious restrictions on the table. They're starting with a hard cap. Just 0.5% of homes can be rentals. Also, annual inspections and permit reviews, fines for operators who don't play by the rules, and a 2-night minimum stay to stop weekend party houses. What about existing Airbnbs? Well, they still need permits, local contacts, and they have to pay hotel taxes.
So along with seeing these stories pop up left and right, I'm starting to see clips like this where the fees for these hosts are starting to get raised so Airbnb makes even more money, which in turn makes this less and less appealing.
Airbnb is raising their service fees from 3% to 15.5% for hosts, not for guests. You're a guest, you are in the clear, you are lucky, because they are removing that fee from guests so that your fees are less, and they're putting the service fee on hosts. So hosts, now we are going to be paying more money or losing more money, same thing, from out of our profit. Guess what, you guys? Guess what's going to happen? We are just going to raise our fees. That is it. We're going to raise our fees.
I stopped booking Airbnb a long time ago. It's cheaper to book hotels. Hotels are winning, especially safety. It's a dying model. Hosts and investors should start to pivot. Airbnb has gotten so out of control, I've gone back to hotels. There's no $300 cleaning fee. And we'll end off this video with a lot of hosts realizing that it is over. They're packing up shop and selling their properties.
I'm shutting down my Airbnbs. I started the process of shutting them down earlier this summer, and I can honestly say I am looking forward to it. I've been a host for 6 years, and overall, yes, I was profitable. But at the end of the day, there are just some things that I just don't want to deal with anymore. And also, when it just comes to business, you have to know when to pivot and when to move on to the next. And so that's where I'm at right now.
So let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Anyone else in the state of North Carolina just get hit with a 38% increase on your homeowner's insurance?
insurance rates keep going up. In fact, they've gone up 36% since January of 2020, according to the data released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Insurance companies are watching you through social media.
So today we're going to dive deeper into a topic that's come up many times on this channel, and that is the wild increase in cost of insurance. Homeowner insurance, car insurance, health insurance, you name it. It has gone up drastically just in the past couple years. And with the overall cost of living forcing many people to live paycheck to paycheck, people are really struggling when these increased bills start showing up. We have a lot of different examples to go over today, so it might feel like we're a little all over the place. We also have comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into it.
All right, I'm going to go on a quick rant real quickly about homeowners insurance. I'm getting in my truck, so bear with me. So, I want to see if anybody else is experiencing this. So last year, my homeowner's insurance for the year was $3,018. Okay? Year before that, it was $2,600. Year before that, $2,200. Year before that, $2,100. I've owned this house for 4 years. So it's went from $2,100 4 years ago to I just got my renewal quote. Remember, 2024 was $3,018. This year, my homeowner's insurance is over $6,000. No claims in the last 4 years. I've never had a claim against the house I'm living in now. But my insurance just doubled. Homeowner's insurance doubled year over year with no claims.
So overall, tripling within the past 4 years with 0 claims. That's going to be very common throughout this video. And doubling within the past year by itself sounds absolutely ludicrous. We go right over to the comments. Property taxes are jumping up too. My mortgage payment is tied into insurance and taxes, which now makes up over half of my mortgage payment. Feels like I'm being pushed out of my home. We saw an example of exactly that in a previous video. A woman in Louisiana had such high homeowners insurance and increased taxes that she couldn't afford her home that she was in for decades and had to leave. She could afford the fixed rate mortgage payment, but everything else around it was drowning her. States are approving the increases. Yep, and they pay nothing when something happens. We'll see examples of that as well later. If you pay attention, they're trying to price everyone out of their homes, land, vehicle, food, water, utilities, etc. Slowly inching closer and closer to you'll own nothing and be happy. We also have a comment from you guys. My house insurance went up almost 40% just in the last month. We had to increase our deductible to $5,000 to reduce the increase just to 13%. And if we look at the increase from 2023 to now, without the deductible change, it's almost 63% increase in 2 years. And just like the previous comment said, all for one day to you actually use it and put in a claim, and they'll deny it anyway, and you're completely screwed.
So I went and called and got some insurance quotes for my car today. And I noticed they were like abnormally higher than what I've currently been paying. I'm like, well, you drive a lot. I never told you how much I drive, which I've done a lot of driving in the beginning part of the year. And they're like, well, you know, when you go to the dealership and you get oil changes, because my car's still under warranty, because I will get it done while it's under warranty. They're like, yeah, well, the dealership logs your mileage, and we can see that. Of course you can. Y'all know everything. Everything. What don't you know?
So not only are the dealerships taking your data and helping the insurance companies, this is happening a lot in general with modern cars that have GPSs on them 24/7. You can be tracked, and it's just yet another excuse to increase your insurance on what looks to be a new car. However, it is a Toyota Prius. It's not like he's driving around in a $100,000 Mercedes that's super expensive. I'm also not saying that a new Prius is relatively cheap anywhere from about $30,000 to $35,000, but in comparison to some super expensive SUV, right? Doesn't matter though, they're going to track you and use every excuse in the book. Some of the comments and the rates don't go down yearly, even though all of my car's values are decreasing yearly. Also, apparently Life 360 sells all of our data to insurance companies too. Who doesn't nowadays? I asked my insurance the other month if there was any way we could lower my bill due to my low mileage per year. I got back the response that I drove too many miles a month to qualify for any discounts. My daily commute is a 5-mile round trip. This one's going to be a rough video, but we could keep going on to the fact that they're spying and watching everything that you do with this clip.
Insurance companies are watching you through social media. I started my day earlier by reading a new client denial, and it was entirely about social media surveillance. So what I'm talking about today is how insurance companies are using social media to deny disability claims. They don't just look at Facebook and Instagram. They're digging into websites you probably didn't think of, like Venmo, Pinterest, LinkedIn, and they're even doing Google searches. They're looking for pictures of dinner. They're looking at photos where your friends may have tagged you from several years ago, and they will use it against you.
How is this even legal? Sorry, you have to suffer 100% of the time, otherwise we don't believe you. Because I understand if you say that you're on disability and you can't walk, and then out of nowhere you're on a vacation and you look completely fine, obviously you're lying. But apparently if you go out to eat and took a picture of the food that you ate, apparently that means you shouldn't be on disability in the insurance's eyes. Another comment very similar. So if a disabled person gets taken on a family vacation or their loved ones take them out to a nice dinner, they could be denied. I saw this coming. I stopped sharing my life on social media in 2019. This is kind of similar to what I put up on my second channel of people getting fired because of their TikToks. It's much more of a cut and dry video compared to this example. While people are filming at their 9 to 5 on the clock, showing their coworkers their name, where they work, a lot of confidential information that you shouldn't be sharing, but either way, it still shows that everybody is watching what you're doing now. And here's just one of the examples of the recent increases.
Auto insurance rates keep going up. In fact, they've gone up 36% since January of 2020, according to the data released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And although that 36% increase definitely sounds bad, it's even worse when you consider that 20% of that was just in the last year. And judging by the data, it doesn't look like we'll be seeing the rates come down anytime soon either. As of now, according to Bankrate, the average cost of full coverage car insurance in the United States is $2,544 per year, while minimum coverage is $740 per year. Breaking that down monthly, it's $212 for 64. But why? Why is auto insurance going up so high? Well, the answer is a lot simpler than you might think. For starters, auto insurance rates started rising dramatically as the price of vehicles went up. But what made it so much worse was that while vehicles went up, many people decided to repair their vehicles instead of replacing them. And that caused a rise in demand for parts and an increase in labor rates as well as part shortages, which means insurance has to go up to cover those costs.
It's legally required for everyone on the road. How convenient that they have to raise it, right? Insurance rates keep going up, but the value of my car keeps going down. I think it's because the CEO pay has gone up more than the parts. They have a very good point there. $330 a month for a 4Runner and a Tundra. 0 tickets since I was a teenager. This was sub 200 at the beginning of 2023. I'd still say $330 a month for 2 vehicles is a decent deal right now. As we're going to see in a second, people are paying way more, but even that was under $200 in 2023. It's gone up 50% for them. Another comment here, they wanted to increase my car insurance last year from $587 to $1,267. I've never had a claim or an accident and have been driving for a quarter of a century. I asked why. They said due to other drivers and natural disasters in your area. So now you're getting punished because of the people around you. I just don't understand. How is this allowed?
Why are insurance companies a scam? I just got off the phone with AAA, and they said if I wanted to get my own insurance for Tesla, it'd be $840 minimum a month. That and the monthly payment, I was like, I might as well just get an M3. I said, hell no. And then if I were to put it under my parents' name, it'd be only $200, $220. That is just wild to me. We need to get our get back on these insurance companies for scamming all these people, or at least give some money back at the end of the year if nothing happens. Like, this is ridiculous.
Okay, so a couple things with this video. He does look like a younger driver, and I have seen instances that electric vehicles can have very high insurance, but $840 a month seems absolutely wild. Some of the comments, mine was $680 and I got it down to $4 something. You have to shop around, you'll get something for around $300. On the contrary to the high EV insurance, I have a Tesla Model 3 Performance 2025 and pay $170 a month with Tesla insurance, and I'm 24 years old. So it seems like he's getting royally screwed by his insurance company. Another one up on screen now. What do you guys pay for car insurance? I feel like mine is so high. I pay $435 every month. Mine is $97 a month. What in the world are you driving? A 2025 Honda Civic Sport Hybrid. Again, a brand new vehicle, but it is a Honda Civic. They're not driving around in a brand new 5 Series. $87 for a 22 Bronco. How are you paying so much? And then right after that says, $700 $120, $750, $600, and I'm freshly 16. I pay $80 every month. I mean, wildly different comments we're getting. $170 full coverage on a 2025 Civic Sport Hybrid at 19 years old, the same vehicle. $698 for a 25 RAV4. I'm 20 years old. $355 and a young driver. $350 a month, but had to do a $650 down payment on the insurance. Every one of the comments from these sections are wildly different. Here's another one. I got into 2 no-fault wrecks in March, and my insurance went from $264 to $571. Not her fault. But it doesn't matter in the insurance company's eyes. Insurance is the only product I know that you get penalized for both not having it and using it. Couldn't have said it better myself. I sell insurance. It absolutely goes up for not at fault accidents with the laughing emoji. Well, obviously, but I don't think it's fair. It's not like she caused the accident. Car insurance and health insurance, the 2 biggest scams. So I'm forced to buy it? Correct. And if I use this product, the price doubles? Correct. Okay, but if I go 20 years without a claim, I get all the money back? Absolutely not. Sounds like a scam if I've ever heard one. Another comment from you, my insurance increased like crazy. Also, they use the excuse the number of claims have increased, yet I have no claims. It's a joke. You're paying for other people now. And going back to accidents not being your fault, these shady companies will still try to find an excuse to have you at somewhat fault, so then they could charge you even more money.
I am always astounded by the insane positions that insurance companies will take. Here's the one that's got me like crashing out today. I have a client who comes to a full stop at a red light, does what they're supposed to do, waits for the light to turn green, enters the intersection, and then is involved in a crash with a big straight truck that is coming across from his left and runs a red light. And we know that that is what happened because the police officer who investigated the crash noticed that this is rare in South Carolina, but there were actually cameras up on the pole. I talked to the insurance company, and the insurance company tells me we are putting 25% fault on your client. Okay, my client, by the way, goes to the emergency room, goes to the ICU, has very severe injuries. And the insurance company is telling me for every $100 of medical bills your client has incurred, we're only going to offer 75, right? We're putting 25% of the blame on your client. Why? Because he didn't look out enough for somebody running a red light.
I didn't know that we were all supposed to have 360-degree vision. You were still somehow a little bit at fault because somebody blew a red light and hit into you when you did nothing wrong. And the first comment from this clip won't even help. I'm gonna get a dash cam. This is getting crazy. It wouldn't have mattered in this situation. There was already cameras at the intersection. The police saw, and these companies are still shady enough to put some fault towards you. Threaten litigation early to save time. They're always bluffing. And there's nothing we could do with these companies. I'm actually way more riled up in this video than I thought I'd be, and we're not even halfway through some of the examples that I found.
Today I decided to finally check my mail before I went into work, and tell me how I have a piece of mail from my insurance company. My insurance company, by the way, is Liberty Mutual. That's what I've been using for the past, 2 or 3 years. On this mailer that they sent out, they said that all premiums, once the renewal happens, are going up 25%. Maybe this is a sign for me to shop around and see what else is out there, but this is absolutely crazy. What I've been telling so many guys, it's almost harder to get insurance than actually getting an approval on a car. When you go in to get a car loan, pay stub, run your credit, boom, approval. But for insurance, they want freaking $1,500 down to start a policy, or they need driving history to see if you're capable of being on the road. It's just crazy. Insurance has also been one of my biggest deal killers. Customer loves the car, they agree on payment, we're good to go on all the terms, but then when they go to get an insurance quote, because they're first-time drivers, policies $1,500 due today.
And could also double the overall payment if you're talking about the car with the insurance, just like the $140 a month for a Tesla in that earlier example. Wow.
Anyone else in the state of North Carolina just get hit with a 38% increase on your homeowner's insurance? Yeah, apparently that's not bad compared to what the state approved. 42% premium increases for people living in the state of North Carolina. Y'all, all insurance companies can go right off because this is backwards. This is, I am like death by taxes and insurance. I spend more money on taxes and insurance than I do any other thing in the entire budget of my entire family. 38% increase in my annual premium for my home, and I haven't had a claim. Those insurance companies can go right off.
It's basically like we're watching the same clip, just talking talked about by different people. Wild increases in such a short period of time with no claims. Doesn't matter, you're still screwed. Can't even afford home insurance, but my electric bill was $550. Look at what North Carolina just did to power bills for residential customers too. Don't forget our car insurance. It's all insurance. Health, car, homeowners, all of it is highway robbery. Another comment from you guys, my mortgage went from $1,350 to $1,750. And all of the $4,800 of those dollars was an increase in insurance in Louisiana. The amount of similar examples that I found online are absolutely unreal.
And right now, the reason why I'm jabbering about it again is because I just learned that Ben Askren, who has been fighting for his life for the better part of a month and some change, is now needing a double lung transplant, which is a very expensive procedure, and has been denied by his health insurance. So now his family has had the result to crowdfunding to try and get the funds together to pay for this life-saving procedure that is medically necessary for him to continue living. What do you pay health insurance for if it won't try and cover you in a life-saving procedure? It is a scam. Its entire business model relies on finding ways of denying you coverage so they can save money on the bottom line while milking you dry your whole life as you pay these premiums to them. It is disgusting.
They would rather literally see you die. Health insurance shouldn't be allowed to deny operations that are life-saving. I agree. Health insurance is extremely disgusting. Honestly, the whole healthcare corporate system is as well. And that's a good transition right into the next clip.
I was quoted by a dentist in the U.S. $4,500 for work that I needed done on my teeth, and I said that I will be going to Mexico. So I found a dentist in Tijuana. I sent them what my U.S. dentist told me that I needed. They quoted me about $800 for those services. I said, done. So today I went down to Tijuana for a few hours. I had them do an in-person evaluation. They decided I didn't need half the shit that the dentist in the U.S. said, one of them being a deep cleaning. And when I asked the U.S. dentist if I absolutely needed the deep cleaning or if I could just do a regular cleaning, they said it's beyond the point of regular cleanings and I can only get a deep cleaning now. The dentist in Mexico didn't really agree with that. And my services ended up being $235. Again, I was quoted $4,500 in the U.S.
The deep cleaning they really wanted was of your bank account.
If you want to know what American healthcare is like in a nutshell, here it is. I have 2 ingrown toenails and I could only get 1 removed because my insurance, quote, only covers 1 tow a day. Quote, 1 tow a day. Why?
My dental doesn't cover root canals, but they cover extractions. I've had my teeth removed from my skull, important adult chewing teeth, because I didn't have $1,500 for the root canal. I had a college teachers whose eyelids drooped into her field of vision. Insurance only covered one eye because she only needs one eye to see.
Not me having a mental breakdown in the parking lot at work because I just had to tell a patient that his insurance premiums are going from $160 a month to $580 a month. With an $8,200 deductible.
Who do you think's going to be able to afford any of that? Obviously not any normal middle-class people. I don't know what to say. I guess we should just move on to the subsection of State Farm in this video, because I found a good amount of clips talking about that company alone.
State Farm is defending its plan to raise homeowners' insurance rates by 27%. Stephanie Wade is in the newsroom now, and this rate hike impacts more than 1 million people in Illinois. Stephanie.
It does, Tanya, the largest home insurer in Illinois, defending the looming rate hike this morning that will impact 1.5 million State Farm customers, raising homeowners insurance rates by a whopping 27% beginning August 15th. The Bloomington-based insurer is citing more extreme weather like wind, hail, and tornadoes, plus the rising repair costs from inflation. But one of the largest hikes in state history.
However, when we specifically go over and take a look at State Farm's, there are many videos and comments like this, raising rates and they still won't pay out claims. But honey, think of the shareholders. That's all that these companies care about at the end of the day.
Which insurance company fights the hardest not to pay?
I'm gonna go with State Farm.
Liberty Mutual.
State Farm. I feel like it's buried over the years, but here recently, State Farm has been a nightmare and driving me crazy.
State Farm. I would say State Farm.
Can confirm, like a bad neighbor, State Farm don't care. Me freaking out having State Farm, all insurance is fraud, all of them. State Farm will spend $80,000 on litigation to avoid paying the insured $50,000. And here we could go a little bit deeper into another example.
My parents' house exploded in a gas explosion, and State Farm has made their life a living hell since day one. But one of the worst things State Farm has done took place this week, over 2 years since the explosion took place. So in my parents' contract, it says they have 2 years since the date of the incident to replace all the items in their home and get reimbursed. But it took State Farm over 2 years to prove the claim in the first place. And now State Farm is claiming that they don't have to pay my parents a single cent to replace the items in their home because it took over 2 years for my parents to do so. That's not my parents' fault. They didn't see a cent of money from State Farm for over 2 years, and now State Farm, I guess, just gets to get away with not paying out their claim. So this should scare you if you have a State Farm insurance policy. And yeah, sucks.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to say anymore. This video is draining me because I feel like this is way different than watching people make bad financial decisions, because overall it is their choice and they can turn their life around. But as we've seen with the car insurance, you have no choice in the matter, and all you're getting is a worse and worse deal as we move on in life. I truly don't know. I'm at a loss for words right now.
Homeowners insurance in the U.S. is increasing at an alarming rate. This recent report was just released about the top 10 insurers in the U.S. and their rate increases over the last 6 years. For the second year in a row, rates have increased in double digits. You can see at the top of this list is American Family Insurance with a 16.5% rate increase over 2023. Why is this important? Because this affects homeowners and home buyers alike. When owning a home, affordability is typically the number one factor. Over the last couple years, home ownership has become more difficult to achieve because of two things: interest rates and high home prices. Now there's a huge third factor, which is homeowners insurance. Every single year, homeowners insurance is dramatically increasing.
Adds into the fact again that you will own nothing and be happy. You'll be a renter of everything in your life until the day you die. Just opened up my escrow analysis to find out that there's a shortage of $3,850. Due to the insurance shooting up. I'm so mad. The creator responded, had this happen as well. Payment went up $400 a month. We went over this as well in a previous video. We had Progressive in 2023 was $1,700. Just got our renewal for 2025, $4,400. It's crazy how many of these stories I keep hearing. I could probably make this an entire series on my channel, but I don't think I could handle it.
This is why people are frustrated and, quite frankly, pissed off about insurance. I'm at the urgent care today to get a sports physical for my son to play football this season, and there's a mother checking out from a sick visit with her child, and they charge her $200. And she says, wait a minute, I was told it was $150. And she said, oh, that's the cash price, but you have insurance. And we've got to charge you the insurance price. And the mom said, well, just ring it up, I'll just pay out of pocket with cash. And I said, no, we can't, because Blue Cross requires us, if you've got insurance, we've got to run it through Blue Cross. And the mom said, well, that's not fair. And I have insurance. I should be getting a better price, right? And she said, no, if we charge you a cash price, Blue Cross will take us out of their network. So we've got to charge the Blue Cross price. And that just seems asinine to me.
This legitimately sounds like a mafia. You absolutely have to pay with your insurance here. If not, then we'll be out of the loop with that company, even though the customer is getting a obviously worse deal. All insurance companies are criminal organizations. Health insurance is the biggest, most known, and longest running scam ever. Every insurance company in the US ought to be investigated for fraud. I work at a hospital, and this is 100% true. Most people with insurance will pay way more than the self-pay folks. Insurance is a scam. We have to go through the ringer just to get a life-saving medication approved for our patients. Again, they would literally let you die. But we'll end this video off with at least some advice for one section of insurance, with a comment from you guys along with a clip. I was dumb and didn't reach out to lower my car insurance in 5 years. Weird thing is, it increased on the fourth year with the same plan and the same original provider. No accidents again, and I own my 2016 Ford Fusion with no tickets. Once I reached out and threatened to leave, they lowered my bill by $200 every 6 months. I pay in full for 6 months. It was around $650, and now it's $435. Ridiculous that companies think that they can increase the price hoping you don't notice just because you've never tried to reduce it. It's like having a full-time job for 10 years and never asking for a raise. And that's a good transition into the final clip.
I don't know what car insurance you have. I personally have Progressive. The way that I get a cheaper quote every single time after my 6 months is up is I just every single time go to the Progressive website, boop, 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 plug in all my information again. Yes, it takes a few minutes of my time instead of automatically accepting their renewal fee. And then almost every single time it's $100 to $150 cheaper every single time, sometimes even more. And I've had quite a few friends who can attest to this and say the exact same thing. So if you always auto renew, don't. Just plug it into the website and get their quote, and then do that with like an agent or something. But you will save money, I promise.
So I mean, in conclusion, there's not much advice that I could give you, because these horror stories that we went over just got worse and worse. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
5 red flags to look out for in a job description.
If they tell you it's a fast-paced environment, what they're really saying is they're understaffed, they're going to overwork you and not pay you.
Tell me why I have an interview. It goes super well, and at the end of the interview, the guy goes, "Is it okay that this is unpaid?"
Okay. So today we have either a fun or depressing video, whatever way you want to see it, because we're going to be looking at some terrible job listings and demands. Some people use this as a way to be grateful for the job that they currently have. Others see it on how bad it is to hop into the job market. And of course, we have people who see this as pure entertainment for how crazy all of this has gotten. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into it.
You know, no one wants to work anymore. No one wants to work. Well, maybe this is why, Steve. Look at this job posting. Okay, I'm blocking the salary for a minute. E-learning, media designer, web designer. Also, it's a temporary position, whatever that means. This job is a full-on designer and developer. You're creating all the images, graphics, 3D assets. You're also coding in HTML and CSS. So you have to be a proficient coder. They want a bachelor's degree, 4 to 6 years of experience, all of these skills and expertise in all these programs, and they're offering $20,000. That is $9 per hour. So why bother? Why? Panda Express down the street pays $17 an hour. So I would rather work there for double that salary.
And to be honest, I don't even think you'd get that $20,000 base salary. At the beginning of the listing, it was a temporary position. This sounds like they need somebody who's very experienced, 4 to 6 years, with everything else that they listed for a project they want to do. And as soon as you're done with it, working for $9 an hour, they'll just fire you. It also also says entry level and then 4 to 6 years experience is the very definition of non-entry level. I'm currently job hunting and just found one that required a PhD that was offering $60,000. I asked you guys in the comments as well, what's the worst job listing you've ever seen? A dental assistant job listed as an entry-level job, just like the last example. In addition to several tests, I had a generic work assignment. They literally wanted me to take over someone else's job assignments during the application process. We're going to see a ton of examples in this video with companies basically wanting free labor like this. For CNC machining, you need to be youthful and have 5 years of machining in both lathing and machining. Are you supposed to be 16 and have access to $300,000 worth of machinery? Job listing on Indeed said armed security guard with 3 years of experience, law enforcement experience, and will pay minimum wage. I work as an unarmed guard here in California for $21 an hour just to watch a trailer lot. California minimum wage is $16. That's how much they were offering for an experienced guard. One demanded a warehouse degree and a year of experience as a manager in a warehouse for an entry-level position. And no, warehouse degree is not a necessity. Everything it teaches can be learned from an on-the-job experience. Looking for accounting jobs, just saw an entry-level one that was asking for 10 years of experience and a master's degree preferred. We just started this video and are getting basically these same examples over and over again. But we're going to start off with one of the classic job listings. Wanted a sales beast. Instant red flag. You can make anywhere from $40,000 to $200,000 a year. Quite a wide range there, huh? This is a remote role. However, you must be based in Florida for this position. Wanted a sales gladiator who has the courage to earn $200,000 per year. Dear sales warlord. All right. So you're a sales beast, a gladiator, and a warlord right off the bat. If you've been searching through countless lifeless job listings, almost slipping into a deep coma from the "we're looking for a highly experienced and motivated sales professional, blah, blah, blah," and if you've been looking for that opportunity to upgrade your skill set and align yourself with the fastest growing digital agency in Australia, which is kind of odd that they wanted remote-based workers that were only located in Florida. I thought at least that this would be a Florida-based company. I guess not. Then this will be the most important job listing you've ever read. Here's why. Firstly, stop what you're doing and watch this. We're looking for a sharp, hungry, switched-on sales warlord to join our team. Okay, you guys get the gist of this, it just keeps going on and on. I like how earlier they made fun of the listing, saying, you know, we're looking for a highly experienced, motivated worker, even though that's exactly what they're doing in this post as well. They're just using even more ridiculous wording, and the $40,000 to $200,000 salary, I could almost guarantee that you'll be getting paid $40,000. You will not be hitting that $200,000 a year. They just want to put that in the listing to try to get people to apply. But we'll move on to a mandatory background verification, which is pretty common. However, takes about 3 to 4 minutes and costs you $30. This fee is required by TransUnion, not us, and is non-refundable. So just to be able to apply to this company, you're losing $30 for this background check. We've also seen examples similar in previous videos, where the background check just cost a couple dollars from this Indeed listing. Maybe it was only $5. However, it had hundreds or possibly thousands of applicants, which made people start looking into the listing. And some of these are just complete scams, just to farm $5 out of people who absolutely need to get a job right now. Here we can move on to a couple examples with very specific age limits. I don't know how this is really allowed, but here, qualifications required, 2018 to 2023 college graduate. I guess if you graduated in 2017, you are too old for this job, but if you're fresh out of college, you're too young. Very odd. Along with 2+ years of experience in talent recruiting. Another one here just straight up asking, are you under the age of 40? Guess they're not looking for anybody over the age of that either. Here's a senior customer service representative paying $27 to $30 per hour. Expected hours, 80 hours a week. If they're putting that on the listing right off the bat, it's going to most likely be even higher. You're just going to live there. I mean, $30 is on the higher end for what we're going to see in this video, but still, that just seems like a ridiculous amount of hours to me. Here's a very interesting one. This role will be based out of future Scott Motors corporate headquarters, which is anticipated to be identified in 2025. This role may be remote to start, but you'll have to transition to an in-office setting at the headquarters after the location is determined. They don't even know where it's going. And you're expected to relocate at such time. This role will not be eligible for remote work in NYC. So they're possibly getting an office building in the future, have no idea where it's going to be in the country, but as soon as they find it, you're required to take your entire entire life, uproot it, and move to wherever the building is. And again, I've seen experiences of people doing just that, and within a few weeks or months after working for that company, they end up getting laid off for budget cuts. So now you're stuck in an area that you didn't want to go to initially and out of a job simultaneously. I don't even really know what else to say.
Tell me why I haven't interviewed. It goes super well, and at the end of the interview, the guy goes, "Is it okay that this is unpaid?" No! No, it's not okay. The job listing says paid work. Paid work. So you mean to tell me I can get college credit for this? Except, little do you know, to get college credit, you have to pay $1,200 or however much it is for the internship class to put on your schedule. So basically, you have to pay to get the credits, and I have to put in 40 hours a week for a job I'm not getting paid? No. That is crazy. And then I respectfully denied it. I was like, no, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the opportunity, whatever. And the guy looked disappointed. You lied to me.
This is on top of seeing more job listings saying that internship doesn't count as experience. They want somebody who's already had the job for a number of years. So if you're freshly out of college, what are you supposed to do? Here's another one. Personal assistant to the CEO. Your qualifications from this job, and they just start rattling off a ton of stuff you could see up on screen. We're looking for a motivated, proactive, detail-oriented, personal executive assistant. Just honestly, the same descriptions that you see in every job listing. And this pays anywhere from $5 to $9 an hour, 10 to 20 hours a week, and you need 3 years of experience just to get that $5. Doesn't seem too worth it to me, to be honest. Senior full stack engineer intern. At a glance, right off the bat, this is unpaid. This is an internship that's 30 hours a week. That, of course, wants you to do everything that an actual paid employee would do, but it's all for the experience, right? Your resume will look so much better. Just another example of a company wanting free labor. We have a comment from one of you guys. An internship is not about gaining experience anymore. It's about getting free labor out of someone who already knows how to do the role. Hit the nail right on the head. Here we have a screenshot that goes well with the next clip. Do you have a passion for helping others? What's your favorite food and why? And then why are you interested in this position? Obviously, the only answer for the last question is money, even though I guess you're supposed to be doing it for the passion, the love of the game. But the Other ones, what's your favorite food and why? Do you have a passion for helping others? Who cares? This is supposed to be a job to put food on the table.
Is this the shit that you have people going through for job applications nowadays? Like people, like, this is an AI personality test. And it's like, just rant, like, what? This is for a barista job. You would, like, what? This is so dumb. This is so dumb.
Every job I've done this for, I've never heard back from. I've run restaurants for 20 years. Those personality tests are BS. It's so when we don't hire you, we have something to point at so you can't sue us. Another one from you guys here. I had a temp job when I was in college in 1991 that paid $15 an hour. That's $33 an hour with inflation adjusted. The requirement was I was breathing and wanted to work. And you could see how different the climate is now in 2025. Everything is unpaid or embarrassingly low. And you have to know somebody that's already in the company just to get your foot in the door. Or just requirement after requirement. It's all getting to be way too much. Why would you like to work for our company? Money. Why do you feel this would be a good fit for the role as described? See resume. That's the whole reason why these companies want it, right? Suspend all disbelief for a moment. If you were stranded on a desert island and could only watch 3 movies for the remainder of your time, what 3 movies would you want to take with you? Why do you care? You already know this is for a job that isn't worth all of these dumb questions. Some very interesting requirements on this listing: proactive, go-getter, natural, goal-oriented, high integrity, high energy, but then must be in good physical condition, able to run 3 to 5 miles at a 12 to 13 minute pace. So initially you would think that this is some physically demanding job, right? However, this is an assistant to the CEO position. And yes, I applied. Again, we just have one of the ridiculous listings, 7-day work week. We will not be outworked. That being said, weekends are more flexible. Okay to grab brunch or dinner. Other than that, you better be working 24/7. No sleep. A players only. Drive. You're so hungry to do what it takes to win. Grind. Urgency. Shameless. Be extremely annoying if it means winning. Fast firing. Mission driven. Wears many hats. No job is not your job, so you're going to do everything everything. And it keeps going on and on. I mean, with how crazy these listings are, I bet they still get a ton of applicants because of how bad this job market is.
One day at my former employee, my coworker said, "Hey, don't forget, this Saturday is the mandatory volunteer weekend." And I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, everybody has to volunteer for at least 8 hours on Saturday. You need to sign up for your shift." I said, "Oh, I'm good. I'm not going to do it." She goes, "Oh, no, you don't get a choice. It's mandatory." I said, mandatory volunteering? Yeah, it's mandatory. Like, no, it's not. Like, you can't put the word volunteer and mandatory together. I'm not volunteering. I will come and you will pay me if my employer is telling me I have to be there. I will come and you will pay me. No. It's volunteering. Everybody has to volunteer.
Mandatory volunteering equals court-ordered community service. Did they admit to violating labor laws? Forced panhandling is wild because she explained a little bit later in the video. That's exactly what they were doing. They'd be in the middle of the road at a stoplight intersection asking everybody for money for their company. And that was mandatory unpaid labor. Thank you for applying to the social media manager role at Plush. We reviewed your application and think you might be a good fit. We would like to invite you to the next step of the interview process. Please complete this short creative assignment within the next 3 business days. Create a 15 to 60 second TikTok or Instagram video that you think could drive users to Plush. Please post it on your account and submit the video via this form. So everybody who got to the next step of the interview process now had to advertise to their personal social media audience that they were possibly going to work for Plush, so drive traffic over to their social media. And I bet when they initially wrote this out, they had no idea how absolutely ridiculous this is. Another very specific example of ageism: have you reached your 16th birthday but not your 40th birthday? Yes, no, and I do not wish to answer. Are you the hardest working person you know? You tell the truth. You follow the golden rule. You're kind to puppies, babies, and people. You aren't afraid of hard work and think being cleaner can be pretty cool. You believe if at first you don't succeed, try again. You believe work should be more than just a place to lose your time for a few bucks. AKA, you're not going to pay nearly as much as you should. Do these kinds of examples really work on people? anymore. Another comment from you guys here. I interviewed with a company recently for a fully remote position. They asked me what hobbies I have and why I left every single company I ever worked for. I've about 12 years of experience and worked for 4 companies, and I left the first company more than 10 years ago. Whenever I take an HR interview and she tells me she has a master's in psychology, I just know it's going to be bad.
So, my boss asked me, hey, why don't you take on more work? Why don't you take on more responsibility? Show some initiative. Show some initiative. Take on more responsibility. Do more work. Okay. Pay me more. Well, shouldn't it be about the money? What? No. Why would I do more work for the same pay? Hey, just for the chance of you might promote me. And then when you do promote me, I'm doing more work, but for a little bit more pay. Make it make sense, please.
All to just overwork and underpay their employees as much as humanly possible. Another one of the cookie cutter listings here. This opportunity is not for people who need a stable, well-paying job. All right, then I'm out immediately. Who we're looking for? Someone with fire in their eyes who wants to pursue massive impacts and help build a legendary company. Sure, someone who's willing to live the ramen and instant coffee lifestyle for a bit before we raise venture capital. Promise we'll have an amazing dinner after we raised our first round. Well, on the absolute minuscule chance that that will ever happen on a startup, you get one nice dinner after you've basically been scrounging because you're not getting paid for your work. And on top of it, there's crazy requirements, a doctorate or at least a master's in either material science and engineering, just a ton of different degrees. You want me to have a PhD in one of these when you're basically not paying me? All again for the love of the game, for the startups. Have fun with your coffee and ramen too. Just an absolute joke. And speaking of that, riddle time. Forward is heavy, backward is not. What is it? This is for some digital graphic design job as well. What does this have to do with anything? Another minimum of 6 years of experience for £25,000. So clearly this listing is in the UK, even though a majority of these examples are in the US. This is still happening all over the world. A fully remote systems engineer that lasts 6 months, required skills, science engineering, company experience, but a red flag is short-term experience like 1 year or less in a recent project. But this current role is only going to last 6 months. You can't ask for long-term experience if this isn't a long-term job. Another comment from you guys: 2 years ago, I saw a job post for a management position at Jimmy John's. It said it must be willing to work a minimum of 50 hours a week, be available for all days, all shifts, and be on call at all times. Starting pay was $14. I swear I can make these videos last for hours with all of these examples.
Five red flags to look out for in a job description. 1. Entry-level roles that are not 0 years of experience. Need I say more? 2. No salary listed on the job description. Probably just means they want to underpay you and that they really don't care about you. 3. We're a family. No, you're not. As soon as times get tough, layoffs are happening. You don't lay off a family member. 4. Vague job descriptions. This could probably mean that 1, your role isn't really that useful, and 2, you might be the first to be let go in an event of a layoff. And 5, any work that's required before the interview. If they require you to do take-home assignments, video interviews, or anything else beyond the application, red flag.
Now, I think this comment from you guys goes well with that clip. They aren't hiring, they're collecting data. So when you see these ridiculous red flags from all of these job listings, making you put in a ton of your own personal information, it could all just be a way of collecting data, using it against you, either trying to sell you ads, possibly trying to raise insurance premiums as well. As crazy as that sounds, it's truly insane how much these companies use your data. I mean, this is supposed to be a joke, but I honestly wouldn't put it past some of these companies. I do 50 to 60 job interviews in here every day. I never hire anyone. But half the applicants buy a drink from the vending machine after I subtly encourage them to. I make $300 a day in passive income with this method. Well, if you leave up a job listing that you never hire and you consistently get more applicants that you could then sell their data to other companies, it's kind of the same thing as this joke. I Recently came across your profile and think you'd be a great fit for our residency. As you may know, our nation is facing a critical shortage of elementary school teachers. And then they send a job posting aspiring teachers $30,000 to $40,000 a year, full-time. There was even a response, have you tried raising the pay rate? It's a bit tone-deaf to say there's a national shortage of teachers and then offer minimum wage compensation. With all due respect, who's going to go through schooling and then having to deal with kids for $30,000 a year? Another couple questions. What was your ending salary? I guess your previous job? And then please list your salary history below. I guess every job you've ever had? And then under that, list the reason for leaving each position below. How much information do they really need about your old jobs? Now, this next clip I thought was pretty funny because this was a podcast with a couple business owners that, let's just say, backfired pretty heavily.
The vacations are getting pretty high, though, especially with the people younger than us.
The younger generation wants like a 3-week vacation so they can go to Machu Picchu and like pick up some rocks.
I've had people come to my office and be like, yeah, so just so you know, like I have already planned like a 3-week vacation like 2 months from now.
Can I have a bonus before I start?
So I just want to like let you know that.
And with this screenshot, you could see 269 likes and 550 comments. You two seem like those managers who never have a clue on why turnover is so high. And then always blame other people for problems that start with you. Your wig, sir, and it's a clown costume. Is this rage bait, right? Nope. This is a clip from our podcast. He started replying to a ton of these comments, which is not the best thing to do. The worst leaders mock people who work for them. Hope every potential candidate sees this and takes a different job. Take care of your people and they'll provide you value. It's not that hard to plan around. And people wonder why employees have no loyalty to companies. With leaders like this, who needs enemies? Thankful people post stuff like this so I could better identify terrible bosses. I mean, it just went on and on. Him also trying to defend himself in the comments just made the entire situation worse. But we have another comment from you guys. My fiance received a job offer, so he quit the job he currently had. He drove to another state and spent a day in training and then came back home. The next day, the company eliminated the job they hired him for and they refused to pay him for that day he spent training.
A couple months ago, I declined to interview at a company because I thought their interview process was way too ridiculous and extensive. Keep in mind, this was for an entry-level marketing job, and I think they were offering between 50 to 55K. The company was asking for 5 rounds of interviews, which I would honestly say is normal nowadays, but the interviews themselves were each an hour or an hour and a half, which is not normal. Maybe in other industries, but definitely not for an entry-level marketing role. On top of that, they also wanted candidates to complete a full project and send in multiple references. Like, I don't know, it just seemed like a law. I totally get that companies have to make sure that they're doing everything they can to find the right person, but no one should have to do what feels like a full-time job in order to get a full-time job.
So to start off, anywhere from 5 to 7 hours worth of interviews, and then, of course, we got more free labor. I'm sorry, but 5 interviews for an entry-level role is absolutely absurd. 2 interviews max. The full project is unpaid for labor. No. Here's one that I hope is honestly fake and just rage bait. Assistant manufacturing marketing manager must have 20 plus years of experience with a salary of $18 to $22 an hour. At best, you'd be making $44,000 a year when you've been doing this for almost the entirety of my life. It's honestly just embarrassing for the company to put that up online. Another one listing a whole bunch of responsibilities and qualifications and must-haves preferred 14 years of experience preferred as well. This better be a crazy high-paying job, but I could almost guarantee it's not. Junior software engineer, over 100 applicants. 5+ years of hands-on experience. Again, junior software engineer. And as I was searching through getting the clips and screenshots for this video, I found this as well. Save $60,000 a year per hire. Hire hangar developers pre-vetted offshore talent at a third of the US cost, with an AI photo saying, "Hey business owners, are you tired of expensive US hires?" Another comment here, I work in law, a ton of positions are now actually putting, do not apply if you live in the United States on the job posting. You'd think they want somebody who knows the law of the country they work for. It's absolutely wild. With AI also coming into play with all of these problems, the future honestly does not look good. And there's a lot of people just breaking down at their current job because they know how bad it truly is out in the market right now.
So my job has so many metrics that we have to meet. So many metrics. And it's not even our fault that we can't meet them. And then you add on top of that, I literally can't. I'm like, literally, it's over. Work just started and I'm already crying. And I'm already having a panic attack and I already took my medicine. I can't do this. It's so bad. Like, this work management, they're so micromanaging. And they're just overbearing and it sucks.
So this is basically a lose-lose situation. You're at your current job that you're overworked and underpaid and terrified that you're going to get fired because the other side of this, the job market is in shambles. What are you really supposed to do? There is no winning.
Millennials are using PTO simply to catch up on sleep. That's according to a new report which surveyed 1,200 people, and it reported that over a third of Americans, who are talking 37%, have taken off PTO directly to catch up on sleep. And this actually is across all different demographics. However, the report specifically found that millennials were the most likely to do this, and it was women in particular who were the most sleep deprived. And look, on the basis, it's kind of like, well, that's absolutely fine, right? I think, you know, your holiday's your holiday. If you want to use it to catch up on sleep and just completely switch off, that is totally up to you. However, where I find it quite interesting is when we get into the performance element, because 57% of US adults say that they would perform better if they got more sleep. And that is actually quite interesting, right? Because if we're saying over 1 in 2 of our workforce would deliver a better job if they got more sleep, is there not a potential case to actually look at how we kind of structure things and see if there's a way to drive that performance up? And then there's obviously the basic question of whether PTO should be used simply just for sleep, or whether you kind of get more value out of it for using it in other ways, like catching up with family, travel, and all those other things.
So now we have people using their paid time off that they would normally take, you know, some sort of vacation, and instead they're just catching up on sleep because of how much they're overworked. I know a lot of people say something similar like this comment. These videos are a reminder for me to not leave my job and just stay working for that paycheck, which overall I do agree with this high cost of living climate. It's of course better to have money coming in, especially when you see screenshots like this, 1,715 applications, 1,300 no answer, 400 rejected, 15 interviews, and finally getting one job. But it doesn't mean that that one job isn't going to be brutal as well. So we're going to finish off this video with kind of a funny clip, giving a lot of these companies and interviewers a taste of their own medicine of this guy just trolling and wasting time.
Your resume says you're an art major, so why are you applying for a chemical engineering position?
Well, that's a good question. So, I totally get what you're coming from. This definitely seems like a curveball.
Then walk me through the process of optimizing production in a mature oil field. What techniques would you consider? And how do you balance recovery rate, cost efficiency, and environmental impact?
That's just easiest question in my life. I'm telling you. So I'll start by looking at current production data.
So I personally don't like using anything AI or the ChatGPT stuff, but using it to get an answer to basically waste the interviewer's time is pretty funny. The description says the same thing. Well, companies are using AI interviewers too, so I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't know. This whole situation is just looking really rough. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Luxury apartment, luxury apartment. I'm sick of these doggone luxury apartments.
$5,400. That's insane.
I would just like an explanation as to what about this says luxury apartment.
Okay, so today we're going to be talking about luxury apartments and how much people are fed up with it at the end of 2025. I've gotten a ton of videos popping up on my For You page recently showing how absolutely terrible the quality is, the amenities, the price overall, and most of these complexes aren't even luxurious. They're just new with modern finishes. So they advertise this to try to get people into these lease deals, and then they're trapped. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into it.
Luxury apartments really are the biggest scam. Free apartment in general has always been my dream. So now that I'm finally here, I'm just realizing how much of a scam I was sold. They can have it back at this point. It's all cheap materials, cheaply thrown together, and then you pay high rent for it. I'm just like, what? They're supposed to be like soft closed drawers, but they don't ever close fully aligned. Like, you see how that like just cheaply thrown together. You know what I mean? Like, what? Yes, it's so nice having a key fob. We've been here for 2 months and the key fob is now dead, and they have to send someone out to replace it and reprogram it now. So we don't have a key fob. This is going on with the wall. I don't really know what that. They didn't really know what it is either. Someone was supposed to come fix it. That was been about a week ago, and no one's been here to fix it. Really in the bedroom, just ruined floors. Really just small things like, why is the fridge not aligned? Be bamboozled into feeling like you need a luxury apartment because reality your old apartment that you're paying way less for is probably put together a lot better than these luxury apartments.
But it does seem like so many people get tricked into the idea of having it their dream, right? They have a dream luxury apartment. And as we'll see a little bit later in the video, if you start looking this up on social media, you're going to get a ton of ads from every new home builder and apartment complex in your area. So you're constantly getting fed into your mind that this is going to be so cool. Oh, it's nice and fancy, until you sign on the dotted line and you're stuck there for most likely at least a year, and then you start seeing all the issues like this.
I would just like an explanation as to what about this says luxury apartment.
Part 2 of these luxury apartments. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? This ain't luxury.
This is an example of how everything's here. These team apartments have a fake balcony. Doesn't even have a bottom. You can't even put a plant at the bottom of that. Versus these older apartments have a real balcony that you can step off into and sit down in. Just the quality of life is just declining across the board.
Some of the comments from that last clip, they call it something stupid like Juliet balconies. They make you feel fancy. It's all BS. The creator responds, the older Juliet balconies on Google look nice. This is just a railing. I agree. Because a lot of people were defending this in the comment section, so that's actually just called a Juliet balcony. It's real, normal, and a common thing. I do like the response as well. Pigeons love them because if you do look up older Juliet balconies, they actually look nice. You could take at least one step out, the architecture looks a lot nicer compared to, honestly, it just looks like a fence they put up in front of the window. And I guarantee you those apartments are going for at least $2 to $3 grand. Another one up on screen, POV, you live in a luxury apartment in Charlotte when they have a bullet hole through their window. We'll go straight over to the comments with this one. Luxury and Charlotte don't belong in the same sentence. Those coming to Charlotte gotta understand that these apartments they're putting up are in some of the worst areas in the Charlotte surrounding area. I wouldn't doubt that that would be the case in most cities now, because even with all the problems I'm going to be showing you, it feels like a new building pops up every single day. And of course, the land's going to be cheaper to buy for these developers if it's in an area that's not desirable. So rule of thumb, if you have to walk outside to a parking lot to get into your car and not a garage, it's not luxury no matter how they try to swing it. I don't know, from these comments it seems like Charlotte has gotten pretty rough in the past few years. Charlotte has become Gotham City. It's time to go. Charlotte's gotten outrageous the past few years. Another similar comment, these so-called luxury apartments they're building are in the hood. People not from here will never know. We also have another comment from one of you guys. When you live in a luxury apartment, it's not garbage, it's garbage. Well, then we could take a look at one of these garbage units.
Y'all, when I say I pay for rent, I pay for rent, if you know what I mean. I just moved from a 2-bedroom unit to a 1-bedroom unit after my roommate decided to move home. We used to have this running joke of like, things wrong with my luxury apartment. Like silly things like, oh, the blinds aren't automatic. But y'all, I just moved in. Let me tell you, actually wrong things with my luxury apartment. We'll start off simple, but we turn on the light and only one side works. Oh, I'd love to do the dishes. Oh, that's as far as it comes out. Yeah. It's been a hassle. You know, I thought this kind of looked a little janky, but, you know, I was putting my stuff away and oh my goodness. She missing. I be slipping and sliding every time. This is the worst one. I can't shower. This is what it looks like. Also, I was trying to turn the shower on and what?
And again, you're probably looking at least $2,000 a month. I mean, it could get way more expensive depending on what city you live in. But another comment from you guys that goes well with this. The gray laminate floor stepped onto the scene and the rent hasn't been the same since. We could add on top of that the open floor concept.
They put your living room in your kitchen, called it open concept, and convince you all that that's actually nice, that that's actually luxury. That's a practical design and you should want it for your house too. They did that so they could sell you less house for more money, and you all ate it up. The open concept floor plan is hideous, and that is a hill I'm willing to die on.
I have also seen people starting to turn on this open floor concept. They want individual rooms now in their homes. But he's 100% right. It's much easier and faster to build one large room that you're going to put your living room, your kitchen, your dining room. I mean, you could add in your bedroom in some cases with these apartments. And that's how all of this is still being built in record time.
I know it's not just Milwaukee, but all of these cities putting up all these high-rise buildings so that all of these developers can get, you know, tax write-offs or whatever it is, because they can claim it as a loss because no one's living there, because no one can pay $2,200 a month for a studio.
And that's something to add on top of it as well. Any of the new construction is always advertised as luxury, which means the pricing is going to be unaffordable for most people right now in this high cost of living climate. So a lot of these units just sit empty. We could go right over to the comments. Mind you, Milwaukee doesn't have the jobs or income to live at these places, which is crazy. I specifically remember an older clip from Milwaukee that we watched of one of these extremely expensive apartment buildings having a ton of their units just sit empty for months and months because they were trying to entice people who were very high income earners, like the Milwaukee Brewers players. Even if it did work and you got some of them to live in your building, I don't think they fill out all the units, along with what the comment says. Most of the people don't have the income there to spend $7,000 a month on one of these units. and they're all poorly constructed with cheap materials. I asked you guys a similar question. Are you seeing luxury apartments being built near you? Yes, and it'll be student accommodation. I live right outside of Boston, Massachusetts. Luxury new studio apartments in the Seaport District are $3,500 a month for a studio. Yes, they're being built within 6 months, literally being thrown together, and cost an arm and both legs to rent.
Alright, so after living in a luxury apartment for over a year, I've decided to move back into a post-war apartment, and that is because I am not noticing a difference in the quality. Of course, the luxury apartment has like those like more like glitzy finishes, and it's more like IKEA with the granite top. But I'm like, the quality in what I am receiving has actually been worse than what I was receiving in a post-war apartment. Example A being that my walls are so thin that I could hear every sneeze, every fart, every cough. And when I lived in a post-war apartment, I was like, I couldn't hear nothing. Like, the insulation was very, very, very good.
And that goes very well with a comment from you guys. A simple test. If an apartment doesn't have soundproof walls, it automatically can't be called luxury. There are tons of clips like what's up on screen right now of this woman complaining, and you could legitimately hear people walking above her all the time. It's not like they were moving furniture or banging on the floor. You could just hear footsteps constantly. I don't know how people would do it. That would drive me crazy. And it doesn't get better with the description. The noise is nonstop, paying over $3,000 a month for a luxury apartment. It's a scam. Imagine losing $36,000 a year to start, and every time one of your neighbors decides to walk in their apartment, you could hear exactly where they're going. It sounds like a nightmare to me. Another comment here, luxury apartments are just flipped houses. 9 out of 10 times, it's just finishes that look high-end, but hide a host of problems, while charging you double or triple what it's actually worth. Because I feel like a lot of people think that this next clip is what they're going to get as soon as they see any sort of building being advertised as luxury.
Why is it that whenever somebody says they want to live in a condo or a luxury apartment, the first thing people say is, oh, you pay all that money? Why would you pay all that money just get a house and pay much less. The reason why people like to live in condos and luxury apartments is because they want a life of convenience. Yes, they are aware it's expensive. They are paying the extra money for the convenience. They have a gym. They have a laundromat. They have a doorman. They don't have to go outside and shovel the snow. They don't have to rake the leaves. They don't have to deal with any of those things. They don't care that it's extra money.
But a lot of people are starting to get into that mindset when they just started making over 6 figures in their job, which, yes, it can be a good amount of money, but as we're about to see in the comment section, you probably wouldn't be able to afford what was shown, along with, of course, the cost most likely raising every single year. But we could look at this comment. Why does no one ever share the rent on these videos? It's around $5,500 a month. Who has $66,000 a year to spend just on rent alone? That might not include the parking spaces or the utility bills. Of course, any other bills in your day-to-day life. So in turn, that'll make people look at the price point of maybe $2,000 to $3,000. But as we've seen with these types of videos, the quality is just not there. But we could take a look at an example of somebody who can't afford one of these buildings anymore.
I moved into a place that I can't afford, and now I'm stuck. I recently moved into a luxury apartment, and though it is nice and I like it and all these other things, I realized that I can't afford it. And when I say I can't afford it, it does not mean I can't pay for it. Like, I have enough money to pay for it as far as money's in my bank account. But as far as like what I want to do in life, I can't really afford it. And it's sense of now I'm in a position where it's like I'm here and I pay so much in rent, it's to the point where it's like I can't even go on a trip right now. Like, I can't. Like, and I haven't traveled in a while, and I'm very big on traveling. Like, I'm very big on going out and stuff like that. And I can't really do it as much as I would like to, because it's like I can't afford it.
And you got one of the nicer looking units like we saw in the last example. That was $5,500 a month. Now you're stuck working 24/7 at a job that you most likely hate just to pay the rent bill and to keep the lights on. You can't travel or go out to eat, do really anything, just to have a little piece of that luxurious lifestyle. Some of the comments, lifestyle creep is real. I live very frugal, it's hard, but it's peaceful living below my means. I downsized because of this. I wanted extra money to use for savings, emergency, and traveling. Of course, if you're using a majority of your monthly income just to pay the rent, if anything goes south in your job right now, especially in this market, you'd be completely screwed.
So random, but has anyone ever had a good experience living in one of these like luxury apartments? Like ever? I know probably 30 people who individually have moved into one of these. You know what I'm talking about? Like they have this like stupid fake hardwood floor, quartz countertop, really nice amenities. They need to have the people who work these leasing offices run presidential campaigns, because I don't know how they keep selling people on these nightmares. Every single person I've talked to who moves into one of these, they're so excited at first. 3 or 4 months in, they're like, this is the worst decision I've ever made. I cannot wait to get out of here. For like, and it's always like for a different reason. Most of the time, they're way too effing expensive. Whatever you think you're gonna pay for one of these, tack on $300, $400, $500 for just like crazy random charges. Usually what happens is like the rent price is your like max budget. So you spend a little time like mentally adjusting to like, okay, I could pay that much. And then by the time you're like invested, they're like, oh, it's actually $200 extra for this, $70 for parking. Before you know what you're doing, you're like signing the lease. The other thing is that these are branded as luxury and they're just not. The way they sell it, they're like, there's a pool, there's a gym. You're like, yes, I'll constantly be like laying out at the pool, and then you never do.
And that's a huge thing that I've seen as well, but we could go over to the comments. The trash fee, amenity fee, technology package equals an extra $500. I'm renting a whole house now and it's cheaper. Why are the floors always gray and sad and the walls are extremely thin? But we could go over to another clip showing the amenities.
Why does nobody ever use the amenities at luxury apartments? Not a soul in sight. This is like a very cool spot to hang out. That's the Bean. Why is nobody here? Is this building like a money laundering front? I genuinely have this whole floor to myself right now. It might as well just be my penthouse. This is my living room. No one else is here. Someone come hang out with me. DM me, I'll let you in. Somebody's got to use this space.
I can't imagine how expensive that is if you could look over the railing and see the Bean in Chicago. But one of the comments makes a pretty good point. Nobody's using the amenities because they're all at work trying to afford the apartment. Check the occupancy rate of that building. Most of these places are investments anyway. Most luxury buildings are empty. Management investors get a giant tax deduction for empty units. It's a scam. But even if it was fully occupied, there's a lot of clips like this. POV, once a month you remember how much you pay to live in a luxury apartment, so you decide to walk around and use some of the amenities. It's almost like something to show off, to tell other people that, oh, I have a gym, I have a pool, we have a little recreation area with a TV and ping pong tables, but nobody ever ends up actually using it. It's just a complete waste of money.
I moved into a luxury apartment complex 4 weeks ago, so a month ago, and I've already had to put in 4 maintenance requests. I've had 1 request for every week that I've lived in this unit. The very first request was on the second day that we were there. We realized we did not have any AC. It's 90 degrees every day where we live. There was no AC. Our leasing agent happily took our first month's rent and deposit, didn't even check to make sure that we had AC in the unit. It took them a week to fix our AC. We have forced air, and they gave us window units for a few days, and then came back to fix it. And it took all this time. They had to dismantle a bunch of it. Was crazy. The apartment shouldn't have even been rented, and now here we are, 3 more requests later for all sorts of random like the garbage disposal was overflowing, and like spitting all the shit into the sink. Like it has been kind of a nightmare. And on top of that, yesterday we all found out that people's cars have been being broken into, and there's a homeless guy that sleeps in our parking garage.
Well, alright. Right then, doesn't really seem too worth it to me, in my opinion. Another comment that I see pretty often when we're talking about this subject. Luxury just means it's not Section 8. That's it. It doesn't actually mean luxury.
One thing I know for sure is you will never, ever, ever catch me living in the luxury apartment complex. I need a building that has stood the test of time. I need thick walls, high ceilings, big windows, charm, character, personality. I am not a sophomore in college. In my luxury apartment complex, there's so many things to do. We have a shared outdoor space, and they even let us use the grill if we clean it up really nicely. Oh, and there's a gym that we could go to, and they plan so many activities. We could play ping pong and...
I mean, I know it's supposed to be funny, but it's kind of spot on for what we just saw. The buildings are terrible quality also, and none of the neighbors talk to each other, and everyone slams the door in the corridors. Rent goes up immediately after a year. Groceries with a broken elevator from a parking lot. They love it. And you probably knew I was going to put this in the video. I love looking at New York City apartments, and especially when we start walking through this and you see the finishes, I can guarantee they're going to advertise this as luxury.
It's been 74 days and people refuse to live in this Harlem apartment. So let's find out why. As we walk in, we're immediately greeted to your kitchen, but let's step into your living room to get a better view. They decided to integrate the living room and the kitchen due to the space limitations of the apartment. As we move forward, we're going to head into your bathroom, and as I open the door, they renovated the entire bathroom, so it comes with a mirror, toilet, sink, and shower. But look how limited the space is as I open up the drawer to the sink. Now as I close that up, I'm going to pan the camera angle over to the right so we could proceed into the first bedroom in the apartment. You could fit a twin in here, some dressers and wardrobes. Here's the window to the right with this immaculate view. And as we head to the left, we have your closet, which is awkwardly situated at the end of the wall, but it still serves its purpose. You could throw some stuff in there. And the most convenient amenity you could have in an apartment, a washer and dryer unit. As you can see, it's brand spanking new. It's all shiny inside, and it still has the box with the instruction manual. But this apartment's going for $3,000.
Okay. Hey, even with that abrupt ending, that was $3,000 a month. $3,000 for a shoebox. I don't get why it's still on the market. Exposed brick is an absolute abomination. A kitchen island just doesn't work in such a small place. The layout is terrible. New York apartments are a scam. Every time I see one of these videos about NYC apartments, they have the worst layouts. Isn't Harlem not the safest neighborhood as well? Kind of going back to the earlier clip with the bullet hole in the Charlotte apartment. But again, they're asking for $36,000 a year for that shoebox. Now I know some people are dead set in their decisions, and I understand that. It's your life and you could do whatever you want. But I just feel like there's going to be problems with this down the road.
I know a lot of people think this is a waste of money, but I do not care to own a home. I like living in luxury apartments. And the reason I say that I ain't in one now, I'm at my parents' house. But the reason I say that is because I don't like cutting the grass. I walk outside in the grass cut. I don't like fixing my toilet if it break. I like the fact that if my toilet break, I just type something in and somebody about to go fix it and it's already paid for. I like the fact that my neighbors are like real close. I can just walk to my room and I see different people. I might make friends. I might speak to them. You don't really get that going to your home. And I like the fact that can't nobody break in. Like my friends barely can get in when they get invited. You can't really break into a luxury apartment. You need a key. You need to know where I live. You need to be able to get in, get to the garage, and then try to get to my door. And then once you get to the door, it's hard to get in from there.
Okay, so I understand you don't want the grass cut, and if something breaks, somebody will come and fix it. I did think the comment with neighbors being so close as if you're gonna make friends is pretty funny because, I mean, let's be honest, in 2025, we are barely talking to each other now. Nobody goes up to strangers and starts conversations anymore. So I don't know. I feel like that's not a great argument. The other thing with it being difficult to break in, we just saw an example earlier where the woman found out tenants in her apartments had their cars broken into and there was a homeless guy sleeping in it. So maybe it is a bit more difficult, but it could still happen, along with a comment from this clip. Yeah, but when you're 75 and can't afford rent on a fixed income, these prices are only going to keep rising, especially if they put the luxury tag on it. So you better be making an insane amount of money to keep up with the rent increases. I mean, this next example here, I don't even know what I'd do.
So I just got my renewal notice from my luxury apartments. They're not luxury, they're nasty, they're dirty, they're ghetto. And apparently they're luxury. But we were gonna switch to month month because we wanted to leave once my man gets back from deployment in 6 months. So we wanted to move. That's not happening. Tell me why 1 month, if we go month to month, is $5,400. $5,400. That's insane. That is insane. They are on crack.
$5,400 a month. Wow. And I know I said it before. Here's a comment from you guys. $2,500 to rent a terrible place, or $750,000 to buy a new bad home. What a time to be alive. It's basically a lose-lose situation right now, and has kind of only been getting worse over the past several years. But I did want to put some of these clips up on screen. I started looking this up, and then I was just getting sponsored post after sponsored post showing absolutely ridiculously large homes. A lot of the new construction builders trying to convince you to buy one of their new modern luxury houses that all end up looking the exact same and have the bad finishes that won't last that long. So you're just going to start getting absolutely hounded everywhere you look on social media. But we're going to finish off this video with this clip.
A lot of people have the American dream of having a massive house, tons of land. I've had that. And it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. This was my house back in Kentucky. Insane amount of grass. We had a pond that was insane.